Chapter 453. No wonder is a Class 6 Sea Beast. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. At the same class, sea beasts were much stronger than land demonic beasts. A Class 6 land demonic beast strength was equivalent to a battle spirit realm master that cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. It also meant to say that without an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, one wouldn't be a match for a Class 6 demonic beast and would be immediately suppressed, let alone a Class 6 sea beast. This Class 6 megalodon had a murderous aura that felt like a substance. Its danger level was more than 10 times or 100 times more than by Gula. You kill my son by Gula. Pay with your life. The Class 6 megalodon didn't turn into a human form. It opened its mouth and spat out a water sphere that was 1,000 feet in size. The water sphere might only be 1,000 feet in size, but it gave Li Fuchen the feeling that it was condensed from a lake's water. It was extremely heavy and condensed. The moment it appeared, the void seemed to be trembling and crackling. The surface of the water sphere burst out with countless horrific thunderbolts and blasted at Li Fuchen with a speed that was almost instantaneous. Li Fuchen retreated rapidly in the air. While retreating, the green sun sword intent burst out and a giant sword chi pillar welcomed the water sphere that was filled with thunderbolts. PFFF. As though a flame had been extinguished, the water sphere instantly extinguished the sword chi pillar and continued to blast at Li Fuchen. Such terrifying power! Li Fuchen was moved. His green sun sword intent was at the trance stage and contained the complete green sun sword Dao law. But it couldn't even resist for a moment and was immediately extinguished. Li Fuchen retreated extremely quickly, but no matter how fast he couldn't outrun the water sphere. It was fortunate that the East Unicorn Continent's law suppressed Class 6 sea beast attacks. As the water sphere penetrated deep into the East Unicorn Continent, the water sphere's power started to diminish. When approaching Li Fuchen, the water sphere's power was only left with less than 10%. Bang! Li Fuchen's chi defense instantly collapsed, and the remaining power poured onto Li Fuchen's body. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen retreated even faster. Less than 10% of the power is able to injure me. If it is 100%, even 10 of me would be blasted into smithereens. Li Fuchen realized that he was too careless. If he retreated a little slower, he wouldn't just be injured, he would at least be severely injured. Damn it! The Class 6 megalodon roared with rage and set off layers of waves. With the continent's law suppression, he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Human, come out and fight if you're capable. The Class 6 megalodon was overflowing with murderous aura. The Class 6 megalodon said with murderous aura. Li Fuchen left. After witnessing the power of a Class 6 sea beast, he was already satisfied. Human, one day I will kill you. One day. The Level 6 megalodon sank back into the ocean unwillingly. Megalodon. Now that the green sun sword intent was at the trance stage, the only thing Li Fuchen could do now was to comprehend the blazing flame pattern and the joint heaven sword pattern. The blazing flame bone frame pattern was closely related to the power of the divine ability. The more blazing flame bone frame patterns one comprehended, the stronger the divine ability. Currently, Li Fuchen's strongest trump card was still the heart of blazing flame and not the green sun sword intent. Beast, God, megalodon, beast. God, beast, demon, demonic beast. As for the joint heaven sword, it was closely related to unlocking the second seal. Once Li Fuchen unlocked the second seal, he would be able to upgrade the joint heaven sword to Earth-class peak tier or even heaven-class low tier. By then, he would definitely be able to learn an Earth-class peak tier sword art or heaven-class low tier sword art. By then, let alone lower cultivation realms, even higher cultivation realms would be a piece of cake. Asterisk, Wine Snow Sect. Eldermoo, our White River sect requires 5 Earth-class low-tier equipment. They are the Battle Saber, Spear, Artifact Sword, and 2 Artifact Armors. Here are 350,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. In the Wind Snow Sect's Grand Hall, the White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Exinwin, handed a storage bag to Mu Hanshin and said respectfully, "Sure, once we have the goods, I will inform you immediately." Mu Hanshin smiled with squinted eyes. The 100 Sex Alliance's experts that participated in the previous war were each equipped with an Earth-class low-tier weapon and an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. But no one would complain about having too many Earth-class low-tier equipment. After defeating the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions, Li Fuchen decided to sell the Earth-class low-tier equipment at a fixed price. Earth-class low-tier weapons were priced at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, while Earth-class low-tier armors were priced at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price was very fraudulent. After all, in the 7-color continent, Earth-class low-tier weapons rarely cost more than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Earth-class low-tier armors would only cost around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen had increased the price by more than 20 times. But this was the East Unicorn Continent after all. In the East Unicorn Continent, Earth-class low-tier equipment were considered priceless treasures, let alone 50,000 or 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if it was more expensive, everyone would still buy it, just that they would buy less. If you didn't buy it, others would buy it. When the gap was too huge, it wouldn't be easy to make up for it. Furthermore, everyone had a spirit stone or vein. Even if the spirit stones were depleted, they could excavate more. At most, they would look for a new spirit stone or vein. The East Unicorn Continent might be lacking in resources, but it wasn't to the point where they couldn't find a spirit stone or vein. Due to their good relationship with Li Fuchen, the Wind Snow sect didn't have to spend spirit stones to purchase Earth-class low-tier equipment. Li Fuchen promised that all the Wind Snow sect's martial artists that were above the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm could have a weapon and an artifact armor. After sending off Xianwen, Li Fuchen returned. Alliance leader Mu Hanshin quickly went forward to welcome. Li Fuchen nodded. "How was the sale of Earth-class low-tier equipment?" Mu Hanshin replied with excitement. "We have received a total of 12 million low-grade spirit stones." "So much?" Li Fuchen was shocked. Mu Hanshin said, "Actually, it isn't a lot. Like the Dolin clan, they spent 600,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase Earth-class low-tier equipment. Most of the other sects have also spent a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, after those sects that were attached to the major sects became independent, they had also purchased some Earth-class low-tier equipment. At the peak of the 100 Sect Alliance, there were over 90 sections. After the war, less than 20 sects were destroyed. The rest had either surrendered to the evil Dao or attached themselves to the major sections. Now that the war was over, all the surrendered evil Dao factions had returned, while those attached themselves to the major sects had also become independent. As such, the 100 Sects Alliance now had around 70 sects and had an average of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 70 sects would have 14 million low-grade spirit stones. What about mid-grade spirit stones? Li Fuchen was rather expectant. On the 7-color continent, a single mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In order to encourage everyone, Li Fuchen decided that a single mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. As such, one mid-grade spirit stone would be enough to purchase an Earth-class low-tier weapon. Everyone rarely used mid-grade spirit stones. After all, only Battle Spirit Realm Masters would choose to use mid-grade spirit stones. It was too extravagant for Reincarnation Realm experts to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Mu Hanshin said, "There aren't a lot of mid-grade spirit stones, but there are 105. 105, not bad." Chapter 454. With the addition of over 12 million low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's low-grade spirit stones had reached an astounding 15 million. This number was massive, and probably only the pinnacle Battle Spirit Realm Masters would be able to compare with it. Even a wealthy alchemy grandmaster like Grandmaster Every Youth would probably only have a few million low-grade spirit stones. It was already not bad for regular low-level Battle Spirit Realm Masters to have a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Elder Mu, can you make an announcement? Whoever can find me a herb that can upgrade a 4-star bone frame. I will use an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique or something of equivalent value to exchange for it. Herbs that could upgrade a 4-star bone frame were extremely rare, and only Earth-class peak-tier herbs would be able to do it. Earth-class low-tier herbs were hard to come by in the 7-color continent, let alone the East Unicorn continent. But nothing was absolute. The East Unicorn continent wasn't considered small, and even if it was barren, Li Fuchen didn't believe that there wasn't a single stalk of Earth-class peak-tier herb. There might be some hidden domains that had yet to be discovered. If Li Fuchen relied on himself, it would definitely be hard to find them. But if he gathered the strength of the entire continent, there was still some hope. Yes, Alliance Master. Mu Hanxin felt his breathing getting a little hurried. His Wind Snow sect was also lacking an Earth-class low-tier technique. If he could cultivate this Earth-class low-tier technique to the extreme, his strength would reach a whole new level, and he would become the #2 expert in the 100-sect alliance. Noticing Mu Hanxin's change in expression, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Elder Mu doesn't have to be anxious. There will be a chance." He didn't have a low-rank Earth realm cultivation method now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't have one in the future. In the 7-color continent, Earth-level middle-rank cultivation techniques would basically not leak out, but Earth-level low-rank cultivation techniques could often be seen in major auctions. With enough spirit stones, he didn't have to worry about not being able to get it. Kanglan Peak. On this day, an aura that could burn the heavens soared into the sky and melted the snow. The Great Elder has broken through. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. With sufficient elixirs and spirit stones, Zhao Wujin recovered his cultivation a week ago, and with the Shedding Body Rebirth pill, he naturally advanced to the Shedding Body realm. The first level of Reincarnation realm might not be considered much in the East Unicorn continent, but the lifespan was doubled. If one took good care of themselves, they could live for more than 200 years. Congratulations to Elder Zhao for advancing to the Reincarnation realm. Everyone from the Azure Water sect came to congratulate, so did Wind Snow sects Mu Hanxin and the other upper echelons. Zhao Wujin smiled and cupped his fist from time to time. Advancing to the Reincarnation realm was his greatest wish in this life. Now that this wish had been fulfilled, with his current age, he could live for at least another 100 years in the future, which was enough for him to pursue higher ideals. Great Elder, congratulations. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived. Fuchen, thanks to you, this old one has been reborn. Zhao Wujin is grateful and emotional. Who would have thought that the Azure Billow sect disciple he favored more than a decade ago has not only become the ruler of the Eastling continent, but also helped him break through to the Shedding Body realm? Li Fuchen laughed. Grand Elder is blessed by the heavens. Even without my help, he will definitely break through to the Reincarnation realm one day. Alliance leader is right. Elder Zhao has a firm will. If he doesn't progress to the Reincarnation realm, it will be the East Unicorn continent's loss. This is heaven's will. Elder Zhao doesn't have to be modest. Elder Zhao, let's drink together when we have time. We Shedding Body realm have twice the lifespan of ordinary people. We should enjoy it. Everyone knew that Zhao Wujin and Li Fuchen had a close relationship. Hence, they were all sucking up to Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin knew that these people were sucking up to him because of Li Fuchen, but he was too happy today and didn't mind it at all as he greeted them passionately. Li Fuchen, when do you think I can progress to the Reincarnation realm? Zhao Mingyue asked from his side. Li Fuchen replied, there is no hurry. You will definitely reach the Reincarnation realm. I feel that you should expand your target, at least the Battle Spirit realm. Zhao Mingyue might only be a 4-star bone frame, but her bone frame was extremely rare. It was the one in a million pure Yin bone frame. The pure Yin bone frame was also a special bone frame and was blessed by the heavens in cultivation. In terms of pure cultivation talent, the 4-star pure Yin bone frame was comparable with the 5-star bone frame. If she reached the 7-color continent, there was a chance for her to progress to the Battle Spirit realm. After experiencing multiple upgrades to the bone frame, Li Fuchen had a feeling that the star grade of the bone frame wasn't the most important in the eyes of absolute experts. Because the star grade of the bone frame could be upgraded, the attribute of the bone frame was the most important. Extraordinary attributes were fine, but special attributes could only be innately possessed. Li Fuchen decided that if there was an opportunity, he would search for more herbs that could upgrade the bone frame Stargrade to upgrade his and Zhao Mingyue's bone frames. Once a special bone frame matured, it would truly be an invincible existence and must not be wasted. East Unicorn Continent's Northern Sea. A group of demonic beasts and demons were escorted by the sea beasts below. Among the group of demonic beasts and demons, there were 6 that were the most striking, and one of them was the Petrified Queen. The current Petrified Queen had more similarities to a human. Previously, her upper body might be a female human, but it was just the appearance. Right now, her upper body had completely turned into a female human. Her green hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were deep, and her chi presence was condensed. When she landed on the ground, even the soft beach was petrified. This was a phenomenon caused by an overly powerful chi presence that wasn't completely reserved. The second one was the Blood Devil King. Similar to the Petrified Queen, the Blood Devil King's chi presence had also increased greatly. He stood there like a blood-colored lake, and the surging chi presence had spread out, causing the air to be filled with a bloody and murderous chi presence. The third one was the mountain-shaking elephant. The mountain-shaking elephant's chi presence wasn't inferior to the Petrified Queen and was much stronger than the Blood Devil King. If the Blood Devil King was a blood-colored lake, then the mountain-shaking elephant was like a tall mountain. The heavy and oppressive chi presence had spread out and suppressed the air, causing the beach to sink. Let alone fighting with a mountain-shaking elephant, a regular person would probably have to endure the unbearable pressure. The fourth one was a Class 5 petrified demonic beast with an eagle head and a human body. This demonic beast looked extremely terrifying and had a pair of eyes that were bright like lightning, as though they could penetrate the soul spirit. The fifth one was a Class 5 petrified demonic beast with a dog head and a human body. This demonic beast looked ordinary, but only the Petrified Queen and the others knew that this howling moon hound was the strongest existence among the demonic beasts. Its body had the bloodline of the Demon King, Dark Moon Hound, and the concentration of the bloodline was even higher than the mountain-shaking elephant's bloodline. The last one was a demon. This demon had a silver horn on its head, and its chi presence was even stronger than the howling moon hound. Its status was extremely noble and far surpassed the Blood Devil King, because its body contained the bloodline of the silver-horned Great Demon King. The so-called Great Demon King was an existence that was at the pinnacle of the Demon King. It wasn't something that an ordinary Demon King could compare to. Demon Kings were the same as Demon Kings. They were both Class 7 existences. Other than these 6, the Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, and the other existences had a huge increase in chi presence. It was as though they had eaten some great nourishment and were reborn. Black Boss, many thanks for this. The Gopher King cupped his fists towards the sea rat demonic beast in the sea. This sea rat demonic beast didn't have a huge body. As compared to the Class 5 petrified demonic beasts that were over 100 feet or 1,000 feet in length, it was only a few dozen feet in length. Its body was covered with black and hard fur that were like steel needles. It had a pair of eyes that were much smaller compared to its body, but it was emitting an ominous glint that caused one to shiver. The sea rat demonic beast grinned and said, "If there's any business in the future, call me again. With me, Egu around, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey." Definitely, definitely. The Gopher King nodded repeatedly. The Howling Moonhound and the Silver-Horned Demon also squeezed out a trace of smile. They who lived on the Multitude Demon Island or the Disordered Devil Island knew how terrifying the sea rat race was. If they offended them, they could forget about going out to sea in the future. The massive sea rat race was able to force you into a corner. Even if their strength was superior to Hegu, the Howling Moonhound and the Silver-Horned Demon didn't dare put on airs and had to smile along. After Hegu and the sea rat race's demonic beasts left, the group of demonic beasts and demons flew towards the East Unicorn Continent's demonic 10 regions. After arriving at the demonic 10 regions and finding out that Li Fuchen and the 100 Sect Alliance had cleansed this place with blood, the Petrified Queen Blood Devil King mountain-shaking elephant, and the others had cold expressions. The eagle-headed demonic beast spoke viciously. If he dares to cleanse my demonic beast lineage with blood, I, the fierce wind eagle, will deal with him. He, the fierce wind eagle, was the number 2 prodigy on a multitude demon island and was just inferior to the azure moonhound. He didn't think highly of the East Unicorn continent. The petrified queen said, "Do not underestimate this child. He isn't just extremely powerful, he also has plenty of trump cards. Is his strength really that powerful?" The fierce wind eagle didn't believe it. The petrified queen said, "His strength is still stronger than the current me. If we fight alone, perhaps only Brother Howling Moon and Brother Silverhorn can deal with him." Li Fuchen gave her a deep impression. Not only did he have formidable strength, but his defense was also invincible. With those incredible trump cards, he was simply a killer god. If he is too weak, it will be too boring. Silverhorned, don't you think so? The Howling Moonhound laughed. The Silverhorned demon nodded. It is best if he is stronger, so that I can enjoy myself. After pausing for a moment, the Silverhorned demon revealed a bloodthirsty expression. There is no time like the present. Let's go to the human territory now. All right. The petrified queen nodded. With the Howling Moonhound and the Silverhorned demon around, she believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything. The Howling Moonhound and the Silverhorned demon were much stronger than the Evil King. A single one of them would be able to deal with Li Fuchen. If the two of them worked together, unless Li Fuchen still had that incredible firearm, he would definitely perish. Moreover, they had gained plenty from the Multitude Demon Island and the Disorder Devil Island, causing their strength to increase drastically. If they worked together, even 2 or 3 Li Fuchen wouldn't be enough. The group of demonic beasts and demons didn't stop for a moment and headed straight for the 100 Sects Alliance's Wind-Snow region. At the Wind-Snow Sect, it was snowing heavily and there was a vast expanse of whiteness. The Wind-Snow Sect's elder that was observing the external environment through the array was drinking a mouthful of tea and was preparing to change shifts. All of a sudden, his eyes contracted as there was an additional black in a light screen formed by the array power. The black dot was rushing over at an astounding speed. In the blink of the eye, the black dot revealed its true form, and it was a group of demonic beasts and demons. The petrified queen, blood devil king, mountain-shaking elephant, devil-pattern tiger power devil king, and others were all here. Apart from them, there were a few unfamiliar demonic beasts and demons that seemed to be stronger than the petrified queen. Enemy attack. Chapter 455. Outside the Wind-Snow Sect's grand formation, the sky had darkened without anyone noticing. Terrifying demonic chi and fiendish demon chi covered the sun and moon, forming a dense dark cloud phenomenon. Within a radius of several hundred miles, it was pitch black and violent, as though it was the end of the world. Li Fuchen, come out and die. Blood Demon King roared. He was beaten too badly by Li Fuchen last time and almost died. This time he must take revenge. The array split open and Li Fuchen flew out unhurriedly. As for Mu Hanxin, Li Fuchen didn't ask him to come out. It was mainly because Mu Hanxin wouldn't be of any use and would only distract Li Fuchen. There are a few more people. Why? Do you want to die together? Li Fuchen wasn't afraid at all. With his current strength, he wasn't someone that could be defeated with numbers. Arrogant. The fierce Gale Eagle still didn't believe the petrified queen's words. He felt that Li Fuchen wasn't that strong and that he alone was enough to deal with Li Fuchen. Which Tom, Dick, or Harry are you? Li Fuchen looked down at his opponent. Courting death. The fierce Gale Eagle was furious. He ignored the petrified queen's reminder and directly used his innate ability. He flapped his wings, and a crescent-shaped green wind blade was formed. The crescent-shaped wind blade was extremely violent and felt as though it was going to tear open the void as it slashed at Li Fuchen. Innate ability, Crescent Wind Blade. With this innate ability, the fierce Wind Eagle was confident that he could severely injure Li Fuchen. You dare to show off your insignificant skills. Li Fuchen sneered and thrust with his sword. The horrific sword field froze the crescent-shaped wind blade. The glaring blue sword light penetrated the fierce wind eagle's body and burst out from back. Puff! A bloody hole appeared on the body of the Gale Eagle, and its aura immediately weakened. How can he be so strong? The Gale Eagle was horrified, and he hurriedly circulated his demonic chi to attack the sword chi in his body. Otherwise, his life force would be completely destroyed by this terrifying sword chi. He's gotten stronger. Everyone, let's attack together. The petrified queen, the blood devil king, and the others were also shocked. Li Fuchen's sword move had stunned them. The fierce wind eagle's strength was almost on par with the evil king, but was actually severely injured by Li Fuchen in a single sword move. Li Fuchen's improvement speed was simply appalling, and it was even greater than their improvements on the Multitude Demon Island and the Disordered Devil Island. Petrification, blood lightning, rain of needles, roar of the tiger demon. The Petrification Queen's innate ability, petrification, was a top-notch innate ability. Under the envelopment of the petrification laws, if one didn't have the corresponding laws to resist, no matter how strong one was, one would be instantly petrified. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't underestimate the petrification technique. When he thrust with his sword field filled the entire place. When the Petrification Queen's petrification technique encountered the sword field, it immediately crumbled and didn't have a trace of power. He broke my petrification spell so easily. The Petrified Queen's pupil shrank. Previously, when she worked together with the evil king, Li Fuchen could only forcefully resist the petrify art. This time, he was actually able to break the petrify art. How could she not be shocked? Almost at the same time, the Blood Demon King's blood lightning technique and a mountain-shaking elephant's rain of needles clashed with the sword domain. Once the blood lightning technique that contained blood-colored lightning made contact with the sword domain, it instantly slowed down and was constantly weakening. When it entered the strongest region of the sword domain, there was a PFFF sound, and it was like a fireball that encountered the ocean. It was immediately extinguished. The mountain-shaking elephant's rain of needles wasn't any better. When enveloped by the sword domain, those elephant hairs that could penetrate metal and metal would lose 10% of their power for every inch they advanced. After advancing for 10 minutes, they would lose all their power and would be crushed into nothingness by the sword domain. As for the Devil Pattern Tiger's Tiger Demon Roar, it was even worse. It was smashed into smithereens by the sword domain and wasn't of any use at all. As for the attacks from the Power Devil King, Gopher King, and Winged Devil King, it was like using an egg to smash a rock. Li Fuchen's current High Heaven Sword domain wasn't the half-baked High Heaven Sword domain from a few months ago. The current High Heaven Sword domain contained the complete High Heaven Sword Tao Law, which was also the High Heaven Sword intent. With the support of the High Heaven Sword intent, the sword domain's power was terrifying and could easily freeze the enemy's attack. The Petrified Queen's Petrify technique wasn't able to resist the sword domain's attack, as the Petrify Law was disrupted and automatically disintegrated. As the sword domain expanded, the blue sword lights were like fish that shuttled through the void and interweaved like a net. High Heaven Sword Art's first move, Fish Back in Water. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. All the demonic beasts and demons wanted to retreat, but when enveloped by the sword domain, they felt as though they were in a swamp and their speed was more than 10 times slower. The first to perish was the Winged Devil King, followed by the Power Devil King, then the Devil Pattern Tiger. The Gopher King's combat strength wasn't considered powerful, but his survivability was exceptional. It was unknown what kind of innate ability he used as he turned into a phantom and burrowed into the ground. But it wasn't without a price. Half of his body had been destroyed by the sword lights. Even if he didn't die, he would need many years to recover. The mountain-shaking elephant quickly activated the Battle Heaven Tyrant body to protect himself and was barely able to resist. But from the looks of the situation, the Battle Heaven Tyrant body wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Once the Battle Heaven Tyrant body vanished, it would still be hard for him to escape death. As compared to the mountain-shaking elephant, the Blood Devil King was in a much more miserable state. He had tenacious vitality and was constantly expending blood devil chi and vitality to recover his injuries. But the blue sword lights were too ferocious and would drill in and out of his body. As time passed, he would definitely die. Among the demonic beasts and demons, only the petrified queen, howling moon hound, and the silver horn demon could resist. The petrified queen took out a shield which burst out with white radiance. When the blue sword lights slashed over, stone shards were scattered while the white radiance was shaking. It has only been a few months, and the Alliance leader's strength has actually reached such a terrifying level. Mu Hanxin originally thought that this was going to be a tough battle, but he didn't expect for a single sword from Li Fuchen to inflict severe casualties on enemies. The Alliance leader is invincible. Everyone in the Wind-Snow sect burst out with cheers. Previously, their hearts were in their throats as they were worried for Li Fuchen and also worried for the Wind-Snow sect's fate. Once Li Fuchen was defeated and perished, the Wind-Snow sect would definitely be eradicated. But the situation was out of their expectations. The enemies were very powerful, but Li Fuchen was even stronger. He was already so powerful that he could suppress them. If the time was rewound to a few months ago, Li Fuchen would probably be able to eliminate the demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao by himself. Overwhelming martial strength. This is true overwhelming martial strength. The Wind-Snow sect's supreme elders muttered. On the mountain peak where the Li clan was located, the Li clansmen were also able to see the scene outside through the light screen formed by the array power. When they saw Li Fuchen severely injuring the enemies with a single sword move, Li Tianhan and Shun Yuyin let out a deep breath. Li Xiaodai spoke with admiration. Big Brother Fuchen is too incredible. Li Tianhan laughed heartily. No matter how incredible he is still my son. Look at how beautiful you are. Shun Yuyin rolled her eyes at Li Tianhan, but the smile on the corner of her mouth had betrayed her expression. Outside the Wind-Snow sect's array, human, you are very strong. You're qualified for me to go all out. The howling moon hound let out a long howl. A slender and snow-white hound shadow rushed into the sky and howled at the sky. It was unknown if it was an illusion or a shadow, but there was actually an additional bright moon in the sky. A hound and a moon formed a beautiful yet horrific scene. The beautiful scene didn't last for too long. That bright moon instantly fused with the large dog's shadow. The large dog's shadow let out a long howl again, and a terrifying force was released. The blue sword lights that were shuttling back and forth in the void were all destroyed, and the High Heaven Sword domain was also forced back. Innate ability, Howling Moon. The Howling Moon Hound possessed the bloodline of the demonic beast king, the Dark Moon Hound. The Dark Moon Hound was adept at using the Dark Moon power. It was said that a single howl from the Dark Moon Hound could cause the spirit soul to crumble and the body to rot. The Howling Moon Hound might not have inherited such powerful power, but it had inherited a portion of the Dark Moon power. Such a powerful innate ability. Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Howling Moon Hound's innate ability obviously contained powerful laws, and these laws seemed to be related to the bright moon. The blue sword lights were extinguished, and the Blood Devil King was finally able to keep his life. He had a lingering fear in his heart, and was gnashing his teeth with hatred. When did the Blood Devil King become so weak and was almost killed so easily? Shooting Star. After neutralizing Li Fuchen's sword art, the Howling Moon Hound started to execute its second innate ability. The second innate ability was actually one with the first innate ability. The large hound shadow that was much clearer opened its mouth and shot out a bright pillar of light at Li Fuchen. Just in time. High Heaven Sword. It was also a High Heaven Sword move, but the fourth move, High Heaven Sword, was definitely the strongest move. It was also the move with the most intense High Heaven Sword intent. When the sword was brandished, the High Heaven Sword field burst out again. But this time, the range was much smaller and it was fanned out at the Howling Moon Hound. In the next moment, the glaring sword light seemed like it was going to distort the void and extinguish the spirit soul. PFFF. There was a sound like a piece of cloth being torn. The bright pillar of light was split open, and a sharp sword intent was aimed at the Howling Moon Hound's forehead. Not good. The Howling Moonhound realized that it still underestimated Li Fuchen. It wanted to retreat, but there was no time. Extinguish. At the side, the Silver Horn Demon pulled out the silver horn on its head and shattered the sword light. The Silver Horn Demon was rather similar to the Horned Devil King. Even their attack methods were very similar. In fact, both of them were from the Horned Demon race, but the Horned Devil King was just a regular Horned Demon, while the Silver Horn Demon was a royal race of the Horned Demon race. Its bloodline was much more noble than the Horned Devil King. The silver horn on its head naturally contained the power of law and was able to shatter anything that was tangible or intangible. Interesting, I can use this to enhance the High Heaven Sword art. Comprehending the High Heaven Sword intent didn't mean that Li Fuchen's High Heaven Sword art was at the perfection rank. He had only comprehended the High Heaven Sword intent at the initial stage and had yet to utilize the High Heaven Sword intent to the limits. One man and one sword. Li Fuchen fought with the Howling Moonhound and the Silver Horn Demon. As for the Petrified Queen and the others, they had all backed off. This level of battle wasn't something they could participate in. After a few dozen moves, the Howling Moonhound's body started to be stained with blood. Li Fuchen's High Heaven Sword art was too sharp and would always stab from unimaginable angles. The Howling Moonhound couldn't even dodge and could only try to avoid the vital parts. Chapter 456. Shooting Star Combo. Beams of pure light blasted at Li Fuchen. The Howling Moondog was going all out. Seeming to understand that this was the most crucial moment, the Petrified Queen and the other existences also launched their attacks. The Petrified Queen raised her tail and shot out a white ray of light from the tip of her tail. This was also a type of petrification called Petrification Ray. As compared to the regular Petrify technique, the Petrify Ray was more concentrated and had greater power. It was enough to penetrate Li Fuchen's sword field. The mountain-shaking elephant's body was covered in a layer of dark yellow halo. Its long trunk was like a whip that lashed at Li Fuchen with prowess and dominance. The Blood Devil King's hands each formed a blood-colored ball of light that was emitting lightning and blasted at Li Fuchen. The Gale Eagle also slashed out with its innate ability, Crescent Windblade. At the same time, many sharp awls soared into the sky from underground. It was the Gopher King's attack. Of course, the biggest threat was still the Silver Horn Demon. The silver horn in his hand suddenly enlarged and was like a heavenly pillar that cleaved at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. A massive and horrific power of law was used on Li Fuchen's body, causing Li Fuchen's movements to be much slower. His chi defense had even collapsed and exploded in the air. Are you risking your life? Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with cold light and overflowed with murderous aura. It's time to end this. Li Fuchen changed his sword intent and executed the Green Sun sword intent. Compared to the High Heaven sword art, the Green Sun sword intent was undoubtedly much more terrifying and harder to defend against. After all, the High Heaven sword art had moves to speak of, and there were signs to follow. However, the Green Sun sword intent had no moves at all, and there were no signs to follow. As Li Fuchen brandished the Joint Heaven sword, a boundless green light suddenly burst out. Like a green sun, the green light filled the entire place. Within a radius of a few dozen miles, every inch of space was filled with the green light. The first to scream was the Gopher King. His entire body melted like a candle. Because the green radiance came too suddenly and violently, he didn't even have time to dig into the ground before he was turned into ashes. The second to fall was the Blood Devil King. With his tenacious vitality, he could no longer hold on. In just 2 breaths of time, he was turned into ashes. The third to fall was the Gale Eagle. With his strength, he shouldn't have fallen so quickly. But who asked him to be the first to jump out and was severely injured by Li Fuchen? Before he died, he spread his wings and tried to fly, but in the end, he turned into a pile of ashes. The fourth to fall was the mountain-shaking elephant. His battle Heaven Tyrant body might be a true innate ability, but it was still too shallow. How could it resist against Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent? At this point, only the Petrified Queen, the Howling Moonhound, and the Silver Horn Demon were left. However, the 3 of them did not have it easy either. They were constantly being corroded by the green light. The sword domain and the sword light are one. The petrified queen was experienced and knowledgeable, so she was extremely shocked. Li Fuchen's high heaven sword arts, sword field, and sword light weren't a single entity and were merely complementing each other. But for the green sun sword intent, the sword field and sword light were actually fused together. How was Li Fuchen going to fight? As long as the target was enveloped by the sword field, it would be a frontal attack from Li Fuchen. It was simply confusing the boundaries between area of effect attacks and single target attacks. There was no longer any difference between the two. The protective white light was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The petrified queen's eyes flashed with a trace of bitterness. The demonic 10 regions had truly perished this time. Of the 10 original demonic 10 regions lords, she was the only survivor. Furthermore, from today onwards, she had to conceal herself and avoid being discovered by humans. Otherwise, if she faced Li Fuchen alone, she would definitely perish. An innate ability that was different from the petrify technique was brewing. The petrified queen had a deep intention to retreat. The wider the range of the green sun sword intent, the weaker the power. Earlier on, the large area of effect attack's power is only comparable to the high heaven sword art. It might even be inferior. Li Fuchen started to shrink the green sun sword intent. When the green sun sword intent had shrunk by half, the petrified queen and the howling moon hound couldn't withstand it anymore. The petrified queen's body surged with white light. In the next moment, an illusory white figure flew out, and in the blink of the eye, it was already dozens of miles away. After a few flashes, it vanished without a trace. In the original spot, there was a stone statue of the petrified queen. Under the attack of the green sun sword intent, the stone statue was rapidly disintegrated. Escape innate ability, huh? Li Fuchen frowned. The petrified queen's escape innate ability was extremely powerful, but it was mainly because he was careless. If he went all out, he was certain he could kill the petrified queen in an instant. Forget it, it is just a petrified queen, and she won't be able to create any waves. If she dares to show herself, I will just need a single sword to kill her. Li Fuchen turned his eyes to the Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horn Demon. The Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horn Demon had the intention to retreat too. But why would Li Fuchen give them a chance? The Green Sun Sword intent was rapidly shrinking. The Howling Moon Hound's body was emitting green smoke. Within the green smoke, the large hound's shadow was struggling violently as though it was trying to tear open the cage and escape. The large hound's shadow contained traces of the Dark Moon power, and the Dark Moon power contained traces of the Great Een power and Time power. Li Fuchen's Green Sun Sword intent might be powerful, but it was still hard to extinguish the Dark Moon power on the large hound shadow. As compared to the Howling Moon Hound, the Silver Horn Demon looked much better. He inserted the silver horn back into his head, and a valiant power of law protected him. Interesting. Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Howling Moon Hound and the Silver Horn Demon. The two of them weren't considered especially powerful and were only slightly stronger than the Megalodon races by Gula. But as compared to the Megalodon, their innate bloodlines were too powerful. Die! The Green Sun Sword intent shrunk, and Li Fuchen slashed at the Howling Moon Hound. This time, the Howling Moon Hound couldn't resist the Green Sun Sword intent anymore. The large hound's shadow turned into green smoke and vanished before the Howling Moon Hound crumbled. Flee! The Silver Horn Demon took advantage of the instant when Li Fuchen killed the Howling Moon Hound to flee. I will let you escape. Li Fuchen brandished the Joint Heaven Sword, and a sword chi pillar caught up to the Silver Horn Demon. The Silver Horn Demon's defense wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that even Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to block a single slash from the Green Sun Sword intent. There was a crackling sound as the Silver Horn Demon was split into two by the sword chi pillar. Human, you cannot kill me. I am from the Silver Horn Royal Clan of the Horn Demon race. The Silver Horned Demon forcefully closed his body and roared out in a threatening manner. Die! Li Fuchen didn't bother and executed another slash. Bang! This time, The silver horn demon's body exploded and was turned into nothingness by the sword Qi. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked the silver horn demon's silver horn over. This silver horn was very mystical and didn't suffer any damage from the green sun sword intense attack. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the horn and saw plenty of natural patterns. These patterns contained the charm of laws and were extremely tyrannical. I heard that he is from the Silver Horn Royal clan of the Horn Demon race. It seems like he is indeed extraordinary. Withdrawing the silver horn, Li Fuchen looked around and sighed in his heart. From today onwards, the demonic 10 regions would become history, and he would be the person that changed history. It might sound glorious, but it was also a little melancholic. After all, days without opponents were always lonely. Soon enough, Li Fuchen got excited again. Chapter 457. As the demonic 10 regions became history, the East Unicorn continent gradually calmed down. But it was only peaceful life. Everything that happened in the East Unicorn continent had become a topic of conversation. There were even people who recorded these events in novels and books. A few hundred years later, these books might become ancient records of history. The two most important figures in the books were the Evil King and Li Fuchen. The former had dominated the East Unicorn continent for several years, causing the 100 Sects Alliance and the demonic 10 regions to tremble with fear. But because of the Evil King's existence, the East Unicorn continent was relatively peaceful and there weren't any large-scale wars. The Evil King was naturally evil, but without the Evil King, the East Unicorn continent would probably be in a worse state. Without the Evil King's shackles, the demonic 10 regions wouldn't let go of the 100 Sects Alliance and would have already invaded. If the Evil King was said to be the prologue to the turbulent times in the East Unicorn continent, then Li Fuchen was the one who ended the darkness of the East Unicorn continent. Since ancient times, it was hard to find a legendary figure that was comparable to Li Fuchen. It wasn't to say that Li Fuchen's strength was formidable. After all, no matter how formidable Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be comparable to Battle Spirit Realm Masters or Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. But Li Fuchen's experiences and development were definitely the most legendary. During the initial phase, he was just a normal bone frame and wasn't valued by anyone. After entering the Azure Water sect, he started his legendary life. Origin Realm at the age of 16. Earth Realm at the age of 19. Heaven Realm at the age of 21. Third level of Reincarnation Realm at the age of 27. To be honest, Li Fuchen's age of entering the Origin Realm and Earth Realm wasn't considered top-notch. The East Unicorn Continent's elite prodigies with 6-star bone frames will be able to reach the Origin Realm at the age of 13 and the Earth Realm at the age of 16. But reaching the Heaven Realm at the age of 21 was already the standard of an elite prodigy. Furthermore, he was considered to be outstanding among the elite prodigies. As for reaching the third level of Reincarnation Realm at the age of 27, it was something that had never happened in the history of the East Unicorn Continent. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was getting faster and more ridiculous. For others, the further they progressed, the longer it would take for them to break through. However, he maintained a constant pace and would usually break through a realm in a few years. Be it the Origin Realm, the Earth Realm, or the Heaven Realm, it was the same. It was fine if it was just his cultivation talent, but Li Fuchen's life path was even more legendary. The Azure Water sect's Outer Sect number 1 disciple, Inner Sect number 1 disciple, suppressed the Heaven Fiend sect's Inner Sect prodigies in the 100 Herbs hidden domain, then became the Azure Water sect's number 1 direct disciple, followed by the Stars Rankings number 1 and the Continent's number 1 prodigy. In his entire life, he had never been defeated among the younger generation. There was not a single Heavens chosen who could pose a threat to him. As long as he appeared, he would be the most eye-catching existence, the most invincible one. According to the normal development trajectory, Li Fuchen would need at least another few decades before he could compete with the older generation. But Li Fuchen broke this rule. After disappearing for close to 2 years, Li Fuchen returned domineeringly and suppressed the 100 Sects Alliance to become the Alliance leader. He eradicated the demonic 10 regions, eliminated the evil Tao, and ruled the East Unicorn Continent. The people who wrote the legend of Li Fuchen used an idiom to describe Li Fuchen. This idiom is unprecedented. He meant that there was no such person in ancient times, and he was afraid that there would be no such person in the future. The appearance of such a person was a legend, a myth that couldn't be repeated. As Li Fuchen had too many halos and was too dazzling, there were countless storytellers in the major tea houses and restaurants of the East Unicorn Continent that would exaggerate Li Fuchen's deeds. They would start from the cloud mist city until Li Fuchen ruled the East Unicorn Continent and became the supreme existence of the East Unicorn Continent. Due to personal hobbies and unknown details, everyone had their own version. Some of the martial artists who liked to travel would hear different versions of Li Fuchen in different cities. But no one would delve into this problem, as it wasn't important anymore. Li Fuchen became a legendary figure, and his birthplace, the Cloud Mist City, had naturally become a legendary city. Countless martial artists would basically head to the Cloud Mist City for sightseeing every day. They treated this place as a sacred city in their hearts and hoped to get some of the legendary aura from this place. Just as the entire continent was pursuing Li Fuchen had already returned to the Seven-Color Continent. Before this, he had returned to the Seven-Color Continent a few times and brought a large number of Earth-class low-tier equipment for everyone. But this time, he probably wouldn't be back for a short period of time. South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute. Li Fuchen, where did you go? Why did you disappear for such a long time? Inner Institute's Class 9? And Shimei asked curiously. Li Fuchen replied, I was delayed by some matters. Then you sure delayed for a long time. And Shimei laughed. Li Fuchen didn't just delay for 1 or 2 months, he was delayed for half a year. During this half a year, Li Fuchen was nowhere to be seen. Li Fuchen asked, did anything happen in the South Forest Martial Institution recently? He had left for too long, and he might have returned a few times, but he had been rushing around the major cities to purchase large quantities of Earth-class low-tier equipment. He didn't have the time to pay attention to the South Forest Martial Institution. Half a year isn't a short period of time, and it is natural for many things to happen. Just like you, the Dean's in-room cadet, Wang Heilong. He is now the number 3 ranker of the power rankings and has awakened the fledgling form of the Darkness Divine ability. His strength is astounding, and even Senior Zhao Han isn't a match. Wang Heilong. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change. Li Fuchen was clear about Zhao Han's strength, and he was around the strength of a regular 11th or 12th level reincarnation realm. After half a year, even if Zhao Han had rapid progress, he probably wouldn't exceed the 13th level. From the looks of it, Wang Heilong's strength was probably at the 12th or 13th level of reincarnation realm and wasn't considered weak. In the Seven-Color Continent, Li Fuchen couldn't expose the 6-star secret technique, Bronze Sword Essence, within a short period of time. Therefore, his strength was 3 levels lower than in the East Unicorn Continent. Losing 3 levels of strength was rather significant. Of course, even if Li Fuchen didn't use the Bronze Sword Essence with his current strength, he didn't need to bother about the rankers on the power rankings. Seeing that Li Fuchen's expression didn't change, and Xinmei was even more curious. After not seeing him for a period of time, Li Fuchen's chi presence had a huge change. It seemed like he had a huge improvement, but she didn't know what stage he had reached and how would he compare with the top 3 rankers of the power rankings. Also, Senior Situ Tao, who is number 1 on the power rankings, has already awakened the true soft water divine ability. He used a single move to severely injure an Inner Institute mentor. When talking about Situ Tao, and Xinmei couldn't help but have traces of worship on her face. Situ Tao was the number 1 of the South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute's power rankings. He was at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm and had awakened the powerful soft water divine ability. Regardless of which aspect, he was considered top-notch. The South Forest Martial Institution's Inner Institute mentors might only be at the high level of Reincarnation Realm, but as compared to the high-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists in the outside world, they were at least 2 times stronger. The Inner Institute minor that fought with Situ, Tao didn't just cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. He also cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. His strength was formidable enough to instantly kill a bunch of high-level reincarnation realm martial artists in the outside world. It was a pity that he was still inferior to Situ Tao and was severely injured in a single move. Situ Tao, huh? He seems rather formidable. Li Fuchen nodded. Li Fuchen knew that Situ Tao was the same as him and also cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Furthermore, Situ Tao's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Li Fuchen and was considered a worthy opponent. He isn't just formidable. The South Forest Martial Institution's upper echelons have already appointed Senior Situ Tao as the seeded contestant for the 24 Martial Institution's rankings tournament. And Shi Mei rolled her eyes at Li Fuchen. Chapter 458. Li Fuchen's return didn't cause any commotion. There was still one more year before the 24 Martial Institution's rankings tournament would begin. Many Inner Institute cadets who had hidden themselves well would start to show their strength. Almost every other month, the rankings and characters on the power rankings would change. In comparison, Li Fuchen's return didn't attract much attention. Only the dean came over to inquire and instructed Li Fuchen to work hard and make sufficient preparations for the 24 Martial Institution's rankings tournament. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Even if his strength didn't have any changes after 1 year, he was still confident he could obtain a good ranking in the rankings tournament. Of course, just because he didn't mind didn't mean that Li Fuchen wouldn't cultivate diligently. The path of the martial Tao was endless, and he couldn't afford to slack off now. Arriving at the Inner Institute's mission plaza, Li Fuchen started to search for suitable missions. He had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 25th rank. If he wanted to cultivate the 26th and 27th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, he would need sufficient contribution points. Contribution points could only be obtained by completing missions or participating in tournaments for the martial institutions. For example, in the 24 Martial Institutions rankings tournament, as long as one could enter the top 100, there would be a large amount of contribution points. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points. But there was still 1 year before the rankings tournament, and Li Fuchen couldn't wait. There were plenty of people at the Mission Plaza. Unlike Li Fuchen, most of the Inner Institute cadets would need to accumulate contribution points if they wanted to cultivate Earth-class, mid-tier martial arts or cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen was able to learn the first 25 ranks of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique for free because he was the Dean's in-room cadet. Submit a Class 5 high-tier Demonic Beast, Scarlet Mist Beast's Demon Core. 500 contribution points. Only 500 contribution points? Li Fuchen shook his head. Redeeming the 26th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique required 20,000 contribution points. The 27th rank required 50,000 contribution points. 500 contribution points was definitely inadequate. Changing to another mission panel, Li Fuchen continued to search. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a mission that was suitable for him. Head to the Black King Hidden Domain to collect the Black King True Water. 500 contribution points per 500 G, no upper limit. Black King Hidden Domain? Li Fuchen unintentionally heard of it from a few of the Inner Institute cadets. A long time ago, the Seven Color Continent wasn't ruled by the current 7 Monarch class factions. Back then, there were plenty of sects and the rise of tyrants. This Black King Hidden Domain was occupied by a Monarch class faction, the Black King sect. Hence, it was renamed as the Black King Hidden Domain. According to the records, only those below the Battle Spirit realm and below the age of 40 could enter the Black King Hidden Domain. The Black King Hidden Domain would automatically condense a type of Black True Water. It was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of Battle Spirit Realm Masters and was extremely valuable. However, it was extremely difficult to collect the Black King True Water. Putting aside the intense competition for the Black King True Water, just collecting the Black King True Water wasn't an easy task. The Black King True Water was extremely corrosive and could easily corrode a reincarnation realm martial artist in a clear water. 1 caddy is 500. 10 caddies will be 5,000. Let's go take a look first. Li Fuchen looked around and felt that harvesting the Black King True Water at the Black King Hidden Domain was the fastest way to earn contribution points. As for the other missions, the highest reward was only around 1,000 contribution points. Furthermore, the mission difficulty was extremely high and it was very time-consuming. Li Fuchen, are you going to the Black King Hidden Domain? Not far away, and Shimei walked over. This mission board had been stuck with the mission of gathering Black King True Water all year round. Therefore, she knew of Li Fuchen's choice. What, you want to go too? Li Fuchen asked in return, and Shimei said, I have already been there several times. It is a pity that the competition is too intense and the difficulty of collecting the Black King True Water is too high. I have only collected a total of 5 caddies of Black King True Water. The 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament was going to be held in 1 year. She was still lacking a little more contribution points to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier martial arts lower section. Without the lower section, she would need to spend a longer time to have any accomplishments. It was just like how Li Fuchen's High Heaven Sword Art had 4 moves. If he could only learn 2 moves, he would need several times more time to push the High Heaven Sword Art to the trance stage. If Li Fuchen had all 4 moves, he would be able to cultivate it much faster. As long as he could master the 4th move, the High Heaven Sword Art would naturally reach the trance stage and comprehend the High Heaven Sword intent. Is it so difficult to collect? And Shimei was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. From her tone, it seemed like she wouldn't even be able to collect 500 G at a time. Chapter 459. After Li Fuchen and the others left, Lu Qing gradually recovered. Standing up, Lu Qing had an extremely gloomy expression and was extremely embarrassed. In front of Shimei, he had been suppressed by Li Fuchen twice and had lost all his dignity. Li Fuchen, this matter isn't over. Just you wait. Lu Qing didn't leave the Black King Hidden Domain and chose a direction that was on the left from Li Fuchen. The Black King Hidden Domain was vast and had plenty of basins. In the center of each basin, there was a dried spring. Around the dried spring, there were dozens of inner courtyard cadets sitting cross-legged, and all of them had extraordinary auras. In the vicinity of one of the basins, and Shimei said, it isn't too safe for so many of us to guard a basin. There might be basins that don't have any Black King True Water for a month or 2. Why don't we split up with the perception token and activate the perception token when the Black King True Water appears in the basin? The others will then be able to rush over in time. I agree with Senior N's plan. I wonder how are we going to split the Black King True Water? A 3rd level Reincarnation Realm inner courtyard cadet named Gulong asked. And Shimei took a glance at Li Fuchen and said, Li Fuchen is the strongest. With him around, we will be able to obtain enough Black King True Water. Therefore, I feel that Li Fuchen should take 40% and the rest of us will split it evenly. Senior N, if we obtain less Black King True Water, wouldn't we be working for nothing? I feel that this method of distribution isn't reasonable. Another 3rd level Reincarnation Realm inner courtyard cadet named Chun Chong shook his head and said, he knew that Li Fuchen was very strong and would be a decisive factor in the contest for the Black King True Water. But he was here to collect the Black King True Water. If the Black King True Water wasn't as much as before, what was the point of working together? He might as well work alone. Li Fuchen said, I feel that it isn't reasonable too. In response, and Shimei looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. Li Fuchen asked, in the past, how much Black King True Water were you able to collect in a single trip to the Black King Hidden Domain? And Shimei said, my best is 8 tails, 5 or 6 tails at least. My best is 7 tails, 4 or 5 tails at least. The few of them spoke one after another. Li Fuchen smiled and said, it also means that your harvest won't be more than 500 G, right? And Shimei nodded. Li Fuchen continued, there are a total of 5 of us. If the total harvest isn't more than 5 kilograms, then we will split it evenly. I don't mind this amount of Black King True Water. What if it exceeds 5 kilograms? The one who spoke was a female student from the inner yard called Hu Ling. Li Fuchen said, if it exceeds 5 kilograms, I will take 30%. If it exceeds 7 kilograms, I will take 40%. If it exceeds 10 kilograms, I will take 50%. If it exceeds 20 kilograms, I will take 60%. If it exceeds 15 kilograms, I will take 70%. After that, it will be the same. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to make it too complicated as he required too many contribution points. Therefore, he didn't consider anything below 5 kilograms. If he could only gather this amount of Black King True Water, it didn't make a difference if he had more or less. Originally, he had planned to divide it equally if it was less than 5 caddies, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was better to divide it into smaller portions. For example, if it was less than 10 caddies, everyone would split it equally, and each person would get 1 caddy. If it was more than 10 caddies, if it was 12 caddies, he would get half, and the rest would only get 1 caddy and 5 tails, which would be less than 10 caddies. This would make some people unhappy. Although Li Fuchen didn't care if the other party was satisfied or not, but since they were partners, they naturally had to be harmonious. I hope my luck is better. Li Fuchen's target wasn't just a mere 10 caddies. He even felt that 15 caddies was too little. But he didn't have any experience and didn't know how much Black King True Water he could gather on his first try. Then we shall follow Li Fuchen's plan to divide the Black King True Water. And Xinmei started to distribute the perception tokens. Perception tokens were very common on the 7-color continent. As long as one poured qi into the other party's perception token, they would be able to sense each other. The range of the perception token would be different according to the grade of the token. And Xinmei's perception token had a range of 1,000 miles and was considered rather ordinary. After distributing the perception tokens, the 5 split up, and Li Fuchen chose the basin in front of him. The basin was already occupied by dozens of inner yard cadets. They weren't too far away from each other and weren't too close either. Furthermore, their distances were almost the same. If Li Fuchen rashly entered, it would definitely cause disharmony. Li Fuchen didn't know if the spring in this basin would produce the Black King True Water. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged at the edge of the basin. Time elapsed slowly. Li Fuchen realized that his qi and qi were getting heavier. The Black King Hidden Domain's Heaven and Earth qi had an extreme penetration ability. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if he used his qi protection, he wouldn't be able to stop the Heaven and Earth qi from seeping in. It seems like I can only stay in the Black King Hidden Domain for around a month. Li Fuchen estimated and said to himself, East Unicorn Continent, 100 Battle Region. This region was the East Unicorn Continent's region of wind and cloud. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many absolute experts had fallen in this place. Therefore, this region had the most secrets and the most dangerous places. Unless one's cultivation was at the battle spirit realm, it wouldn't be easy to explore the secrets of the 100 Battle region. On this day, an absolutely beautiful figure appeared in the 100 Battle region. It was Yin Qingwu. It was unknown how she cultivated. Previously, when she made a move, she was only at the first level of reincarnation realm. Right now, she was already at the second level of reincarnation realm. If this cultivation speed was made known, it would be enough to shock the world. The East Unicorn Continent's laws are too weak. It is already very rare for Battle Spirit Realm Masters to be born. It is impossible for Primary Sea Realm Monarchs to be born. Those Primary Sea Realm Monarchs from ancient times should have come from other continents, or they left this continent to cultivate to the Primary Sea Realm. It also means to say that the East Unicorn Continent must have a continent's teleportation array. Yin Qingwu wanted to leave the East Unicorn Continent. If she didn't leave the East Unicorn Continent, her limit would be the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm. It was impossible for her to reach the Primary Sea Realm, let alone the Great Emperor Realm, because the continent's laws didn't allow it. A vertical eye pattern appeared on Yin Qingwu's glabella. Yin Qingwu looked for a direction and gradually ventured deeper into the 100 Battle region. Half a day later, Yin Qingwu arrived at the Land of Fog that Li Fuchen visited previously. The Land of Fog was massive, and for thousands of years, no one was able to truly explore the secrets of the Land of Fog. Back then, Li Fuchen and the others merely used a map of the tomb to find the location of the tomb in the Land of Fog. But as compared to the entire Land of Fog, the tomb was just one of the secrets and could only be considered the tip of the iceberg of the Land of Fog. Different from Li Fuchen and the others, Yin Qingwu seemed to be able to see through the fog, and it was related to the vertical eye pattern on her glabella. Another half a day later, Yin Qingwu arrived at a small valley. This valley looked very ordinary and didn't seem to be special. The spatial wave is coming from here. If I didn't sense it wrongly, this valley either has spatial crystals or a teleportation array. Yin Qingwu muttered to herself. Without any hesitation, Yin Qingwu walked into the valley. Just as Yin Qingwu stepped into the small valley, a gust of black wind suddenly blew over. This black wind was very unusual and had a chilling sensation that could freeze the soul spirit. But everywhere it passed through, there wasn't any frost on the ground. Yin Qingwu's eyes burst out with radiance as she drew her black curved saber and slashed in the air. Void slash. A black halo spread out, and within the halo, there were countless black saber lights. PFFF. The black wind was formless, and it was a pity that in the face of the black halo, it was instantly dispersed. What saber art is this? A sharp voice echoed. In the next moment, a weasel that was as tall as a human appeared in front of Yin Qingwu. This weasel had intelligent eyes and looked gentle and polite. But Yin Qingwu could see the craftiness and cruelty in the depths of its eyes. I didn't think that there would be an existence like you in the Land of Fog. With Yin Qingwu's eyes, how could she not see that the weasel's strength wasn't weak among the 10 demonic region lords? Human, what is the meaning of you barging into my territory without any reason? The weasel cupped its fist and lowered its head while its eyes flashed with a cold light. You are courting death. Yin Qingwu didn't even turn around as she thrust her black curved saber backwards. PFFF. Fresh blood splattered as the other weasel was sent flying. There was a saber wound on its chest. At the same moment, the weasel in front of Yin Qingwu suddenly vanished. It was just an illusion. Enchant. The injured weasel's eyes were fierce and cruel. A massive weasel head illusion enveloped Yin Qingwu. The weasel head illusion opened its eyes. Its emotionless eyes released a light that could confuse one's soul. They were like 2 evil gems. Quite a powerful innate ability. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. The vertical eye on Yin Qingwu's forehead shot out a beam of light and instantly tore apart the weasel head illusion. The weasel panicked. Its innate ability, Enchant, was its greatest trump card. Yet, it couldn't do anything to Yin Qingwu. Die! The black curved saber in Yin Qingwu's hand surged with saber light as she slashed at the weasel. This saber contained powerful saber Dao laws. Once the saber was unleashed, the weasel was immediately frozen in place. With a swooshing sound, the void seemed to have been slashed apart. The weasel was split into 2 from head to toe and was immediately shredded into nothingness by the saber chi. After killing the weasel, Yin Qingwu's expression didn't change. At her peak, she had killed countless emperor-rank existences. A mere class 5 peak tier demonic beast wasn't enough to move her. Sheathing the black curved saber, Yin Qingwu entered the small valley. In the center of the small valley, Yin Qingwu noticed an ancient teleportation platform. The spatial wave was emitted from the teleportation platform. On the teleportation platform, there were hundreds of grooves. Yin Qingwu took out hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and placed them evenly in the grooves. In just a short moment, the teleportation platform that hadn't been activated for countless years emitted a dreamy radiance. It is fortunate that it can be used. Yin Qingwu turned around and took a glance. This glance felt as though she had seen her hazy early years and her worries. It was unknown why, but Li Fuchen's figure had also flashed by. Exhaling forcefully, Yin Qingwu stepped onto the teleportation platform. Buzz. Chapter 460. In just one day, the response token on Li Fuchen's body trembled a little. The Black King True Water has appeared. Li Fuchen stood up and was preparing to leave. With a glance, he noticed that there were plenty of people standing up in the basin. It seemed like they were the same as him and had response tokens. As long as their companions discovered the Black King True Water in another basin, they would activate the response token to notify them. Apart from them, those who didn't receive the notification could simply follow others. After all, no one would leave for no reason, and the reason must be because their companions discovered the Black King True Water. As such, the competition is indeed intense. Li Fuchen flew towards the direction of the response. A large group of people followed behind him. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of another basin. When Hu Ling saw Li Fuchen, she quickly welcomed him. "Senior Fuchen, the Black King True Water has appeared here. It looks like there's a lot of it, and it is around a dozen kg. A dozen kg, huh?" Li Fuchen looked at the basin, and it was already a complete mess. There were at least 100 individuals contesting for the Black King True Water. At this moment, no one would pursue the matter, even if they were killed. After all, the battle was too chaotic, and if they were afraid of being killed, they could simply not join in. If they joined and were killed, they deserved it. At almost the same time, Shinmei and the others had also arrived. "The four of you don't need to join in. I will go alone." Li Fuchen was afraid the four of them would be killed and said, "You alone?" And Shinmei hesitated. Li Fuchen waved his hand. "I know my limits." While speaking, Li Fuchen burst out and executed the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Rumble. The Ardent Sun Palm, that was a few feet in size, was like a palm-shaped sun. Not only was the palm force astounding, but the blazing and violent field power was also extremely astounding. With one palm strike, at least 20 people were sent flying. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the trance stage, and its power wasn't inferior to the High Heaven Sword Art. The Ardent Sun Palm field that contained the Ardent Sun Palm intent was enough to suppress and destroy everything. Even those with attack power comparable to Li Fuchen would be captured by the Ardent Sun Palm field and wouldn't be able to put up a fight. The strength of the field power would almost determine the victor. Who is it? With Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm, most of the people in the basin were chased out. If Li Fuchen didn't show mercy, it was unknown if these people would still be alive. Standing in the center of the basin, Li Fuchen said, "I want half of this Black King True Water." "You?" There were experts among the crowd too, such as the two standing opposite of Li Fuchen. These two individuals were at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. When Li Fuchen executed a palm strike earlier, it was easily neutralized by the two of them. "Li Fuchen, I know the one on the left. He is the number 3 ranker of the Battle Saber Martial Institution, Lu Hong." And Shinmei's voice transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. After hearing Shinmei's transmitted message, Li Fuchen nodded. He knew of the Battle Saber Martial Institution, and it was ranked 14th among the 24 martial institutions. It was one rank higher than the South Forest Martial Institution. This martial institution might be called the Battle Saber Martial Institution, but not everyone was a saber wielder. Of course, this Lu Hong was definitely a saber wielder, and his saber art was rather good. The saber art that he executed earlier should be an Earth-class mid-tier saber art, and had reached the perfection stage. His strength was probably around the strength of a regular 13th level Reincarnation Realm expert, and was comparable with Li Fuchen when he executed the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. But Lu Heng's field power wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. "Just me? How about it?" Li Fuchen took a glance at the mouth of the spring in the center of the basin. The mouth of the spring was the size of a fist, and there was a huge amount of spring water. The spring water was a lump of ink-like liquid, and it didn't disperse. It was squirming slightly as though it was alive. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would know that this ink-like liquid was the Black King True Water. Li Fuchen extended his hand and drew a trace of Black King True Water from the spring water into his hand. TSS, TSS, TSS. The spring water dispersed, and the Black King True Water made contact with Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Chi. In an instant, black smoke was emitted, and the Ardent Sun Chi was being corroded at a visible speed. Splash! A drop of Black King True Water landed on Li Fuchen's finger. Li Fuchen felt a burning pain on his finger as though it was branded by a red-hot iron. The ardent sun chi surged again, and Li Fuchen tossed the black king true water into the spring water. No wonder it was so difficult to collect the black king true water. With his chi intensity, he could only absorb a trace of the black king true water at a time. It was impossible to collect all the black king true water in an instant, unless his cultivation was at the battle spirit realm. Battle spirit realm masters weren't able to enter the black king hidden domain. The black king true water is actually unable to corrode his body. Lu Heng's eyes contracted. Even if it was him, if the black king true water touched his palm would be crippled, but Li Fuchen was obviously fine. Lu Heng wasn't a fool, and he knew that Li Fuchen's body refinement level should be extremely high. It was at least above the chi cultivation level and was much higher. I agree to your request, but I don't care about the others. Lu Heng's eyes changed a few times before he finally said slowly. If Li Fuchen's body refinement level wasn't high, Lu Heng wouldn't give in no matter what. But after knowing that Li Fuchen had astounding body refinement level, Lu Heng knew that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. A dual cultivator of chi and body cultivation wasn't easy to deal with. Hee. Lu Heng, when did you become so timid? Isn't it just dual cultivation? Zhang He am not afraid. The youth beside Lu Heng licked his lips. He knew that dual cultivators of chi and body cultivation had extremely tough defenses, but it just so happened that he was also a dual cultivator of chi and body cultivation. It was just that his body refinement wasn't as strong as his chi cultivation. Do you wish to try? Li Fuchen withdrew his ardent sun chi and filled his body with dragon elephant power. His body refinement was almost equivalent to the regular 8th level of reincarnation realm. With the addition of the body refinement gloves and the tiger soul fist that had recently broken through to the trance stage, his body refinement strength had already reached the 17th level of reincarnation realm. A single tiger soul fist had increased his strength by 8 levels. One must know that the trance stage of the high heaven swordsmanship only increased his chi strength by 5 levels. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the body refinement Dao and the chi cultivation Dao were 2 different systems and 2 different paths. The body refinement Dao emphasized on burst power. Therefore, body refinement martial arts were all methods with extreme burst power. Within a certain distance, the power was far superior to chi cultivation martial arts. But once the distance was further, the power would rapidly weaken and the attack wouldn't be able to reach far. It could be said that the body refinement Dao was the king of close combat, and no one could match it. Even if the opponent awakened a divine ability, they might not be able to deal with the body refinement martial artist. But in normal situations, unless one possessed the body refinement bone frame, otherwise, no one would be able to increase their body refinement to the chi cultivation level. Li Fuchen was considered an anomaly. So what if I try? Zhang He yelled out and blasted his gloved right fist at Li Fuchen with thunderous prowess. The air was filled with electric snakes, especially Zhang He's right fist, which was glowing like a thunderbolt fist. Get lost! Li Fuchen raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before launching a light punch. Roar! There was a tiger roar. The ferocious and malevolent black tiger spirit rose up, and Zhang, he felt his chi and blood getting heavier by 1,000 times. He couldn't circulate them at all. At the same moment, a powerful force was acting on his body. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhang, he was sent flying. His speed was as fast as possible, and he couldn't even withstand a single blow. For this fist, Li Fuchen didn't even use 20% of his strength. The Tiger Soul Fist had reached the trance stage, and after comprehending the Tiger Soul Fist intent, be it the Chi Spirit or the Fist Force, they were extremely condensed. Within the range of the Fist Force, the air felt as though it was being compressed. Such power! Lu Heng's eyes contracted as he realized that he had still underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was obviously superior to his chi cultivation strength. It was a pity that Lu Heng didn't know that Li Fuchen was a swordsman. If Li Fuchen used the Green Sun Sword intent, his chi cultivation strength would be far superior to his body refinement strength. Does anyone else have any objections? Li Fuchen surveyed the surroundings. Everyone remained silent. Li Fuchen's strength had already reached a level that could suppress them. Even if they swarmed over, it would be useless. Since no one has any objections, then I shall take half of the Black King, true water. Li Fuchen said to Shinmei and the others, "Come over and collect the Black King, true water." And Shinmei and the others were already stunned. This was the first time they saw someone snatching the Black King, true water in such a manner. It was obvious that the stronger one was, the more convenient it was. The Black King, true water had to be collected using a special container. In just a short moment, the 5 of them had collected half of the Black King, true water, and it was around 3 kilograms. According to the distribution ratio that Li Fuchen mentioned, Li Fuchen would get 30% of the Black King, true water, and the rest would split the remaining 70%. Each of them would get slightly more than 1 kilogram, and it was more than what they would get in a month. Once Li Fuchen and the others left, the remaining half of the Black King, true water caused an intense contest again. At this moment, every trace of the Black King, true water was better. After a month of accumulation, they would still be able to collect plenty of Black King, true water. After this trip, I should be able to gather enough contribution points to redeem the lower part of the Earth class mid-tier martial art. And Shinmei was in a great mood and couldn't help but take another glance at Li Fuchen. In the South Forest Martial Institution, the number 1 and number 2 cadets of the power rankings, Situ Tao and Gu Hong, were also able to do the same. But the duo had been inter-institute cadets for many years, while Li Fuchen was only an inter-institute cadet. His innate potential was the most horrific that Shinmei had ever seen. For the next half a month, Li Fuchen made multiple attempts and collected a total of 38 kilograms of Black King, true water. According to the distribution ratio, the total harvest was more than 15 kilograms, and he would get 70%, which was close to 27 kilograms. If it was converted into contribution points, it would be 13,500. This was much easier than Li Fuchen imagined. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that it was mainly because those truly incredible individuals had already gathered enough contribution points and were working hard in seclusion to prepare for the rankings tournament. Furthermore, he couldn't stay in the Black King hidden domain for too long and could only stay for around a month. He still had to spend time to expel the impurities from his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain a large amount of Black King, true water. Chapter 461. 50 Gene. 65 pounds. 22 Gene. It had been 28 days since Li Fuchen arrived at the Black King hidden domain. After 28 days, the total amount of Black King, true water collected was 82 kilograms. Li Fuchen would take 70% of the 82 kilograms, which was around 57 kilograms. And Shinmei and the others would take 30%, which was around 25 kilograms. If the 4 of them were to split it equally, each of them would get around 3 kilograms. Over 3,000 contribution points. In addition to the contribution points that I have accumulated previously, it's sufficient to exchange for the lower part of the congealing water saber art. And Shinmei was in an extremely good mood. The congealing water blade art was a mid-tier Earth-class blade art. The first half required 5,000 contribution points, and the second half required 10,000. Originally, with her speed of earning contribution points, it would have taken her at least a year to collect the required amount. Now that she had reached her goal in a month, how could she not be happy? Hu Ling and the other 2 were also very happy. They had not yet trained their low-rank Earth Realm martial arts to the Trance Realm, so they did not need contribution points for the time being. However, they were clear that once they needed contribution points, it would be a huge amount. If they did not accumulate some contribution points now, when they really needed it, they could only stare at it helplessly. Brother Jun, I've been observing them for more than half a month. If I'm not wrong, they have at least 60 kilograms of Black King, true water in their hands. A few miles away, Lu Qing whispered to a grim-faced young man. More than 60 kilograms of Black King, true water? The callous youth grinned. No one would complain about having too many contribution points, and he naturally wouldn't either. Lu Qing, introduce me to them. When we snatch the Black King, true water, I'll give you 10%, the grim youth said. All right. Lu Qing was overjoyed. 10% was more than 6 caddies of Black King True Water, which could be exchanged for more than 3,000 contribution points. Lu Qing, what are you doing here? From afar, and Shimei noticed Lu Qing and her expression sank. Lu Qing laughed and said, Shimei, being together with him is not good for you. Stand on my side, and I can promise to give you 2 caddies of Black King True Water. This is more than double your harvest in a month. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would share a portion of the Black King True Water with Shimei. After all, Li Fuchen was able to obtain so much Black King True Water, and Shimei and the others were just running errands. And Shimei mocked, Do you think everyone is like you? Li Fuchen gave me over 3 kilograms of Black King True Water. More than 6 pounds? Lu Qing looked a little embarrassed. Shortly after, he laughed sinisterly. Mei, he can't even protect his own Black King True Water. How can he share it with you? What do you mean? And Shimei looked at Lu Qing and then at the cool youth. When Shimei noticed that the grim youth was at the 6th level of reincarnation realm, her eyes contracted. When the Inner Institute cadets reached the 6th level of reincarnation realm, they were basically the experts among the experts. For example, the South Forest Martial Institution's number 1, Situ Tao, and the number 2 on the power rankings, Gu Heng, were at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. Nothing much, I just took a fancy to his Black King True Water. Lu Qing grinned, and Shimei said furiously, Lu Qing, to think that you are also a student of our South Forest Martial Institution. To think that you are actually helping an outsider to deal with a student of your institution. Aren't you afraid that I will sue you? Lu Qing said indifferently. Sue? What are you accusing me of? Since when did the Martial Institute forbid students from snatching the Black King True Water? Since he dared to bring the grim youth here, he had naturally thought of the consequences. You are shameless. And Shimei pointed at Lu Qing and said angrily. It was true that the Martial Institute didn't forbid students from snatching the Black King True Water. After all, the Martial Institute wasn't a greenhouse, and they didn't need flowers in the greenhouse. If one's strength was inferior, it didn't matter if it was snatched, as long as no lives were lost. As for Lu Qing looking for helpers, one could also look for helpers. In the future, when one ventured outside, the enemy wouldn't always be one person. It might be 2, 3, or a group. In short, the Martial Institute was just providing a good cultivation environment. As long as it didn't violate the Institute's rules, one could do whatever they wanted. Of course, it was indeed shameless to seek help from outer Institute cadets, and very few would do it. And Shimei, this matter isn't related to you. Don't stand up for him. Li Fuchen, aren't you very incredible? Come out and kneel. I might plead for leniency and ask Big Brother June to go easy on him. Lu Qing didn't plan to waste his breath on Shimei. He looked at Li Fuchen and spoke with a sinister voice. Apart from snatching the Black King True Water, Lu Qing's objective was to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Why? Do you think someone will stand up for you? Li Fuchen took a step forward and spoke with contempt. Li Fuchen's expression made the grim-looking youth very unhappy. His eyes flashed with cold light and said, So you're Li Fuchen? You sure have an arrogant face. I wonder if you will still be so arrogant after you are beaten up into a pig's head. Li Fuchen, you probably don't know yet. This is my cousin, Lu Jun. He is ranked 11th on the STARS Martial Institution's power rankings. After Lu Qing said this statement, he stared at Li Fuchen and the others intently. He wanted to see their faces that were panicking. For the recent half a year, his cousin, Lu Jun, would frequently head to the Black King Hidden Domain to collect the Black King True Water. Lu Qing had seen him a few times previously. Therefore, he wanted to try his luck and see if Lu Jun was still around. Lu Qing's luck was rather good as he found Lu Jun in just half a day. Originally, he could immediately find trouble with Li Fuchen, but he changed his mind. He felt that when Li Fuchen was about to leave, he would snatch all of Li Fuchen's Black King True Water and teach Li Fuchen a lesson. It would be a greater blow to Li Fuchen. Therefore, for half a month, he didn't do anything and had been watching Li Fuchen and his group. STARS Martial Institution's power rankings 11th? Hu Ling covered her mouth. and Shinmei and the others also felt their scalps going numb. The Stars Martial Institution was one of the two elite martial institutions in the Violet Flower Kingdom. It was equally famous as the Violet Flower Martial Institution. Those that could become a cadet of the Stars Martial Institution were all prodigies. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any random cadet from the Stars Martial Institution would be the center of attention in the South Forest Martial Institution. Different from the 24 martial institutions, the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution had 20 cadets on the power rankings, while the 24 martial institutions only had 10. The Stars Martial Institution's power rankings 11th rank was probably not inferior to the South Forest Martial Institution's 2nd rank, Guhong, or even stronger. In the past, inter-institute cadets from the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution would challenge the 24 martial institutions' inter-institute cadets. Some of the martial institutions' power rankings number 1 cadets were even inferior to the inter-institute cadets that were ranked outside the top 10 of the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings. Stars Martial Institution's power rankings 11th rank? It doesn't seem like much. If you're the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings number 1, I might pay attention to you. Li Fuchen didn't mind, boasting shamelessly. The Stars Martial Institution's power rankings number 1 senior can eliminate 10 of you in a single move. He isn't someone you can talk about. Lu Jun's expression suddenly changed. It was unknown when a sword appeared in his hand. Originally, I was planning to go easy on you. Since you have a sharp tongue, if I don't teach you a ruthless lesson, you won't know how to behave. Shattering Star Sword Art. The shattered starlight was like a dream and made one feel as though they were in the starry sky. Let alone counterattacking, normal people wouldn't even know how to defend. Shattering Star Sword Art, Earth-class mid-tier sword art. Chapter 462. Just the great perfection stage of the star-shattering sword art wasn't enough for Lu Jun to be ranked 11th on the Stars Martial Institution's power ranking. Other than the broken star sword art, he had also cultivated the mid-tier Earth Realm Morning Star art, which he had cultivated to the 25th level. During this period of time, he had been coming to the Black King's secret realm frequently, hoping to gather enough contribution points to exchange for the 26th and 27th levels of the Morning Star art. When executing the sword art, Lu Jun felt as though he could already see Li Fuchen's ashamed and fearful expression. "Is that all you have?" Li Fuchen executed a fist strike, and the valiant black tiger spirit instantly froze Lu Jun's star-shattering sword art. Bang! The sword in Lu Jun's hand bent before straightening. Lu Jun was sent flying with a blank look on his face. He opened his mouth and spurted a mouthful of blood. What? Lu Qing's eyes were about to pop out. Lu Jun was ranked 11th on the Stars Martial Institution's power ranking. How could he be sent flying by a single fist from Li Fuchen? Impossible. Brother Jun must have been careless. Lu Qing took a deep breath and shouted at Lu Jun, "Brother Jun, don't hold back. Why haven't you used your transcendent powers yet?" Forcefully regaining control of his body, Lu Jun staggered to the ground, his complexion extremely unsightly. Before he made his move, he even said he would teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Now that he was sent flying by a single punch from Li Fuchen, where is he going to put his face? Good, very good. I admit that I was a little careless just now. However, everything ends here. Lu Jun shouted in a low voice, and a brilliant energy fused with his true chi, causing his aura to increase explosively. Starlight power, an extraordinary power that originated from the Starlight bone frame. The Starlight bone frame wasn't considered a special bone frame and was still an extraordinary bone frame. Only the star bone frame that was above it was considered a special bone frame. But as compared to regular extraordinary bone frames, the Starlight bone frame was far superior. Stardust splashes. As his aura surged, Lu Jun executed the ultimate move of the fragmentary star sword art. As he swung his sword, tiny fragments of starlight shot out. As expected of the 11th ranker of the Stars Martial Institution's power ranking. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew that Lu Jun's current strength was almost at the 16th level of Reincarnation Realm. This strength was already close to the Evil King's regular combat strength. But to Li Fuchen, it was still not enough. The fierce black tiger spirit rose up, and Li Fuchen sent his opponent flying with another fist. "Bastard! How could your strength be above mine? I don't believe it." Lu Jun's expression was distorted as he disregarded his injuries and continued to launch fierce attacks at Li Fuchen. Stubborn. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength might only be at the 17th level of Reincarnation Realm and was only one level higher than his opponent. However, the strength mentioned here was actually attack power. Overall strength was not calculated in this way. Li Fuchen's Tiger Soul Fist was already at the trance stage. The black fierce tiger spirit had an extreme pressure that was similar to the field power. With the suppression from the fierce tiger spirit, Lu Jun was only able to utilize 70% or 80% of his strength. He wasn't qualified to contest with Li Fuchen. Enraged, Li Fuchen utilized 90% of the Tiger Soul Fist's fist force. Puff! Blood gushed out of Lu Jun's mouth as he was sent flying. Even the sword in his hand flew out of his grasp. Starlight's sword chi. Right at this moment, Lu Jun, who was flying back, suddenly raised his hand and shot a resplendent sword chi at Li Fuchen. This sword chi was different from regular sword chi, as it contained mystical and unfathomable patterns. With the support of the patterns, the sword chi felt as though it was materialized and was emitting a murderous aura that could split metal and penetrate rocks. Starlight, divine ability. Starlight, sword chi. Li Fuchen was able to suppress Lu Jun's regular strength, but he wasn't able to suppress his divine ability. As one of the top prodigies of the Stars Martial Institution, Lu Jun might only be ranked 11th on the power rankings, but not all of the top 10 individuals had awakened their divine abilities. Including him, there were only 7 individuals. Once the Starlight divine ability was executed, Lu Jun was confident he could defeat half of the number 1 rankers in the 24 martial institutions. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he would have executed his divine ability right from the start and wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Divine ability, and Xinmei almost suffocated. And Xinmei knew clearly how powerful divine abilities were. The number 1 the South Forest Martial Institution's power rankings, Situ Tao had used the soft water divine ability to severely injure the South Forest Martial Institution's mentor in a single move. That mentor was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm and had cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique and martial art. Despite the case, he wasn't able to resist Situ Tao's soft water divine ability. Lu Jun had actually awakened his divine ability. Were all the Inner Institute students on the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings so powerful? Big Brother Jun awakened the Starlight divine ability half a year ago. Li Fuchen, let's see how you die this time. Lu Qing sneered in his heart. Divine power? This was the second time Li Fuchen witnessed a true divine ability. The strength of a divine ability depended on how many bone frame patterns one comprehended. The more bone frame patterns one comprehended, the stronger the divine ability. The second factor was the cultivation realm. The higher the cultivation realm, the more meridians in the body would open up. With more meridians, the divine ability would be able to burst forth with greater power. The third factor was the level of the cultivation technique. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the more meridians would be opened. Lu Jun's divine ability shouldn't be inferior to the Evil King's Devil Thunder divine ability. The Evil King was 3 levels higher than Lu Jun, while Lu Jun's cultivation technique was superior to the Evil King. When Li Fuchen fought with the Evil King, he was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm and didn't have as many meridians opened up as the Evil King. But at that time, Li Fuchen's bone frame pattern was already at the 55% mark. Therefore, he was only slightly inferior to the Evil King. Just in time, the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose at the same time. Li Fuchen executed the Tiger Soul Fist to the extremity and abruptly blasted at the Starlight sword chi. Creak, creak, creak. When the starlight sword chi clashed with the ferocious fist force, there was the sound of glass shattering in the air. Such tenacious sword chi. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Regular sword chi wouldn't be so tenacious unless the power was overwhelming. Shatter. Li Fuchen clenched his fist while the fierce tiger spirit surged. Boom! The starlight sword chi was finally shattered, but in between the shattered sword chi, there were obviously tenacious threads that connected the starlight sword chi's power. It didn't weaken the starlight sword chi's power. Instead, the attack range was expanded by more than 10 times. It was like a net that enveloped Li Fuchen. No wonder it is a divine ability. Li Fuchen sighed and raised his left hand's index and middle fingers before thrusting out. A dazzling green radiance bloomed. The shattered starlight sword chi was like snow in the spring in the face of the green radiance as it rapidly disintegrated. Earth-class high-tier sword art, green sun sword intent. If the Earth-class mid-tier high heaven sword art could increase the chi strength by 5 levels, the green sun sword intent could increase the chi strength by 8 levels. Most importantly, it was the green sun sword field. In the face of the green sun sword field, even if the opponent's attack power was superior, the opponent would still be frozen and the power would be rapidly weakened. Chapter 463. Starlight Sword Chi. Lu Jun staggered and landed on the ground. His chi presence was dispirited as he released another starlight sword chi. Extinguish. Li Fuchen thrust with his finger and easily neutralized the sword chi. Impossible. Lu Jun's face distorted and was filled with disbelief. If your divine ability is stronger by another level, I might be more serious. The current you is far from being a match for me. As Li Fuchen pointed at Lu Jun, a sword chi pillar sent Lu Jun flying. The Earth-class low-tier armor on Lu Jun's body seemed to have cracked. At the same moment, Lu Jun's storage bag was sucked over by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't touch anything else and simply kept the Black King True Water from the storage bag. Since Lu Jun wanted to snatch his Black King True Water, then it wasn't too much for Li Fuchen to snatch his Black King True Water. There's a saying, an eye for an eye. PFFF. Seeing that his Black King True Water was snatched away, Lu Jun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Fuchen, today's humiliation will be returned 10 times in the future. Just you wait. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Let's go. Li Fuchen said to Shinmei and the others. As Li Fuchen and the others walked away, Lu Qing was still stunned and felt as though he was dreaming. Lu Jun was an exceptional prodigy of his Lu clan, and he had made a name for himself in the Stars Martial Institution. Originally, he should be able to take down Li Fuchen in a few moves, but the scene in front of him had turned his worldview upside down. Why is he so strong? Lu Qing muttered and was in a daze. South Forest Martial Institution's inner courtyard. The teleportation platform flashed with radiance, and Li Fuchen and the others walked down. Li Fuchen, your strength is probably comparable with Senior Sidu Tao. During this 24 Martial Institution's rankings tournament, you will surely be able to make a name for yourself and become the star of Violet Flower. And Shinmei's mind was still replaying the scene earlier and couldn't help but praise. Hu Ling said, Senior Fuchen might be stronger than Senior Sidu Tao. She had never seen Sidu Tao make a move, and in her opinion, Senior Sidu Tao might not be stronger than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, Senior Situ Tao is able to severely injure an inner institute mentor in a single move. His strength should be above Lu Jun. Inner institute mentors weren't ordinary individuals. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he would have to expose the bronze sword essence or the blazing flame divine ability. Otherwise, it would be hard to defeat an inner institute mentor. Arriving at the contribution hall, the 5 of them started to exchange the Black King True Water for contribution points. This time, Li Fuchen had a great harvest. Of the 2 portions of Black King True Water, one was 82 caddies. He gave a little more to the 4 of them, 8 caddies each, so the 4 of them were 32 caddies, and he alone had 50 caddies. The other one was from Lu Jun. It weighed 120 kilograms. This 60 kilograms of Black King True Water belonged to him. Therefore, He didn't need to distribute it to Mei and the others. Just like that, he had obtained 170 kilograms of Black King True Water, which was worth 85,000 contribution points. It was enough to exchange for the 26th and 27th level of the Ardent Sun Divine Art. After arriving at the secret manual tower and spending 70,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen obtained the 26th and 27th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique as he wished. For the next few days, he was planning to cultivate in seclusion and strive to improve his cultivation technique to the next level. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, another 5 months had passed. There were less than 7 months left until the 24 martial institutions ranking tournament. Gu Heng, come out and fight. On this day, Wang Heilong arrived at Gu Heng's courtyard and spoke loudly. Wang Heilong wants to challenge Senior Gu Heng. Senior Gu Heng is at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm and has awakened the fledgling form of his divine ability. Wang Heilong might have awakened the fledgling form of the darkness divine ability, and it is stronger than regular divine ability fledgling forms. But it is almost impossible for him to defeat Gu Heng. Perhaps he has something to rely on. In just a short moment, the news of Wang Heilong challenging Gu Heng had spread across half the Inner Institute. Apart from those that weren't around or those that were in seclusion, most of the Inner Institute cadets had rushed over to watch. As the ranking tournament was getting closer, everyone wanted to observe the standard of the individuals on the power rankings and see the difference between themselves and the opposition. Wang Heilong is challenging Senior Gu Heng? And Mei frowned. She originally wanted to call Li Fuchen over to watch, but Li Fuchen had already been in seclusion for 5 months and was still in seclusion. Creak. The courtyard's door opened and the long-haired Gu Heng walked out. Wang Heilong, you want to challenge me? Gu Heng was rather displeased. Wang Heilong was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm, and there was a significant difference between them. If Wang Heilong was at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, Gu Heng might be apprehensive. Wang Heilong grinned and said, the ranking tournament is going to start in less than 7 months. Just going into seclusion isn't enough for me to improve quickly. Therefore, I would like to seek Senior Gu Heng's guidance. It seems like you're rather confident. Gu Heng said indifferently. If I don't have 30%, how would I dare to challenge Senior Gu Heng? Wang Heilong's body was releasing intense battle intent. Since that is the case, Gu Heng shall experience Junior Wang's superior move. Gu Heng knew that this battle was inevitable. To be honest, he also wished to fight with a true expert. This Wang Heilong wasn't considered an ordinary person and would still be able to satisfy Gu Heng. On the empty ground, Gu Heng and Wang Heilong were standing 20 meters apart. One of them was the number 2, and the other was number 3 of the power rankings. It was said to be the pinnacle battle of the Inner Institute. Before the battle even started, the 2 horrific chi presences had already clashed, and there were crackling sounds of explosions in the air. Senior Gu Heng, be careful. Wang Heilong made the first move and blasted out his fist. The pitch-black fist force was like a black lightning that assaulted Gu Heng. Split. Gu Heng didn't move and cleaved at the fist force with a palm blade. There was a golden radiance that split the pitch-black fist force into 2 and was split apart easily. Senior Gu Heng is indeed formidable. His sharp metal bone frame might not be a special bone frame, but it is also an extremely rare bone frame among the extraordinary bone frames. The sharp metal bone frame was one of the 5 elemental bone frames. The 5 elemental bone frames were the sharp metal bone frame, greenwood bone frame, soft water bone frame, blazing flame bone frame, and thick earth bone frame. These 5 bone frames were the most basic extraordinary bone frames, and the sharp metal bone frame was the rarest. All right. Wang Heilong laughed heartily and continued to execute his fist art to attack Gu Heng violently. Gu Heng strolled leisurely and easily neutralized Wang Heilong's fist art. Junior Wang, is this all you have? Gu Heng spoke indifferently. Be it cultivation technique rank or martial art rank, Gu Heng was superior to Wang Heilong. He didn't know why Wang Heilong dared to challenge him. Senior Gu Heng, the battle has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Heilong started to use the power of darkness, and his fist force had the devouring power. Not enough. Gu Hong continued to cleave the fist force with a palm blade. But those who were attentive would notice that Gu Heng's palm blade wasn't able to cleave the fist force cleanly and had paused for a split second. Let's see how you're going to block this fist. Swallowing Mountain Devil Fist. Wang Heilong leaped up and blasted his fist down violently. The giant black fist force had a dark whirlpool that had an extremely horrific devouring power. Gu Heng's expression turned slightly serious. The sharp metal power burst out, and his palm, that was emitting a sharp metal radiance, stabbed into the black fist force. Gu Heng's expression changed. He felt as though his palm was stabbed into a sticky glue and was quickly losing his strength. "Break from me!" Gu Hong yelled out and exerted strength in his palm, but he was still able to penetrate through the black fist force. Is this the power of the darkness bone frame? Gu Hong frowned. Wang Heilong's strength was obviously inferior to him, but the power of darkness was able to negate most of his attack power, causing him to only be able to use 60% or 70% of his full strength. If Wang Heilong was at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, this battle would truly be over. "Junior Wang, it is my turn." Gu Hong didn't wish to continue being entangled. The sharp metal power surged violently and cleaved at Wang Heilong with a palm blade. Chi! In the void, a golden streak appeared out of nowhere. It ignored the distance between the duo and cleaved at Wang Heilong's chest. Without any suspense, Wang Heilong was sent flying by the slash. It was unknown when his body was covered in darkness. The golden streak used all its strength to barely tear apart the darkness and left a wound on Wang Heilong's body. The darkness bone frame was known to devour everything in the world and was known as one of the strongest bone frames. At this moment, everyone witnessed the terror of the darkness bone frame again. Chapter 464. No wonder you're a senior Gu Hong. You were actually able to break my darkness protection. Wang Heilong let out a faint smile. The darkness protection wasn't a divine ability. It was a small trick that he developed himself. If it was a divine ability, Gu Hong wouldn't be able to break it. Before the palm blade chi force could get close, it would be devoured. Junior Wang, I admit that your strength is far superior to ordinary people. It is a pity that the gap between us is very obvious. Do you still want to fight? Gu Hong asked. Wang Heilong said, Senior Gu Hong, I admit that my regular strength is inferior to you. After all, you are at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm, and your cultivation technique and martial art rank are also superior to me. It is a pity that the victory between us isn't decided by regular strength, but by divine abilities. As he spoke, Wang Heilong spread open his hands. A deep darkness soared into the sky. Soon after, it descended in all directions like a canopy, enveloping both him and Gu Hong. Darkness, divine ability, darkness, sky, canopy. Wang Heilong's voice was like a demon god and was filled with dominance. Divine ability? Wang Heilong awakened the true darkness divine ability? Everyone was flabbergasted. Those who awakened divine abilities were considered invincible in the same realm. Those who awakened special divine abilities were considered invincible among the invincible. Wang Heilong and Gu Hong might have a difference of 3 levels, but with the darkness divine ability, this difference wasn't a difference at all. Such an incredible divine ability. My awareness can't enter, and I can't see the two of them. An Inner Institute cadet exclaimed. It isn't just that. Can't you feel it? The place that is enveloped by darkness is like another world. It feels like it is separated from the world we are in. Another Inner Institute cadet with sharp senses said, Darkness divine ability is known as one of the strongest divine abilities. I wonder how Senior Gu Hong is going to deal with it. Unless Senior Gu Hong awakens the sharp metal divine ability, he will probably be able to fight against Wang Heilong with his 6th level reincarnation realm cultivation and the sharp metal divine ability. Everyone was in a heated discussion. He actually awakened the darkness sky canopy. This child's innate perception is truly terrifying. This divine ability is a barrier divine ability. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to enter and it is also extremely difficult for the people inside to exit. It is said that when this divine ability is comprehended to the extremity, it can form a world. It is an extremely terrifying divine ability to trap and kill the enemy. An inner institute elder's consciousness projected over and praised. Inside the curtain of darkness, Gu Heng's 5 senses were all lost. He couldn't see anything, hear anything, or feel anything. A soul-chilling sense of loneliness was born in his heart, and his fighting spirit was sharply reduced. "Senior Gu Heng, what do you think of my dark canopy?" Without a sound, Wang Heilung's fist struck Gu Heng. In the dark canopy of sky, Wang Heilung was the overlord. If he wanted Gu Heng to hear, he could hear. If he wanted Gu Heng to not hear, he could not hear. In short, he could control the 5 senses in the dark canopy of the heavens. Puff! Gu Heng spat out a large amount of blood. He might be at the 6th level of reincarnation realm, and his chi defense wasn't weak, but it also depended on who the opponent was. "Senior Gu Heng, if you haven't awakened your divine powers, then admit defeat." Wang Heilung punched Gu Heng again. Gu Heng's expression was pale. He knew that his voice couldn't be transmitted, but he still spoke. "Junior Wang, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, you aren't the only one who has awakened a divine power. I, Gu Heng, have also awakened a divine power." Gu Heng let out a long roar. His right palm was emitting blinding golden light that even the dark canopy of sky couldn't isolate. The golden light expanded and elongated in a frenzy. In an instant, a divine spear that looked as though it was forged with gold and was covered in patterns appeared in Gu Heng's hand. Sharp metal divine ability. Sharp metal divine spear. PFFFTSS. Wielding the sharp metal divine spear, Gu Heng thrust with his spear. The dazzling golden radiance pierced through the dark canopy of sky. Wang Heilung's expression turned grave. It was also a divine ability, but Gu Heng's divine ability was obviously a divine ability with superior attack power. Outside the dark canopy of sky, everyone could see golden radiance bursting out from time to time. As time elapsed, the frequency of the golden radiance bursting out increased. The surface of the dark canopy of sky had countless light spikes, making it look like a glowing hedgehog. Boom! The dark canopy of sky exploded, and the duo finally appeared in everyone's vision. Who won? Everyone looked at the duo. On the empty ground, Gu Heng had a pale expression, and the corner of his mouth was filled with blood. On the opposite side, Wang Heilung's expression was also extremely pale. There was a bloody hole on his left shoulder, and it seemed like his injuries were more severe than Gu Heng. "Junior Wang, you won." Fresh blood was spurting out, while Gu Heng used his hands to support himself on the ground. Within the dark canopy of sky, his 5 senses were stripped away, and the only thing he could do was to attack randomly. However, Wang Heilung was able to hit him with almost every attack. As such, no matter how powerful his sharp metal divine ability was, as long as it didn't hit Wang Heilung's vital parts, he was destined to fail. Senior Gu Heng lost. The darkness bone frame is too terrifying. Wang Heilung is only at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, and he is actually able to defeat Senior Gu Heng, who is at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. Sigh, it is truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Who asked Wang Heilung to have the darkness bone frame? If I have the sword Dao bone frame, saber Dao bone frame, or the brightness bone frame, I will definitely not be inferior to Wang Heilung. Everyone was envious and jealous. No wonder he is a heavenly prodigy that is equally famous as Li Fuchen. This Wang Heilung's innate perception isn't inferior to Li Fuchen at all, and Shi Mei let out a turbid breath. In the South Forest Martial Institution, as Wang Heilung and Li Fuchen were accepted as in-room cadets by the dean, there were busybodies that referred to the duo as the South Forest Martial Institution's unparalleled prodigies. This title might not be acknowledged by everyone, but it was enough to explain the situation. I have already defeated Senior Gu Heng. The next one is Senior Sidu Tao. The bloody hole on Wang Heilung's shoulder might seem severe, but it was just a minor injury to Wang Heilung. His power of darkness had spread throughout his entire body, and his body also contained the power of darkness. Gu Heng's sharp metal divine abilities power wasn't able to spread out and was only able to drill a bloody hole. Wang Heilong shifted his eyes away from Gu Heng and looked deeper into Situ Tao's courtyard. He wasn't confident he could defeat Situ Tao for now. He was able to defeat Gu Heng mainly because he awakened the dark canopy of sky. If Wang Heilong had awakened another type of darkness divine ability, like an offensive darkness divine ability, he might not be a match for Gu Heng. After all, Gu Heng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Wang Heilong, and his cultivation technique was also 1 level higher. Gu Heng had plenty of meridians that could circulate extraordinary power, allowing him to burst out with even more powerful, sharp metal power. Situ Tao's cultivation technique wasn't any weaker than Gu Heng's, and his comprehension of the soft water technique was even higher than Gu Heng's. 5 months. Give me another 5 months, and I will ascend to the top of the Inner Institute. Wang Heilong's fighting spirit was soaring. There was a commotion in the outside world, but Li Fuchen's courtyard was still as quiet as before. 5 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. At the end of the first month, Li Fuchen had pushed the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 26th rank. After all, he had been stuck at the 25th rank for a long time and had been suffering because he didn't have a cultivation technique for the 26th rank. In the second month, Li Fuchen's cultivation broke through from the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm to the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. This time, he didn't consume any elixirs and relied on his own strength to break through. His foundation was very firm and was even firmer than any 4th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. In the 3rd month, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had been comprehended to the 75% mark. The higher the bone frame pattern, the harder it was to comprehend, and the difficulty would increase by several folds. At the Reincarnation Realm, it was already extremely difficult to awaken a divine ability. In order to comprehend more bone frame patterns, one would have to reach the battle spirit realm first. In the 4th month, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was already 90% pale purple. As his spirit soul evolved to the later stages, Li Fuchen felt that his perception had reached a brand new level. Everything he comprehended came naturally, and it was simply comprehending everything. It was much better than inferring other things from one instance. As such, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the sword art was naturally much faster. The High Heaven sword art had reached the perfection rank, and if he progressed further, he would be able to push the High Heaven sword intent to the Earth class high tier. Apart from that, his meteor sword art had also reached the Earth class mid-tier. This was originally a mystic class low-tier sword art, and it looked extremely simple. But the simpler it was, the more extraordinary Li Fuchen felt it was. As the saying went, the Great Tao was the simplest, and it was the same for sword arts. In terms of pure lethality, the meteor sword art is actually stronger than the High Heaven sword art. When brandishing the sword chi, sword intent, and even the sword field are all condensed into a single point. There isn't any trace of release. Li Fuchen was very shocked. The field power was used to suppress the enemy and to freeze the enemy's movements. As for the meteor sword art, it gave up this advantage and fused the field power into the sword chi, allowing the sword art's power to reach the limits. It is truly the opposite extreme as compared to the Green Sun sword intent. The Green Sun sword intent was also the fusion of the sword chi, sword intent, and even the sword field. It was indistinguishable, but the Green Sun sword intent's attack range could be big or small. When it was small, the sword light would condense into a line. When it was large, the sword light would cover the entire place. Wherever the sword field enveloped, the sword light would attack. But Li Fuchen could still sense the difference between the meteor sword art and the Green Sun sword intent. The former was truly condensed, while the latter was indistinguishable. At the current stage, the meteor sword art was still inferior to the Green Sun sword intent. After all, the Green Sun sword intent was an Earth-class high-tier sword art. But there would be a day when the meteor sword art might not be inferior to the Green Sun sword intent. At the end of the 4th month, Li Fuchen didn't exit from seclusion. He took out the teleportation board and returned to the East Unicorn continent. This time, he didn't make a big fuss, and only a few people knew of his return. Alliance leader, I have gathered an Earth-class peak-tier herb, star loop herb that can upgrade the 4-star bone frame. Mu Hanshin took out a mystical herb that was blooming with resplendent star loops and handed it to Li Fuchen. Good, well done. Li Fuchen was overjoyed. He might have awakened the blazing flame divine ability, Heart of Blazing Flame, but his blazing flame bone frame star grade was still too low. It was only 4-star, and putting aside perception, just in terms of innate talent, he was far inferior to 6-star bone frames. Right now, with the star loop herb, his blazing flame bone frame would be upgraded to 5-star and wasn't too far away from a 6-star extraordinary bone frame. Continue to search. The next time I return, I will bring you an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Li Fuchen promised. Chapter 465. This is the Earth-class peak-tier herb, star loop herb. In the secret room in the courtyard, Li Fuchen took out the star loop herb. The star loop herb wasn't big and was only the size of a palm. Its entire body was sparkling like jade and was emitting resplendent starlight. Due to the intense starlight, it had condensed into a star loop. If Li Fuchen sensed carefully, he would be able to sense that the star loop herb contained endless mystical power of law. The East Unicorn continent might be lacking in resources, but it is still a continent. Let alone an Earth-class peak-tier herb, even a Heaven-class herb wouldn't be rare. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen swallowed the star loop herb along with its stem. Boom! The boundless medicinal effects burst out, and the resplendent starlight nourished Li Fuchen's flesh before drilling into the bone frame spatial zone. Li Fuchen's entire body was trembling from the intense pain. Traces of black impurities were gradually oozing out from his body. These impurities were innate impurities and also impurities produced from consuming elixirs. Originally, these impurities weren't that easy to get rid of. But as the bone frame grade increased, the impurities were automatically expelled. Li Fuchen might be surprised, but he wasn't overly shocked. The star grade of the bone frame didn't just represent perception, it also represented the body's aptitude. The better the body's aptitude, the lesser the impurities in the body, especially the innate impurities. As the black impurities oozed out, Li Fuchen felt his body getting much lighter. It felt as though a layer of shackles had been removed, and he felt refreshed. The intense pain was getting more exaggerated and was more painful than the previous times combined. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the bone frame spatial zone and saw that the blazing flame bone frame had grown from 4 segments to 4.5 segments. At the same moment, new bone frame patterns had appeared. When the intense pain vanished, the blazing flame bone frame had grown to 5 segments. It meant that Li Fuchen's bone frame had reached the 5-star level. If Li Fuchen's comprehension of the bone frame pattern was at 75% before, it was now at 60%. This was because the bone frame pattern had an additional segment. Extraordinary bone frames can awaken the divine ability after comprehending 2 segments of the pattern. Special bone frames can awaken the divine ability after comprehending 1 segment of the pattern. Previously, Li Fuchen was a 4-star bone frame, and 2 segments were exactly 50% of the pattern. When Li Fuchen comprehended 50% of the pattern, he awakened the heart of blazing flame. Special bone frames were even more terrifying. Comprehending a single segment of the pattern would allow one to awaken a divine ability. Of course, special bone frame patterns were extremely difficult to comprehend. Some individuals might have special bone frames, but their combat strength was inferior to extraordinary bone frames. It was because they didn't have enough comprehension of the bone frame patterns. The speed at which the bone frame absorbs the power of fire has increased. Previously, it was 750 times faster than before. Now it's 1,500 times faster. It's doubled. Furthermore, the power of the Heart of Flame seems to have increased by quite a bit. The patterns on the fire crystals that represent the Heart of Flame are even more complicated and terrifying. When the 4-star Blazing Flame bone frame was upgraded to the 5-star Blazing Flame bone frame, there were all sorts of benefits that Li Fuchen couldn't understand within a short period of time. He could only feel the most obvious changes. At the end of the 5th month, Li Fuchen had spent 15,000 contribution points to redeem the Earth-class mid-tier light body technique, Divine Flame Transformation, which had reached the trance stage. This Divine Flame Transformation was the enhanced version of the Flying Flame 9 transformation. It didn't just have a faster burst speed, a single movement distance was also greatly increased. After reaching the trance stage and comprehending the intent of the Divine Flame Transformation, one could even produce traces of voidification. It didn't just reduce the enemy's attack damage. The user could also travel in the sea of flames. Serene, I require some Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques or martial arts. Can you help me search for them? I can give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as a commission for each manual. On this day, Li Fuchen exited seclusion and spoke to Mei. The East Unicorn continent was lacking in Earth-class manuals, and it was severely hindering the continent's development. In fact, he found it hard to understand why the East Unicorn continent didn't have many Earth-class manuals that were passed down. Could they have all been taken away? It was the same for the Earth-class equipment. Li Fuchen, we are friends, and you don't need so many low-grade spirit stones. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for each manual will do. They might be friends, but she wasn't going to help Li Fuchen for free. After all, to search for Earth-class low-tier manuals, she would need the clan's resources, and it wasn't something she could decide alone. She would need to use plenty of manpower and resources. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, I don't lack spirit stones. 10,000 it is then. I hope that Serene can help me. All right then. My clan has spies in plenty of cities. My clan will help you bid for any auction that has Earth-class low-tier manuals. And Mei agreed immediately. Thank you. Senior and Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Mei, and there were 500,000 low-grade spirit stones inside. Senior, here are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Buy as many Earth-class manuals as you can. He could predict that if the 500,000 low-grade spirit stones landed in the clan's hands, a portion of it would probably be secretly deducted. But he didn't mind. Furthermore, he didn't have the time to travel from city to city, as it would be a waste of energy. So many low-grade spirit stones. And Mei was shocked. Her clan only had a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After including some fixed assets, they might have more than 1 million or even 2 million low-grade spirit stones. But how could it compare to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones that could be used at any time? Li Fuchen, don't worry. I will remind the clan not to use these low-grade spirit stones recklessly. And Mei said solemnly. Li Fuchen smiled and said, Tell the clan that if I am satisfied, there will be a second chance to work together. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones wasn't enough to buy a lot of Earth-class low-tier manuals. In the 7-color continent, Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique manuals would cost around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Earth-class low-tier martial arts manuals would also cost around 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter even if Li Fuchen was slaughtered for the first cooperation, as he had plenty of spirit stones. But it would affect his intention for the second cooperation. And Miao was curious where did Li Fuchen get so many low-grade spirit stones. Such wealth wasn't inferior to some of the masters who had just progressed to the battle spirit realm. But she didn't ask and talked about another topic. Li Fuchen, not long ago, Wang Heilong defeated Senior Gu Heng, who was number 2 on the power rankings. You were in seclusion then. Wang Heilong awakened the darkness divine ability? Li Fuchen asked. And Mei nodded. His darkness divine ability is extremely terrifying and can form a boundary called darkness sky canopy. That is rather incredible. Li Fuchen nodded. Special bone frame patterns were extremely difficult to comprehend. Wang Heilong must have comprehended one segment of the pattern. Therefore, he was able to awaken the darkness divine ability. But he was still inferior to Li Fuchen, as he had comprehended 3 segments of the pattern. After exiting seclusion, Li Fuchen and Mei and a few other Inter-Institute cadets formed another group and headed for the Black King hidden domain. Be it contribution points or Black King true water, Li Fuchen needed them. The former could allow him to redeem the manuals he wanted, while the latter could allow him to save cultivation time when he was at the Battle Spirit Realm. 1 month later, Li Fuchen obtained 30 kilograms of Black King True Water. Li Fuchen didn't immediately redeem the 30 kilograms of Black King True Water for contribution points. He would redeem it when he needed it. 1 month later, Li Fuchen headed again. His Black King True Water had increased to 75 kilograms. Li Fuchen realized that every time he headed to the Black King hidden domain, his body might have some impurities, but after the impurities were refined, his cultivation would improve a little. It was very mystical. Time elapsed quickly, and there were only 4 months left before the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament. Inter-Institute Grand Hall. Immediately hold the seeded contestant tournament and select our South Forest Martial Institution's seeded contestants. The Grand Hall's host seat was a white-robed dean, Meng Qiang. Hold it immediately? Isn't the rankings tournament still 4 months away? It should be fairer to give the young fellows more time, right? One of the South Forest Martial Institution's vice deans, the gray-haired elder, Lin Zhubai, objected. Meng Qiang asked, "The rankings tournament has been brought forward." Brought forward? Why? Lin Zhubai was astonished. Meng Qiang pointed up and said, "The Red Rainbow sect is in dire need of fresh blood. From today onwards, the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament will be held once every 2 years. The top 50 of each tournament will be qualified to become the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciple." What? The Red Rainbow sect increased the recruitment quota? In the Grand Hall, all the elders and inter-institute mentors were shocked. In the past, the Red Rainbow sect might be recruiting disciples too, but they wouldn't do it with such great fanfare. Furthermore, there wouldn't be so many of them. It was already good enough for a kingdom to have 20 quotas. Right now, the 24 martial institutions had taken up 50 quotas. With the addition of the 2 elite martial institutions, the quota was several times more than before. Since that is the case, let's hold the seeded contestant tournament immediately. Lin Zhubai nodded and felt rather excited. The Red Rainbow sect was a monarch-class sect and was the dominator of the 7-color continent, Red Soil Continent. Apart from competing with the teachers, the various martial institutions were competing with the quality of their students. For example, the martial institution that sent more students to the Red Rainbow sect would have the most glory. Whichever martial institution's student became an intersect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect or a direct disciple of the Red Rainbow sect would have endless glory. This rankings tournament would decide the rankings of the various martial institutions and would also decide the future development prospects of the martial institutions. The news of the rankings tournament being brought forward had spread like wildfire. All the inter-institute cadets were surprised and excited. The rankings tournament has been brought forward. For months later, Wang Heilung continued to work hard and broke through to the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. With a 6-star Darkness Bone frame, his cultivation speed was already superior to regular 6-star Extraordinary Bone frames. In addition, he believed that his perception was superior to most 6-star bone frames. He was even confident that he could compete with 7-star bone frames. That's good too. After 3 months, I am rather confident that I can defeat Situ Tao. Wang Heilung's eyes flashed with pitch-black lightning. The rankings tournament is finally starting. Red Rainbow sect, I will definitely enter. Situ Tao opened his eyes and awakened from his meditative state. In the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament, the top 10 would be qualified to become the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciple. As for the 2 elite martial institutions, there wasn't a need for a tournament, as each martial institution would have 5 quotas. To Situ Tao, it would be a failure if he couldn't enter the Red Rainbow sect. Chapter 466. The seeded player battles were quickly held. There were only 10 participants, and they were the top 10 of the power rankings. On the dueling field, Dean Meng Qiang, Vice Dean Lin Zhubai, and the other Vice Deans, Inter-Institute Elders, and Inter-Institute Instructors took their seats. The seeded contestant tournament has officially begun. Everyone will have to fight in 9 matches. If you win all 9 matches, You will be the seeded contestant of the 24 martial institutions ranking tournament. The vice dean, Lin Zhubai, stood up and announced in a loud voice. The first match began very quickly. The two sides were Lu Qing, who was ranked 7th on the power ranking, and an inner courtyard student who was ranked 9th on the power ranking. Below the stage, Li Fuchen and the other 7 cadets of the power rankings each chose an empty space to stand on. Li Fuchen might not have taken the initiative to challenge cadets on the power rankings, but the news of him defeating Lu Qing was still spread to the Inner Institute. Hence, he replaced Lu Qing and became the number 6 of the power rankings, the same rank as Zhao Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't have missed the seeded contestant battle. However, before the seeded contestant battle, he had to defeat a student on the power ranking, which was a little troublesome. After a few matches, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Li Fuchen's opponent was an Inner Institute cadet that was number 8 on the power rankings. With just a single sword move, Li Fuchen had sent his opponent flying. Such strength had made Dean Meng Qihang nod silently and felt that Li Fuchen had the strength of the top 5 of the power rankings. Next was Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's opponent admitted defeat. Meng Qihang smiled when he saw this. The darkness bone frame was indeed extraordinary. He didn't expect for Wang Heilong to defeat the number 2 of the power rankings, Gu Hong, 3 months ago. If Wang Heilong was given a few more years, he would even be in the top 3 of the 24 martial institutions ranking tournament. Half of the match had passed, and the situation was clear. Situ Tao and Wang Heilong had the strength to contest for the seeded contestants, followed by Gu Hong. Li Fuchen's strength was ranked 4th. As for the cadets who were ranked on the power rankings, they weren't strong enough to contest with the 4 of them. Principal, congratulations. Your 2 inner chamber students are truly extraordinary. Lin Zhubai still felt that it was a pity. If only Li Fuchen was his in-room cadet. As for Wang Heilong, he had already given up on him. After all, since ancient times, 6-star special bone frames would definitely be the dean's in-room cadet. Meng Qihang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if they're extraordinary now, it still depends on their future fortune." In the middle of the competition, Li Fuchen against Gu Hong. Senior Gu Hong, please enlighten me. Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword. Gu Hong said, "Junior Li, just bring it on." For the recent few months, he had been in seclusion to think of a method to break the darkness sky canopy. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't even put him in his eyes. Those who had awakened divine abilities could only be dealt with by those who had awakened divine abilities. Be careful. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and shot out thousands of sword lights. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai were shocked. When did Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent reach such a level? It didn't seem to be at the Earth class mid-tier, but at the Earth class high tier. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. Due to his carelessness, Gu Hong was in an extremely sorry state. His figure retreated repeatedly, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Below the stage, Wang Heilong narrowed his eyes. After becoming an Inner Institute cadet, he thought he had already left Li Fuchen in the dust. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's improvement to be so fast, and his regular strength was even above him. On the stage, Gu Heng's body emitted a sharp golden brilliance. His aura was imposing and threatening, and he finally managed to stabilize the situation. Junior Li, you're really hiding your strength. Gu Heng's expression was ugly. Earlier on, Li Fuchen had forced him to use the sharp metal power. Senior Gu Hong, you better execute your divine ability. Li Fuchen brandished his scarlet blood sword and released sword lights. The sword prowess was even stronger than before. Shameless boasting. Cling, cling, clang, clang. Gu Heng's weapon was a spear. When the spear thrust out, the golden brilliance was tyrannical and sharp as it clashed with Li Fuchen. Let go. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, Gu Heng's spear was instantly sent flying. In terms of regular strength, Gu Hong wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was willing, a single sword would be able to take Gu Heng's life. Gu Hong wouldn't even have the chance to execute his divine ability. Sharp metal divine ability. Sharp metal divine spear. Gu Hong burst out with a yell while his palm radiated with golden radiance. A golden great spear that was covered in patterns appeared. When wielding the golden great spear, Gu Heng's chi prowess had increased by several levels. If it was an honorable battle, even 3 Wang Heilong wouldn't be a match for him. He didn't lose to Wang Heilong. He lost to Wang Heilong's strange darkness sky canopy. Junior Li, hurry up and be defeated. Gu Heng was already enraged as he thrust his spear at Li Fuchen. When this spear thrust was executed, the spacious stage was filled with desolation and dazzling golden light. Let alone high-level reincarnation realm experts. Even most of the Inner Institute mentors wouldn't dare to clash head-on, otherwise they would definitely be injured. Sigh, Li Fuchen is extremely powerful, but when facing Senior Gu Heng, who has awakened his divine ability, he will definitely be defeated. Most of the audience didn't think highly of Li Fuchen. Those that truly thought highly of Li Fuchen were in Xin Mei and a few others, as well as Lu Qing. What a joke! Li Fuchen could even defeat Lu Jun, who was ranked 11th in the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings. Lu Jun had also awakened his Starlight divine ability, Starlight Sword Chi, and wasn't inferior to Gu Heng at all. Li Fuchen, the greatest difference between you and me is the bone frame. Wang Heilong shook his head. Senior Gu Heng, watch as I break your sharp metal divine ability in a single sword. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and thrust his sword while emitting a green radiance. This time, the green radiance obviously contained an extremely tyrannical sword intent. Bang! The golden great spear in Gu Heng's hand crumbled and exploded, sending Gu Heng flying. Everyone was shocked. Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai looked at each other and were extremely shocked. The rest of the vice deans and Inner Institute elders were also extremely shocked. It was already extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to push the Green Sun sword intent to the Earth-class high tier. Comprehending the sword intent was even more insane and horrifying. Such perception was something that even they couldn't hope to achieve. Li Fuchen wasn't even 30 years old and had only cultivated the Green Sun sword intent for a short period of time. If they were given such a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to do it. They were at the battle spirit realm, and not only did they have high perception, but they were also blessed by the heavens when cultivating Earth-class martial arts. They would be able to achieve several times the results with half the effort. This child's perception is simply a monster among monsters, and 1 in a billion. Lin Zhubai took a deep cold breath. Meng Qihang said, as a mentor, I have underestimated him. His bone frame might not be comparable to Wang Heilong, but his perception is enough to make up for this disadvantage. Awakened divine abilities were invincible in the same realm. This statement wasn't wrong, but there were times when this statement was wrong. When the perception was at a certain level, even without divine abilities, one would be invincible. The prerequisite was to have better cultivation techniques and martial arts to cultivate. If the cultivation techniques and martial arts were of similar grades, awakened divine abilities would still be invincible in the same realm. The Red Rainbow sect is simply his paradise. Meng Qihang continued. Lin Zhubai nodded. Only in the Red Rainbow sect would there be higher-tiered cultivation techniques and martial arts. When Li Fuchen was there, he was like a fish in water. I was defeated. Gu Heng couldn't believe everything in front of him. A 4th-level reincarnation realm martial artist who didn't awaken any divine abilities had actually defeated him. Furthermore, he only used a single sword move. Below the stage, Wang Heilong's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen's sword art made him feel extreme danger. If it wasn't for his darkness sky canopy that was very special, he wouldn't have any chance of victory when facing Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen against Wang Heilong. Both of you please enter the stage. With 10 individuals, the matches were very fast. Match after match, there wasn't any room for breaths. Darkness divine ability, darkness sky canopy. As soon as Wang Heilong entered the stage, he executed the darkness sky canopy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to receive a single sword move from Li Fuchen. As compared to 3 months ago, Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy was much stronger. The deep and pitch-black darkness power was like a canopy that enveloped the entire contest stage. In the darkness, Li Fuchen's 5 senses were stripped away, and his qi circulation had also turned sluggish. The darkness sky canopy was like an enhanced version of the field power. It didn't just strip away the 5 senses, it could also suppress the enemy. Once the power was released, it would immediately be devoured and neutralized by the darkness power. I wonder how Li Fuchen is going to deal with this darkness sky canopy. Everyone in the audience seats was very curious. Over a dozen awareness seeped into the darkness sky canopy and saw Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong clearly. The owners of these awareness were naturally Meng Qihang, Lin Zhubai, a group of vice deans, and inner institute elders. As battle spirit realm masters, their awareness had already transformed into spiritual awareness. It wasn't too difficult to seep into the darkness sky canopy. It was just a little obstructed. If the darkness sky canopy was stronger by another level, perhaps only Meng Qihang and a few vice deans would be able to seep into it. The current darkness sky canopy wasn't able to obstruct any battle spirit realm masters. Darkness divine abilities are indeed much more terrifying. For divine abilities, the stronger the power wasn't the better, but the more absolute the better. The darkness sky canopy didn't have a trace of lethality, but it was extremely terrifying to anyone. It was simply turning the enemy blind and deaf, while suppressing the enemy's strength and neutralizing the enemy's attack. How was one going to fight? It was simply entering the enemy's home ground. Of course, to Li Fuchen, there were a few methods to break the darkness sky canopy. The first method was to break it with a green sun sword intent. This was the method he was planning to use. The second method was to break it with the heart of blazing flame. But his heart of blazing flame was too powerful, and using it here was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was too wasteful. The third method was to break it without breaking. Similar to the battle spirit realm masters, Li Fuchen's 5 senses might have been stripped, but his awareness wasn't. With a sweep of his awareness, Li Fuchen could see Wang Heilong's every move vividly. Since Li Fuchen could see Wang Heilong with his attack power, he would be able to defeat or even kill Wang Heilong with a casual sword. But if he did so, it would expose the uniqueness of his awareness, and it wasn't necessary. Li Fuchen be defeated. Wang Heilong's voice was transmitted to Li Fuchen from all directions. Subsequently, Wang Heilong appeared behind Li Fuchen silently and executed a fist. A blazing and resplendent green radiance burst out in all directions, with Li Fuchen as the center. The darkness sky canopy was like a pitch-black night encountering the sun. There was an instant burst of radiance, and the night turned into day. PFFF. Wang Heilong vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. Li Fuchen used a single sword to defeat Gu Hong. He still only used a single sword to defeat Wang Heilong. Chapter 467. Li Fuchen's strength had shocked everyone, including Xinmei, who thought she understood Li Fuchen very well. She originally thought that this would be a difficult battle, but she didn't expect it to be an instant battle. Li Fuchen's sword art had already reached a miraculous level and could even break divine abilities in a single sword. What a great Li Fuchen! Meng Qihang slapped his thigh and applauded. The green sun sword intent cultivated by different individuals would have different effects. Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent was undoubtedly flawless and could deal with any battle. Meng Qihang might have also cultivated 2 Earth-class high-tier sword arts, but in terms of essence, it was inferior to Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent. This child is probably comparable with the Red Rainbow Sect's Monarch-class disciples. The only thing he is lacking is his foundation. Lin Zhubai praised. Apart from the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and direct disciples, the Red Rainbow Sect still had a Monarch-class disciple that was independent of the 3. The Monarch-class disciples could be at the Reincarnation realm or the Battle Spirit realm. It wasn't related to cultivation level, but to combat strength of the same realm. Every Monarch-class disciple would be nurtured as a future primary Sea realm monarch by the Red Rainbow Sect. They would receive a lot of resources. Such power. No wonder Li Fuchen was accepted as an in-room cadet by the dean. His innate potential isn't inferior to Wang Heilong, and his perception is superior. You guys don't know yet, right? When Li Fuchen was in the Outer Institute, he defeated Wang Heilong and became the #1 listed cadet. Right now, he is probably going to contend for the #1 listed cadet. #1 listed cadet, huh? How can that be comparable to the #1 listed cadet? But he does have the strength to contest for the #1 listed cadet. Everyone was in a heated discussion and were shocked by Li Fuchen's power. During the later stages of the tournament, Wang Heilong was the first to encounter Situ Tao. Losing to Li Fuchen didn't cause Wang Heilong to collapse. His personality had always been tenacious, and each defeat would only make him work harder and more diligent. He had never thought that he was the #1 in the world, but he firmly believed that he would be the #1 in the future. Executing the darkness sky canopy, the canopy-like darkness power enveloped Wang Heilong and Situ Tao. But Li Fuchen could see that Situ Tao didn't have a trace of apprehension and was rather composed. I wonder what type of soft water divine ability Situ Tao awakened. Li Fuchen was very interested in any divine ability. Divine powers were like martial arts that could be continuously upgraded. One could feel many rules and techniques from them. In the darkness, Wang Heilong felt that something was wrong. He did not see any panic on Situ Tao's face. Wang Heilong silently approached Situ Tao. But at this moment, Situ Tao started to use his sacred art. When facing Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy, no one would be able to hold back their divine ability when the cultivation realm was around the same, apart from Li Fuchen. The sound of waves crashing rang out, and endless moisture began to sweep out. Bang! Wang Heilong's probing punch was directly repelled by a massive dragon head. Break! Wang Heilong did not believe it. His fist shadows covered Situ Tao's entire body. Bang, 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 a vigorous and ferocious energy revolved around Situ Tao, shaking off all of Wang Heilong's attacks. The recoil sent Wang Heilong flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In Wang Heilong's vision, a water dragon appeared around Situ Tao, constantly swimming around. Soft water divine ability, swimming water dragon. What a great soft water divine ability that combines offense and defense. Lin Zhu Bai praised silently. With this soft water divine ability, Situ Tao was in an invincible position. Unless Wang Heilong could break through the divine ability and injure Situ Tao, Situ Tao could only continue to exhaust Wang Heilong. But the prerequisite was that Situ Tao didn't counterattack. This divine ability isn't simple. Li Fuchen's awareness had also permeated into the darkness sky canopy. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to clearly see Wang Heilong's sneak attack on Situ Tao. Wang Heilong's fist art was very concentrated and logically, it should be able to break through the water dragon. But whenever Wang Heilong's fist was about to approach Situ Tao's body, the water dragon would sense it and swim over in time to repel Wang Heilong's fist. Water gathers and disperses unpredictably. It might look weak, but a slight movement would actually affect the entire body. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of some characteristics of water. Wang Heilong continued to attack. This time, he attacked from a very far distance. As such, no matter how powerful the water dragon's recoil was, it wouldn't be able to injure him. Is this all you are capable of? Situ Tao spoke softly. The water dragon that was revolving around him suddenly grew in size. From the thickness of a thigh, it expanded to the thickness of a water jar and then the thickness of a house. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the isolation of the darkness sky canopy, there were still muffled sounds. Li Fuchen shook his head. Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy wasn't weak, but it was still lacking in maturity. If Li Fuchen could comprehend more of the darkness bone frame pattern, he might be able to defeat Situ Tao. Therefore, right now, Li Fuchen wasn't a match for Situ Tao no matter what. Situ Tao's comprehension of the soft water bone frame pattern was obviously not low. When the darkness sky canopy collapsed, the thick water dragon looked as though it was going to destroy the world. It blasted Wang Heilong off the martial stage and caused him to vomit fresh blood violently. They are both divine abilities, but Situ Tao's soft water divine abilities prowess is too appalling. Everyone could see that Situ Tao's understanding of divine abilities was superior to Wang Heilung. Therefore, they weren't too surprised. After all, Situ Tao had been famous for a long time and had already awakened the soft water divine ability. It was natural for him to defeat Wang Heilung. It turns out that this is all I have. Below the stage, Wang Heilung's face was deathly pale and his spirit was weakened. But soon enough, the depths of his eyes were burning with black flames and a raging fighting spirit was bursting out. The stronger the opponent, the more meaningful his growth would be. If the opponent was too weak, it would be meaningless to defeat them easily. Meng Qihang nodded silently when he saw the subtle expressions on Wang Heilung's face. A true prodigy didn't just need superior innate talent, they also needed to have a superior temperament. Finally, the seeded contestant battle had begun. Among the 10 participants, up until now, only Situ Tao and Li Fuchen hadn't tasted defeat. For the next match, whoever won would be the seeded contestant and would be the #1 ranker of the power rankings. Senior Situ Tao, pardon me. Li Fuchen could see that Situ Tao's regular strength was also very formidable and was at least 1 level stronger than Guhong. Junior Fuchen, please. Situ Tao took advantage of his superior cultivation and didn't immediately execute his divine ability. Be careful. Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword and burst out with sword light. Sealing water palm art. Situ Tao cultivated the earth class mid-tier palm art, sealing water palm art. This palm art was the same as his soft water divine ability. It was a combination of offense and defense and didn't have any flaws. When Situ Tao executed the sealing water palm art, a forceful palm intent was emitted. Due to the overwhelming power of the palm intent, it produced a field power with extreme binding power. Intents and field power were closely related. Intents could produce powerful field power. Therefore, the stronger the intent, the stronger the field power. The field power could be considered the radiation of the intents. When an Earth-class martial art reached the dominating refinement realm, it would be able to derive domain power. However, at that time, the true intent would be too scattered and the derived domain power would not be considered strong. Only when the martial art reached the trance realm, the true intent would condense, and the derived domain power would be the true domain power. The so-called intents were actually the materialization of the martial Dao laws, and the martial Dao laws were derived from the great Dao laws. They were all interconnected and influenced each other. Situ Tao's sealing water palm art had actually reached the trance stage. Therefore, the palm intent and field power were so powerful. When Situ Tao executed his palm strike, the space on the stage seemed to have turned into a turbulent lake surface, constantly pressuring Li Fuchen's living space. However, Li Fuchen's sword intent was much stronger than Situ Tao's palm intent. The field power might not be released, but it was able to penetrate Situ Tao's field power with ease and wasn't affected at all. PFFF. Fresh blood burst out, and the flawless sealing water palm art was instantly broken. Situ Tao's shoulder was slashed. Roaming water dragon. Situ Tao's expression changed. He had ultimately underestimated the terror of an Earth-class high-tier sword art. Helplessly, he had no choice but to execute the roaming water dragon. A water dragon that was as thick as a water tank revolved around Situ Tao's body while his chi prowess was rising limitlessly. The intense humidity made everyone in the audience feel cold and wet, making them uncomfortable. Great divine ability. Li Fuchen smiled. He had a feeling that if he burst out with the heart of blazing flame, he would be able to evaporate Situ Tao's soft water divine ability, leaving nothing behind. It was a pity that Situ Tao's strength wasn't enough to force Li Fuchen to use his trump card. Senior, be careful now. Li Fuchen's wrist shook, and a sword chi pillar that was also as thick as a water tank was shot out. Just in time, Situ Tao controlled the water dragon to clash with the sword chi pillar. The void shook, and the martial stage was filled with cracks. The water dragon that contained the divine ability pattern was tough and forceful. It was able to resist the sword chi pillar, but it was impossible for it to advance any further. Break! The water dragon expanded and was as thick as a house. Situ Tao's right hand rotated and the water dragon spun as well, wanting to shatter the sword chi pillar. Senior, you aren't able to deal with my green sun sword intent. I shall let you witness the true green sun sword intent. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and raised the scarlet blood sword before brandishing it again. There wasn't a loud sound, but there was an extremely dazzling radiance. It felt as though Li Fuchen's sword wasn't a sword art, but an exploding sun. The intense green radiance was destructive and melted everything. PFFF. When the water dragon collapsed, Situ Tao's body was covered in charred wounds. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. The trance stage of the green sun sword intent was already equivalent to a divine ability. Furthermore, it was a divine ability with extreme burst power. How could Situ Tao's roaming water dragon compare with it? There might be a day when Situ Tao's roaming water dragon would surpass the green sun sword intent, but now wasn't the time. He reached the peak. Everyone in the audience stands had their mouths wide open and couldn't say anything for a moment. It was said that divine abilities were invincible, but everything had been broken by Li Fuchen. Without a divine ability, he was still invincible. All right, Li Fuchen, you are now my South Forest Martial Institution's seeded contestant. In the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament, you don't have to participate in the earlier matches and will advance to the finals immediately. Furthermore, you are qualified to head to the Red Rainbow Sect and become an Outer Sect disciple. Lin Zhubai stood up and announced. Everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 468. The rewards for the seeded contestants were very generous. Li Fuchen was rewarded with 1 million low-grade spirit stones and 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It was 10 times more than the previous seeded contestants. The reason why there were so many rewards was naturally because this year's seeded contestant would immediately become an Outer Sect disciple of the Red Rainbow Sect and would have a completely different status. Inside Meng Qihang's courtyard, Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings to the mentor." Once the seeded contestant tournament ended, Meng Qihang summoned them here. Meng Qihang waved his hand and said, "Li Fuchen, your performance is rather good and completely exceeded my expectations. You might not have awakened your divine ability, but as long as you can enter the Red Rainbow Sect, it is just a matter of time for you to awaken your divine ability. I don't have anything useful for you, but you are a dual cultivator of Qi and blood. This Jade Light Hidden Blood Bead can help you purify your Qi power and extraordinary Qi power, allowing your body refinement to reach the next level. Wang Heilong, you possess the darkness bone frame that most people yearn for. In this year's 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament, you have a high chance of entering the top 50. This is a 1,000-year Bodhi fruit that can increase your perception. There is still more than a week before the Rankings Tournament. Perhaps, during this period of time, your darkness divine ability might be stronger by 1 level. Meng Qiang handed a jade light bead and a hard fruit to the duo. Thank you, mentor. The duo received the jade light hidden blood bead and the 1,000-year Bodhi fruit respectfully. Mentor, is the Red Rainbow Sect really going to select 50 individuals from the 24 martial institutions to become Outer Sect disciples? Wang Heilong already had a yearning for the Red Rainbow Sect. After all, it was a sect that had plenty of primary sea realm monarchs and was the ruler of the Red Soil continent. Only by going there would one be able to soar freely. Meng Qiang nodded. The Red Rainbow Sect is in urgent need of fresh blood. In the past, the Violet Flower Kingdom would only have 20 slots every 3 years, and the 24 martial institutions would only have 10 slots. Right now, it is 90 slots every 2 years. The 24 martial institutions will have 50 slots, and the 2 elite martial institutions will have 40 slots. Meng Qiang suspected that the Red Rainbow Sect seemed to have fought with something and was lacking in manpower. Therefore, they were in urgent need of fresh blood. Mentor, don't worry. I will definitely become an Outer Sect disciple. Wang Heilong had a firm expression. Meng Qiang nodded. Actually, a 6-star darkness bone frame like Wang Heilong will be able to become an outer sect disciple sooner or later. Of course, by becoming an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect 2 years earlier, one would be able to soar 2 years earlier. Minter, is the Red Rainbow sect really as rumored and is filled with prodigies? Li Fuchen asked. It was rumored that the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of 7-star bone frames, and even 1 or 2 8-star bone frames. Li Fuchen was rather curious. Meng Qiang spoke in a grave tone. Of course. On the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings, I am ranked 15th. But do you know that a random, mid-level battle spirit realm master from the Red Rainbow sect will be able to sweep the entire Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings? That place is the sacred ground for prodigies, and only the pinnacle prodigies will be able to head there. The Red Rainbow sect wouldn't even bother with regular 6-star bone frames. A 6-star bone frame also has a trace of hope to become a primary Sea Realm monarch. Why doesn't the Red Rainbow sect recruit all the 6-star bone frames? After all, a 6-star bone frame would at least have the potential of a battle spirit realm master. They are more or less useful. Li Fuchen asked again. Meng Qiang said, the Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect, but their resources are limited too. If they nurture countless 6-star prodigies with limited resources, they will achieve nothing. A truly incredible 6-star prodigy would be comparable with 10 regular 6-star prodigies. Take you, for example. In front of you, 10 or 20 opponents at the same cultivation realm wouldn't be a match for a single sword move from you. Furthermore, the resources that you would consume wouldn't even need 10 or 20 portions. Resources, huh? Li Fuchen understood. Resources were an eternal topic. Without resources, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to improve so quickly. The rankings tournament would be held at the top of the 24 martial institutions, the High Heaven Martial Institution. They would depart 1 week later. The duo bade farewell to Meng Qiang and returned to their own courtyards. I wonder how effective the Jade Light Hidden Blood Bead is. Li Fuchen's body refinement was progressing too quickly. Even if the Dragon Elephant power was able to refine the impurities, it wasn't able to cleanly refine them. There were still plenty of impurities that were left in the depths of his body and had fused with the Qi power and extraordinary power. After taking a closer look at the Jade Light Bead, Li Fuchen circulated the Dragon Elephant power and poured it in. Swish! The emerald green light burst out and illuminated Li Fuchen. Even the bones within could be seen clearly down to the fine details. SSSSSS. Li Fuchen's body emitted colorful fumes. Once the fumes appeared, they would immediately be cleansed by the jade light. Such a terrifying effect. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful, and he could easily sense that the impurities in the depths of his body were being refined by the jade light. The colorful fumes were the anomaly that was produced after the impurities were refined. The jade light was getting weaker, and when the jade light was only 10% or 20% stronger, the impurities in Li Fuchen's body were finally cleansed. This time, it was truly cleansed, and it wasn't something that could be achieved by consuming elixirs. Back when Grandmaster Every Youth bestowed the triple blood-tempering elixir, it wasn't able to completely refine the impurities in Li Fuchen's qi and blood, but the Jade Light Hidden Blood Bead was able to do it. As the impurities in his qi and blood were cleansed, Li Fuchen felt the qi power and dragon elephant power in his body were rioting and circulating by themselves. After an unknown period of time, at the location of Li Fuchen's heart, a small elephant that was completely formed by the dragon elephant power appeared. The small elephant neighed, and Li Fuchen could sense that the qi power and the dragon elephant power's burst power had increased by an unknown amount. It felt as though they had a backbone. Just like how the backbone of qi was the dantian, the dragon elephant power's backbone was the small elephant in the heart. With a heartbeat, the qi power and the dragon elephant power burst out, and the giant elephant spirit rose up. Bang! The array that enveloped Li Fuchen's courtyard had suddenly collapsed, and the entire courtyard had been razed to the ground. It was fortunate that the neighboring courtyards were enveloped by arrays, and Li Fuchen's giant elephant spirit's power had been greatly weakened after the collapse of the array. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had withdrawn the giant elephant spirit in time. Therefore, he wasn't able to destroy the neighboring courtyard's array. Otherwise, he would have killed plenty of Inner Institute cadets. Is this the power of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter? Li Fuchen felt that this was the first time he recognized the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter. His body refinement didn't just increase by 1 or 2 points, it had actually doubled. Previously, his body refinement was equivalent to a regular 8th level reincarnation realm, but now it was at the 16th level reincarnation realm. Just the burst out of his chi spirit was enough to kill a large group of Inner Institute cadets. Apart from Situ Tao, Gu Hong, and Wang Heilong, no one among the Inner Institute cadets could resist the suppression of the giant elephant spirit. Furthermore, this was just the release of the giant elephant spirit. Perhaps this is the completion stage of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter's 5th chapter. Li Fuchen didn't know that body refinement techniques were much rarer than he imagined. Apart from the Red Rainbow sect, the body refinement techniques that were circulated in the outside world were at most Earth-class low-tier. The Red Rainbow sect might not even have Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques. Even if they had them, not everyone could cultivate them. In terms of rarity and power, Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques were comparable with Earth-class peak-tier chi cultivation techniques. The power was naturally something that Li Fuchen couldn't imagine. In the past, Li Fuchen's strength classification of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter's 5th chapter was just his own evaluation. In fact, body refinement techniques didn't have any minor grades, only major grades. When the small elephant appeared in his heart, Li Fuchen wanted to test the effects of the Dragon Elephant power to refine impurities. He started to consume Vajra elixirs and body-forging golden elixirs. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes that were filled with delight. When the small elephant appeared in his heart, the effects of the Dragon Elephant power to refine impurities had increased by several times. When the Vajra elixirs and body-forging golden elixirs were converted into Chi power and Dragon Elephant power, the impurities in the elixirs had been refined. Unless Li Fuchen consumed 100 or a few hundred elixirs at once, he didn't have to worry about the accumulation of impurities in his body. It is a pity that the effects of the Vajra elixirs and body-forging golden elixirs are already very weak. Li Fuchen shook his head. With his current body refinement level, the effects of Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs were already insufficient. Unless he consumed a large amount of them, it would be very difficult to increase his body refinement level by 1 level. I will wait until I arrive at the Red Rainbow sect. Perhaps there will be better body refinement resources there. 1 week passed by quickly. On this morning, Meng Qiang personally led the team with the Vice Dean, Lin Zhubai. A group of 12 individuals headed towards the High Heaven Martial Institution. Each of the 24 martial institutions had 10 rankers on the power rankings, and they were qualified to participate in a ranking tournament. There were a total of 240 individuals. The High Heaven Martial Institution was located in the High Heaven County and was a few 100,000 miles away from the South Forest County. But with the county's teleportation array, it only took a short period of time to reach there. High Heaven County's High Heaven City. There was a flash of radiance on the teleportation platform, and a group of 12 individuals from the South Forest Martial Institution appeared. Let's go. Meng Qiang led the group out of the city and flew towards the High Heaven Martial Institution. Soon enough, a majestic martial institution appeared in everyone's vision. The High Heaven Martial Institution was ranked first among the 24 martial institutions. Its reputation was great, and its strength was only inferior to the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution. It was much stronger than most of the other martial institutions. In the past triennial ranking tournament, among the top 10 cadets, the High Heaven Martial Institution had the most Inner Institute cadets. Correspondingly, the High Heaven Martial Institution had the most cadets in the Red Rainbow sect. As such, it was even harder for the other martial institutions to catch up to the High Heaven Martial Institution. There was still 1 day before the ranking tournament, and the High Heaven Martial Institution was already bustling with noise. There would be cadets from the other martial institutions arriving here from time to time. Dean Meng, you are rather early. Are these the cadets of your South Forest Martial Institution? Behind them, 12 figures were galloping over. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a scarlet robe. When he saw Meng Qi-hang, he couldn't help but speak loudly. Dean Liu, you are rather early too. Meng Qi-hang turned around and spoke perfunctorily. Chapter 469. Both of them cultivated fire, Dao cultivation techniques, and had blazing flame bone frames. Therefore, they had been competing openly and covertly. But seriously speaking, it was Liu Hua who wasn't convinced of Meng Qi-hang. It was because Meng Qi-hang was the #1 fire Dao Grandmaster of the 24 martial institutions. He was even stronger than the Scarlet Desert Martial Institution's dean, Yang Tianzhao, who was ranked 7th among the 24 martial institutions. Liu Hua laughed mischievously and sized up Li Fuchen's group. I wonder who is the seated contestant of your South Forest Martial Institution? The seated contestants of each of the 24 martial institutions mustn't be underestimated. After all, the seated contestants were destined to become the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciples. Their future achievements might be above them. Fuchen, why aren't you greeting Dean Liu? Meng Qi-hang said to Li Fuchen. Greetings, Dean Liu. Li Fuchen took a step forward and cupped his fist. Liu's eyes were originally focused on Situ Tao. After all, Situ Tao's cultivation was the highest, and his qi presence was also the strongest. But he didn't expect the seated contestant to be Li Fuchen, which was out of his expectations. Nodding slightly, Liu was said to a young man behind him, Chu Feng, greet Dean Meng. Chu Feng greets Dean Meng. Chu Feng was tall and slender, but his aura was very wild. It was clear that he also cultivated a fire path cultivation technique. Meng Qi-hang sized up Chu Feng with a glance and said to Liu Hua, Dean Liu, this kid's aura is unique. There should be something special about him. Liu Hua spoke complacently. Chu Feng might not have a special bone frame, but he is a rare wind-fire bone frame. Wind-fire bone frame? Meng Qi moved quickly. The wind-fire bone frame could cultivate wind, Dao cultivation techniques, or fire, Dao cultivation techniques. If the wind-fire cultivation technique was cultivated, it would undoubtedly be stronger. Apart from that, the wind-fire bone frame would awaken the wind-fire divine ability, which was much stronger than regular divine abilities and was just inferior to special divine abilities. I wonder what your Southern Forest Martial Institution's seated contestant has? Dean Liu said intentionally or unintentionally. Meng Qi-hang said, he only has the blazing flame bone frame. However, he has already cultivated an Earth-class high-tier sword art to the trance stage and comprehended an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Meng Qi-hang's first sentence was still fine, but the latter sentence caused Liu Hua to be stunned for a moment, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Comprehended high-rank Earth Realm sword intent? Even the inner court students of the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution wouldn't be able to do it, right? His perception was comparable with a 7-star bone frame, and it was one of the top-notch 7-star bone frames. As for 8-star bone frames, Liu Hua didn't even dare to think about it. He had never seen an 8-star bone frame in his life. It was rumored that there were 1 or 2 8-star bone frames in the Red Rainbow Sect's youth generation, but he wasn't qualified to see one. High-rank Earth-rank sword intent? Chu Feng originally didn't care about Li Fuchen. After knowing that Li Fuchen had comprehended the Earth-class high-tier sword intent, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Fuchen. He thought to himself, to be able to comprehend the Earth-class high-tier sword intent, his perception is indeed very strong. But in the same realm, only the awakened divine ability will be invincible. It is fine if it is just a regular divine ability, but I have awakened the wind and fire divine ability. Its lethality is superior to regular divine abilities. Only those who awaken special divine abilities are my match. The members of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution were sizing up Li Fuchen, while Li Fuchen was also sizing up the members of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution. In the crowd, Li Fuchen saw Wang Jian. Back at Grandmaster Everyouth's Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, Li Fuchen had crossed moves with Wang Jian. Wang Jian possessed the 6-star Vajra bone frame, and was an innate body refinement bone frame. Dean Liu, let's go in. Meng Qihang didn't wish to stay outside for too long and headed towards the High Heaven Martial Institution first. Everyone, let's go in. Liu will waved his hand and asked for everyone to follow. Inside the High Heaven Martial Institution, there were already plenty of martial institutions that had arrived. They were arranged in a spacious region. There were plenty of courtyards in this region, and each courtyard had the name of the martial institutions. After finding the courtyard that belonged to the South Forest Martial Institution, Meng Qihang pushed the door and entered. The reason why he arrived one day earlier was to let Li Fuqin and the others understand the situation of the various martial institutions. The other martial institutions also had the same intention. Of course, there were some martial institutions that didn't care and would only arrive tomorrow. When it was almost evening, Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai gathered everyone. A total of 18 martial institutions are here today. Apart from the High Heaven Martial Institution, only the top 7 martial institutions aren't here. Among the 18 martial institutions, the Stellaris Martial Institution and the Wild Lion Martial Institution's seated contestants have special bone frames. The Stellaris Martial Institution's seated contestant has the Spear Dao bone frame, while the Wild Lion Martial Institution's seated contestant has the Berserk bone frame. Beside Meng Qihang, Lin Zhubai spoke. Spear Dao bone frame? Berserk bone frame? Everyone had never heard of these two bone frames and had only read about them in ancient books. They didn't expect for this year's seated contestants to have these two bone frames. The Spear Dao bone frame was the same as the Sword Dao bone frame and the Saber Dao bone frame. They were all Tools Dao bone frames. No one could explain the formation of the Tools Dao bone frame. After all tools were invented and not innate. Some people speculated that the formation of the Tools Dao bone frame should be related to countless elite Tools Dao experts since ancient times. For example, if a Spear Dao martial artist cultivation reached the primary sea realm or higher, they would be able to interfere with the heaven and earth circulation. Unknowingly, a trace of Spear Dao Qi presence would be fused into the heaven and earth circulation. Some embryos would be affected by the Spear Dao Qi presence and would naturally form the Spear Dao bone frame. Spear Dao. In the beginning, there definitely wasn't such a Dao. As more people walked on it, there would gradually be an additional Dao in the heaven and earth great Dao. As for the Berserk bone frame, it was even rarer. This type of bone frame would allow the user's combat instincts to burst out to a terrifying degree. The human body was very complicated and had immense potential. Even a powerless old granny might burst out with terrifying power if she was stimulated. The Berserk bone frame was much more advanced than simply being stimulated. When in the Berserk state, the user would lose a portion of their rationality. Correspondingly, the combat strength would be greatly enhanced. The more rationality was lost, the stronger the combat strength. The advanced state of the Berserk state would completely lose all rationality and would only be left with the will to massacre. At that moment, the user would be able to exhibit 10 times or even a few dozen times of strength and would be able to easily destroy enemies that were several times stronger than the user. It could be said that the Berserk bone frame was much stronger than the other special bone frames. Because the martial artist's body was evolving, the higher the grade of the evolution, the stronger the Berserk state. But simply being strong wasn't considered truly strong. The Berserk bone frame was rather weak in other aspects. The methods were too simple and would be easily restrained by others. This was its greatest weakness. After talking about these two special bone frames, Lin Zhubai continued to talk about the other seated contestants or participants that he had to pay attention to. One day passed by quickly. On the second day, the other 6 martial institutions had arrived. They were the number 2 Flying Snow Martial Institution, number 3 Blue Moon Martial Institution, number 4 Roaming Dragon Martial Institution, number 5 Evergreen Martial Institution, number 6 Long River Martial Institution, and number 7 Scarlet Desert Martial Institution. Chapter 470. The ranking tournament was held at the High Heaven Martial Institution's Outer Institute's High Heaven Martial Field. The High Heaven Martial Field was like a huge walk. The bottom of the walk was the martial stage while the walls were the spectator seats. In the early morning, All the members of the 24 martial institutions had arrived. The seated contestants were seated in the seated contestant seats. The deans and vice-deans were seated in the VIP seats. The seats at the back were for the outer institute cadets of the High Heaven Martial Institution. Dean Sheen, since everyone is here, let the ranking tournament begin. The Flying Snow Martial Institution's Dean Duanmu Yao, who was wearing a plain robe, stood up and spoke. Duanmu Yao was ranked 7th on the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings. Among the deans of the 24 martial institutions, the only one ranked above her was the High Heaven Martial Institution's Dean Qin Yun. Qin Yun had an ancient appearance, and his chi presence was very reserved. He nodded to the High Heaven Martial Institution's vice dean. Seeing the response, the vice dean stood up and said, "The ranking tournament is separated into 3 stages. The first stage will decide the top 100. The second stage will decide the top 26. The top 26 will be the same as the 24 seeded contestants. They will enter the Red Rainbow sect and become the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples. The third stage will be the ranking tournament. The first place will get 50 points, the second place will get 49 points, the third place will get 48 points, and the 50th place will get 1 point. When the time comes, the martial institution with the most points will be ranked first among the 24 martial institutions. As for the rewards for the ranking competition, the first place will be rewarded with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 million low-grade spirit stones. The second place will be rewarded with 500 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 million low-grade spirit stones. The third place will be rewarded with 300 mid-grade spirit stones and 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The 4th to the 50th place will be rewarded with the same rewards, 100 mid-grade spirit stones and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The first stage of the tournament will begin now. Non-seeded contestants, please go up and receive your number plate. Apart from the 24 seeded contestants, the rest of the 216 contestants went up to receive their number plates. The 24 seeded contestants also had their number plates. The number plate was the same as the Martial Institution's ranking. For example, the South Forest Martial Institution was ranked 15th and Li Fuchen's number plate was 15th. The first place will be rewarded with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 million low-grade spirit stones. This is truly generous. Li Fuchen revealed a trace of battle intent. Originally, he didn't really care about first place in the ranking tournament, but now he felt that it was necessary to fight for it. It didn't matter even if he had to reveal his trump card. It was fine if it was only 10 million low-grade spirit stones, but 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were extremely hard to obtain. At the Battle Spirit Realm, if one wished to progress quickly, it was impossible without mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, mid-grade spirit stones were extremely scarce in the 7-color continent. Even the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't be able to satisfy the daily requirement of mid-grade spirit stones for all Battle Spirit Realm masters. If one wanted more mid-grade spirit stones, one would have to rely on one's own hard work. The first stage of the competition began. There were a total of 10 stages, and each stage would have 2 contestants fighting at the same time. After watching a few matches, Li Fuchen felt that it was meaningless and started to pay attention to the other 23 seeded contestants. This person should be the Wild Lion Martial Institution's seeded contestant, Li Quan. He possesses the Berserk Bone Frame. Li Quan's cultivation was at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. He was very tall and was around 1 meters tall. His muscles were very firm and emitted an indescribable pressure. This pressure was similar to the Qi spirit, but Li Fuchen could feel that it was a power that was even more profound than the Qi spirit. The Berserk Bone Frame is indeed extraordinary. Li Fuchen had listed Li Quan as one of the opponents that he should pay attention to. Next, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the seeded contestant, Yang Shihua. Yang Shihua's Qi presence was extremely tyrannical. When he sat there, he was just like an indestructible spear. It gave off an illusion that a casual move from him would be able to penetrate everything. The spear Dao Bone Frame that awakened the spear Dao Divine Ability is indeed different. In the past, Li Fuchen might have seen a few of the tooling Dao Bone Frames, but none of them had awakened their divine abilities. As compared to Li Kuang, Yang Shihua's cultivation was much higher and was actually at the 7th level of reincarnation realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation among the youth generation that Li Fuchen had seen. Apart from the top 7 martial institutions, the other martial institutions' seeded contestants might not have special bone frames, but they still shouldn't be underestimated. A divine ability wasn't always better when it came to power. There were some divine abilities that could restrict the opponent's strength. In such a situation, unless the opponent's strength was much superior to the opponent, otherwise, the opponent would be in a bitter battle. There were also divine abilities that were hard to guard against. If the opponent wasn't careful, they might be severely injured. In addition, the amount of comprehension of the bone frame pattern would also determine the grade of the divine ability. At the reincarnation realm, it was basically hard to comprehend too many bone frame patterns, but it was still possible to comprehend a little bit. If a regular extraordinary bone frame could awaken a divine ability after comprehending 2 segments of the bone frame pattern, then if Li Fuchen comprehended 2.5 segments of the bone frame pattern, the power would definitely surpass those who had just awakened their divine abilities. Li Fuchen had comprehended more than 3 segments of the blazing flame bone frame pattern. Even if it was a special divine ability, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to suppress it. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the top 7 martial institutions' seeded contestants and started to size them up. The Scarlet Desert Martial Institution's seeded contestant was a short-haired youth who was at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. His chi presence was obviously weaker than Yang Shihua and Li Kuang. The Long River Martial Institution's seeded contestant was a blue-robed youth who was also at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. The Evergreen Martial Institution's seeded contestant was a green-haired youth who had the same cultivation as Yang Shihua and was at the 7th level of reincarnation realm. But Li Fuchen sensed that he was probably inferior to Yang Shihua and was around the same level as Li Kuang. After seeing the green-haired youth, Li Fuchen took a glance at the martial stage. On the martial stage, the Evergreen Martial Institution's Lung Feng used a single saber to eliminate his opponent. Back at Grandmaster Everyouth's Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, Li Fuchen had crossed moves with Lung Feng. Lung Feng possessed the 6-star saber Dao bone frame, and after such a long period of time, he had probably awakened the saber Dao divine ability. His strength was probably not inferior to Wang Heilong. If they were given more time to grow, 90% of the people present wouldn't be a match for them. Special bone frames had always been heaven-defying and were considered invincible in the same realm. The Roaming Dragon Martial Institution's seeded contestant was a white-clothed youth who had a genial expression. The Blue Moon Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution's seeded contestants were all females, and they had extremely powerful chi presences. The Blue Moon Martial Institution's seeded contestant was called Lan Fei, and she was a blue-haired girl. Her chi presence was very similar to Lung Feng's, but it was obviously stronger. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, she must also have the saber Dao bone frame. As for the Flying Snow Martial Institution's seeded contestant, she was a white-clothed girl who had snowflake patterns embroidered on her body. Her chi presence was extremely icy cold, and it had nearly affected the surrounding heaven and earth laws. Her cultivation was simply terrifying to the extreme and was actually at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. She isn't just simply cultivating an ice Dao cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He could feel that the white-clothed girl's strength was definitely much stronger than Yang Shihua, because her chi presence was too obscure and profound. If it wasn't for his exceptional awareness, he wouldn't be able to notice the details. Could she be a 7-star icy coal bone frame? Li Fuchen had a vague connection. 6-star and 7-star might only have a difference of 1 star, but the difference was extremely huge. It was just like the difference between 5-star and 6-star. There were plenty of 5-star bone frames in the 7-color continent. Even the most formidable 5-star bone frames would be useless in the face of a 6-star bone frame. The difference between a 6-star bone frame and a 7-star bone frame was even greater. Such a difference was enough to make one feel despair. According to ancient records, the higher the grade of the bone frame, the greater the difference. If a 1-star bone frame and a 2-star bone frame had a difference of 10% in overall qualities, then a 2-star bone frame and a 3-star bone frame would also have a difference of 10%. A 5-star bone frame and a 6-star bone frame would have a difference of 10%, while a 6-star bone frame and a 7-star bone frame would have a difference of more than 10%. Even some of the heaven-defying 6-star bone frames would only have a perception that was close to or on par with 7-star bone frames. But their other qualities were still far inferior to 7-star bone frames. They might be able to catch up during the early stages, but they would be left behind during the later stages. It was precisely because of this that 7-star bone frames had another title, monarch bone frame. It meant that as long as one possessed the 7-star bone frame, there was an 80% to 90% chance of reaching the primary sea realm. In order to evolve a 6-star bone frame to a 7-star bone frame, the herb would need to be at least a heaven-class herb. Heaven-class herbs contained heaven and earth laws and were extremely precious. Even primary sea realm monarchs would covet them, and it wasn't an easy task to obtain them. Just as Li Fuchen expected, most of the seated contestants were looking at the white-clothed female and the High Heaven Martial Institution's seated contestant. It wasn't a secret that the Flying Snow Martial Institution's seated contestant, Bai Ling Shuang, possessed the 7-star icy cold bone frame, but her strength had always been a mystery. No one had seen her true strength before, as the number 2 ranker of the Flying Snow Martial Institution wasn't able to force out Bai Ling Shuang's full strength. Probably, she wouldn't even be able to force out 20% or 30% of her strength. The 7-star bone frame was basically a legendary bone frame in the Violet Flower Kingdom. Back then, because of Bai Ling Shuang, the Flying Snow Martial Institution, the Violet Flower Martial Institution, and the Stars Martial Institution had plenty of conflicts, and the 3 parties were all frantically fighting for her. In the end, Bai Ling Shuang decided to stay in the Flying Snow Martial Institution. As the Flying Snow Martial Institution's dean, Duanmu, Yao had a close relationship with the Bai clan. Bai Ling Shuang didn't feel that she had to go to the Violet Flower Martial Institution or the Stars Martial Institution to have any achievements. Beside Bai Ling Shuang was the blue-clothed High Heaven Martial Institution's seated contestant, Ling Yijian. Ling Yijian was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm and had the 6-star Sword Dao bone frame. This was the second Sword Dao bone frame that Li Fuchen encountered after the East Unicorn Continent Sky Dragon Sword Sex Chiyuya. Among the 24 seated contestants, or 240 contestants, Bai Ling Shuang and Ling Yijian should be in the same class. Yang Shihua and Lan Fei should be in the same class, followed by Li Kuang and the others. Li Fuchen had divided the 24 seated contestants into several classes according to their chi presences. One day later, the first stage of the tournament had ended. The South Forest Martial Institution had a total of 2 contestants who entered the second stage of the tournament. They were Situ Tao and Wang Heilong. Gu Heng's strength might not be weak, but none of the contestants were weak. It wasn't easy to enter the top 100. The South Forest Martial Institution was considered better as they had at least 2 contestants who entered the top 100. A few martial institutions had been completely wiped out, like the number 18 Wild Lion Martial Institution and the number 21 Yellow Sand Martial Institution. None of their contestants had entered the top 100. The High Heaven Martial Institution was indeed the number 1 martial institution, as they actually had 8 contestants who entered the top 100. The Flying Snow Martial Institution also had 7 contestants who entered the top 100. Chapter 471. The second stage of the tournament was several times more intense than the first stage. This stage wasn't just to determine the top 26, it was also to determine the 26 outer sect disciple slots for the Red Rainbow sect. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 2 years. 2 years later, who knew if they would have a chance to head to the Red Rainbow sect? You shall be defeated. You are the one who is defeated. On the martial stage, the 2 participants were drenched in blood and were attacking each other violently. Ultimately, the skinny and tall participant won by a narrow margin and fainted. It was fortunate that the upper echelons of the various martial institutions were already prepared for such a situation. A battle spirit realm master skimmed onto the martial stage and blasted out a green chi force on the two participants. With the nourishment of the green chi force, the duo quickly recovered. A battle spirit realm master with a greenwood bone frame. Li Fuchen understood now. Among all the bone frames, the greenwood bone frame had the most powerful healing ability. Grandmaster Every Youth's greenwood divine ability could allow a person who was on the brink of death to be instantly revived. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person was merely injured. If the person was inflicted with some strange poison, even a primary sea realm monarch would be helpless. If it was a curse, it would be even more unresolvable. In this world, there were too many things that couldn't be resolved. Vajra protection. On the number 6 martial stage, the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian burst out with his Vajra divine ability, and his entire body was covered with a layer of golden skin. Clang, clang, clang. His opponent was very powerful, and if Wang Jian awakened an offensive divine ability, he might not be a match for his opponent. It was a pity that Wang Jian awakened a defensive divine ability, and his opponent's attack couldn't do anything to Wang Jian, but Wang Jian was able to injure his opponent. Bang! Wang Jian sent his opponent flying with a single palm strike. Darkness Sky Canopy. On the number 8 martial stage, Wang Heilong had also encountered a formidable opponent. This person's strength was superior to Sidu Tao, but the tragic thing was that his divine ability wasn't a large-scale divine ability. Just like Gu Heng, it was a single-target offensive divine ability. After being enveloped by the Darkness Sky Canopy, he was forcefully defeated by Wang Heilong's sneak attack. Wang Heilong's Darkness Sky Canopy is probably one of the most insane divine abilities. Li Fuchen shook his head. Azura Moon. Compared to Wang Jian and Wang Heilong, the Evergreen Martial Institution's Lung Feng was much stronger. Once he executed his saber, Dao divine ability, a sharp crescent moon instantly appeared above his head. With a sweep of the crescent moon, no matter who his opponent was, they would be sent flying without any ability to retaliate. Tool's method sacred art had always been a more extreme sacred art. The attack was extremely powerful. Another day passed, and the top 26 were born. In the South Forest Martial Institution, Situ Tao and Wang Heilong had entered the top 26. The former was strong enough, while the latter's Dark Sky Canopy was freakish enough. Therefore, they had no mishaps along the way. All right, Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai cheered loudly. With the addition of Li Fuchen, the South Forest Martial Institution had a total of 3 individuals in the top 50. This was already far above the average and wasn't inferior to the top 10 martial institutions. On the other hand, many of the other martial academies didn't have anyone in the top 50 except for the seeded contestants. As for the High Heaven Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution, they were as powerful as ever. Including the seeded contestants, the High Heaven Martial Institution had 5 people in the top 50. The Flying Snow Martial Institution also had 5 people. After confirming that they had entered the top 26, Situ Tao and Wang Heilong let out a breath of relief. Becoming an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect was too attractive for them. It could be said that if they didn't enter the Red Rainbow sect, they wouldn't have any hope to step into the primary sea realm in the future. But if they entered the Red Rainbow sect, they would at least have a trace of hope. In order to step into the primary sea realm, one would first need to cultivate an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. This was the most basic requirement. In the Red Soil continent, apart from the Red Rainbow sect, there weren't any other places that had Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques. Even if there were, they would probably be collected by the Red Rainbow sect. On the 3rd morning, the 3rd stage of the ranking tournament had officially begun. Number 7 contest stage, number 15 Li Fuchen will go against number 16 Jiang Tian. As the referee's voice echoed, Li Fuchen and Jiang Tian went up the stage together. Jiang Tian was a seeded contestant of the Greenstone Martial Institution and the son of Grandmaster Axe. Grandmaster Axe was ranked number 7 on the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings and was on par with the Flying Snow Martial Institution's dean, Duanmu Yao. Grandmaster Axe had 3 sons, and Jiang Tian was the 2nd son. The third son was Jiang Ba, who participated in the Everlasting Youth Garden's Tea Party. As the son of Grandmaster Axe, Jiang Tian cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, mountain-splitting divine technique, and the Earth-class high-tier martial art, mountain-splitting 36 axes. He was the absolute king among the Greenstone Martial Institution's inter-institute cadets, mountain-splitting 15 axes. Once on the stage, Jiang Tian executed the 15th axe of the mountain, splitting 36 axes. A giant axe light filled the entire place and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Split. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed the axe light with ease. Mountain splitting 20 axes. Jiang Tian burst out with a yell and executed an even stronger axe move. Clang! Li Fuchen's sword tore apart the axe light and sent Jiang Tian flying. Mountain splitting 27 axes. Jiang Tian had a grave expression as he executed the 27th axe. Of the mountain splitting 36 axes, the first 18 axes were considered to be at the sub-perfection stage. The first 27 axes were at the perfection stage. As such, the 27th axe move was the strongest axe move that Jiang Tian could execute. The 28th axe move was already at the trance stage. When the axe cleaved, layers of axe lights were like raging waves that surged at Li Fuchen. Jiang Tian had once used this move to cleave a dozen reincarnation realm experts to death. It was a pity that as compared to Li Fuchen, Jiang Tian's axe art was still too immature. They were both Earth-class high-tier martial arts, but Li Fuchen's Green Sun Sword intent was at the trance stage. With a thrust, Jiang Tian's giant axe was immediately sent flying. Damn it! Jiang Tian retreated quickly and instantly released his sharp metal divine ability. Buzz! In the void, a golden axe was produced and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Before the golden axe arrived, Li Fuchen's spatial zone was already suppressed. The horrific pressure felt as though it was going to crush Li Fuchen's body. A pure offensive divine ability. Li Fuchen shook his head and brandished his sword. There was a resplendent sword light that burst out and extinguished the golden axe. PFFF. Jiang Tian vomited fresh blood violently and was sent flying off the stage. He was instantly defeated. Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Many of the martial institution's upper echelons looked at Li Fuchen with astonished expressions. Li Fuchen was the first contestant to display an Earth-class high-tier intent. It was hard to not attract attention. Interesting. His regular strength is rather formidable. Ling Yijian's eyes stopped on Li Fuchen for a few breaths. With a 6-star sword Dao bone frame, Ling Yijian didn't just have incredible perception that surpassed most of the 6-star bone frames. His sword Dao comprehension was also terrifying. In terms of sword art proficiency, he was confident that he wasn't inferior to 7-star bone frames. Li Fuchen obviously didn't have the sword Dao bone frame, but his sword Dao proficiency seemed to be on par with Ling Yijian. Ling Yijian, your green cloud sword art should have reached the trance stage right. Bai Ling Shuang said indifferently. The green cloud sword art was one of the High Heaven Martial Institution's Earth-class high-tier sword arts. Chapter 472. The third stage of the ranking tournament was definitely much more intense than the second stage. If the second stage of the ranking tournament was for everyone to fight for the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciple spots, then the third stage of the ranking tournament was for everyone to prove themselves. No one was willing to be inferior to others, especially prodigies. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 martial stages would burst out with world-shaking sound from time to time. All sorts of divine abilities were released, and it was extremely dazzling. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and saw everyone's divine abilities. Offensive divine abilities. Defensive divine abilities. Field divine abilities. Offensive and defensive divine abilities. Clone divine abilities. Li Fuchen witnessed all sorts of divine abilities. Among the offensive divine abilities, the tools Dao divine abilities were the best. Once Yang Shihua's spear Dao divine ability was executed, it would be world-shaking and extremely tyrannical. No one would be able to resist it. Defensive divine abilities had their own merits. The soft water defensive divine ability could form a layer of water clothes that could isolate and weaken most of the damage. The sharp metal defensive divine ability could form a layer of armor that could similarly isolate and weaken most of the damage. It seemed like apart from the tool's Dao bone frame, all the other bone frames could awaken defensive divine abilities. As of now, Wang Heilung's Darkness Sky Canopy was the best among the field divine abilities. This divine ability had already attracted the attention of many of the martial institution's upper echelons. All of them were lamenting in their hearts. If there was a day when Wang Heilung matured, he would probably be invincible in the same realm. He would even have a place in the Red Rainbow sect. As for the offensive and defensive divine ability, it was similar to Situ Tao's roaming water dragon. It could be used for both offense and defense and didn't have any obvious flaws. But it was precisely because of this that Situ Tao wasn't considered outstanding in all aspects. If he encountered a more extreme divine ability, he would be at a disadvantage. As of now, only one individual possessed the clone divine ability. It was the Sit Wave Martial Institution's seated contestant, Chui Rongguang. He awakened the soft water divine ability called Water Clone. The water clone formed by this divine ability would be covered with soft water patterns. It was extremely powerful and was even stronger than Chui Rongguang's main body. Furthermore, it didn't have any flaws, and it didn't matter if it was pierced by a sword. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it would be able to continue fighting. As expected, all types of divine abilities must not be underestimated. Chui Rongguang's Water Clone is enough to be one of the top 10 divine abilities in this ranking tournament. With the addition of Ling Yijian, who had yet to execute his Sword Dao divine ability, there were a total of 7 individuals who possessed special divine abilities. The divine abilities of these 7 people were naturally among the top 10 divine abilities. The other 3 were Chui Rongguang's Water Body God, Chu Feng's Wind Fire God, and Bai Ling Shuang's Ice God. In fact, Bai Ling Shuang was the same as Ling Yijian. She had yet to execute her divine ability, but her 7-star icy cold bone frame was too horrific. Even an idiot would know that her icy cold divine ability was incredible. Number 10 contest stage. Number 15 Li Fuchen against number 38 Wang Jian. Wang Jian was ranked 2nd in the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's power ranking. He was also one of the participants of the Everlasting Youth Garden's Tea Party. Li Fuchen, we meet again. Wang Jian's face turned solemn. After the tea session, he was even more hardworking than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to progress to the reincarnation realm in such a short period of time. He had also defeated the other rankers of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's power rankings and was ranked number 2. He was only inferior to the seated contestant, Chu Feng. Yes, I wonder how your strength has improved. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Try it and you'll know. Diamond Body Protection. Wang Jian's strength wasn't great, but he was able to reach this stage because of the Diamond Divine ability. The Diamond Bone Frame might not be considered a powerful special bone frame, but it was still a special bone frame. Once the Diamond Divine ability was awakened, it would allow him to surpass levels in combat. His skin instantly turned golden, and it felt as though his entire body was forged with gold. It gave off an indestructible and undying feeling. Buzz! The instant the golden skin was formed, the air shook, and it was obvious that there was a powerful rebound force. Li Fuchen stared at Wang Jian's golden skin. Wang Jian's golden skin was covered with densely packed golden patterns. The undying feeling was emitted from the golden patterns. No wonder it is a special divine ability. Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and emitted a tyrannical and resplendent sword intent. Against the diamond divine ability, regular attacks were basically useless. Only attacks that contain intent would be effective. Furthermore, the intent must be at the Earth class mid-tier. Earth class low-tier intents wouldn't be able to shake the divine ability's laws. Later stage martial artists would be able to see who had a stronger and more complete grasp of laws. Be it martial art intents or divine abilities, they were all derived from laws. The former relied on one's own comprehension, while the latter relied on innate talent and comprehension. TSS. In the face of Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent, Wang Jian's diamond divine ability was obviously unable to withstand it. His body was slashed with a deep wound and fresh blood was bursting out. What? Wang Jian's scalp turned numb. As of now, he had yet to encounter an overly powerful opponent. Therefore, he was very confident in the diamond divine ability. But Li Fuchen's sword made him understand that no matter how powerful the diamond divine ability was, it depended on the opponent. The divine ability's grade is too low. Li Fuchen shook his head. It was obvious that Wang Jian's body didn't have a lot of open meridians, and he didn't have much comprehension of the diamond bone frame patterns. Even if the diamond divine ability was one of the top 10 divine abilities in this year's ranking tournament, it still wasn't able to resist Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent. After all, the so-called top 10 divine abilities only referred to the potential and didn't represent the current strength. With the sword intent strengthened, Li Fuchen slashed open Wang Jian's chest and broke the diamond divine ability. A battle spirit realm master instantly went up the stage and waved his hand to send a green chi force into Wang Jian's body. Wang Jian's injuries were recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. He sized up Li Fuchen with lingering fear. His heart was filled with unwillingness and shock. Li Fuchen was too powerful. A single sword slashed open Wang Jian's diamond divine ability. If Wang Jian didn't have a firm heart, he would have lost all his fighting spirit. I have the innate talent, I just lack the hard work. There will be a day when my diamond divine ability will stand proudly in the world. Wang Jian clenched his fist and jumped off the stage. Looking at Li Fuchen, who was on the stage, many of the martial institution's seated contestants had grave expressions. The divine ability was incredible, but if the martial arts grade was too high, the divine ability wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen's Earth-class high-tier sword intent wasn't inferior to most of the divine abilities. The ranking tournament had a total of 49 rounds, and everyone had to go up the stage 49 times. It was fortunate that there were 10 martial stages, and the ranking tournament progressed very quickly. 15 consecutive victories. 20 consecutive victories. There were too few opponents that could make Li Fuchen get serious. Even the number 2 and number 3 rankers from the High Heaven Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution wouldn't be able to withstand a few sword moves from Li Fuchen. Furthermore, these people were even stronger than some of the martial institution's seeded contestants. Martial stage number 1. Number 15 Li Fuchen will go against number 42 Lung Feng. On the 21st match, Li Fuchen encountered another familiar person. Lung Feng, number 2 of the Evergreen Martial Institution's power rankings, and one of the participants of the Everlasting Youth Garden. He possessed the 6-star Saber Dao bone frame. In fact, with Lung Feng's strength, he would definitely be a seeded contestant in a martial institution that was slightly lower ranked. It was a pity that the Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked number 5 and had plenty of prodigies. It was already very rare for Lung Feng to be ranked number 2 on the power rankings. When facing Li Fuchen, Lung Feng didn't dare to be careless, even if he was different from before. Azura Moon. Just like Wang Jian, Lung Feng immediately burst out with the Saber Dao divine ability, Azura Moon. The Azura Moon looked like a crescent moon, but it was actually the condensation of countless Saber Chi. When countless Saber Chi were condensed into a crescent moon, the lethality was naturally indescribable. Go! Lung Feng pointed with his finger, and the crescent moon was shot at Li Fuchen. Clang! The crescent moon was extremely fast and had an unrestrained trajectory. A regular person wouldn't be able to react in time, let alone block it. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. The Scarlet Blood Sword cleaved forward, and Li Fuchen slashed at the crescent moon. The crescent moon revolved, and a horrific power surged out. There was a tyrannical and sharp, invisible power that wanted to crush over. This was the Saber Dao law. The Saber Dao divine ability naturally contained the Saber Dao law. But no matter how tyrannical the Saber Dao law on the crescent moon was, it wasn't able to advance and was slowly being melted. Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword was emitting a tyrannical and resplendent sword intent. The sword intent was also a law, and it was even stronger than Lung Feng's saber Dao law. Lung Feng's expression changed. More saber Dao power surged out and enhanced the crescent moon. Break! In the air, there was a flash of resplendent sword light, and the crescent moon was melted. Li Fuchen withdrew his sword and stood still. Lung Feng took a deep breath and slowly got off the stage. The Earth-class high-tier sword intent is too powerful. How did this person comprehend it? I haven't even comprehended the Earth-class mid-tier intent yet. Sigh. The comprehension of martial arts intent is all dependent on perception. It isn't like divine abilities, which are half dependent on innate talent and half dependent on perception. Li Fuchen's prowess had attracted plenty of attention. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one who comprehended the Earth-class high-tier intent. 23rd round, Green Cloud Shake. On the number 5 martial stage, the High Heaven Martial Institution's seated contestant, Ling Yijian, brandished his hand and shot out a sword light. It was obviously a sword light, but it felt as though it had shaken the entire void. His opponent, the Battle Saber Martial Institution's seated contestant, vomited blood and was sent flying. His body had dozens of sword holes. Earth-class high-tier sword intent, Green Cloud sword intent. 24th round, the Flying Snow Martial Institution's seated contestant, Bai Ling Shuang, executed a palm strike and froze her opponent into an ice sculpture. Had it not been for the assistance of a Battle Spirit Realm Master, she would have perished. One of them was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm, while the other was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if they didn't use divine abilities, no one would be a match for them. After all, their cultivation levels were so high, and together with the Earth-class high-tier intent, how many people would be able to withstand it? In comparison, Li Fuchen was weaker by 1 level. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. As compared to regular Reincarnation Realm experts, he was naturally much stronger. It was a pity that Ling Yijian and Bai Ling Shuang weren't regular Reincarnation Realm experts. They were extremely powerful Reincarnation Realm experts, and their Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were at least at the 26th rank. In the 25th round, Li Fuchen encountered the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's seated contestant, Chu Feng. Chapter 473. When Chu Feng first met Li Fuchen, he didn't put Li Fuchen in his heart. But now, he had already treated Li Fuchen as a formidable foe. With his regular strength, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Cultivating an Earth Realm high-rank martial art to the Trance Realm was way too hard. He had always thought highly of himself, but he had only managed to cultivate an Earth Realm mid-rank martial art to the Trance Realm and comprehend the Earth Realm mid-rank true meaning. Not everyone's comprehension was as insane as Ling Yijian and Bai Ling Shuang's. As for Li Fuchen, he was already recognized as this year's rankings tournament's #1 in perception. After all, Li Fuchen was much younger than Ling Yijian and Bai Ling Shuang. Knowing that his regular strength wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, Chu Feng immediately executed the Wind-Fire Divine ability, Wind-Fire Great Millstone. Hoo. In front of Chu Feng, a huge flaming millstone instantly appeared. The millstone hummed as it rotated at an extremely fast speed. It clearly contained Wind Dao laws. Go! With a point of Chu Feng's finger, the Wind-Fire Great Millstone rapidly expanded and blasted at Li Fuchen. Seeing Chu Feng's Wind and Fire Divine ability, everyone, including Yang Shihua and Li Kuang, was a little fearful. Their lethality was even greater than Chu Feng's. However, their defense was not at the same level as their offense. Once he was hit by the divine abilities of most of the people present, he would be injured or even lose his ability to fight. Of course, most of the divine arts couldn't hit them. After all, they could completely dodge or eliminate the opponent's divine arts in advance. However, Chu Feng's Wind and Fire Divine art was a little special. This divine art contained Fire Dao Law and Wind Dao Law. Even if it was split apart or crushed, the entangled Fire Dao Law and Wind Dao Law would absorb the surrounding wind and fire power and continue to attack the opponent. Compared to individual laws, the entangled wind and fire laws were obviously harder to collapse. If you awakened a special ability, I might be a little afraid. Unfortunately, it's only a wind and fire ability. Wind and fire divine arts were only slightly stronger than ordinary transcendent divine arts. When Wind Dao Law and Fire Dao Law worked together, they indeed complemented each other. But because of this, it wasn't enough to dig into individual laws. If the Wind Path and Fire Path laws were extracted from the Wind-Fire Grindstone, it would clearly be inferior to other extraordinary sacred arts. As for the stickiness of the Wind and Fire Law, Li Fuchen had witnessed it during Chu Feng's battle. It might be difficult for others to destroy the Wind and Fire Law, but it wasn't difficult for Li Fuchen. His green yang sword intent could actually be considered a domain-type sword technique. As long as one's power was sufficient, the range of one's attack could be controlled at will. While speaking, Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword and split the Wind-Fire Great Millstone into two. However, the two halves of the Wind-Fire Great Millstone did not collapse. Instead, they turned into two smaller Wind-Fire Great Millstones. Li Fuchen intentionally wanted to test the limits of the Wind-Fire Great Millstone. He brandished dozens of swords in one breath and split the Wind-Fire Great Millstone into dozens of pieces. Dozens of head-sized Wind-Fire Millstones continued to fly over, only delaying them for a blink of an eye. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. His Wind-Fire Great Millstone wasn't an ordinary extraordinary ability. The power was secondary. The key was that it was hard to destroy. Even if he encountered a special ability, he was confident that he could put up a fight. It's over, Chu Feng thought to himself. But just as Chu Feng had this thought, a dazzling and resplendent green sword light burst out and enveloped the entire martial stage. When enveloped by the green sword light, the dozens of Wind-Fire Great Millstones melted like spring snow and vanished. PFFF. Chu Feng felt as though he had collided with a scorching void. His body had nearly collapsed, and he was sent flying off the martial stage. On the VIP seats, Meng Qihang said slowly, "The green yang sword intent is a sword art without any flaws." Lin Zhubai also laughed and said, "Dean Lu Hua's face has turned green." On the other side of the VIP seats, Lu Hua's face had indeed turned green. He was a seated contestant from the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution, and he actually couldn't withstand a single sword move from the South Forest Martial Institution's seated contestant. It was simply a slap to his face. Storm, violent beast. On the other martial stage, Yang Shihua and Li Kuang's battle had just begun. Yang Shihua's spear, Dao Divine ability, was called Storm. No one had been able to withstand a single move from his spear, Dao Divine ability. On the opposite side, Li Kuang had also activated the Berserk Divine ability. Li Kuang's body doubled in size. He was originally 1 meters tall, but now he was 5 meters tall. His scarlet eyes and body were covered in twisted runes, making him look like a ferocious beast in human form. He gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Almost instinctively, Li Kuang dodged the sharp storm that was formed by the spear lights. Huff! Li Kuang clawed at Yang Shihua. Get lost! Yang Shihua's golden spear smashed at Li Kuang. Yang Shihua's Storm Divine ability was similar to Li Fuchen's Heart of Blazing Flame and could be executed in any form. But Li Kuang's body toughness and recovery speed were obviously extraordinary. His skin might be lacerated, but he quickly recovered. No wonder it is a spear Dao Divine ability. Li Kuang licked his lips while his bloodthirsty eyes contracted. You aren't a match for me. Hurry up and admit defeat. Yang Shihua thrust his spear at Li Kuang. The spear light storm was like a highly concentrated tornado. Swish! In the berserk state, Li Kuang's reaction speed and movement speed were very shocking. When he leaped, it felt as though he was teleporting. No matter what posture he was in, he would be able to move at high speed. It gave off an illusion that it went against the structure of the human body. Defeat. Li Kuang arrived behind Yang Shihua and clawed at him again. I said it before, you aren't a match for me. With Yang Shihua as the center, a circle of spear light storm extended out and obstructed Li Kuang for an instant. This instant was enough for Yang Shihua to counterattack. He twisted his body and thrust his spear at Li Kuang. PFFF. A bloody hole appeared on Li Kuang's chest, and he was sent flying. Be it cultivation level or divine ability grade, Yang Shihua was superior to Li Kuang. Therefore, Li Kuang's defeat was destined. 27th round. Martial stage number 1. Number 3 Lan Fei against number 5 Qing. Martial stage number 3. Number 15 Li Fuchen against number 18 Li Kuang. Martial stage number 7. Number 1 Ling Yijian against number 4 Wang Hao. During the 27th round, there were 3 elite duels. First was the duel between Lan Fei and Qing. Lan Fei possessed the 6-star saber Dao Bone frame, and her strength wasn't inferior to Yang Shihua. Qing was a seated contestant of the Evergreen Martial Institution, and he awakened the Greenwood Divine Ability, Second Wood Spirit Body. This divine ability couldn't increase one's strength, but it could increase one's recovery ability by 10 times or even a few dozen times. Unless the Greenwood power was exhausted, it would be very difficult to injure Qing. When facing such an opponent, Lan Fei didn't dare to be careless and had to constantly probe. Different from the martial stage number 1, Li Fuchen and Li Kuang immediately started an intense battle. To be exact, Li Kuang immediately activated the Berserk Divine Ability and attacked Li Fuchen violently. Everyone was astonished as Li Kuang was defeated very quickly and could only withstand 3 sword moves. The Berserk Divine Ability allowed Li Kuang's movement speed to reach an inhuman level. Even Yang Shihua had to seize the fleeting opportunity to defeat Li Kuang. But in front of Li Fuchen, Li Kuang's every move was easily captured by Li Fuchen. The first sword move left a shallow wound on Li Kuang's body. The second sword move left a half a finger-deep wound on Li Kuang's body. For the third sword move, Li Fuchen nearly slashed open Li Kuang's chest. How could everyone not see that Li Fuchen's sword art's attack power would increase along with the strength of the opponent? Li Kuang's defense was definitely superior to Wang Jian, who had the Vajra body protection, but he still couldn't withstand the lethal power of Li Fuchen's sword move. As for the fight on the number 7 martial stage, it was even more boring. With a single sword move, Ling Yijian eliminated the number 4 seeded contestant of the roaming Dragon Martial Institution, Wang Hao. Wang Hao's strength was at least top 10 in this year's rankings tournament. Finally, the victor between Lan Fei and Qing was decided. After exhausting 10% of the Greenwood power, Qing had no choice but to admit defeat. If he continued, he would only waste the Greenwood power and wouldn't have any chance to make a comeback. 30th round, Li Fuchen and Lan Fei encountered each other. Lan Fei's strength was almost in the top 5. Those that were ranked in front of her were Bai Ling Shuang, Ling Yijian, Yang Shihua, Cui Rongguang, who possessed the water clone technique, and Li Fuchen. Illusion Saber C. Lan Fei's saber Dao Divine Ability was extremely powerful, and it was an extremely rare domain-type offensive divine ability. As for Wang Heilung's Darkness Sky Canopy, it was a pure domain-type divine ability. Between the two, it was hard to say which one was stronger, but in terms of potential, the Darkness Sky Canopy should be superior. The illusory saber light descended and filled the entire martial stage. Immediately after, the saber light spun and constantly slashed at Li Fuchen. It is time to reveal some trump cards. Li Fuchen's body burst out with horrific and resplendent invisible power. Under the suppression of the invisible power, the illusion Saber C was slightly weakened. Earth Class Mid-Tier Technique Intent. Lan Fei's expression changed. She should have expected it. Since Li Fuchen could comprehend the Earth Class High-Tier Sword Intent, he would definitely comprehend the Earth Class Mid-Tier Technique Intent. After all, the difficulty of comprehending the Earth Class Mid-Tier Technique Intent might be far superior to the Earth Class Mid-Tier Sword Intent, but it was still inferior to the Earth Class High-Tier Sword Intent. I have already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the extremity. Next, I can head to the Red Rainbow sect to redeem my cultivation technique. More than 90% of his spirit soul had turned pale purple, allowing Li Fuchen's perception to be much stronger. 3 months ago, he had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 27th rank and comprehended the Ardent Sun Technique Intent. With the Ardent Sun Technique Intent weakening, Li Fuchen's pressure was significantly reduced. When he brandished his sword, a dazzling green sword light started to contest with the illusion saber sea. Lan Fei-er's forehead was covered in sweat as she tried her best to control the illusion saber sea to suppress Li Fuchen. Break! The illusion saber sea was slashed with a sword scar. Lan Fei-er vomited fresh blood and took a few steps back. Immediately after, the illusion saber sea collapsed. Such power! Below the stage, Cui Rongwang's eyes contracted. His water body was extremely unique and was able to contest with special divine abilities. But he knew that if he was to fight with Lan Fei-er, his chances of victory wouldn't be more than 20%. It might be even lower. There was no other choice. The water body was ultimately a soft water divine ability, and there was an innate difference. But Li Fuchen didn't even use a divine ability to defeat Lan Fei-er. This had already broken the law of invincibility of divine abilities. Chapter 474. Subsequently, Li Fuchen defeated Wang Hao, Shun Tu-Qing, and Cui Rongwang respectively. Wang Hao and Shun Tu-Qing were easy to deal with, but dealing with Cui Rongwang was indeed somewhat strenuous. Who here wasn't a prodigy? All of them had superb combat skills and keen awareness. If it was a 1v1, Li Fuchen could easily defeat his opponent. But if it was a 1v2, it would take some effort, especially since the Cui Rongwang's water clone couldn't be destroyed in an instant. Even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do it unless he exposed the heart of blazing flame. At every critical moment, Cui Rongwang would use his water clone to block in front of him, creating opportunities for himself. Therefore, Cui Rongwang was obviously defeated by Lan Fei-er, but it was much more difficult for Li Fuchen to deal with Cui Rongwang than Lan Fei-er. Of course, although it was difficult, there was no suspense at all in the final outcome. In the 35th round, Li Fuchen went against Yang Shihua. Yang Shihua's single-target attack was much superior to Lan Fei-er. In this match, Yang Shihua had a hard time. Without a choice, Li Fuchen could only engage in close combat with Yang Shihua. In close combat, Li Fuchen's Qi and Dragon Elephant power burst out at the same time, increasing his sword art's lethality by more than 10% or 20%. He might not be able to execute the Green Sun Sword Intent perfectly, but just the lethality was enough to split open Yang Shihua's Storm Divine ability. Li Fuchen didn't even burst out with his entire body refinement. Otherwise, with just his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen would be able to kill Yang Shihua in a single fist. After the small elephant appeared in his heart, Li Fuchen's body refinement was already comparable with regular 16th level reincarnation realm experts. When complemented with the Trans-Stage Tiger Soul Fist, his body refinement strength was already at the 20th level of reincarnation realm. But this was too exaggerated. Once he exposed his body refinement strength, it would be equivalent to telling others that he possessed at least a mid-grade Earth rank body refinement technique. It was inevitable that new problems would arise. Of course, if he was forced into a desperate situation, Li Fuchen didn't mind exposing himself. However, it was clear that no one had been able to force him to reveal his true trump card. He had 2 trump cards. The first was the Heart of Flame, and the second was his body refinement strength. The latter was more terrifying than the Heart of Flame. Clang! The scarlet blood sword clashed with the golden spear, causing countless sparks to fly. Damn it! Yang Shihua was sent flying by the sword, and his arm was a little numb. In this year's ranking tournament, he believed that only Bai Ling Shuang and Ling Yijian could pose a threat to him. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have such strength too. Yang Shihua lose. Li Fuchen didn't execute any sword arts, and simply cleaved at Yang Shihua again and again. The golden sword radiance was indestructible and extremely hot. Li Fuchen, it isn't that easy to defeat me. How could Yang Shihua be willing to accept defeat? His spear, Dao power, exploded, and his storm divine art became even more violent. After splitting apart, the spear light storm with ease. The pale golden elephant in Li Fuchen's heart shook a little. In the next moment, an even more violent dragon elephant power was poured into the scarlet blood sword. Chi! With a slash of the sword, the golden sword radiance split heaven and earth. The golden spear in his hand flew out of his hand, and Yang Shihua was forcibly thrown out of the battle stage. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. I didn't think that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength isn't weak apart from his powerful Qi cultivation strength. To be able to improve so quickly while cultivating both Qi and blood, just how terrifying is this person's comprehension ability? Everyone was in a heated discussion and were amazed. A person's energy was limited. It was already very difficult to cultivate true Qi, and if one were to add in Qi and blood force or extraordinary strength, it would be too much for most people. They would have to give up or postpone one of the two paths. It seems like the South Forest Martial Institution is going to soar. Many of the martial institution's deans sighed and looked at Meng Qihang with envy. With Li Fuchen's strength, it was basically confirmed that he was the third ranker of the rankings tournament. The first ranker would get 50 points, the second ranker would get 49 points, and the third ranker would get 48 points. With the addition of Situ Tao and Wang Heilong, the South Forest Martial Institution's total points would be around 50 points. If they were lucky, it wouldn't be difficult to reach 60 points. 60 points was enough to rank top 10 of the 24 martial institutions. If they could reach 70 points, their ranking would increase by a few ranks. 40th round. Number 1 Ling Yijian will go against number 15 Li Fuchen. Finally, the two combatants met. On the martial stage, the two swordsmen were standing 20 meters apart. Ling Yijian was wearing a blue robe, while Li Fuchen was wearing a green robe. Both of them were equipped with artifact swords on their waists. "You are strong, but you are still not a match for me," Ling Yijian said indifferently. "You will know after trying." Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. "All right, let me try your sword art." Ling Yijian didn't execute his divine ability. As of now, no one was able to force him to use his divine ability. Clang! Ling Yijian drew his sword and slashed repeatedly. The sword Qi was like a swallow or a goshawk. It carried an astounding sword intent as it slashed at Li Fuchen. Just this sword move alone was enough for this year's rankings tournament's participants to block it. After all, Ling Yijian was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm, and his Earth-class high-tier Green Cloud Sword art had reached the trance stage, allowing him to comprehend the Green Cloud Sword intent. After executing the Divine Flame transformation, Li Fuchen turned into a flame and instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already near Ling Yijian. In a long-distance sword art contest, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't a match for Ling Yijian. He was currently at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, while Ling Yijian was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if Ling Yijian's Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique wasn't at the highest rank, the Qi quality was still superior to Li Fuchen. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the sword light was like lightning that drew across the void. Ling Yijian lifted his right hand to block Li Fuchen's sword. What great strength! Ling Yijian frowned and quickly retreated. While retreating, he executed the Green Cloud Sword Art's finishing move, Green Cloud Sway. With Ling Yijian's sword as the starting point, circles of ripples vibrated. It was obvious that Ling Yijian didn't wish to have close combat with Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's body refinement was extremely powerful and close combat was disadvantageous for him? The circles of ripples might look gentle, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that the gentle ripples actually contained astounding sword Qi. Once it was near the body, it would burst out with horrific lethality. The participants that fought with Ling Yijian earlier would have dozens of sword wounds on their bodies if they were hit by this sword. In the void, there was a golden sword light that flashed and split open the ripples. With the enhancement of the dragon elephant power, it wasn't difficult for Li Fuchen to neutralize this sword move. After neutralizing the sword move, Green Cloud Sway, Li Fuchen continued to approach Ling Yijian. Green Cloud Net. Ling Yijian was still retreating rapidly. When he saw Li Fuchen approaching, he brandished his green longsword. The sword light was like a net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Break! Using his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen found a few crucial points of the sword net and neutralized Ling Yijian's sword move again. This time, Ling Yijian's expression changed. His green cloud net was considered an inescapable net. Unless the opponent's strength was much stronger than him, it was impossible to neutralize it. Furthermore, Li Fuchen seemed to be able to predict Ling Yijian's path of retreat, preventing Ling Yijian from pulling away. If Ling Yijian couldn't pull away, he would have to face the danger of close combat with Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was much harder to deal with and much stronger than he imagined. Green Cloud Absolution. Ling Yijian's expression turned stern and his green long sword suddenly vanished. Li Fuchen felt a faint stinging pain in his chest. Such a sharp and swift sword move. Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword twisted and shattered the sudden and swift sword chi. Even Yijian's green cloud absolution was neutralized. The High Heaven Martial Institution's Dean frowned. The green cloud absolution was the final kill move of the green cloud sword art. A single sword move would end the enemy's life, and it was almost unstoppable. How could he know that Li Fuchen's awareness was already beyond the reincarnation realm and even the battle spirit realm? Li Fuchen didn't know if Li Fuchen had reached the primary sea realm, but it was impossible for him to be struck by someone in the same realm. Meteor Fall. Leaping up, Li Fuchen arrived above Ling Yijian and thrust down with his sword. This sword move was the Meteor Sword Art, Meteor Fall. In close combat, Li Fuchen wasn't able to execute the Green Sun sword intent perfectly. When his Qi and Dragon Elephant power were gathered together, there would be a slight conflict and it wasn't as smooth as before. But the Meteor Sword Art was an exception. This sword art only had one move, and it was extremely simple. The sword intent was also extremely simple. Because it was extremely simple, it could accommodate different kinds of powers, and there wasn't much damage and influence in the process. Before the sword arrived, Ling Yijian could already feel the dominance and deathly murderous intent from this sword move. This sword move is rather interesting. Meng Qihang and the others could also see that Li Fuchen's sword move was extraordinary. The martial arts realm had two paths, turning simplicity into complexity and turning complexity into simplicity. No matter which path it would be extremely terrifying when it reached the extremity. Li Fuchen's sword intent might not be considered powerful, but it was extremely dominant and pure. It was so pure that it didn't allow for any flaws. Sword Art, Ling Yijian has lost. Bai Lingshuang shook her head. PFFF. At the crucial moment, Ling Yijian executed an unknown footwork and instantly broke away from the sword art's range. However, he was still injured. His shoulder was gushing with fresh blood, and there was an additional bloody hole. Ling Yijian had an extremely unpleasant expression when he lowered his head to look at the bloody hole on his shoulder. Li Fuchen, I didn't think that you would actually be able to injure me. But it shall end here. I shall let you witness my Ling Yijian's Sword Dao Divine Ability. Sword Lotus. The horrific sword intent radiated in all directions. In the void, there were rounds of bright sword lights that were radiating. Danger! Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and retreated. Do you think you can escape? Ling Yijian yelled out sternly. An illusory lotus was rapidly expanding, and the expansion speed was obviously faster than Li Fuchen's retreating speed. After taking a closer look, it wasn't a lotus, it was obviously a sword lotus that was formed by sword lights. Clang, clang, clang. Li Fuchen brandished the scarlet blood sword and constantly attacked the sword lotus. However, the sword lotus was extremely dominant. When Li Fuchen's sword slashed on it, it wasn't able to break the sword lotus. Instead, the revolving force of the sword lotus caused his chi and blood to boil. There was even fine sword chi that was emitted and easily penetrated his chi protection. All these actions happened in a split second. The sword Lotus was about to catch up to Li Fuchen, and Li Fuchen was about to fly off the stage. No matter what happened, Li Fuchen was definitely going to be defeated. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai shook their heads. They were already satisfied that Li Fuchen was able to reach this stage. It might be a pity, but they had to admit that Li Fuchen didn't have any chance to turn the tables in front of Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability. It is over. The High Heaven Martial Institution's dean had an indifferent expression. Chapter 475. What a pity. No matter how strong one's comprehension is, if one's foundation cannot keep up, there will always be some flaws. Bai Ling Shuang was very clear that if she didn't have her ice divine ability, it would be difficult for her to defeat Ling Yijian. Although her cultivation level was one level higher than Ling Yijian's, and her cultivation technique realm was also one level higher, Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability wasn't at the initial stage of awakening. It was obviously not at a low level. Is he going to lose? At this stage of the rankings tournament, everyone admired Li Fuchen. They were impressed that Li Fuchen was able to kill his way to the third rank with just his regular strength. But sometimes, talent was more important than comprehension. The sword Lotus swelled, and the sword intent wreaked havoc. Ling Yijian stared at Li Fuchen with a grim expression. In midair, Li Fuchen was just one step away from the edge of the contest stage. In the end, do I still have to expose the heart of flame? Li Fuchen muttered in a low voice, with flames burning in his eyes. Boom! A frightening heat wave soared into the sky. The surging flames rapidly expanded into a ball and welcomed the sword Lotus. Kacha-kacha! The sword Lotus was covered in cracks. Without waiting for Ling Yijian to react, the sword Lotus instantly collapsed and exploded, and the powerful impact swept back. Boom! Ling Yijian looked as though he had seen a ghost. His entire body was sent flying, and his body was riddled with burn marks. Fire divine ability, heart of flame. What? The tables had turned too quickly. Many people didn't even have time to react before they saw Ling Yijian being sent flying. Flame God Art. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai looked at each other with blank expressions. Didn't Li Fuchen not awaken his divine ability? Furthermore, Li Fuchen only had a 5-star blazing flame bone frame. It wasn't impossible to awaken the blazing flame divine ability with a 5-star blazing flame bone frame, but they would need to be at least at the battle spirit realm. Below the battle spirit realm, it was unheard of for a 5-star bone frame to awaken a divine ability. This brat, he really hid it from us. Lin Zhubai murmured. For a moment, everyone was shocked. This included Bai Ling Shuang and Ling Tian Martial Academy's dean. It is too terrifying. Li Fuchen doesn't just have exceptional perception. His innate talent isn't weak either. He actually awakened the blazing flame divine ability. Not only is his talent not weak, but his flame divine ability is also terrifying. It even broke Ling Yijian's sword divine ability. He hit it too well. If he had revealed his fire god powers earlier, aside from Bai Ling Shuang, no one would have been able to fight him. They would all have been blown away. Some contestants who had already been eliminated felt their blood boiling. Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern has probably been comprehended to the third segment. Meng Qihang let out a turbid breath and grinned. The power of a mystique depended on how many meridians one opened up and how much one comprehended it. Li Fuchen's cultivation wasn't high, and even if his cultivation technique was at the highest rank, his meridian development was still inferior to Ling Yijian. The only explanation was that Li Fuchen had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to a very high degree. This kid really doesn't reveal himself. Lin Zhubai also laughed. In the sky above the contest stage, Li Fuchen, who had turned into a flaming man, stood in midair. Apart from the flames on his body, there were also complicated flame patterns. His entire person was like a god of fire, emitting a monstrous aura. This is your trump card? Bai Ling Shuang's eyes looked sharp. She had to admit that the ability that Li Fuchen displayed was already enough to contest with her. Flame God art? Situ Tao had a bitter expression. He was rather unwilling to accept that Li Fuchin had snatched away his seated contestant status. It was fortunate that he had already snatched the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciple slot. This unwillingness was suppressed by him. Furthermore, Li Fuchin's strength was indeed formidable. But at this moment, the unwillingness in his heart had completely vanished. Competing with such a maniac was simply asking for suffering. As compared to Li Fuchin's blazing flame divine ability, what was his soft water divine ability? Just a small stream? Wang Heilong was also shocked. To be honest, he had always been proud of his 6-star darkness bone frame and felt that the other bone frames were trash. Even if the other bone frames were stronger than him now, there was a limit. As long as his darkness divine ability was stronger by 1 level, he would be able to dominate the same realm. But Li Fuchin's blazing flame divine ability was too powerful. A single burst was enough to destroy Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability. Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy was probably no different from a thin layer of paper in Li Fuchin's eyes. I actually lost to a blazing flame divine ability? Below the martial stage, Ling Yijian was lying on the ground and had a defeated expression. How could he not know that Li Fuchin's blazing flame divine ability was probably at an extremely high level? So what if he had a sword Dao divine ability? He was still suppressed. This match allowed everyone to witness Li Fuchin's true strength. Everyone understood that he was the only one left to fight with by Ling Xuan. Everyone else had to stand aside. 43rd round, Ling Yijian, who had recovered from his injuries, went against Bai Ling Xuan. Knowing that his regular strength wasn't comparable to Bai Ling Xuan, Ling Yijian executed the sword Dao divine ability, Sword Lotus again. The illusory Sword Lotus constantly rotated and expanded, wanting to envelop Bai Ling Xuan. Mystic Ice Divine Palm. Bai Ling Xuan reached out with both hands and blasted out the extreme cold palm intent and the extreme cold chi to forcefully stop the Sword Lotus from rotating and expanding. No wonder she is a 7-star icy cold bone frame. Li Fuchin's eyes contracted. He could clearly see that Bai Ling Xuan's cultivation technique and palm art had reached the highest rank. When the Earth-class mid-tier technique intent was complemented with the Earth-class high-tier palm intent and the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, the burst strength was extremely terrifying. As compared to Bai Ling Xuan, Li Fuchin's cultivation was truly 4 levels lower, and there was no way to make up for it. On the martial stage, the duo were in a stalemate. Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability couldn't get close to Bai Ling Xuan, while Bai Ling Xuan's palm force couldn't advance a single step. Bai Ling Xuan, aren't you going to execute your icy cold divine ability? Ling Yijian was enraged and burst out with his sword Dao power, causing the Sword Lotus to rotate and expand again. After slamming multiple palm strikes on the Sword Lotus, Bai Ling Xuan said indifferently, "That is fine too. If I don't execute my icy cold divine ability, I am indeed unable to defeat you within a short period of time." While speaking, Bai Ling Xuan withdrew the chi from her body. At the same moment, an even more icy cold power burst out and made Bai Ling Xuan look like an ice goddess. The surrounding water in the void had been frozen into ice crystals. It looked extremely beautiful and dazzling. Ice mirror. There was a circle of complicated icy cold patterns in the void. Immediately after, a layer of mirror was formed. This ice mirror was 30 feet in size. It was obviously just ice, but it didn't look any different from a mirror. It just had an additional layer of horrific cold chi. Ling Yijian and his sword Dao divine ability, Sword Lotus, appeared in the ice mirror. Not good. After being illuminated by the ice mirror, Ling Yijian felt that his chi blood and sword Dao power were about to freeze. The Sword Lotus was also covered in a layer of frost and couldn't circulate anymore. What kind of icy cold divine ability is this? Ling Yijian had never seen such a strange and terrifying divine ability, and his expression changed drastically. This woman is indeed a 7-star icy cold bone frame. The icy cold divine ability that she awakened actually involves so many layers. Some of the deans of the martial institutions could see the terror of the ice mirror and we're all shocked. Ice didn't just have the ability to freeze all things. It also concealed a deeper ability. Everything in the world wasn't pure. Even the heaven Tao contained myriad Taos. Take thunderbolts, for example. They had the characteristics of thunder and also fire. In a deeper way, thunderbolts actually had the characteristics of wind. It was said that when one Tao reached the extremity, the other Taos would also be initiated. It had the meaning of one Tao connecting to myriad Taos. Ice Tao Law, Mirror Tao Law. Li Fuchen didn't know if this world had the Mirror Tao Law, but his instincts told him that it probably existed. The heaven Tao contained myriad Taos, and myriad Taos was just an imaginary number. In fact, if it was subdivided, there would be more than 10,000 Taos. The so-called five elements, thunder Tao, wind Tao, and special Tao were just more obvious Taos. They were equivalent to the main meridians of the heaven Tao. Those submeridians and the submeridians on top of the submeridians were innumerable. After all, if the sword Tao, saber Tao, and spear Tao were considered Taos, then why couldn't the mirror Tao exist? After being illuminated by the ice mirror, Ling Yijian was only able to utilize 30% of his strength. How was he a match for Bai Ling Shuang and was instantly defeated? Li Fuchen and Bai Ling Shuang are both existences that we are unable to reach. I wonder what will happen when the two of them fight. Li Fuchen is in danger. Bai Ling Shuang's icy cold divine ability is too strange. I have never seen or heard of such a divine ability. After being illuminated by the ice mirror, even Ling Yijian's movements became sluggish. Li Fuchen probably won't be any better. That might not be the case. Li Fuchen has also comprehended the blazing flame divine ability to an extremely high level. He might not necessarily be a match for Bai Ling Shuang. We will know after seeing it. It is useless to argue now. Some of the people were discussing softly. I wonder how Fuchen is going to deal with it. Lin Zhubai and Meng Qihang were looking forward to it and were apprehensive at the same time. Finally, during the 45th round of the tournament, Li Fuchen and Bai Ling Shuang encountered each other. On the martial stage, the duo stood quietly. Below the stage, everyone was holding their breaths. Li Fuchen, let's duel with divine ability. Bai Ling Shuang said. Of course. Li Fuchen's body started to burn with flames, and he instantly turned into a flaming man. If it was a normal person that turned into a flaming man, they would have been burned to death. But Li Fuchen was different. His body was emitting the blazing flame law, and the flames couldn't burn him at all. It would only strengthen his chi presence. On the opposite side, an ice mirror was instantly formed and shone on Li Fuchen. Bang, bang, bang. 1 meter away from Li Fuchen, layers of void exploded and mist rushed into the sky. The mirror Tao law couldn't directly injure the opponent. In order to injure the opponent would have to rely on the icy cold law. The mirror Tao law merely made the usage of the icy cold law more flexible. As long as the target was shown on, they would be attacked by the icy cold law, making it even more bizarre and harder to defend. But Li Fuchen's body was emitting the blazing flame law. If the icy cold law wanted to injure Li Fuchen, it would have to break through the blazing flame law first. Ice and fire were opposing existences. When the two clashed, there would be an instant explosion. Bai Ling Shuang squinted her eyes. Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability was much stronger than she imagined. If one side isn't enough, what about two sides? In the void, another ice mirror appeared. 2 ice mirrors shone on Li Fuchen, and the icy cold law attack was even more horrific. Split. Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and cleaved at one of the ice mirrors. Without any sound or presence, the blazing flame sword chi entered the ice mirror and was reflected. It can actually be reflected? Chapter 476. Mirror, Tao Reflection? Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Mirrors could reflect light, but they couldn't reflect anything else. But that was just an ordinary mirror. Bai Ling Shuang's ice mirror was even more mysterious. The fire sword air was not so much reflected. It was more accurate to say that it had turned back. As for the theory behind it, Li Fuchen didn't understand either. I can't break the mirror path law, Then I will break the mirror path law's carrier, the ice path law. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and burst out with blazing flame power. The surging flames turned him into a giant fireball. On the surface of the fireball, the blazing flame patterns were tumbling like a living being. Under the roasting of the flame rule, the ice mirror showed signs of melting. What a powerful flame law! Bai Ling Shuang's face changed. The more meridians they opened, the more power they could unleash. The amount of bone frame patterns one comprehended would determine the strength of the laws. She had the advantage in the former, while Li Fuchen had the advantage in the latter. She might have a 7-star bone frame and had abnormally high perception, but she was only able to comprehend the icy, cold bone frame pattern to a little more than 2.5 segments. It's indeed effective. It was hard to break the ice mirror using normal methods, so he could only use the law of fire to suppress the law of ice on the ice mirror. As Li Fuchen released all the blazing flame law, the ice mirror was melting at an even faster speed. Dream on. Bai Ling Shuang's eyes looked sharp. She waved her hand, and another ice mirror appeared in the air. Controlling 3 ice mirrors in one go was already her limit. If she added another one, she would definitely suffer the backlash from the power of the ice mirror. Bang, bang, bang. Outside of the fireball, where Li Fuchen was, the explosions were getting more and more intense, and the fireball was starting to shake. Break! Li Fuchen yelled out, and the flames on his body surged violently. Those complex and ferocious flame patterns looked as though they were alive, emitting a terrifying flame pressure. At the same time, Li Fuchen cleaved at one of the ice mirrors again. This time, the flame patterns on the flaming sword Qi were even more concentrated. Asterisk gurgle star. Half of the flaming sword Qi entered the ice mirror, while the other half intersected with the ice mirror, making the sound of boiling water. Bang! The ice mirror and the flaming sword Qi exploded at the same time. Bai Ling Shuang grunted. His expression was filled with unwillingness. Using the ice mirror divine ability, she had defeated several low-level battle spirit realm masters, but she didn't expect to be unable to deal with Li Fuchen. Ice mirror break. Bai Ling Shuang waved her right hand. The remaining 2 ice mirrors exploded. Countless pieces of ice mirror covered the entire stage. At the same time, many cold lights intertwined like a net. They kept cutting the fireballs. Puff! After that, Bai Ling Shuang coughed up some blood. This was the phenomenon of a divine ability backlash. What a powerful divine ability. Wielding the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen slashed upwards, cleaved downwards, slashed diagonally, and swept horizontally. It was unknown how many slashes Li Fuchen had executed. The densely packed, blazing sword Qi was like a flaming storm that spread out in all directions and annihilated the icy rays. In the end, some of the ice rays landed on the fireball, causing it to shrink a lot. You win. Bai Ling Shuang didn't have the strength to continue fighting. Most importantly, this series of attacks didn't even leave a scratch on Li Fuchen's skin. Continuing to fight would just be a waste of time. Just like that, what should have been a fiery final battle ended. In fact, this battle was considered very intense. Be it Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability or Bai Ling Shuang's icy cold divine ability, it was an eye-opener for everyone. The attacks of the blazing flame divine ability and icy cold divine ability were also unbelievable. The only thing that wasn't satisfying was that this battle ended too early. Even a 7-star prodigy was defeated. The South Forest Martial INST, Tushin, is simply lucky. The upper echelons of the martial institutions were very envious and jealous. With Li Fuchen's innate talent and perception, even if he entered the Red Rainbow sect, he wouldn't be a nobody. Once he matured completely, the South Forest Martial INST, Tushin, every generation has its own talents. This year, the South Forest Martial INST, Tushin, might have won this tournament, but it might not be the same for the next tournament. That's right. The Red Rainbow Sect's disciple recruitment is held once every 2 years. We have plenty of opportunities. When thinking about this, everyone felt more at ease. Chapter 477. The Violet Flower Martial Institution, was located 3,000 miles away from the capital. In the afternoon, a large group of people flew towards the Violet Flower Marshall Courtyard. Looks like everyone is here. In an open space in the Violet Flower Marshall Institution's outer court, 40 young men and women were gathered. In a pavilion by the lake at the edge of the open space, a gray-clothed, middle-aged man with an aura that was as deep as the sea was drinking tea. Beside him were the Violet Flower Marshall Institution's dean and a few vice deans. Elder Mo, why don't you rest in the Violet Flower Marshall Institution for a day before leaving? The Violet Flower Marshall Institution's dean, Su Qinghai, said with a smile. The gray-robed, middle-aged man shook his head. The Red Rainbow sect has been busy recently and cannot afford to rest. Su Qinghai asked, "Are the sea beasts causing trouble again?" The gray-clothed, middle-aged man said, "It's much more serious than that. There's no point in talking about it." The gray-clothed, middle-aged man stood up and looked at the members of the 24 Marshall institutions who had just arrived. He spoke loudly. "I am the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect elder, Mo Chao Fan. Are all the 24 Marshall institutions cadets here?" The High Heaven Marshall Institution's dean, Qin Yun, said, "Greetings, Elder Mo. Everyone is here. No one is missing." "Very good. Time waits for no man. Follow me to the Violet Flower Imperial City." Mo Chao Fan didn't want to waste his breath. He soared into the sky and flew towards the Violet Flower Imperial City. In the 7 great kingdoms, every kingdom's royal capital had a teleportation array that was directly connected to the Red Rainbow sect. Mo Chao Fan had just arrived at the Violet Flower Marshall Institution for less than half a day. Li Fuqin, Situ Tao, Wang Heilong, the 3 of you must work hard at the Red Rainbow sect and strive to progress to the Battle Spirit realm as soon as possible. The Red Rainbow sect is filled with geniuses. Remember not to think too highly of yourself. Of course, there is no need to belittle yourself. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai instructed. Yes, the 3 of them nodded. "All right, go." Meng Qihang waved his hand. Hearing this, the 3 of them followed the group in a flash. Looking at the trio's departing back view, Lin Zhubai sighed and said, "The competition in the Red Rainbow sect is intense. Outstanding individuals would be able to obtain 10 times or 100 times more resources. Ordinary individuals would find it hard to even obtain the basic resources. I wonder if the 3 young fellows can adapt." They have to adapt, even if they don't. They should rejoice that they have the chance to head to the Red Rainbow sect. Meng Qiang said. A distance of more than 3,000 miles wasn't very long. With everyone's speed, they would be able to reach it in a short while. This short journey was not peaceful at all. Bai Ling Shuang, I lost to you by a single move previously. Wait until we reach the Red Rainbow sect. Then we will have another contest. A purple-clothed female from the Violet Flower Marshall Institution released her chi presence and rushed at Bai Ling Shuang. Bai Ling Shuang coldly grunted. Her cold power exploded. It clashed with her opponent's power and made a cracking sound. Ziyuqing, you're no match for me. Why bother humiliating yourself? The Ziyuqing that Bai Ling Shuang mentioned was ranked 2nd on the Violet Flower Marshall Institution's power ranking. At the same time, she was also the 3rd princess of the Violet Flower Kingdom. There weren't many people in the younger generation of the Violet Flower Kingdom that could compare to him. She is Bai Ling Shuang? I heard that she is the same as Senior Hai Wuya, a 7-star bone frame. The rest of the Violet Flower Marshall Institution's power rankings cadets were sizing up Bai Ling Shuang with curiosity. 7-star bone frames were very rare in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. Basically, only one would appear every 10 years. This batch was rather special as there were 3 of them. But as compared to 6-star bone frames, it was still pitiful. On this side, Ziyuqing and Bai Ling Shuang were opposing each other. On the other side, the cadets from the Violet Flower Marshall Institution and the Stars Marshall Institution were ridiculing the cadets from the 24 Marshall Institutions. In regards to this, the cadets from the 24 Marshall Institutions were basically swallowing their anger. There was no other choice. The Violet Flower Marshall Institution and the Stars Marshall Institution were the 2 elite martial institutions in the Violet Flower Kingdom. Any random cadet from the power rankings would be ranked top 3 in the various martial institutions. Apart from the High Heaven Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution, the cadets from the other martial institutions didn't have the confidence to go against the cadets from the two major martial institutions. As such, it encouraged the arrogance of the cadets from the two major martial institutions. Wang Heilong, you might not be comparable to me, but you don't have to give up on the Stars Martial Institution and choose the trashy South Forest Martial Institution. A youth with a radiant smile and tyrannical eyes spoke to Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's expression turned cold. Lin Xiaoyang, you still have a long way to go. Don't be a despicable person. The Lin Xiaoyang that he spoke of had the six-star sun bone frame, which naturally countered his darkness bone frame. Furthermore, Wang Heilong had to admit that Lin Xiaoyang's perception was slightly better than his and was superior in all aspects. Lin Xiaoyang was more or less one of the reasons why he didn't choose the Stars Martial Institution. It seems like entering the trashy martial institution is rather helpful for you. Your glib tongue is much better than before. That's right, the trashy martial institution might be trashy, but with more trashy people, it will be able to accentuate your extraordinariness and nurture your confidence. Lin Xiaoyang's smile was getting more radiant. What right do you have to say that my South Forest Martial Institution is trashy? Situ Tao couldn't endure it anymore. This Lin Xiaoyang kept calling him trashy. As a cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, how could he endure it? I'm talking about you, trash. Get lost. Lin Xiaoyang's body burst out with astounding qi presence and blasted on Situ Tao. Situ Tao let out a muffled grunt and nearly fell from the sky. Young fellows, your blood qi is rather vigorous. I hope that you will still have such vigor after arriving at the Red Rainbow sect. At the front, Mo Chaofan smiled and didn't restrain the crowd. The Red Rainbow sect emphasized on the rule of the strong and the weak being prey to the strong. If this group of people were amiable, he would be unhappy. Who is the trash talking about? Li Fuchen supported Situ Tao and asked Lin Xiaoyang. The trash is talking about you. Lin Xiaoyang subconsciously replied. You are indeed a piece of trash. Li Fuchen sneered. You are courting death. After coming back to his senses, Lin Xiaoyang had an enraged expression. The qi in his body withdrew into his dantian and circulated the sun power. An even more fearsome and blazing qi presence burst out. You are the one courting death. Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man and burst out with horrific blazing flame prowess. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Lin Xiaoyang was sent flying and separated from the group. You. Lin Xiaoyang had a pale expression. You keep calling me trash. You don't know that you're the biggest piece of trash. Li Fuchen ignored Lin Xiaoyang. Such prestige. You actually dare to bully my Stars Martial Institution. A stalwart youth flew near Li Fuchen. Apologize to Junior Lin, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. The stalwart youth said indifferently. Li Fuchen said, Your Stars Martial Institution is rather shameless. If you want me to apologize, you have to defeat me first. Or, your Stars Martial Institution can attack me together. Boasting shamelessly, the stalwart youth burst out with shocking saber prowess, and it was obvious that he had the saber Dao bone frame. Spirit Slash. The stalwart youth cleaved at Li Fuchen with a palm saber. Get lost. Li Fuchen countered with a fist. Crackle. The stalwart youth's Spirit Slash instantly crumbled. He was sent flying with an appalled expression, and his body was covered in charred wounds. What? Even Senior Gu Tong, who is number 3 on the power rankings, isn't a match for him? The Stars Martial Institution's power rankings cadets had contracted their eyes. With Gu Tong's strength, only Bai Ling Shuang would be able to defeat him in the 24 martial institutions. Logically, Gu Tong should be able to crush Gu Tong, but he couldn't even receive a single fist from Gu Tong. It was too exaggerated. Stars Martial Institution. Anyone who isn't convinced can come out and fight. It is useless to rely on words. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the cadets from the 2 martial institutions. He had long been displeased with the cadets from the 2 martial institutions. He thought that after becoming a cadet from the 2 martial institutions, he would be arrogant. But he didn't know that the Violet Flower Kingdom was just one of the 7 great kingdoms in the Red Soil continent. They didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Your strength is rather formidable. It seems like you're at least top 5 or top 3 in the 24 Martial Institutions rankings tournament. The one speaking was a handsome youth with a star mark on his forehead. Li Fuchen looked up and said, "You are the number 1 of the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings? You are indeed incomparable." Li Fuchen, this person is the number 1 of the Stars Martial Institution's power rankings, Murong Tianxing. He has the 7-star Starbone frame and is known as the strongest heavenly prodigy of the Violet Flower Kingdom in the past century. He is currently the number 1 of the youth generation. Situ Tao transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. 7-star Starbone frame, huh? Li Fuchen was a little moved. The Starbone frame was a special bone frame, and the 7-star Starbone frame was much more fearsome than Bai Lingshuang's 7-star Icy Cold Bone frame. If Bai Lingshuang awakened some incredible star divine ability, even Li Fuchen wouldn't dare to say he could win for sure. Murong Tianxing, you are wrong. Li Fuchen isn't ranked top 3 of the 24 martial institutions. He is ranked number 1. I have also been defeated by him. Bai Lingshuang's voice echoed. She was the same as Li Fuchen and was also displeased with the cadets from the 2 elite martial institutions. You actually defeated Bai Lingshuang? Murong Tianxing squinted his eyes. Bai Lingshuang's ice mirror was very special and couldn't be considered a regular icy cold divine ability. It was a top-notch icy cold divine ability, and even Murong Tianxing wasn't 100% confident he could defeat Bai Lingshuang. I'm even more curious now. Heart of Stars. Murong Tianxing's body was circulating with the star power as he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. When the fist was blasted out, a large area of the void seemed to have darkened, and there were flashes of starlight. It is rather similar to my heart of blazing flame. Li Fuchen's body surged with blazing flame power as he countered with a fist. Li Fuchen had already used his full strength for this fist. The blazing flame pattern on his fist was like a living being, and the astounding blazing flame prowess made the entire place scorching hot. Boom! It was as though meteorites had collided, and there was an intense explosion. Many of the martial institution's cadets were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. Interesting. Murong Tianxing's eyes flashed with astounding battle intent. Among the youth generation, no one was able to withstand a fist from him without retreating. Li Fuchen was the first, and it had incited his battle intent. The star's divine ability is rather incredible, but it is a pity that it can't do anything to me. At Li Fuchen's chest, there was a faint flame seed that was emitting a terrifying chi presence. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the Violet Flower Royal City. Along the way, everyone had been fighting and flying at the same time, without any delay. Mo Chaofan turned around and emitted his prowess to suppress everyone. All right, once we arrive at the Red Rainbow Sect, there will be plenty for all of you to fight. Even if you don't want to fight, you have no choice. Follow me into the city now and don't delay any further. Withdrawing the star power, Murong Tianxing said, "Let's fight at the Red Rainbow Sect. I will be waiting for you." Li Fuchen had also withdrawn his blazing flame power. After entering the city, a large group of people arrived at the teleportation plaza. Chapter 478. The Red Rainbow Sect was located at the extreme west of the Red Soil Continent. It was separated from the Orange Soil Continent by an inner sea. There were dozens of teleportation platforms at the periphery of the Red Rainbow Sect. One of the teleportation platforms suddenly lit up with radiance, and Li Fuchen and the others gradually materialized. This is the Red Rainbow Sect. Li Fuchen looked around and was shocked. The Red Rainbow Sect was the same as most of the other sects and was also established in a mountain range. This mountain range's mountain peaks weren't tall. The tallest ones were only 2,000 to 3,000 meters, and the shortest ones were a few hundred meters. But every mountain peak was surrounded by array pagodas. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that each of the array pagodas' power was far superior to the Mystic Tools sect's dilapidated battleships' array pagodas, especially the 9 array pagodas in the Red Rainbow sect's core region. Each of the 9 array pagodas was a few hundred meters in height, and they emitted waves that felt as though they were going to destroy the sky. A single glance at them would cause one's mind to waver and the Tao heart to be unstable. Apart from that, there were some short mountain peaks where giant battleships were docked. Each of the battleships was also larger than the Mystic Tool's Sex dilapidated battleship. Some of the battleships were 100 to 200 meters in length. Some were a few hundred meters in length. On the battleship, there were many array pagodas. The main pagodas were around 3 times the length of the battleship, and they looked to have equally shocking power. If these were already shocking enough, then the irregular metal sphere that was floating above the red rainbow sex core region was so shocking that Li Fuchen was numb. This metal sphere was a few hundred meters in size and looked extremely heavy, but it was actually able to float in the sky. Li Fuchen had a faint feeling that this might be the red rainbow sex trump card, the sex-defining trump card. Mo Chao Fan said proudly, "This is the red rainbow sect. Even a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor would have to flee miserably if they came here." SS. Everyone took a deep, cold breath. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would have to flee miserably? This was too exaggerated. Law Phase Realm Emperors were existences that were superior to primary Sea Realm Monarchs. It didn't matter if a Law Phase Realm Emperor could arrive at the 7-color continent. With the combat strength of a Law Phase Realm Emperor, it wasn't a problem to destroy a mountain range in a single move. In order to obstruct a Law Phase Realm Emperor and even force the Law Phase Realm Emperor to flee miserably, one had to be extremely confident. No one questioned if Mo Chaofan's words were true because everyone was immersed in the Red Rainbow Sect's horrific essence chi environment. The Red Rainbow Sect's essence chi concentration was several times higher than the outside world. With every breath of air, everyone could feel that their cultivation had a slight improvement. Apart from that, the Red Rainbow Sect's essence chi contained the aura of laws, which seemed to be much stronger than the outside world. It was obvious that comprehending martial arts and divine abilities here would yield twice the results with half the effort. This is also a resource. Li Fuchen sighed. It would be hard not to improve if one cultivated in such an environment. If a genius didn't have enough resources, he might not even be able to reach the limits of his talent. As for a mediocre person, even if his talent was not very good, if he had top-notch resources, he could easily surpass the limits of his talent. Li Fuchen could imagine how terrifying the strength of the prodigy disciples that the Red Rainbow Sect recruited over countless years would be after cultivating in such an environment for a period of time. Let's go to the Plain Plaza. Mo Chao Fan shot forward. Everyone followed closely behind. The Plain Plaza was indeed the Plain Plaza. It was 20 miles in radius, and the ground was paved with white jade stones that were a few meters in size. It looked extremely flat. At this moment, at the center of the Plain Plaza, there were 500 to 600 individuals gathered. All of them were around the same age as everyone else, and they were probably the youth generation of the other 6 kingdoms. The Violet Flower Kingdom is here. TSK, they don't look like much. I wonder how many 7-star bone frames are there. A few. I don't think there is even one. In the past, our ancient Moon Kingdom would only produce 1 7-star bone frame every 10 years. This batch might be special and produce 2 at once, but the Violet Flower Kingdom might not be so lucky. In an instant, 500 to 600 pairs of eyes looked over. Some of the Violet Flower Kingdom's youths that didn't have a strong Tao heart felt their hearts tightening and their mouths were dry. Elder Mo, you are here. How is it? How many Monarch-class prodigies did the Violet Flower Kingdom produce this batch? I went to the Ancient Moon Kingdom, and there are 2 of them. The one speaking was a slender middle-aged man, and he was obviously an outer sect elder of the Red Rainbow Sect. Mo Chaofen laughed and said, 2, huh? That is quite a lot. I only have 3 Monarch-class prodigies here. In the Red Rainbow Sect, 7-star bone frames were considered Monarch-class prodigies, and it meant that they had a high chance of progressing to the primary Sea Realm. Huh? What? When the slender middle-aged man heard the first half of the statement, he laughed complacently. But soon enough, he reacted and widened his eyes. Are the 3 of you joking? A kingdom might produce 1 7-star bone frame every 10 years, but there might not be one every 20 years. There might be one every 3 to 5 years, and there wasn't any pattern. It was already an anomaly to produce 2 7-star bone frames at once, but for 3 to appear at once, it was simply exaggerated. 3 7-star bone frames? For the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been any kingdom that produced 3 7-star bone frames at once. A middle-aged beauty exclaimed. This time, it seems rather special. In the past, it would be rather good for the Red Rainbow sect to recruit 7 7-star bone frames every 10 years. Every 3 years, there would be around 2 or 3. It has only been 2 years, and the 7 kingdoms have actually recruited 12 7-star bone frames. Another short-bearded, middle-aged man spoke. Among the 7 kingdoms, the Violet Flower Kingdom had 3 7-star bone frames. Among the other 6 kingdoms, 3 of them had 2 7-star bone frames each, while the other 3 kingdoms had 1. There was a total of 12. What? The Violet Flower Kingdom has 3 7-star bone frames? The ancient Moon Kingdom's youth generation had unpleasant expressions. 2 and 3 might only have a difference of 1, but if all of them progressed to the Primary Sea Realm, it would be a difference of 1 Primary Sea Realm monarch. 12 7-star bone frames, huh? That is basically equivalent to 12 Primary Sea Realm monarchs. Li Fuchin took a glance and quickly identified the 9 7-star bone frames from the 6 kingdoms. With his eyesight, he naturally couldn't see who had the 7-star bone frames. Even Primary Sea Realm monarchs might not be able to do so, but he just needed to look at the eyes and attitude of the bystanders to know a little. After all, those with 7-star bone frames would definitely have extremely formidable strength, and it was enough for anyone to revere them. On the Violet Flower Kingdom side, by Ling Shuang, Murong Tianxing, and the number 1 of the Violet Flower Martial Institution's power rankings, Hai Wuya, were all outstanding. The rest of the people from the Violet Flower Kingdom were looking at the trio with eyes of reverence and jealousy. Since everyone is here, let's go to the Perception Hall. Mo Chaofan suggested. Of course. The other 6 Red Rainbow sects, outer sect elders nodded. The Perception Hall was the Red Rainbow sect's hall to test perception. 7-star bone frames might be considered monarch-class prodigies, but they might not be able to become monarch-class disciples. In order to become a monarch-class disciple, one's perception must be over 60. The Perception Hall was right in front of the Plain Plaza. After arriving at the Perception Hall, everyone started to queue up and take the test. The Perception Hall elder took out a fist-sized black crystal ball and said indifferently, "This is the perception crystal. During the test, you just need to place it on the forehead. Let me explain here, our Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples are also separated into different grades. 7-star bone frames with a perception of over 60 will become monarch-class disciples. Those below 7-star bone frames with a perception of over 40 will become first-grade outer sect disciples. Those with a perception of over 35 will become second-grade outer sect disciples. Those with a perception of over 30 will become third-grade outer sect disciples. As for those below 30, they will be sent back. Of course, I believe that everyone's perception shouldn't be lower than 30. If it was lower than 30, they wouldn't be able to distinguish themselves and obtain the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciple quota. I will definitely become a first-grade outer sect disciple. Apart from 7-star bone frames, no one else dared to think about becoming a monarch-class disciple. But for a first-grade outer sect disciple, everyone desired it very much. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect and had countless resources, but the competition in the Red Rainbow sect was very intense. The higher one's aptitude, the more resources one would obtain. If one's aptitude was very low and was only a third-grade outer sect disciple, then sorry, the resources one obtained wouldn't even be able to meet the basic requirements. One would have to rely on one's own hard work. It wasn't exaggerating to say that a monarch-class disciple's resources were at least dozens or even 100 times that of a third-grade outer sect disciple. With such a huge difference, the strong would only get stronger and the weak would get weaker. There's actually a test of perception. I wonder what is my perception like? Of course, There were those who weren't confident and were trembling with fear. They were afraid that they would be sent back to their kingdom. There is actually an item to test perception. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Perception was illusory and extremely unstable. Sometimes, a flash of inspiration might allow one to take a huge step forward. Sometimes, one would be stuck in a dead end and wouldn't be able to take half a step forward for the rest of one's life. It was more so at the later stages of the martial Tao. First one. The Perception Hall elder looked at the first examinee. The first examinee walked up apprehensively and received the perception crystal before sticking it on his forehead. Inside the black perception crystal, there were specks of light that lit up. Perception 32, third grade outer sect disciple. Next, the Perception Hall elder didn't have any expression. Perception 35, third grade outer sect disciple. Perception 38, second grade outer sect disciple. Perception 39, second grade outer sect disciple. The youths from various kingdoms went up to take the test, but as of now, there wasn't a single first-grade outer sect disciple. Soon enough, it was the turn of a 7-star bone frame from the Blackstone Kingdom. This person had a slender figure and looked to be around 30 years of age. His brows were filled with extreme confidence and didn't have any trace of apprehension. From everyone, Li Fuchen found out that this person was called Sima Zhua and had the 7-star thick earthbone frame. When the perception crystal was stuck on his forehead, it was visible to the naked eye that specks of light were lighting up. When 67 specks of light lit up, it finally stopped. The Perception Hall elder revealed a smile. Perception 67, Monarch Class Disciple. The value of perception wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, if one had a perception of 35 and the other had a perception of 36, there didn't seem to be any difference. But the Perception Hall elder knew clearly that there was an absolute difference between the two. Even if the Monarch Class Disciple wasn't in a bad state, as long as the Monarch Class Disciple wasn't stuck in a dead end and didn't fall into a heart demon, the Monarch Class Disciple's comprehension speed would definitely be much faster than the Monarch Class Disciples. Therefore, a perception of 60 and a perception of 30 wasn't just a simple doubling, it was more like doubling. Chapter 479. Perception that is twice as high as us. Is this the power of a 7-star bone frame? Everyone was shocked. In the past, they might know that there was a huge gap between them and a 7-star bone frame, but when the perception was reflected in the numerical value, they still felt a trace of despair. It was a pity that they didn't know that the difference between 30-something and 60-something wasn't just one time, but several times, let alone 30-something and 60-something. Even if it was 30-something and 40-something, it was an insurmountable chasm. Sima Zhua was rather satisfied with the value of 67. Since one could become a Monarch Class Disciple after exceeding 60 points, it meant that the value of 67 was rather high. Unknowingly, the other 6 kingdoms' youths had finished their tests. 9 of the 7-star bone frames had a perception that was above 60 points. The highest one had 72 points and was also the only one with a perception that exceeded 72 points. The lowest one only had 60 points and was nearly demoted to a first-grade outer sect disciple. As for the 6-star bone frames, most of them were second-grade or third-grade outer sect disciples. There were only over 21st-grade outer sect disciples. Soon enough, it was the Violet Flower Kingdom's turn. Everyone was getting nervous. First up was the Violet Flower Martial Institution. Perception 55, first-grade outer sect disciple. The one taking the test was the Violet Flower Kingdom's third royal princess, Ziyuqing. Ziyuqing was only a 6-star bone frame, but her perception was at 55 points. It was undoubtedly outstanding and was very close to a 7-star bone frame. As of now, there were only a few 6-star bone frames that had a perception that exceeded 50 points. Such 6-star bone frames were usually elite 6-star bone frames. As for those that had a perception that was on par with 7-star bone frames, they were heaven-defying 6-star bone frames. But such individuals were too rare. There was still hope for a 5-star bone frame to compete with a 6-star bone frame in terms of perception. It was basically impossible for a 6-star bone frame to compete with a 7-star bone frame in terms of perception. Among 10,000 6-star bone frames, only a few could do it. 55 points, huh? Zi Yuqing's mouth curled up into a smile. Next was the number one of the Violet Flower Martial Institution's power rankings, Hai Wuya. As one of the 3 7-star bone frames in the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Violet Flower Martial Institution's members had placed a lot of hope on Hai Wuya. After all, everyone came from the same martial institution. If Hai Wuya had a high perception, they would be honored. Perception 66 points, Monarch Class Disciple. Hai Wuya's perception wasn't low and was currently ranked 4th. Hai Wuya was not very satisfied with this result. As a 7-star bone frame, how could he allow his perception to be inferior to others? Before the test, he even had the thought that his perception might be above 70. Alas, everything turned into bubbles. After the Violet Flower Martial Institution's test was over, it was the Stars Martial Institution's turn. One by one, the Stars Martial Institution students went up to take the test. Some had high and some had low comprehension. Among them, Lin Zhaoyang's comprehension ability was considered very high, exceeding 50. We've reached Murong Tianxing. Someone from the 24 martial institutions couldn't help but ask. Along the way, everyone had witnessed the confrontation between Li Fuchen and Murong Tianxing. Hence, they paid extra attention to Murong Tianxing. Murong Tianxing, who had the mark of a star between his eyebrows, walked up, took the comprehension crystal, and placed it on his forehead. Specks of light quickly lit up. A look of surprise flashed across the Enlightenment Hall elder's face. When the light spots stopped lighting up, the Enlightenment Hall elder glanced at them and praised. Perception 75, Monarch level disciple. What? Comprehension level 75? So high. The crowd was in an uproar. Previously, the highest perception was only 72, and Murong Tianxing was 3 points higher. How can it be so high? Sidutao looked at Li Fuchen with a worried expression. The higher Murong Tianxing's perception, the stronger his combat strength. Murong Tianxing mentioned that he would fight with Li Fuchen at the Red Rainbow Sect. It was unknown if Li Fuchen could handle it. No wonder he is the number 1 youth generation of the Violet Flower Kingdom. This perception is befitting of his status. What number 1 youth generation of the Violet Flower Kingdom? In my opinion, Senior Murong should be the number 1 youth generation of the 7 kingdoms. That's right, Senior Murong's perception is number 1 in the 7 kingdoms. The Stars Martial Institution's cadets were beaming with joy. After the Stars Martial Institution's cadets finished their test, the 24 Martial Institution's cadets went up to take the test too. The first to take the test was Bai Lingshuang. Bai Lingshuang's perception was average. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. It was 65. Bai Lingshuang curled her lips and backed off. At this point, all 12 7-star bone frames had finished their test. None of them were lower than 60, and they were all Monarch-level disciples. Then, it was time for the others to take the test. Ling Yijian was indeed the seated contestant of the High Heaven Martial Institution. His perception was number 1 among the 6-star bone frames. He actually had 58 points, which was extremely close to a 7-star bone frame. He was even higher than Zi Yuqing, followed by Yang Shihua at 52 points and Lan Fei at 50 points. Hey, all of them are quite tall. Mo Chaofan was a little surprised. A 6-star bone frame with a perception of over 40 would be a first-grade outer sect disciple. Those with a perception of over 50 would be considered the best of the best. When it was Situ Tao's turn, his comprehension was 45. Next was Wang Heilong. His comprehension ability had astonishingly reached 50. When there were only a few people left, Li Fuchen walked forward. Looking at Li Fuchen's back, everyone from the Violet Flower Kingdom held their breaths. Be it the Violet Flower Martial Institution or the Stars Martial Institution, they didn't think that Li Fuchen's perception would be low. If Li Fuchen's perception was low, he wouldn't be able to defeat Bai Lingshuang and become a number 1 ranker of the 24 Martial Institution's rankings tournament. If Li Fuchen's perception was low, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single fist from Murong Tianxing. They want to know how high was Li Fuchen's perception. Was it close to 60 or more? As for over 40, no one thought about it. At least 65 and above. Situ Tao recalled Li Fuchen's information and murmured in his heart. To be honest, he had never seen such an insane individual like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was obviously a 5-star bone frame, but his perception was horrifyingly high. Not only did Li Fuchen comprehend an Earth-class mid-tier technique intent, but he also comprehended an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Even his divine abilities grade was superior to others. His emotions told Situ Tao that it wasn't strange for Li Fuchen's perception to reach 70. After all, Bai Lingshuang's perception was at 65, while Li Fuchen's perception was definitely above Bai Lingshuang's. But Situ Tao's rationality told him that 70 wasn't possible. It wasn't the same as a 7-star bone frame. It was superior to most 7-star bone frames. If it was heaven-defying for a 5-star bone frame to have the same perception as a 6-star bone frame, then what did it mean for a 5-star bone frame to have the same perception as a 7-star bone frame? After receiving the perception crystal, Li Fuchen placed it on his forehead. Patches of light lit up. That's right, patches of light. In the blink of the eye, the black perception crystal turned extremely dazzling. The Perception Hall elder's eyes widened as he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. Mo Chao Fan and the other 7 Red Rainbow outer sect elders took a deep cold breath. From the looks of it, Li Fuchen's perception was definitely over 70 or even 80. How is this possible? In the history of the Red Rainbow sect, the highest perception of a 6-star bone frame was only 72, and that was the only one in countless years. Right now, there was another even more terrifying and heaven-defying 6-star bone frame. Just the thought of it was enough to make anyone go crazy. They all assumed that Li Fuchen was a 6-star bone frame, and didn't dare to think that he was a 5-star bone frame. Elder Lu, what is his perception? Mo Chao Fan and the other outer sect elders looked at the Perception Hall elder impatiently. The Perception Hall elder's lips trembled and couldn't say anything for a long time. Elder Lu, hurry up and say it. You're making me anxious. The middle-aged beauty urged. The perception crystal was very special, and only by observing from a close distance, one would know how many spots of light were lit up. If the distance was slightly further, one would only be able to see the light. 100. The Perception Hall elder spoke with a trembling voice. How much? Mo Chaofan's eyes widened. He didn't hear it wrongly, right? 100? 100 full value. The Perception Hall elder took a deep breath and said with force. The perception crystal was very precious, and it wasn't easy to obtain. The perception crystals that the Red Rainbow sect collected were all normal perception crystals, and the full value was only 100. There were even higher-grade perception crystals that had the full value of 200 or even 300. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's perception might be more than 100. After all, it wouldn't be able to be tested once it reached 100. It was impossible for it to be exactly 100, right? Such a situation was too rare. In the Red Rainbow sect, only 8-star bone frames were able to achieve a perception of 100 or above. 7-star bone frames weren't able to achieve it. Even those 7-star bone frames with extremely terrifying perception couldn't do it. After hearing the statement, the entire Perception Hall was in silence. Even the 12 7-star bone frames were flabbergasted and couldn't say a word. Especially Murong Tianxing, who had a rather unpleasant expression. His chest felt as though it was being pressed by a giant rock, and he couldn't breathe. 100. How is this possible? This must be a joke. Could there be something wrong with the perception crystal? Situ Tao and Wang Heilung's lips were trembling as they looked at Li Fuchen with horror. This was the first time they realized how terrifying Li Fuchen was. This level of terror had already exceeded their imagination. If this news was reported back to the Violet Flower Kingdom and the South Forest Martial Institution, it would be enough to cause a huge commotion. Wang Heilung felt bitter in his heart. Comparing with such a maniac was simply asking for abuse. He couldn't compare with 7-star bone frames and couldn't compare with Li Fuchen. It was too much of a blow. Are you really a 6-star bone frame? The Perception Hall elder couldn't help but ask after finding out from Mo Chao Fan and the others that Li Fuchen wasn't a 7-star bone frame. Li Fuchen replied, "I am not a 6-star bone frame." In response, the Perception Hall elder was rather enraged. "You actually lied to me. You are obviously a 7-star bone frame, and yet you are pretending to be a 6-star bone frame. Is it fun?" No, it was already very terrifying for a 7-star bone frame to have a perception of 100 or above. The Perception Hall elder probed, "Are you a 7-star bone frame or an 8-star bone frame?" If Li Fuchen was an 8-star bone frame, the Red Rainbow sect would have profited. He wasn't a Monarch-class disciple, but an Emperor-class disciple. That's right, above the Monarch-class disciples, there were even higher levels of Emperor-class disciples. Emperor-class disciples had hopes of progressing to the Law Phase realm and becoming rulers. They were the strategic prodigies of the sect, and their status was even higher than the inner sect elders. Furthermore, the inner sect elders were all primary C realm monarchs. "I'm a 5-star bone frame." Li Fuchen didn't dare to lie to the Perception Hall elder. The Perception Hall elder nearly vomited a mouthful of blood and felt that his mental state was in a mess. There was a moment when he felt that Li Fuchen was making fun of him. Reporting to the elder, "Li Fuchen is indeed a 5-star bone frame. We can testify." Sidu Tao and Wang Heilun walked out and said cautiously, "Elder Liu, why don't we report to the higher-ups and test his bone frame and perception?" Mo Chao Fan felt that this matter was rather important and suggested, "That is the only way." The Perception Hall elder nodded and smiled bitterly. "All of you can leave the Perception Hall. Follow me." The Perception Hall elder waved his hand and asked everyone to leave before he said to Li Fuchen. Chapter 480. After following the Perception Hall elder, Li Fuchen arrived at the inner sect. When flying past a short mountain, Li Fuchen could see the battleship at a close distance. Seeing that Li Fuchen was sizing up the battleship curiously, the Perception Hall elder introduced, "This is a Class 7 low-tier battleship. It can contest with low-level primary C realm monarchs. The array pagoda on it can easily kill a half-step monarch. It is our Red Rainbow sect's weapon of war." Class 7 battleship, huh? Li Fuchen felt as though he had entered a higher-class world and could only look up to them. At the same time, he was amazed at the power of Monarch-class sections. Monarch-class sects didn't have Law Phase realm emperors, but Monarch-class sects could use their array pagoda and other resources to force regular Law Phase realm emperors to flee miserably. Li Fuchen could imagine how terrifying the power of these battleships would be if there was a war. There were times when an individual's martial strength was helpless against these weapons of war. After cultivating for a few hundred years, they would only be slaughtered in the face of these weapons of war. Of course, if Monarch-class sects weren't so powerful, they wouldn't be able to stand for so many years and would have been eradicated. A short moment later, the duo arrived at a grand hall in the inner sect. "Elder Liu, why are you here at the inner sect?" A voice that was filled with boundless prowess echoed. The Perception Hall elder bowed and cupped his fists, reporting to Elder Han. "Among this batch of outer sect disciples, there is one with full perception, but his bone frame is only 5 stars. I hope to have a comprehensive check on his bone frame and perception." "Full points in perception?" The voice was rather moved. "That's right," the Perception Hall elder replied. Buzz. The black light distorted, and a figure appeared in front of the duo. It was a skinny, black-clothed elder who wasn't more than 6 meters tall. Just from his figure, he looked very frail and would be blown away by the wind. But when the elder appeared in front of Li Fuchen felt every inch of his body was screaming. It was frantically reminding him that the elder was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Primary C realm monarch. No matter how foolish Li Fuchen was, he knew that the person standing in front of him was a primary C realm monarch. Primary C. It meant that chi and power were like the sea. With a flip of the palm, a small-sized bone frame stone appeared. The skinny elder said to Li Fuchen, "Test your bone frame." "Yes, elder." Li Fuchen took the root bone stone. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 layers of fiery red halos appeared on the root bone stone. "This root bone stone is strange. using the halo to determine the star grade of the root bone. Li Fuchen was surprised. He is indeed a 5-star bone frame. The Enlightenment Hall elder raised his eyebrows. It was simply unheard of and unseen for a 5-star bone frame to have a perfect perception. 5-star bone frame? The skinny old man frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen those prodigies with heaven-defying perception, but it was his first time seeing someone like Li Fuchen. Elder Han, what rank should we give him? The Enlightenment Hall elder asked for his opinion. The skinny elder said, full points in perception isn't a small matter. As for the 5-star bone frame, it might be a little low, but our Red Rainbow sect just happens to have a heaven-class low-tier herb, the Starcall herb. Once I report it, it should be approved. Therefore, we shall give him the identity of a monarch-class disciple. If someone with full points in perception wasn't a monarch-class disciple, then the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't have many monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen, hurry up and thank Elder Han. The Enlightenment Hall elder was shocked. Heaven-class low-tier herbs were rare, and heaven-class low-tier herbs that could upgrade the bone frame were dozens or even 100 times rarer. Without any fated opportunities, one wouldn't be able to find one even if one was given 1,000 years. According to what he knew, this Starcall herb was actually left for the descendants of the upper echelons. After all, no one dared to guarantee that their descendants would be able to inherit their bone frame perfectly. If their descendant was a 5-star bone frame, then the Starcall herb would be very useful and would be able to upgrade to the 6-star bone frame immediately. With sufficient resources and fated opportunities, the 6-star bone frame would have a chance to progress to the primary sea realm. As such, it was even more significant. Thank you, Elder Han. Li Fuchen bowed and cupped his fist while revealing a grateful expression. After the bone frame was at the 5-star level, only heaven-class herbs could upgrade the bone frame. The East Unicorn Continent might have heaven-class herbs, but they might not be heaven-class herbs that could upgrade the bone frame. The probability was too low and was almost negligible. Didn't Elder Han mention that even the Red Rainbow sect only had one heaven-class low-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame? Therefore, Li Fuchen was truly grateful to Elder Han. Elder Han waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. My Red Rainbow sect has always been nurturing true prodigies at all costs. Your perception is full points, and I hope you don't disappoint the Red Rainbow sect's expectations of you." As compared to full points in perception, a heaven-class low-tier herb was nothing. Even if there were 10 stalks, the Red Rainbow sect would think of ways to obtain them. Once Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to 6-star, he would definitely become a primary sea realm monarch in the future. Furthermore, he would be a top-notch monarch, and this was more important than anything else. Elder Lu, go and make arrangements for him. Elder Han said, "Yes." The Perception Hall elder nodded and said to Li Fuchen, "Come, let's go to the Monarch District." The Monarch District was a region that was independent from the outer sect and inner sect. This region was inhabited by Monarch-class disciples. There were outer sect Monarch-class disciples, inner sect Monarch-class disciples, and direct Monarch-class disciples. After arriving at the Monarch District, Li Fuchen realized that the cultivation environment here was simply luxurious. The chi concentration might be similar to the outer sect and inner sect, but the chi was at least twice as pure. After living here every day, the body would be cleansed by the chi, and it would be hard for one's cultivation to not increase. Apart from that, the Monarch District environment was also several times better than the outer sect and inner sect. It was just like an otherworldly paradise, a paradise in the mortal world. There were spirit trees, herbs, and beautiful mountains everywhere. Every Monarch-class disciple has their own mountain peak. The mountains in this area are all empty. You can choose one. In the sky, the Perception Hall elder pointed at the beautiful mountains that were a few hundred meters in height and said to Li Fuchen, "I shall choose this one." Li Fuchen randomly chose a beautiful mountain. In any case, these mountains were all similar, and there wasn't any difference in quality. "Let's go." The Perception Hall elder flew towards the mountain that Li Fuchen chose and landed on the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain wasn't big and was only 100 meters in radius. There was a courtyard constructed on the peak. This will be your residence and cultivation ground from now on. As a monarch-class disciple, you can cultivate the first 30 ranks of the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique for free. Additionally, you will be able to receive 3 Earth-class high-tier elixirs, Red Rainbow elixirs, 3 Earth-class high-tier elixirs, Perception Tao elixirs, and 10,000 sect contribution points. The Perception Hall elder pushed open the courtyard's door and checked on the hygiene inside, while speaking to Li Fuchen. Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, Earth-class high-tier elixirs, and 10,000 sect contribution points? Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt that the treatment of monarch-class disciples was a little exaggerated. The Perception Hall elder said, first-grade outer sect disciples will need sect contribution points to cultivate the sect's cultivation technique. Furthermore, they can only receive 1 Red Rainbow elixir, 1 Perception Tao elixir, and 1,000 sect contribution points. As for second-grade outer sect disciples, they will only receive 1 Red Rainbow elixir every year. Third-grade outer sect disciples will have nothing and will have to rely on their own hard work. Chapter 481. This is your disciple token. You will need to drip a drop of blood to refine it. While speaking, the Perception Hall elder handed a pale gold token to Li Fuchen. The front of the token had a dignified monarch word and the back was the Red Rainbow sect's emblem. After receiving the token, Li Fuchen dripped a drop of blood on it. After personally seeing the fresh blood being absorbed, the Perception Hall elder said, the Red Rainbow sect's disciple token is very special, especially the monarch-class disciple token. Once it is refined with a drop of blood, it will become your identity token. It is useless even if others snatch it away. With the monarch-class disciple token, you can use all the teleportation arrays for free, and you can rent battleships, Class 5 battleships, and Class 6 battleships. However, the rental fees for Class 6 battleships are extremely high, and with your current wealth, you shouldn't be able to afford it. In short, the monarch-class disciple token is the symbol of your status, and also the symbol of your glory. There are plenty of privileges in the sect, and you will slowly understand these privileges in the future. Battleships can be rented too? Li Fuchen was tempted. Class 5 battleships were able to kill a large group of reincarnation realm experts, while Class 6 battleships were able to kill a large group of battle spirit realm masters. If one was to rent a battleship during a mission, one would be able to roam freely. Come, activate the token's power and fuse it into the mountain's array. Only then will you be able to control this mountain's array. The Perception Hall elder said. All right. Li Fuchen nodded and poured his chi into the monarch-class disciple token. Buzz. An illusory monarch-class disciple token appeared and was branded in the air. After doing everything, Li Fuchen had a close connection with the mountain's array. With a single thought, he could easily control the array. If he wasn't willing, it was impossible for others to ascend the mountain. In fact, he could even use the array to attack others. From today onwards, you shall be the owner of this mountain. This is the Red Rainbow Sect's map. The Resource Hall, Contribution Hall, Secret Manual Tower, and other buildings are marked on it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask at the Outer Sect Disciple Hall. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Originally, the arrangement of accommodations wasn't related to him, as he was only responsible for registering the perception of the disciples. Of course, he was also willing to arrange accommodations for a monarch-class disciple. After the Perception Hall elder left, Li Fuchen arranged the courtyard a little. This courtyard has been uninhabited all year round. Although there is no dust, it still looks very deserted. After Li Fuchen took out some sundries from the storage pouch and arranged them, the courtyard looked a lot more lively and pleasing to the eye. I'll go to the Contribution Hall to collect my sect's contribution points first. Whoosh! With a flash, Li Fuchen followed the markings on the map and flew towards the Contribution Hall. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the Contribution Hall. Here are 10,000 contribution coins. The gray-robed elder handed over a huge pile of special metallic coins to Li Fuchen. Contribution coins? Li Fuchen was rather curious. Among these coins, there were 1,000 coins, 500 coins, and the smallest one was 10 coins. The gray-robed elder explained, "The contribution coins are refined using the Red Rainbow sect's unique secret method and cannot be forged. The contribution coins can be used to exchange for anything in the sect and can also be used to purchase items between fellow apprentices." "I see." Li Fuchen nodded. Now that there were physical objects, contribution points could be used as currency. Of course, it was only limited to the Red Rainbow sect. Leaving the contribution hall, Li Fuchen headed towards the resource hall. With the Monarch-class disciple token, Li Fuchen successfully collected 3 Red Rainbow elixirs and 3 Perception Dao elixirs. From the resource hall elder, Li Fuchen found out that the Red Rainbow elixir could greatly purify qi, while the Perception Dao elixir could increase perception within a short period of time. These 2 elixirs were the Red Rainbow sect's unique elixirs, and it wasn't available outside. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the secret manual tower. The secret manual tower had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was for cultivation technique manuals, the second floor was for martial art manuals, and the third floor was for secret techniques. The cultivation technique manuals that could be placed in the secret manual tower were at least Earth-class mid-tier, and the highest were Earth-class peak-tier. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were extremely cheap and could be redeemed with just a few hundred contribution coins. As for Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques, they were expensive. The cheapest Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique would require 10,000 contribution coins. Of course, the cultivation techniques could be redeemed separately. For example, redeeming the first 27 floors of Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques would only require around 1,000 contribution coins. After arriving at the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique section, Li Fuchen picked up a cultivation technique manual and started reading. First Heaven True Water Art, Earth-class peak-tier water Dao technique. A total of 33 ranks. The first 27 ranks will require 5,000 contribution points. The first 30 ranks will require 10,000 contribution points. The 31st rank will require 20,000 contribution points. The 32nd rank will require 40,000 contribution points, and the 33rd rank will require 80,000 contribution points. After seeing the redeeming price of the first Heaven True Water Art, Li Fuchen was silently speechless. Exchanging for the entire First Sky True Water Art would require a total of 150,000 contribution points. If he did not do anything, he would need 15 years to accumulate 150,000 contribution points. If he was a first-grade Outer Sect disciple, he would need 150 years. Redeeming the first 30 ranks of Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique manuals for free has helped me to save around 10,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen let out a breath and continued to read other manuals. This shall be the one. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen was done choosing the cultivation technique manuals. Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique. Earth-class peak-tier Fire Dao Cultivation Technique. The first 27 ranks would require 6,000 contribution points. The first 30 ranks would require 12,000 contribution points. The 31st rank would require 24,000 contribution points. The 32nd rank would require 48,000 contribution points. And the 33rd rank would require 96,000 contribution points. The total price was 180,000 contribution points, and it was 30,000 contribution points more expensive than the first Heaven True Water Art. The reason why it was so expensive was because the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was the Red Rainbow sect's defining technique and was superior to other Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. After choosing the cultivation technique manuals, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He still had 10,000 contribution points and was preparing to take a look at the second and third floors of the secret manual tower. Second floor. Martial arts are much cheaper than cultivation techniques. Earth-class high-tier martial arts are only a few thousand. Earth-class peak-tier martial arts are only a few tens of thousands. If I redeem them separately, the first half will only require around 10,000. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. With his perception, it shouldn't be too slow for him to comprehend Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. Once his spirit soul had completely transformed into the pale purple color, his perception would be even stronger. Furthermore, Earth-class peak-tier sword arts weren't expensive either. The first half would be around 10,000, and the second half would be a few tens of thousands. Even if he didn't earn contribution points, he would be able to learn an Earth-class peak-tier sword art in a few years. Let me take a look at the third floor first. Li Fuchen skimmed through the second floor and headed to the third floor. There are actually so many 6-star secret techniques, and even 7-star secret techniques. The third floor had over 26-star secret techniques and 5 7-star secret techniques. Thorn of Spiritual Awareness attack secret technique. Turning the spiritual awareness into a thorn to attack the enemy's spiritual awareness. Requires 30,000 contribution points. 1,000 Illusion Eyes, ocular technique, secret technique. Can cause the enemy to fall into an illusion. Requires 30,000 contribution points. Blood Ignition, secret technique. Burns essence blood to increase combat strength. Requires 50,000 contribution points. Perfect Circle Dipper Chi secret technique. Requires 40,000 contribution points. After reading through the 6-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen felt that every single one of them was useful. It was a pity that they were all too expensive, and he couldn't afford to redeem them for now. As for 7-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen didn't even take a look at them. If he couldn't afford to redeem them, it was useless to look at them. I'd better go and choose an Earth-class peak-tier sword art first half. Li Fuchen returned to the second floor. Chapter 482. On the second floor, Li Fuchen arrived at the innermost bookshelf. This bookshelf was filled with Earth-class peak-tier sword art manuals, and there were over 30 of them. Based on his memory, Li Fuchen picked up one of the manuals. Cloud Flame, 1000 Incineration, Earth-class peak-tier sword art. A total of 4 moves. First move, Cloud Incineration. Second move, 10 Incineration. Third move, 100 Incineration. Fourth move, 1000 Incineration. The first half contains the first and second moves and requires 9,000 contribution points. The second half contains the third and fourth moves and requires 36,000 contribution points. I shall choose this one. Li Fuchen made up his mind. In fact, there were sword arts that were stronger than the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration, but the required contribution points were too much. Furthermore, Li Fuchen liked the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration too. This sword art pursued extreme lethality, and it was suitable for Li Fuchen's path. After all, his defense was already tough enough, and he didn't need a sword art that could integrate offense and defense or a more balanced sword art. Furthermore, his awareness was exceptional, and when the difference in strength wasn't huge, it was hard for others to hit him directly. Sigh. I am changing cultivation techniques and sword arts too quickly. After choosing a sword art, Li Fuchen recalled that he had only cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique and Green Sun Sword Intent for a few years. Right now, he was going to change cultivation techniques and sword arts again. It made him rather speechless, but he was clear of his own situation. As his perception got higher, his desire for cultivation techniques and sword arts would get higher too. Arriving at the entrance of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen handed the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Tower Guardian Elder. Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, huh? Not bad. This is our Red Rainbow Sect's strongest fire, Tao Cultivation Technique. The Cloud Flame 10 Incineration isn't bad either. It is just a little tyrannical, and the mind will be easily affected by the sword art. You better pay more attention. The Tower Guardian Elder was very familiar with the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the secret manual tower and had warned. Li Fuchen nodded. Thank you for Elder's reminder. I will pay attention. After paying 9,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen was preparing to walk out of the secret manual tower. In the sky, there was an aurora that flew over. After landing, it was a round-faced youth. The round-faced youth's chi presence was very reserved, but Li Fuchen could still see that he was a battle spirit realm master. Elder Yun, I wish to redeem the perfect circle dipper chi secret technique. Here are 40,000 contribution coins. Brushing past Li Fuchen, the round-faced youth spoke loudly to the Tower Guardian Elder. The pagoda guarding elder smiled and said, "It looks like you are doing well on the Scarlet Copper Continent. You managed to gather enough contribution coins in such a short time." "It's all right." The round-faced youth grinned. "Copper Continent? The Red Rainbow sect can casually enter other continents?" Li Fuchin was rather surprised. He did not think that the round-faced youth had the ability to cross the ocean. Putting aside the rampaging sea beasts in the sea, just the journey alone was enough to make Battle Spirit Realm Masters despair. These were too far away from Li Fuchin. Walking out of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchin soared into the sky and flew towards his mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique is indeed an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. I only managed to cultivate it to the 24th level in 3 days. Both Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique and Ardent Sun Divine technique were Fire Dao cultivation techniques, and there were many similarities between them. Therefore, it was very easy to change them. But at the later stages, the disparity between the two would gradually increase. If Li Fuchin wanted to increase the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique's rank, he would have to rely on himself. Another week had passed, and Li Fuchin had cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 25th rank. As an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, the 25th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was much stronger than the highest rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique. If it was other Monarch-class disciples, they would need at least a few months to achieve it. The 25th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique is actually absorbing the blazing flame power from the bone frame spatial zone, although it is just a trace. Li Fuchin revealed an astonished expression. The blazing flame power was too advanced, and it was not something that Qi could compare with. The Qi cultivated by the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique was obviously close to the blazing flame power. It is said that Heaven-class cultivation techniques are related to the bone frame. It seems like it is true. Days passed by, and Li Fuchin was comprehending the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique every day. When the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique reached the 25th rank, Li Fuchin started to comprehend the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. In just 1 week, Li Fuchin had mastered the first move of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Cloud Incineration. The Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration had a total of 4 moves. Mastering the first move meant that the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration was at the subcompletion rank. Mastering the second move, 10 Incineration, meant that the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration was at the completion rank. It was said that an Earth-class peak-tier sword art at the completion rank was much stronger than an Earth-class high-tier sword art at the perfection rank. There was no other choice. After the martial art reached the Earth class, the difference would increase with every rank increase. The difference between Earth class low tier and Earth class mid tier was already significant. The difference between Earth class mid tier and Earth class high tier was even greater. The difference between Earth class high tier and Earth class peak tier was several times greater. As for Heaven class martial arts, it was needless to say. The worst Heaven-class low-tier martial art would probably be several times or even 10 times stronger than the strongest Earth-class peak-tier martial art. It was impossible to measure. During this period of time, Li Fuchin had also consumed a Red Rainbow elixir and a Perception Dao elixir. The Red Rainbow elixir was indeed the Red Rainbow sect's exclusive Earth-class high-tier elixir. After consuming a single elixir, Li Fuchin felt his qi being purified significantly. He was already at the peak level of the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, and was just a step away from the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. How could Li Fuchin know that the Red Rainbow Elixir was effective even for low-level Battle Spirit Realm Masters, let alone Reincarnation Realm Masters? As for the Perception Dao Elixir, it was simply a divine elixir for Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin's perception was already astounding. After consuming the Perception Dao elixir, a strange medicinal effect surged into Li Fuchin's mind, allowing Li Fuchin's thinking ability to increase drastically. The increase in thinking ability was the same as the increase in perception. After all, when a martial artist cultivated cultivation techniques and martial arts, they would have to go through countless deductions. As such, Li Fuqian was actually able to forcefully push the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank in just a short month. He had also mastered the second move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, 10 Incineration. If this news was spread out, it would shock the entire Red Rainbow sect. My cultivation has also broken through to the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. Is this the power of resources? Li Fuqian could imagine that if he didn't join the Red Rainbow sect, his improvement speed would be much slower. It had only been a month, and it was almost equivalent to half a year of hard work in the outside world. It seems rather unfair to regular outer sect disciples. The experts are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker. It is vividly displayed here. Li Fuqian shook his head. To be honest, he understood the Red Rainbow sect's method. Rather than distributing the resources evenly and nurturing a large number of experts, it was better to concentrate the resources on a few individuals and nurture a small number of absolute experts. In a world where the strong ruled supreme, a single absolute expert was enough to defeat a large number of regular experts. If the Red Rainbow sect could produce a Law Phase Realm Emperor, it would instantly elevate the Red Rainbow sect from a Monarch-class sect to an Emperor-class sect. Even the weakest Emperor-class sect would be much stronger than the strongest Monarch-class sect. Chapter 483. On this day, on Fuqian Peak, black light twisted and a figure appeared. It was the inner sect elder, Elder Han. Greetings, Elder Han. Li Fuqian wasn't surprised that Elder Han could ignore the existence of the array and immediately appear on Fuqian Peak. Arrays that could obstruct primary Sea Realm monarchs were only Class 7 arrays. It was obvious that most of the Mountain Peaks arrays in the Monarch District weren't at Class 7 and were at most Class 6. Your Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique has broken through to the 26th level. Elder Han's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. With his vision as a primary Sea Realm monarch and his understanding of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, it was too easy to see through Li Fuqian's cultivation technique rank. Because he could see it, he was a little uncertain. In such a short period of time, he had actually cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th level. He was even better than the remaining Emperor-level disciples in the sect. Just based on perception, Li Fuqian was definitely an Emperor-class disciple, and he was one of the best. Elder Han is perceptive. Li Fuqian nodded. Haha, good. As long as you don't die, you will definitely become one of the strongest primary Sea Realm monarchs. Elder Han laughed heartily. An invincible primary Sea Realm monarch would also be able to greatly enhance the Red Rainbow sect's strength. This is your star calling grass. I won't say anything unnecessary. Live well and don't die so easily. After saying that, the black light twisted and Elder Han disappeared instantly. Is this the star calling grass? Li Fuqian didn't even have time to thank Elder Han before he vanished. Looking at the resplendent starlight and the star call herb that contained boundless power of law, Li Fuqian felt that his consciousness was going to be intoxicated. By the time he woke up, the sky had already darkened. Amazing! Li Fuqian's expression changed. For a stalk of herb to be able to make him lose himself in it, one could well imagine how powerful the laws of heaven and earth contained within it were. Of course, this was mainly because he had let his guard down. If it was against an enemy, Li Fuqian wouldn't be so easily engrossed. After all, his awareness might not be as powerful as a primary Sea Realm monarch, but it was extremely close. Li Fuqian returned to the courtyard and sat cross-legged. After circulating the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique a few times, he consumed the star call herb. Boom! The resplendent starlight burst out, and Li Fuqian's entire body was submerged in the starlight. Traces of formless and incorporeal power of the law were shuttling through his body and drilling into the bone frame space. Hiss! Li Fuqian took a deep cold breath, and an indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. For a moment, Li Fuqian was sweating profusely. When the sky was completely dark, Li Fuqian opened his eyes. Finally, a 6-star bone frame. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief while his eyes flashed with radiance. Now that his bone frame was 6-star, his cultivation talent wasn't inferior to most of the people. From now on, even if his perception was reduced to that of a regular 6-star bone frame, he would still be able to reach the battle spirit realm. His consciousness entered the bone frame space, and Li Fuchen began to observe the bone frame. As compared to before, there was one more segment on the bone frame. The blazing flame bone frame patterns were even more complex and mystical. A single glance would cause one's heart to flutter. Apart from that, the essence of the fireball was the blazing flame power. On the blazing flame crystal that represented the heart of blazing flame, the divine ability pattern was a little more complicated. It wasn't hard to imagine that when Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to the 6-star, the heart of blazing flame's power would also increase. I wonder when will be the next time I can raise it to 7 stars. Heaven-class low-tier herbs were required to increase the bone frame to 6 stars. Therefore, Heaven-class mid-tier herbs were naturally required to increase it to 7 stars. Heaven-class herbs were something that could only be encountered and not sought after. Heaven-class herbs that could upgrade the bone frame were even more difficult to find. Even with the Red Rainbow Sect's foundation as a monarch-class sect, they were only able to find one stalk of Heaven-class low-tier star call herb. It was imaginable how difficult it was to obtain Heaven-class herbs. As for Heaven-class mid-tier herbs, they were things that even Law Phase realm emperors would be tempted by. As time elapsed, the power of the 6-star bone frame was gradually manifested. Li Fuchen realized that his qi cultivation speed had increased by more than 50%. It was extremely shocking. 1 year of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 1.5 years of bitter cultivation in the past. 10 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 15 years of bitter cultivation in the past. 100 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 150 years of bitter cultivation in the past. It was the same as increasing his cultivation lifespan by 50%. Perception is important. Cultivation talent is also very important, especially when there isn't a higher class cultivation technique. The Red Rainbow Sect's strongest cultivation technique was the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. On a certain day, when Li Fuchen cultivated this cultivation technique to the highest rank, the other monarch-class prodigies would also cultivate to the highest rank. By then, it would be a competition of cultivation talent. If Li Fuchen's cultivation talent wasn't comparable, he would gradually be left behind and would be left behind further and further. It could be said that Li Fuchen's strength was reflected in the difference in cultivation technique ranks. The monarch district was independent of the outer sect and inner sect and formed its own system. If the outer sect and inner sect nurtured regular experts, then the monarch district would nurture absolute experts. The monarch district's martial arena was the liveliest place in the monarch district. Some of the inner sect monarch class disciples would frequently spar here. But a pure spar wouldn't be able to pique everyone's interest. Spars with stakes would be able to excite everyone. After cultivating diligently for over a month, Li Fuchen felt rather bored. Most importantly, he still didn't understand much about the Red Rainbow Sect, and it was necessary for him to move around. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Monarch District's martial arena. Li Fuchen, you are here too. On the giant martial arena, dozens of Monarch-class disciples were gathered. There were only 8 outer sect Monarch-class disciples, and they were all from this batch. As for the previous batch of outer sect Monarch-class disciples, they had already progressed to the battle spirit realm and became inner sect Monarch-class disciples. After seeing Li Fuchen, Bai Ling Shuang greeted him. This place is rather lively. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the martial arena. At this moment, 2 inner sect Monarch-class disciples were sparring, and it was a very lively and shocking scene. Bai Ling Shuang said, "You are late. The sparring has already started, and we aren't accepting stakes." "Are the stakes contribution coins?" Li Fuchen asked. Bai Ling Shuang shook her head. "It isn't just contribution coins. Red Rainbow elixirs, Perception Dao elixirs, low-grade spirit stones, and mid-grade spirit stones can all be used as stakes." "Interesting. Aren't you afraid they will cheat?" Li Fuchen continued to ask. Bai Ling Shuang said. The person in charge of the martial arena is an elder. With the pride of monarch-class disciples, they shouldn't be willing to cheat, right? That is true. Li Fuchen nodded. Boom, boom, boom. On the martial arena, the sparring between the two inner-sect monarch-class disciples had reached the climax. It was obvious that the two of them were going all out and none of them were willing to lose to the other. Junior Luo, apologies. It is obvious that I have improved more this year. The inner-sect monarch-class disciple with a strong body kicked out. The Thunder Lion image appeared and kicked the opponent off the stage. Unlucky, I lost another 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Bai Ling Shuang said gloomily. Such a huge bet? Li Fuchen was shocked. 1 million wasn't a small sum, and regular Battle Spirit Realm Masters didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. Bai Ling Shuang said, It is meaningless if it is too small. Even if I win the bet, there isn't much profit. It was obvious that there was another martial contest below. I shall bet 1 million low-grade spirit stones too. To Li Fuchen, 1 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't considered much, and it wouldn't be a huge blow even if he lost. But Li Fuchen didn't bet blindly. After taking a glance at both sides, Li Fuchen placed the bet on the inner-sect monarch class disciple who looked rather skinny. You are betting on Senior Huang? I heard that Senior Huang has lost to Senior Lin for 4 consecutive years. Bai Ling Shuang knew a lot of information. Chapter 484. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I have lost to Senior Lin for 4 consecutive years, but it doesn't mean I will lose to Senior Lin for the rest of my life. After all, we are both at the second level of Battle Spirit Realm. They were both inner-sect monarch-class disciples, and their cultivation levels were around the same. At this moment, it was a contest of cultivation technique rank, martial art rank, and divine ability rank. Sometimes, the difference between the winner and the loser was just a hair's breadth. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen could see that Senior Huang's chi presence was slightly stronger than Senior Lin. Li Fuchen was the only one who could see such a subtle difference. Bai Ling Shuang pondered for a moment and bet 500,000 low-grade spirit stones on each of them. Senior Huang. Huang Zhe's odds were 1, 2. Senior Lin. Lin Shanhu's odds were 1, 1. If Lin Shanhu won, she wouldn't earn a single cent and would be able to recoup her losses. If Huang Zhe won, she would earn another 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't think highly of Huang Zhe, she would probably bet on Lin Shanhu. Bai Ling Shuang had some admiration towards this man who defeated her, especially when his perception was at the maximum value. It wasn't something that a regular person could achieve. In her eyes, only 8-star bone frames could achieve it. Huang Zhe and Lin Shanhu's battle soon began. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the duo clashed, they executed their divine abilities. Huang Zhe's thick earth divine ability was tyrannical and heavy, covering the sky. Lin Shanhu's sharp metal divine ability was unstoppable and straightforward. But after clashing a few times, the duo withdrew their extraordinary powers and stopped executing their divine abilities. With their extraordinary powers, they could only execute their divine abilities a few dozen times. It might seem like a lot, but it wasn't actually a lot. The duo still had plenty of plans and couldn't possibly waste all their extraordinary powers on the contest stage. Junior Huang, you have improved quite a bit. You are actually able to resist my Iron Saber divine ability. Lin Shanhu drew a large saber and grinned. Huang Zhe spoke humbly. Senior Lin is flattering me. If I continue to fight, my meteorite splash will definitely be neutralized by Senior Lin's Iron Saber divine ability. Junior Huang, you are too humble. Have a taste of my flying flower cleave. Lin Shanhu raised his large saber and cleaved to Huang Zhe. Hua hua hua. Countless flower petals appeared out of nowhere and then split open. The ferocious saber chi seemed formless, but the entire space was filled with saber chi and saber intent. Flying Flower Chop was a peak-tier, Earth-class saber art. With Lin Shanhu's comprehension, he had already comprehended up to the 3rd move, and this saber art only had a total of 5 moves. What a great Flying Flower Slash! Senior Brother Lin, I've made some progress in the Muddy Heaven Fist technique in the past half a year. Today, let me experience your flying flower slash. Huangze attacked as soon as he said the first word. He clenched his right fist and punched at the void, then twisted it. In the next moment, the entire void seemed to be spinning, making people want to vomit blood. Earth Realm top rank fist art, chaotic heaven fist art. Such powerful saber and fist techniques. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. He believed that his martial arts realm was inferior to the two of them, especially the latter's chaotic heaven fist technique, which had the power to overturn heaven and earth. Crackle. The formless saber chi that Lin Shanhu slashed out shattered like they were being crushed by a millstone. Profusion of fallen petals. Lin Shanhu's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously executed the flying flower slash's third move, profusion of fallen petals. Once this saber move was executed, countless flower petals scattered down from the void. These flower petals were revolving and shooting at Huangze. Great move. Muddy heaven quake. Huangze's fist art twisted and jolted. Bang! The flower petals exploded and Lin Shanhu's mouth leaked out a trace of blood while he staggered back. Impossible. Lin Shanhu stared at Huangze and couldn't believe that he was actually injured. Huangze said, "Senior Lin, if it was half a year ago, I wouldn't be a match for you. But it is a pity that during this half a year, I've had many fortuitous encounters and my martial arts realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, you're not a match for me." Again, Lin Shanhu didn't believe it and continued to attack Huangze. Huangze shook his head and counterattacked with his fist. After over a dozen moves, Lin Shanhu's mouth was bleeding even more. After over 20 moves, Lin Shanhu's nose was also bleeding. "Senior Lin, it is over." Huangze yelled out and broke through Lin Shanhu's defense with a fist and struck right on his chest. Crackle. Lin Shanhu's sternum was broken and he was sent flying out of the contest stage. Senior Huang actually won. Unbelievable. Senior Huang and Senior Lin aren't that different in strength. Since Senior Huang had some fortuitous encounters, it is normal for him to win. It is a pity that I lost my bet. Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Li Fuchen, you are really something. You actually made the right bet. Bai Ling Shuang was amazed by Li Fuchen's eyesight. Her rationality told her that Li Fuchen was just trying his luck, and it was impossible for him to see that Senior Huang was going to win. But her subconscious told her that Li Fuchen must have seen something. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. To be honest, he wasn't completely certain that Huangze would win. After all, there were too many uncertainties when both parties had similar strength. Who would dare to say that a person with 90 kilograms of strength would definitely lose to a person with 100 kilograms of strength? As long as the former seized the opportunity, there was a chance for him to counterattack. 1 million low-grade spirit stones turned into 3 million low-grade spirit stones, and it made Li Fuchen rather surprised. He didn't do anything, and in just a short period of time, he had earned 2 million low-grade spirit stones. This speed of earning spirit stones was enough to stun any battle spirit realm master in the outside world. Even Grandmaster Everyouth, one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, would only have a few million spirit stones and wouldn't exceed 10 million. Of course, if Grandmaster Everyouth sold his everlasting youth garden, he would probably be able to get a few million low-grade spirit stones. But no matter what, 2 million low-grade spirit stones was still a huge sum to Grandmaster Everyouth. If I knew this would happen, I would have bet on Senior Huang. Bai Ling Shuang was rather dissatisfied after earning 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. She had lost 2 million low-grade spirit stones previously, and it made her heart ache. Li Fuchen, how about we have a match? It was unknown when Murong Tianxing arrived at the Monarch District's contest stage. Seeing that Li Fuchen was here too, Murong Tianxing spoke loudly. Li Fuchen looked at Murong Tianxing and asked, "Are you sure?" Before Li Fuchen joined the Red Rainbow sect, he was only 70% or 80% confident in defeating Murong Tianxing. But now, he was 100% confident in defeating Murong Tianxing. After all, he had cultivated the divine flame red rainbow technique to the 26th rank and the cloud flame thousand incineration to the completion stage. Of course, Murong Tianqing was the first to ascend the contest stage and look down from above. At this moment, even if Li Fuchen didn't want to fight, he had to. Bai Ling Shuang, help me bet 20 million low-grade spirit stones. If you trust me, bet most of your wealth on me. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Bai Ling Shuang and transmitted a message. 20 million. Bai Ling Shuang was shocked. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Only primary sea realm monarchs would have so many low-grade spirit stones. Bai Ling Shuang only had 5 million low-grade spirit stones in total. She had lost one. 5 million low-grade spirit stones previously and only had 3. 5 million low-grade spirit stones now. All right, Bai Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and decided to take a gamble. If she won the gamble, she would at least earn 3. 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she lost, she would just have a harder time in the future. Chapter 485. Help me bet these 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Bai Ling Shuang. This was a rare opportunity. Even if he had to expose the 6-star secret technique, bronze sword essence, Li Fuchen was going to defeat Murong Tianqing. Bai Ling Shuang knew that Li Fuchen was going to make a ruthless bet. Therefore, she didn't say anything and simply nodded. She was thinking if she should also increase the stakes and bet some mid-grade spirit stones and other items. After doing everything, Li Fuchen flew up the stage. On the stage, Li Fuchen and Murong Tianqing were standing 100 meters apart. In terms of qi presence, it was obvious that Murong Tianqing was stronger. After all, Murong Tianqing's cultivation was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, while Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. The difference of 3 levels wasn't easy to make up for. At this moment, even if there was another Li Fuchen below the stage, he wouldn't be able to use his awareness to see who was stronger. Perhaps only primary sea realm monarchs would be able to see some clues. The elder in charge of the Monarch District's martial contest stage checked the duo's information and set the odds at 1. Murong Tianqing might have a high cultivation level, but Li Fuchen's perception was superior. If Li Fuchen's odds were set at 1, 2, it was too risky. This junior Murong possesses the 7-star Starbone frame. I will bet 3,000 contribution coins on him. Junior Li's perception is at the maximum value and is comparable to an 8-star bone frame. I will bet 2 perception Dao elixirs and 300 mid-grade spirit stones on him. Hee, it is better for me to be safe. I will bet 2,000 contribution coins on Junior Murong and 200 mid-grade spirit stones on Junior Li. The intersect monarch class disciples here were all wealthy individuals, and their bets were all extraordinary. Li Fuchen, receive my fist. Murong Tianqing didn't waste any time and immediately blasted a fist. The heavy and tyrannical fist intent was like a large star that was crushing over. The air and energy on the martial contest stage were instantly emptied, forming an absolute vacuum. Earth-class high-tier fist art. Chaos Star Fist. Chaos Star Fist. This is the Stars Martial Institution's absolute art. When the fist is executed, the fist field will be vacuum and the opponent will not be able to borrow energy. It will greatly weaken the opponent's field power. The intersect monarch class disciple who spoke was once a student of the Stars Martial Institution. When he saw Murong Tianqing executing the chaotic star fist, he revealed a faint smile. The rest of the intersect monarch class disciples could also see the terror of the chaotic star fist. All of them were frowning, as there were plenty of them who placed bets on Li Fuchen and naturally didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be defeated. His regular power is stronger than Bai Ling Shuang's. Compared to me, he is much stronger. Li Fuchen believed that his previous strength was inferior to Bai Ling Shuang. It was not that his cultivation technique and martial arts were inferior, but his cultivation was inferior. But now, his cultivation had increased by 1 stage. His cultivation technique had changed to the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and he had cultivated it to the 26th layer. His sword technique had chained to the cloud flame 1000 incineration, and he had also mastered the second move, 10 incineration. In terms of strength, he naturally did not fear Murong Tianqing. Cloud incineration. The cloud incineration was the first move of the cloud flame 1000 incineration. Along with the mastery of the second move, the 10 incineration, the might of the first move had also risen. Its might had far surpassed the green sun sword intent at the trance stage. As soon as the sword was swung out, the sword light was like a cloud of fire, wantonly pervading the air and crazily attacking. Crackle. The fist force and sword chi clashed and produced a series of explosions. No wonder his perception is full points. This child actually cultivated the divine flame red rainbow technique to the 26th rank. The cloud flame 1000 incinerations rank isn't low either. If Li Fuchen didn't make a move, the Monarch District's martial arena's elder wouldn't be able to see anything. But once Li Fuchen made a move, he instantly saw through Li Fuchen's strength. Incredible. Junior Li is indeed Junior Li. He actually cultivated the cloud flame 1000 incineration. This sword art is one of the Red Rainbow Sect's 5 great sword arts. It is tyrannical and isn't something a regular person can cultivate. An inner sect monarch class disciple let out a breath of relief and was in awe of Li Fuchen's high perception. Murong Tianqing had a grave expression as he yelled out and executed the Chaotic Star Fist finishing move. Chaotic Star Shift. Boom, boom, boom. The fist forces intertwined like moving stars. They formed layers of vacuum fist fields that overlapped and pressed at Li Fuchen. If a regular person was to face this fist, they would be smashed into smithereens. 10 incineration. When facing Murong Tianqing's powerful fist, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and executed the second move of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration, 10 incineration. Layers of fire cloud sword lights stacked together and dyed the void red. Rumble. This time, the explosion was even louder and more rapid. Murong Tianqing's chaotic star fist was broken again. Heart of Stars. After taking a deep breath, Murong Tianqing withdrew his chi and burst out with star power. If his fist art was like the stars in the past, right now, his body was like a large star, and his body was filled with surging and heavy power that could crush the void. Heart of Blazing Flame. Li Fuchen didn't conceal his strength and burst out with blazing flame power at the same time. His entire body was like a fire god, and the surging heat radiated in all directions and ignited the void. The duo moved at high speed and clashed together. Rumble. The martial arena seemed to be shaking as the duo were sent flying back. Li Fuchen, if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated. A star phantom appeared behind Murong Tianqing. This was a divine ability anomaly that was triggered when the star bone frame pattern was comprehended to a certain degree. He actually triggered a divine ability anomaly. Bai Ling Shuang frowned. There was a huge gap between special bone frames and extraordinary bone frames. Special bone frames were more likely to trigger divine ability anomalies. But for extraordinary bone frames to trigger divine ability anomalies, it was much more difficult. Bang! When the fist and sword clashed, Li Fuchen was sent flying and nearly fell off the martial arena. Divine ability anomaly, huh? Li Fuchen landed at the edge of the martial arena, and at his chest, there was an exceptionally dazzling, flaming light. This is a blazing flame divine ability anomaly. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples saw something and exclaimed involuntarily. Among the inner sect monarch class disciples, there were a few who possessed the 7-star blazing flame bone frame. Their blazing flame divine ability anomaly was the same as Li Fuchen's current situation. A flame seed appeared at their chest. When the flame seed appeared, Li Fuchen's blazing flame power surged and was even more concentrated. It was just like how the dragon elephant power had the support of a small elephant, causing its power to increase by several folds. With the support of the flame seed, the blazing flame power had a similar increase in power. When facing Murong Tianqing's fist, Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword. The blazing flame sword chi was scarlet red like blood and was extremely deep. It slashed on Murong Tianqing's fist. In the next moment, a mottled energy sphere was produced and rapidly expanded to devour the duo. The corner of Murong Tianqing's mouth leaked out traces of blood as he was sent flying. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch and didn't have any signs of injury. The 7-star special bone frame was too powerful, and it wasn't just superior to Bai Lingshuang's 7-star icy cold bone frame. With the addition of Murong Tianqing's divine ability anomaly, the power had increased drastically. Even if Li Fuchen used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress Murong Tianqing. But as compared to Murong Tianqing, Li Fuchen didn't just have superior strength. His defense was also superior. The power produced by the clash wasn't able to do anything to Li Fuchen. How can his defense be so tough? A small injury wasn't a big deal to Murong Tianqing, but with the accumulation of small injuries, he would still lose sooner or later. It was something that he couldn't accept. Murong Tianqing, receive a sword move from me too. Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and rapidly approached Murong Tianqing before slashing at close range. This sword move didn't just contain the blazing flame power, it also contained the dragon elephant power. When the two powers stacked together, it produced a violent and explosive force. A single sword move sent Murong Tianqing flying, and he didn't even have the chance to retaliate. Li Fuchen wins. The Monarch District's martial contest stage elder promptly announced the results of the spar. Chapter 486. Junior Li's perception is indeed at full points. Junior Murong is still slightly inferior. The intersect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Li Fuchen grinned. A momentary victory doesn't mean anything. From the perspective of the future, it is obvious that Junior Murong is superior. That's right. Right now, Junior Murong is at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. In just a short while, he should be able to progress to the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm. If Junior Li wishes to progress to the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm, it will take at least a decade. The intersect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Murong Tianqing said with displeasure. Li Fuchen defeating Murong Tianqing was something that some people were happy while others were worried. The happiest person was none other than Bai Lingshuang. She placed a bet of 5 million low-grade spirit stones and 500 mid-grade spirit stones on Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen had won, her wealth had instantly doubled. But as compared to Li Fuchen, it was undoubtedly a minor sorcerer. Li Fuchen placed a bet of 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. This was almost the entire wealth of a high-level battle spirit realm master. I lost. Below the stage, Murong Tianqing still couldn't believe it. He possessed the 7-star Starbone frame and had never been defeated in his short life. Today, he was defeated by Li Fuchen without any suspense. Is this the meaning of full points in perception? There will be a day when I surpass you. Murong Tianqing turned and left. This battle had nearly destroyed all of his pride, but this was just the beginning. He might have lost now, but it didn't mean he would lose again in the future. With the 7-star Starbone frame, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to anyone apart from 8-star Emperor-class disciples. Junior Li, my name is Du Kong. Just like you, I am from the South Forest Martial Institution, and I am also mentor Meng Qihong's in-room cadets. But I have been in the Red Rainbow sect for 15 years, and I am 18 years older than you. A gentle and refined youth walked over and smiled. Senior Du, I have heard about you from Mentor. Li Fuchen nodded. Before Meng Qihang accepted Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong, he accepted another in-room cadet. That in-room cadet was Du Kong, and he possessed the 7-star Wind Spirit Bone frame. Looking at his chi presence, he should be at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm. Furthermore, he was only slightly over 40 years old. According to the 500-year lifespan of a Battle Spirit Realm master, 40 years old wasn't even worth mentioning. He still had 10 times the lifespan waiting for him. Du Kong laughed and said, Junior Brother Li, you are now famous. You have just arrived at the Red Rainbow sect for over a month, and have already cultivated the cloud flame, thousand incineration to the completion stage. Only Emperor-class disciples can compare with such perception. Li Fuchen replied humbly, Senior Du is overpraising me. Junior brother Li, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Wang Yang. If there's a chance in the future, let's drink together. One by one, the intersect monarch-class disciples walked over. As monarch-class disciples, everyone was very prideful, but it also depended on who the target was. Li Fuchen might not be a 7-star bone frame, but his full points perception was too terrifying. His comprehension speed of cultivation techniques and martial arts was far beyond them. They might be able to step into the primary sea realm earlier and become monarchs. But with Li Fuchen's perception, it wouldn't be a problem for him to step into the primary sea realm too. Once Li Fuchen became a primary sea realm monarch, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence in the same realm. It was necessary to have a good relationship with him now. They might have to go on missions and venture together in the future. Greetings to all the seniors. Li Fuchen addressed Du Kong as a senior because they were both Meng Qi Hong's in-room cadets. As for the others, they naturally had to address them as seniors. Looking at Li Fuchen, who was surrounded by a group of intersect monarch-class disciples, the Monarch District's contest stage elder thought to himself, this child's perception is exceptional. If he has a fated opportunity, he might be able to become the pillar of the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect and the ruler of the Red Soil continent. But the Seven-Color continent had 6 other monarch-class factions. Outside of the Seven-Color continent, there were even stronger continents of higher grades. For elite prodigies, the Red Rainbow sect would always nurture them at all costs. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had enemies too and wanted to develop into an Emperor-class sect. An Emperor-class sect would need a Law Phase Realm Emperor and also a group of elite Primary Sea Realm monarchs. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen would become a pinnacle Primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. It will be hard to have such an opportunity in the future. After obtaining 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen was very satisfied. But he knew that he only had one opportunity. At least before progressing to the battle spirit realm, no one would challenge him. Among the 7 kingdoms monarch-class disciples, even if there were people stronger than Murong Tianxing, there was a limit. So many spirit stones, it is enough. Li Fuchen let out a smile. He wasn't a person who was insatiable. It was fine as long as he had enough spirit stones. It was meaningless to pursue an unlimited amount of spirit stones. Once his strength increased, the speed of earning spirit stones would only increase. In the blink of the eye, it had been over half a month since Li Fuchen defeated Murong Tianxing. During this half a month, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to 6 segments and was getting closer to the 4th segment. On this day, Li Fuchen was comprehending the cloud flame thousand incineration. When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen's mind suddenly had a rumble and he was frozen in place. In his soul spirit sea, the final trace of blue had vanished and had turned into pale purple. The pale purple spirit soul was magnificent and didn't have a trace of flaw. On the surface of the pale purple spirit soul, there were pale purple electric arcs that were flickering. Every time the electric arcs flickered, Li Fuchen would feel countless surges of inspiration. Cloud incineration. Li Fuchen's frozen body suddenly moved. When he brandished his sword, the sword light surged like a fire cloud and instantly filled the entire space. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the fire cloud was formed by countless fine sword lights. Each fine sword light was like a flame that was exploding and expanding. It was filled with a tyrannical and destructive aura. 10. Incineration. When the sword was brandished, the second sword was also brandished. This time, the fire cloud was even denser and more violent. The layers of fire clouds stacked together and caused the void to tremble. The sword lights were even finer and more tyrannical than before. It was like a lump of magma. The pale purple spirit soul is actually so powerful. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration had a total of 4 moves. When the third move, 100 Incineration, was cultivated, the sword art would be considered to have reached the perfection stage. But with the transformation of the spirit soul, Li Fuchen only used 2 moves to push the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration to the perfection stage. Such perception was already something that 8 Starbone frames couldn't compare with. In fact, Li Fuchen's previous perception was already extraordinary among the 8 Starbone frames. It was very hard to figure out what level he was at. After consolidating the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and continued to comprehend the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. 3 days later, Li Fuchen exited from seclusion. Right now, his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was already at the 27th rank. The quality of his chi was much stronger than before. Just by standing there, he was emitting a terrifying flame-like prowess. Chapter 487. The pale purple soul spirit increased my perception by an unknown amount, but it is impossible to cultivate the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 28th rank in a short period of time. If I want the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration sword art to reach the trance stage, it will be hard to achieve with just 2 sword arts. It seems like it is time to earn some contribution points. Even if one's comprehension was strong, they still needed something to cultivate. The other outer sect monarch class disciples would normally seclude themselves in the sect for at least 1 or 2 years. They would only venture out to complete missions to earn contribution points after reaching the peak level of Reincarnation Realm or the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. But such a method was a waste of time for Li Fuchen. There's no rush. Let's consolidate our cultivation technique first. With 4 red rainbow elixirs and 4 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not having enough elixirs to consume within a short period of time. After consuming 1 red rainbow elixir, Li Fuchen's chi was much purer and his cultivation technique had completely stabilized at the 27th rank. As for the perception Dao elixir, Li Fuchen didn't consume it yet. He had just broken through to the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Even if he consumed the Dao Comprehension Elixir, he wouldn't be able to make any breakthroughs. He would have to wait for a period of time before consuming the Dao Comprehension Elixir. Only then would he be able to maximize the effects of the Dao Comprehension Elixir. Let's go to the mission hall to take a look. After exiting the Monarch District, Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect. There were many people in the outer sect mission hall, and they were all outer sect disciples. After all, outer sect disciples were different from king class disciples. They didn't have contribution points as rewards. If they wanted to earn contribution points, they could only do missions. It's a king-level disciple. Noticing Li Fuchen's attire, some of the outer sect disciples were shocked, but their eyes lit up. Doing missions with king-class disciples was the easiest. Each king-class disciple was invincible in the same realm. As long as they didn't encounter any unexpected situations or accidents, they could definitely shorten the mission time. Senior Marshal Brother, you're here to accept a mission, right? Why don't you come with us to Crimson Beach? That place is rich in crimson shells. 1 shell can be exchanged for 10 contribution points, so 100 of them will be 1,000 contribution points. How can a crimson shell be so easy to obtain? Senior Brother, let's go to the Black Wind Gorge. There are black wind fish there, and if we catch one, we'll get 50 contribution points. One by one, the outer sect disciples came forward to invite Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. He had never done a mission before and didn't know much about these missions. So for his first mission, his goal wasn't to earn contribution points, but to understand the difficulty of each mission. Senior Brother, we're planning to go to the Demon Ring continent. Are you interested? Immature and steady young man walked over and invited them. Demon Ring continent? The expression of the surrounding outer sect disciples changed. The mission to the alien continent was extremely dangerous, and the Demon Ring continent was one of the more dangerous continents among the alien continents. There were no humans living on this continent, only endless demons. Fortunately, this continent could only give birth to level 5 demons, so it was impossible for level 6 demons to exist. An alien continent? I'm quite interested. Li Fuqin nodded. If one's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm, it would be extremely dangerous to traverse the ocean and head to different continents. But it was different with the teleportation array, as one could instantly arrive at a foreign continent. 3 days later, Red Rainbow Sect's Outer Sect Teleportation Plaza. There were teleportation platforms here. These teleportation platforms could teleport to the 7 great king cities of the Red Soil continent and some special places. In addition, they could also teleport to foreign continents. However, the cost of teleporting to a foreign land was extremely high. One person would need at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the teleportation to a foreign land was far away, 500,000 or 1 million low-grade spirit stones would be normal. Everyone might be able to afford it once or twice, but after a few times, even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be able to afford it. Of course, Monarch-class disciples didn't need to pay the teleportation fee. There were 4 Outer Sect disciples who were heading to the Demon Ring continent with Li Fuqin. Including Li Fuqin, there were 5 of them. Apart from Li Fuqin, the rest of the 4 were at least at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, while the strongest were at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. There were 2 females and 2 males. Teleport to the Demon Ring continent, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. An Outer Sect elder walked over and said, "Here." The steady young man handed over a storage bag that contained 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, which were paid by the 4 of them. Li Fuqin didn't pay the spirit stones as he was a Monarch-class disciple and could teleport for free. Standing on the teleportation platform, there was a flash of light before the 5 of them vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, the 5 of them were in a dusky world. This is the Demon Ring continent. Li Fuqin could feel that the heaven and earth chi here was completely different from the 7-color continent. It contained a large amount of demon chi. It wasn't impossible for martial artists to refine demon chi, but the efficiency was very low. The steady young man was called Zhuang Sheng, and he said, "The Demon Ring continent has a total of 5 rings. The first ring has the densest demon chi, and, correspondingly, the Class 5 demons there are the strongest. They are even able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. We are currently in the 5th ring, and this place is relatively safer. But after so many years, the resources in the 5th ring have basically been collected. If we wish to have a greater harvest, we will have to head to the 4th ring or even the 3rd ring. As for the 2nd ring, it will depend on the situation. As for the 1st ring, it is best not to head there." After walking down the teleportation platform, Li Fuqin could feel that the demon chi in this place was even denser. The teleportation platform contained spatial power, and once it was constructed, it would have an extremely powerful defense. Furthermore, it could isolate the heaven and earth laws from the outside world. This continent is naturally suitable for demons to grow. Li Fuqin could imagine how powerful the demons that resided on this continent were. If the Class 5 demons from the East Unicorn continent came here, they probably wouldn't be able to dominate the 5th ring. The 5th ring was very big, and it was the outermost region of the Demon Ring continent. "They are humans. Eat them." From a distance, a large group of Class 5 demons flew over. There were horned demons, Herculean demons, and winged demons. "Everyone, be careful." Zhuang Sheng didn't dare to be careless. He didn't put a single Class 5 demon in his eyes, but if dozens of Class 5 demons worked together, they would be instantly killed if they weren't careful. Mountain Blast Fist, Golden Edge Saber Art, Soaring Feather Sword Art, Crabapple Sword Art. The 4 of them yelled out and executed their absolute arts. Bang boom. In the first clash, both sides were evenly matched. The 4 of them had the advantage in individual strength, while the Class 5 demons had the advantage in numbers. Cloud Incineration. Li Fuqin didn't have any intention to conceal his strength. He drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Blaze! A cloud of fire spread out, and more than 30 level 5 demons were instantly burned to ashes. Such incredible sword art. No wonder he is a Monarch-class disciple. The Outer Sect female disciple, named Yun Wei, opened her mouth wide, while her eyes were filled with radiance. Chapter 488. This is one of the Red Rainbow Sect's 5 great sword arts: Cloud Flame, Thousand Incineration. Another female outer sect disciple named Lu Qinghua recognized Li Fuchen's sword art. The Red Rainbow Sect's 5 great sword arts were her dream sword arts, but the first half of the 5 great sword arts required around 10,000 contribution points. How could she afford it? Furthermore, as of now, she had yet to cultivate the Earth-class high-tier crabapple sword art to the trance stage. It was still too early for her to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. Zhuang Sheng and the male outer sect disciple named Guo Wenwu had a change of expression. The Earth-class peak-tier sword art was much stronger than they imagined. In terms of the sword art's profoundness, it was at least a few times stronger than Earth-class high-tier sword arts. If the difference between Earth-class low-tier martial arts and Earth-class mid-tier martial arts was around 1-fold, then the difference between Earth-class mid-tier martial arts and Earth-class high-tier martial arts was around 2-folds. Then the difference between Earth-class high-tier martial arts and Earth-class peak-tier martial arts was around 4 to 5-folds. The legendary low-rank Heaven Realm martial arts were 10 times stronger than the strongest top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and they couldn't be measured in terms of strength. The 5 of them continued to advance and unknowingly arrived at the 4th ring region. As compared to the 5th ring region, the 4th ring region's demon chi was much more concentrated. The dense, fiendish demon yuan chi caused the environment here to appear extremely terrifying and strange. The sky was dusky, and there was almost no sunlight. On the black ground, there were stalks of sawtooth grasses that were as tall as a few humans. In the distance, there were strange trees that were a few hundred meters tall. The strange trees were obviously only a few hundred meters tall, but they covered an area of a few miles. Wisps of black smoke were emitted from the strange trees. It is the devil rat herb. While soaring in the sky, Zhuang Sheng scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he shot out like lightning and dove towards the sawtooth grasses below. In the sawtooth grasses, there was a stalk of strange grass that was as tall as a thigh. At the top of the strange grass was a black rat-shaped stamen. The devil rat herb was an Earth-class high-tier herb, and it was one of the mission items. A single stalk was worth 100 contribution points, and it was extremely precious. It was already extinct in the 7-color continent. Just as Zhuang Sheng approached the devil rat herb, the motionless sawtooth grasses shook violently and shot spikes at Zhuang Sheng. Bang! After all, Zhuang Sheng is a 9th-level shedding body realm martial artist. True spirit vibrates, and the spikes are smashed. The shockwave pushes the surrounding sawtooth grass away. Then he reaches out and grabs the demon rat grass. Senior brother Zhuang, congratulations. Yin Wei and Lu Qinghua congratulated him. 100 contribution points was not a small number. In the past, when they did missions, they would only get a few hundred contribution points each time. The Demon Ring continent was full of danger, and there were many demonic treasures, but it was impossible to get a few thousand contribution points. Getting 1,000 contribution points was already not bad. Luck, luck. Zhuang Sheng smiled and put away the devil rat grass. Before they came, they had already discussed that whoever found the treasure would get it. If everyone found it together, the treasure would be distributed according to contribution. What's that ahead? Yin Wei pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and asked in confusion. Zhuang Sheng glanced at it, and his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Let's go. It's a demon. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. Demons? Yin Wei and the others were overwhelmed with shock. How many demons were there in the dark cloud? A few thousand? More than 10,000? Zhuang Sheng said, "This is a demon disaster, and it is one of the most terrifying dangers on the Demon Ring continent. A regular demon disaster would have at least a few dozen Class 5 demons and 1,000 Class 4 demons. A larger demon disaster would have 100 Class 5 demons and a few thousand Class 4 demons. It is impossible to kill them all. Then let's hurry up and leave." Guo Wenwu said nervously, "I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. There are demons at the back and the right side, too." Li Fuchen took a glance at the back and the right side, and there were also dark clouds moving over. Zhuang Sheng said with an unpleasant expression. On the Demon Ring continent, we are like a torch and are very eye-catching. Formidable demons will be able to detect our chi presence from over 1,000 miles away. We can only break through from the left side. Lu Qinghua suggested. We can't go to the left side either. Li Fuchen shook his head. Why? The one who spoke was Guo Wenwu, but once Guo Wenwu said this, he immediately understood Li Fuchen's intention. It was unknown when the dark clouds of demons appeared on the left side of the sky. What is going on? Logically, the Fourth Ring region shouldn't be so dangerous. Zhuangsheng was very confused. Li Fuchen extended his awareness out to 800 miles away. He said slowly, "We have suffered an unexpected calamity. This group of demons isn't here for us. The demons on the left and in front of us are pursuing a group of martial artists. Could they be reincarnation, realm martial artists from other continents?" Zhuang Sheng smiled bitterly. The Seven-Color Continent wasn't the only continent that had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent. The other continents also had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent. Putting aside the others, just the Red Rainbow sect alone had control over a dozen teleportation arrays from foreign continents. The dark clouds of demons were getting closer, and everyone could clearly see the martial artists that were being pursued by the dark clouds. They are the outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley. Lu Qinghua said. The Purple Cloud Palace was a monarch-class sect on the Purple Soil Continent, while the Yellow Wind Valley was a monarch-class sect on the Yellow Soil Continent. It also meant that this group of people didn't come from foreign continents. The Seven-Color Continent had 7 continents, and they were named with the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley were in a miserable state, and there would be people dying from time to time. They knew that there were large numbers of demons in the other 3 directions, but they didn't have the chance to change their direction and could only take one step at a time. The Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples are at the front. Hurry up and regroup. The leader of the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples was a youth with withered yellow hair. When he saw Li Fuchen's group, his eyes lit up. The 7 king-level forces of the Seven-Color Continent had a pretty good relationship with each other. They didn't fight endlessly just because they were on the same continent. Their battlefields were generally in foreign continents. The Seven-Color Continent was just a place for them to cultivate and recuperate, as well as a place to train future talents. Let's fight. Zhuang Sheng took a deep breath. At this juncture, they had to help even if they didn't want to. Only by regrouping would they have a chance to survive. A few hundred miles wasn't considered distance. In just a short moment, the demons at the front were already closing in on Li Fuchen's group. Rush in and don't become a target. Li Fuchen's body flashed like lightning and rushed into the demon cloud like a flame. In the next moment, there was a burst of sword light and sword chi, causing groups of demons to fall. Go! With Li Fuchen attracting attention, Zhuang Sheng and the others had a much easier time as they flashed into the demon cloud. Just as the 5 of them were in close combat, the demons from the other 3 directions had also rushed over. For groups of demons had gathered together, and there were more than 10,000 of them. They were like a giant black whirlpool that had devoured Li Fuchen's group, the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples, and the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Cloud incineration. Every swing of Li Fuchen's sword would kill at least 100 demons. Of course, it was mainly because the demons were too densely packed. No matter in which direction, there would be demons. Human die. A sharp blade demon with blade-like arms lunged at Li Fuchen and slashed at him. Li Fuchen could see that this Class 5 Sharp Blade Demon was very powerful, and it was several times stronger than the Blood Devil King. If it was Zhuang Sheng and the others, they would probably need to fight for a while before a victor could be determined. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't Zhuang Sheng and the others. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that instantly devoured the Sharp Blade Demon and the hundreds of demons behind it. Chapter 489. There were too many demons, and when tens of thousands of demons were gathered together, Even a powerful battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to kill all of them within a short period of time. Of course, it was fortunate that there were only a few hundred Class 5 demons. If there were tens of thousands of Class 5 demons, unless a primary sea realm monarch appeared, no one would be a match. Purple Cloud Palm. A gigantic purple palm shot out and slapped dozens of demons to death. The one executing the palm art was the leader of the Purple Cloud Temple's outer sect disciples, the youth with withered yellow hair. The Purple Cloud Palm was one of the Purple Cloud Temple's Earth-class peak-tier martial arts. It was also the Purple Cloud Temple's signature martial art and was famous for its ease of learning and mastery. If this youth was able to learn the Purple Cloud Palm, his strength would be much stronger than regular outer sect disciples. Yellow Wind Saber. The leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples wielded a large saber and brandished it. When the saber wind rotated, dozens of demons were also killed. It was a pity that no matter how much the duo killed, they wouldn't be able to kill a lot of demons within a short period of time. When the demons' attacks landed on the duo, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and their chi would be rapidly consumed. And at most 15 minutes, the duo would either die from severe injuries or from chi exhaustion. The chi consumption is rather severe. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed over 1,000 demons. Due to his tough defense and exceptional awareness, he was able to dodge most of the attacks. Therefore, his chi consumption was extremely low. But after a long period of time, the chi consumption was still considerable. Spirit stones might be able to replenish chi, but it required time to refine the chi from spirit stones too. It wasn't something that could be refined just like that. Sect Origin Swords. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen immediately executed the Sect Origin Swords and stacked it with a bronze sword essence. Buzz buzz. Over 10,000 Sect Origin bronze swords appeared, and with Li Fuchen as the center, they started to kill in all directions. In just a few breaths, at least a few thousand demons have been killed. The killing speed was so fast that Zhuang Sheng and the others, as well as the Purple Cloud Temple's Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples, were flabbergasted. Such an incredible 6-star secret technique. The yellow-haired youth from the Purple Cloud Temple murmured. There are plenty of types of 6-star secret techniques. The Sect Origin swords that Li Fuchen executed was definitely a group attack secret technique, and it should be a top-notch 6-star secret technique. Otherwise, regular 6-star group attack secret techniques wouldn't be this incredible. Where does the yellow-haired youth know that Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin is only a 5-star secret technique? The reason why it is so powerful is that it is superimposed with the bronze sword essence secret technique, which makes the power of this secret technique exceed the 6-star secret technique level, almost reaching the 7-star secret technique level. If Li Fuchen went all out and burst out with 100,000 Sect Origin bronze sword chi, it would be enough to kill all the demons in a single breath. Let's kill the rest slowly. Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin bronze sword chi. Each sword chi can kill a large number of level 4 demon, but to deal with level 5 demon, it takes hundreds of sword chi. After the tens of thousands of sect returning bronze sword chi were used up, there was still less than half of the demons left. Li Fuchen didn't want to be too conspicuous and could only slash after slash to slay the demons. In the end, the tens of thousands of fiendish demons were slaughtered until they abandoned their armor and fled pathetically. I am Violet Cloud Palace's outer sect disciple, Yin Jinkong. I am Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciple, Luo Feng. Many thanks for saving our lives. The yellow-haired youth from the Violet Cloud Palace and the leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples walked over and cupped their fists. Li Fuchen said, "There's no need to thank me. I am just doing it conveniently." To others, the demon calamity was a disaster, but to Li Fuchen, it was just a small inconvenience. With his current strength, as long as the Class 6 demons didn't appear, he basically wouldn't be in any danger. Senior, we escaped from the third ring. There's an ancient demon tree there, and the ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree have already matured. It is because we were plucking the ancient demon fruits that we were pursued by the demons. It is fortunate that Senior saved us. Otherwise, we would have been completely annihilated. Yin Jingkong spoke with lingering fear. Ancient demon tree? Zhuang Sheng was astonished. The ancient demon tree was a tree that was unique to the demon ring continent. The ancient demon fruits that it produced were Earth-class high-tier fruits, and a single fruit was worth 150 contribution points. However, plucking the ancient demon fruits was an easy task. Putting aside the fact that there were plenty of demons guarding the ancient demon tree, the ancient demon tree itself possessed horrific combat strength. Due to its massive size and countless branches, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Furthermore, the ancient demon tree could move. If it was here this time, it might be at another place next time. Therefore, in order to encounter the ancient demon tree, it required extreme luck. Ancient demon tree, huh? Thank you for informing me. Li Fuchen was tempted. He didn't care about 200 contribution points, but he was tempted by 1,000 contribution points. Senior brother, we also escaped from the third ring. There's a small pond there with a peak-tier Earth-class herb, the 7 stars Earth Demon Herb. It looks like it'll mature in a few days. When we found it, we were chased by a large group of demons. There's also a group of demons guarding there. One of them is a white demon, and it's extremely strong. With just one punch, it killed 3 of my junior brothers and sisters. If we hadn't escaped quickly and the white demon didn't want to leave the pond, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape here. Luo Feng said bitterly. Are the 2 of you leaving now, or are you going to team up with us? After asking for the specific direction, Li Fuchen asked. Shaking his head, Yin Jingkong said, We have suffered great casualties this time. We are preparing to leave the Demon Ring continent. Us too. Luo Feng followed up. All right then, I wish you a safe journey. Li Fuchen sent off the 2 outer sect disciples with his eyes. Senior Li, are you sure you want to go to these 2 places? Guowenwu was rather tempted, but also fearful. These 2 places weren't friendly places. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. I'm definitely going to these 2 places. What are your thoughts? Li Fuchen asked. Zhuang Sheng said, The ancient demon tree's combat strength is powerful, but if it is at the border, there shouldn't be any danger. There is no harm in taking a look. Senior Zhuang is right. Yin Wei and Lu Qinghua were eager to give it a try. The ancient demon fruit was too tempting. A single fruit was 150 contribution points. If they could obtain a few more, it would be a few hundred contribution points. Since the trio had decided to go, Guowenwu had no choice but to follow. Of course, he was tempted too. Following the direction that Yin Jingkong pointed, Li Fuchen and the others finally saw the ancient demon tree after spending 3 days. The ancient demon tree was 1,000 meters in height and was covering the sky. It was different from the strange trees on the Demon Ring continent, as the ancient demon tree didn't emit black smoke. In between the densely packed branches, there were black fruits. These fruits were glowing with black light and were emitting extremely pure demon chi presence. When the 5 of them were 1,000 meters away from the ancient demon tree, the ancient demon tree launched an attack. The branches instantly extended and were like whips that lashed at the 5 of them. Bang! When facing over a dozen branches at the same time, Zhuang Sheng and the others were sent flying. No wonder battle spirit realm masters aren't able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Every branch of the ancient demon tree has attack power that is comparable to a class 5 demon. If one goes deep inside and faces thousands or tens of thousands of branches, even a battle spirit realm master would be tortured to death. After seeing the ancient demon tree's attack power clearly, Li Fuchen executed the divine flame transformation and turned into a flaming light as he approached the ancient demon tree. Along the way, dozens of branches lashed over, but Li Fuchen dodged all of them. Seemingly sensing that Li Fuchen was difficult to deal with, the branches that were attacking Zhuang Sheng and the others were withdrawn by the ancient demon tree. They worked together with dozens of other branches to form an inescapable net that sealed off Li Fuchen's path of advancement. 10. Incineration. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and stacked with sword lights to split open the net of branches. Crackle. Chapter 490. After one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the ancient demon tree was even more frenzied. Previously, it was just some thin branches that attacked Li Fuchen. Now that one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the thicker branch that had the thin branches attacked violently. This branch was a few hundred meters long and was around 8 meters thick. It was like a violent dragon and had a massive presence. Li Fuchen reckoned that this attack's power was almost at the battle spirit realm. With no way to dodge, Li Fuchen had no choice but to face the attack with all his strength. Clang! After sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. The sword lights overlapped and burst out like magma, clashing with the thick branch. Swish, swish, swish. In this strike, both sides were evenly matched. After cultivating the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 27th rank and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Perfection stage, coupled with the Earth-class mid-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was almost at the Battle Spirit realm. Li Fuchen was sent flying, while 8 ancient demon fruits followed closely behind. It turned out that the ancient demon tree's branches had plenty of ancient demon fruits. After clashing with Li Fuchen, the sword chi invaded and caused plenty of ancient demon fruits to fall off. Li Fuchen grinned, and with a wave of his hand, he kept all the ancient demon fruits. On the other side, Zhuang Sheng and the others had also seized 1 or 2 ancient demon fruits, while the ancient demon tree was clashing with Li Fuchen. If it was someone else, they would have stopped after obtaining so many ancient demon fruits. But Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. After stopping his body from flying back, he turned into a flame and shot at the ancient demon tree again. Boom, boom, boom. A man and a tree were in a frenzy. Li Fuchen kept all the ancient demon fruits. It is a human. He actually dares to snatch the ancient demon fruits. Eat them. The demons that were guarding the ancient demon tree finally arrived, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Die! At this stage, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about shocking the world. He circulated the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the extremity and burst out with the Divine Flame Red Rainbow field, enveloping the radius of a few miles. In the Red World, countless Class 4 demons were incinerated to death. The Class 5 demons might be fine, but their movement speed was greatly reduced, and they became easy targets. This senior Li is too ferocious. Even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Yun Wei's little mouth opened wide with a look of worship. Human, I, Scarlet Fiend, will fight you. Enveloped by the Divine Flame Scarlet Rainbow domain, there was a scarlet-red fiendish demon that was completely unaffected. When the overwhelming evil prowess spread out, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow field had collapsed. Li Fuchen looked at him. This 5th-grade fiendish demon was 25 meters tall and covered in crimson scales. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of crimson light, giving it a terrifying appearance. Boom! When the Scarlet Demon executed a fist strike, the Scarlet Fist light was like a comet that rushed at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist prowess forced Zhuang Sheng and the others to continuously retreat as they couldn't withstand it. Good timing. Li Fuchen brandished the Joint Heaven Sword to counter the attack. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for his opponent with regular strength. Flame Heart. Li Fuchen's chest ignited with the flame seed and burst out with blazing flame power as he cleaved at his opponent with a blazing flame sword chi. This time, Li Fuchen was able to suppress the Scarlet Demon. Slash. After 8 moves, Li Fuchen made use of the fleeting opportunity to slash at the Scarlet Demon's neck and wanted to sever its head. However, the Scarlet Demon's defense was extremely tough. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to slash halfway before it was unable to continue. If one sword isn't enough, I shall use 2 swords. Li Fuchen repeatedly slashed at the Scarlet Demon's body, causing it to be drenched in blood and its flesh to be lacerated. From start to end, the Scarlet Demon wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. Flee! The Scarlet Demon wasn't a simple-minded individual. Seeing that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, it quickly retreated and fled far away. Li Fuchen didn't give chase and continued to tangle with the ancient demon tree. He didn't go deeper and didn't retreat either. He had been wandering at the borders and seizing the ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. 20 fruits, 30 fruits, 50 fruits. The ancient demon tree didn't just have a few thousand ancient demon fruits. There were at least 10,000 of them. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. If I knew this would happen, I would have rented a battleship. Li Fuchen was a little regretful. To deal with such a massive existence, a battleship was the best choice. There wasn't a need for a Class 6 battleship. Just a Class 5 battleship will be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. The only thing Li Fuchen had to be careful was not to let the ancient demon tree destroy the battleship. It was a pity that the price of renting a battleship was too high. Renting a Class 5 battleship required 1,000 contribution coins per day, and it would be 10,000 contribution coins for 10 days. If the battleship was damaged, Li Fuchen would have to pay 1 million contribution coins. He might be able to repay it in installments, but the pressure was still great. As for the Class 6 battleship, it wasn't worth mentioning. Right now, it was useless to regret. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to seize more ancient demon fruits. As for the demons, he would kill as many as they came. Finally, the ancient demon tree was enraged. Dozens of ancient demon fruits withered, and all the energy was concentrated on this thick branch. Immediately after, the branch emitted a black light and swept at Li Fuchen like a black dragon. Bang! After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's dual cultivation, this attack would have turned him into smithereens. Let's go. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, Li Fuchen didn't have any chance at all. The price of the ancient demon tree's anger was rather huge, but Li Fuchen had only seized 60 to 70 ancient demon fruits. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, it would exhaust dozens of ancient demon fruits' energy. All right, Zhuang Sheng and the others already wanted to leave. They had each seized 4 to 5 ancient demon fruits, and it was considered a great harvest. After leaving the ancient demon tree's region, the 5 of them headed towards the small pool. 3 days later, over there, scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed the small pool and the 7 stars earth demon herb inside. Don't get close. Li Fuchen waved his hand and asked the 4 of them to hide while he turned into a blazing light and flew over. Die! The white demon that was guarding the small pool opened its eyes and revealed an ominous glint. It then executed a fist with lightning speed. When the fist was executed, Li Fuchen felt that his entire body was locked in place, and he couldn't dodge. He had no choice but to resist. What a powerful fiendish demon. He's even stronger than that scarlet fiendish demon. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He burst out with blazing flame power and slashed. Rumble. There was a violent chi wave that swept in all directions. The ground was scraped open layer after layer. Some of the demons that were nearby were immediately split into pieces by the chi wave and had their flesh and bones scattered. Snatch my treasure. Die. The white demon stood up and his hand surged with white light before a bone sword appeared. With a swing of the bone sword, a misty white sword light slashed at Li Fuchen. Clang! When the 2 swords clashed, Li Fuchen and the white demon each took a step back and were evenly matched. With the nourishment of dense fiendish demon Yuan Qi, the fiendish demons here are the truly powerful ones. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If the demons of the East Unicorn Continent were also so incredible, the East Unicorn Continent would have been ruled by demons and he wouldn't have the chance to rise up. With a flash, Li Fuchen approached the white demon. Chapter 491. The white demon didn't know that Li Fuchen was terrifying in close combat and wasn't on guard, allowing Li Fuchen to close in smoothly. Giant elephant trumpet. The giant elephant spirit rose up, and the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power intertwined on the joint heaven sword before slashing at the white demon. Crackle. The bone sword shattered and the white demon was sent flying. Li Fuchen's sword was too powerful and the power was increased by at least 20%. How could the white demon's innate ability, the bone sword, withstand the attack? After slashing the white demon, Li Fuchen reacted quickly and instantly kept the 7 stars Earth Demon Herb. The 7 stars Earth Demon Herb was 10 times more precious than regular Earth-class peak tier herbs. A single stalk was worth 3,000 contribution points and was equivalent to 20 ancient demon fruits. Seeing that the 7 stars Earth Demon Herb was taken, the white demon was enraged. The hand surged with white light and a long bone whip appeared. Swish! When the bone whip was brandished, the sky was filled with whip shadows. In between the whip shadows, layers of invisible power appeared out of nowhere. Even Li Fuchen found it a little strenuous to deal with it. The Demon Ring Continent is truly not to be underestimated. They're all Class 5 demons, but those Class 5 demons from the East Unicorn Continent can only be considered ordinary Class 5 demons here. This white demon should be at the pinnacle of the Class 5 demons. Not wishing to waste too much blazing flame power, Li Fuchen dispersed the heart of blazing flame and circulated the dragon elephant power before smashing at the white demon with the tiger soul fist. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit complemented each other, allowing Li Fuchen's combat strength to reach the extremity. When he executed the fist, the boundless fist prowess felt like it was going to shatter the void. The whip shadows were all blasted apart while the white demon was sent flying. As a dual cultivator of chi and body, Li Fuchen's strongest aspect was his body refinement strength, and his blazing flame divine ability was incomparable. One must know that the Dragon Form Forging Body chapter was an Earth-class high-rank body refining technique, and Earth-class high-rank body refining technique was much more precious than Earth-class peak-rank true chi cultivation technique. The South Forest Martial Institution had Earth-class mid-tier chi cultivation techniques, but they didn't even have Earth-class low-tier body refinement techniques. As a Monarch-class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of Earth-class peak-tier chi cultivation techniques, but they didn't have a single Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. They only had a few Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. It was imaginable how precious body refinement techniques were. His body refinement strength is actually stronger than his true chi strength. In the distance, Zhuang Sheng and the others were shocked. The white demon is from the Bone Demon race. The Bone Demon is an extremely tyrannical race among the demons. It is said that pure-blooded bone demons can reach the Demon Emperor's level of growth. Among the demons of the same class, they are considered monarchs. Lu Qinghua stared at Li Fuchen in shock. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for so many years, he had seen plenty of monarch-class disciples, but none of them were as all-round and terrifying as Li Fuchen. He reckoned that only Emperor-class disciples would be comparable with Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. With his body refinement strength fully bursting out, Li Fuchen was completely suppressing the demon. But the white demon's bone armor's defense was too tough. Li Fuchen's fist would only be able to create traces of cracks on the bone armor. It was almost impossible to completely break the bone armor. The level of Tiger Soul Fist is still too low. Li Fuchen frowned. There was a huge difference between the path of body refinement and the path of true chi. The amplification of the low-tier Earth-class Tiger Soul Fist was comparable to a high-tier Earth-class martial art, but it was only comparable to an Earth-class high-tier martial art. If Li Fuchen could cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, a single fist would be enough to severely injure the white demon. When I return, I will be able to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The Red Rainbow sect had a few Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts, but they required a lot of contribution points, and Li Fuchen couldn't afford them. Even if it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, it would require a few tens of thousands of contribution points. The price was comparable to Earth-class peak-tier chi martial arts. Bang! After sending the white demon flying with a fist, Li Fuchen used the rebounding force to skim towards Zhuang Sheng and the others. Go! Li Fuchen yelled out. Zhuang Sheng and the others were already prepared to escape. They burst out with speed and kept pace with Li Fuchen. Roar! The white demon roared with rage and chased after Li Fuchen with thousands of demons. Both parties chased after each other across the third and fourth rings. During this period of time, there were other demons that were rushing over from other directions. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional and could sense which direction the demons were in. After a few days, the five arrived at the fifth ring. A massive number of low-grade spirit stones were thrown into the hole in the center of the teleportation platform. The teleportation array was activated, and there was a radiance before the five vanished without a trace. Red Rainbow Sect's teleportation plaza. One of the teleportation platforms lit up, and Li Fuchen's group appeared. That was a close shave. Yun Wei patted her chest and had lingering fear. The Demon Ring continent was too dangerous. During normal times, it was still possible to travel around the fourth and third rings. Only the second ring was slightly more dangerous, and the first ring was extremely dangerous. But if one was unlucky, they might encounter an extremely powerful Class 5 demon in the fifth ring, like the Scarlet Demon that was guarding the Ancient Demon Tree and the White Demon that was guarding the 7 Stars Earth Demon Herb. Such demons should only exist in the second and first rings. Riches come from danger. This mission is already comparable to several of the previous missions. Guo Wenwu was rather happy to be able to return alive. Furthermore, the rewards from this mission made him even more delighted. Apart from obtaining 4 ancient demon fruits, Guo Wenwu had also found a few mission herbs. After exchanging them for 1,200 contribution points, it was enough for him to redeem the first 27 ranks of the Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. Seniorly, I am staying in the Outer Sex number 385 courtyard. Drop by when you are free. Yin Wei's eyes flickered. As a Monarch-class disciple, it wasn't difficult for him to reach the primary sea realm. If she could become his Tao companion, she would definitely have boundless glory. Everyone, Li Fuchen shall take his leave first. Li Fuchen smiled and cupped his fist before flying towards the Monarch district. Yin Wei bit her lips and had a bitter expression. A total of 15,100 contribution points. It is enough to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Li Fuchen's rewards from the Demon Ring continent were extremely great. He obtained a total of 67 ancient demon fruits, 1 stalk of 7 Stars Earth Demon Herb, and a few other mission herbs. The total value was 14,100 contribution points. With the addition of his remaining 1,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a total of 15,100 contribution points. It was equivalent to 1.5 years of sect rewards for other Monarch-class disciples. With sufficient contribution coins, Li Fuchen headed for the secret manual tower again. On the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen picked up the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art manuals and started to read them. Blood Dragon Leg, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the Blood Dragon spirit can be activated. When attacking, it will be like a blood dragon coiling around the enemy. It is extremely ferocious. First half requires 5,000 contribution coins. Second half requires 15,000 contribution coins. Purple Blood Armor, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the body will be able to use Chi Power or Extraordinary Chi Power to form a layer of armor. First half requires 6,000 contribution coins. Second half requires 18,000 contribution coins. Chapter 492. A moment later, Li Fuchen finally chose the Vicious Dragon Fist. The Vicious Dragon Fist wasn't a vicious fist, but the fist force was too vicious and violent. Hence, it was called the Vicious Dragon Fist. Li Fuchen was left with 7,100 contribution coins, and he wasn't in a hurry to redeem other manuals. He was planning to save them to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration or the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. After registering with the Tower Guardian Elder, Li Fuchen took the first half of the Vicious Dragon Fist and left the secret manual tower. The Vicious Dragon Fist had a total of 2 moves. The first half only had 1 move, and it was called Vicious Dragon Emerge. It might only be one move, but it had 9 forms and 736 variations. Each form and variation was actually a kind of chi blood guidance. When each variation was at the pinnacle, this move would be mastered. When a fist was executed, the vicious dragon spirit would burst out naturally, and it contained immense power. With Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to cultivate 3 forms and 246 variations in a single day. When he executed the fist, his chi blood would circulate in a frenzy before finally twisting into a stream. The fist would then burst out with a dragon's roar. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the vicious dragon fist, there was a huge change in the distant East Unicorn continent. It was unknown why the dense fog in the land of fog had gradually vanished. Some of the secrets that were concealed in the land of fog had been exposed to the light of day, including the teleportation platform in the small valley. Ever since the teleportation platform was discovered, there would be people leaving through the teleportation platform every day. Among them were the various sects' supreme elders and heavenly prodigies. Li Fuchen, is this your secret? Everyone was enlightened. No wonder Li Fuchen's cultivation and strength had such rapid progress in a short period of time. It turned out that he discovered a teleportation platform and used it to teleport to another continent. The East Unicorn continent was lacking in resources, and the concentration of heaven and earth chi was far inferior to ancient times. This was publicly acknowledged. If Li Fuchen was able to reach a higher class continent, his cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Some of the experts that were stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm and become a master once they reached a higher class continent. Evil King, if you leave now, it will be hard for you to take revenge in the future. On this day, the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King also arrived at the small valley with the teleportation platform. After leaving the East Unicorn continent, the duo might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. If they were heading to the continent that Li Fuchen was at, they might have a chance to take revenge. If they were heading to another continent, they wouldn't be able to see each other anymore. After all, there was a vast ocean between continents. Unless there was a teleportation array or their cultivation was at the primary sea realm, otherwise, it was very unlikely for them to head to the other continent. The one-armed Evil King said faintly, compared to a higher realm, not being able to take revenge is nothing. He wanted to rule the East Unicorn continent for the resources of the entire continent. Only by gathering the entire continent's resources would he be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. Right now, he didn't need to rule the continent in order to progress to the battle spirit realm or even higher realms. The Evil King naturally didn't care about taking revenge. Of course, if he had the chance to take revenge, he would naturally not give it up. Hua! The teleportation platform flashed with radiance before the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King vanished. The temptation to head to other continents was too great. The various sects were still fine, as they had enough spirit stones to operate the teleportation arrays. Those who didn't have enough wealth had started to take the evil path and wantonly killed for treasures. For a moment, the entire East Unicorn continent was filled with bloodlight. Li Fuchen didn't know what was happening on the East Unicorn continent. He was currently immersed in the world of fist art. Roar! There was a resounding and vicious dragon roar. On the Fuchen Peak, a black and sinister vicious dragon spirit soared up. The powerful force caused violent winds to rise on the Fuchen Peak and sent sand and rocks flying. This was with the protection of the array. Without the protection of the array, a single fist would definitely shatter the Fuchen Peak. No wonder it is an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The completion stage is already far superior to the trance stage of the Tiger Soul Fist. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed radiance. The Tiger Soul Fist's power was comparable with Earth-class high-tier martial arts. But as compared to the Vicious Dragon Fist, it was rather insignificant. The completion stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist power was actually close to the perfection stage of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. This was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. If it was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, wouldn't it be close to heaven-class low-tier Qi cultivation arts? Li Fuchen didn't know that the body refinement Tao was a heaven-defying Tao. The human body was frail and couldn't be compared with demonic beasts and demons. But if one walked on the body refinement Tao, one's body would be able to contest with demonic beasts and demons. It might even surpass demonic beasts and demons. When cultivated to the extremity, one would be immortal. Therefore, body refinement manuals were extremely rare and powerful. After all, how many individuals could truly defy the heavens? It was far inferior to the Qi cultivation Tao. Of course, it didn't mean that the Qi cultivation Tao was inferior to the body refinement Tao. The Qi cultivation Tao was superior in that it had a long source. It was superior in that it was broad and profound. It was superior in that it could comprehend the heaven Tao in nature. When the Qi cultivation Tao was at the extremity, it wasn't inferior to the body refinement Tao. Furthermore, there were many variations, and it was as unfathomable as the heaven Tao. After the vicious dragon fist reached the completion stage, Li Fuchen didn't stop cultivating. With his current perception, just the first half of the manual was enough to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the perfection stage. In order to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the perfection stage, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would have to reduce the transformations of the vicious dragon fist. The first move of the vicious dragon fist had 736 transformations. In fact, many of the 736 transformations were interlinked and could be fused into a single transformation. The creator of the vicious dragon fist didn't reduce the transformations mainly to make it easier for the later generations. After all, everything had to be done from shallow to deep. If the difficulty was raised to the highest level, apart from those absolute prodigies who could cultivate and reach the entry stage, Li Fuchen only took 7 days to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the completion stage. It took Li Fuchen half a month to reduce the 736 transformations of the first move of the vicious dragon fist to 625 transformations. Right now, when he executed his fist, there were fewer transformations, but the power was more concentrated and deeper. Of course, there was still some distance before reaching the perfection stage. With the completion stage of the vicious dragon fist, my body refinement strength has increased greatly. But if I can increase my body refinement level, it will be even better. Sinking his awareness into his heart, the pale golden elephant appeared vividly in his mind. As compared to before, the elephant's body size seemed to be bigger and purer. Li Fuchen knew clearly that body refinement techniques and body refinement arts were closely related. When the body refinement art was successful, it would stimulate the Qi power, allowing the Qi power to gradually grow stronger. In turn, it would nourish the dragon elephant power. With a stronger body refinement level, it would be much easier to cultivate body refinement arts. On the next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Monarch District's Dragon Pool. The Dragon Pool was a giant pool that the Red Rainbow sect used countless body refinement materials to construct. It was similar to the body-tempering pool of the major clans in the Cloud Mist City. But there was a huge difference between the two. The body-tempering pool could only increase a few hundred kilograms of strength, but the Dragon Pool could increase a few tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. Chapter 493. Reincarnation Realm Martial Artists will need 500 contribution coins per day to enter the Dragon Pool. If you have enough contribution coins, you can pay the fees for 3 days first. Outside the Dragon Pool, an outer sect elder was standing guard. Here, Li Fuchen handed over 1,500 contribution coins. The Dragon Pool wasn't free to use. Reincarnation Realm Monarch class disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day, while Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciples would need 2,000 contribution coins per day. In the inner sect, there was also a Tiger Pool, which was 1 class lower than the Dragon Pool. Outer sect disciples would only need 100 contribution coins per day, while inner sect disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day. The Dragon Pool was inside the stone pavilion, and it was around 30 meters in radius. It was separated into 30 small spaces with special screens. The dragon pool was surrounded by mist, and with the obstruction of the array, it didn't spread out. After entering the dragon pool, Li Fuchen took a breath of the mist and instantly felt his qi and blood boiling. This wasn't mist, it was obviously an extremely boundless qi and blood essence qi. No wonder it is a monarch-class sect. With such extravagance, even if the entire East Unicorn Continent's resources were gathered, it still wouldn't be enough to create a dragon pool. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there wasn't anyone in the dragon pool. It made sense, as there were only a few people who walked the body refinement path. Unless they possessed the body refinement bone frame. Otherwise, few people would choose to walk the body refinement path or dual cultivate. After hanging the occupied sign on the screen, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and leaped into the dragon pool. After entering the dragon pool, there was extreme comfort. After a moment, there was extreme soreness, pain, and numbness. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body underwent several changes, and he couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. After a moment, Li Fuchen finally adapted to the dragon pool and started to circulate the dragon elephant body forging chapter to temper his qi, blood, and dragon elephant power. Huff. Inhale. In between inhaling and exhaling, 2 cloud snakes drilled into Li Fuchen's nose and exhaled 2 fainter cloud snakes. When Li Fuchen was inhaling and exhaling the mist snakes, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart let out a trumpet. Its body was flickering with pale golden radiance, and with each flicker, the radiance seemed to be stronger. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's qi and blood power and dragon elephant power were rapidly strengthening. Later on, a cloud python that was as thick as an arm coiled around Li Fuchen, bringing along even more cloud qi. 1 day, 2 days, after 3 days, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had grown 1 size bigger. The luster on its body had gradually turned from pale gold to gold. The effect of the dragon pool is better than I expected. I might as well cultivate for a few more days. With 7,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen could cultivate in the dragon pool for 10 days to half a month. On the 4th day, a young man walked in. After a moment, Li Fuchen felt that plenty of mist essence qi was attracted over. Battle Spirit Realm Body, Refinement Master? Li Fuchen frowned. The dragon pool had plenty of mist essence qi. To be able to draw away some of the mist essence qi here, it must be a Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master. On the 7th screen on the right side of Li Fuchen, there was a majestic youth soaking in the dragon pool. His body was emitting a golden halo and gave off a ferocious and iron-blooded aura. On the 5th day, a woman walked in. A large amount of mist essence was attracted over, as if there was a whirlpool there. What a powerful body refinement cultivation base. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As compared to 2 days ago, the mist essence qi here was only left with 60% to 70%. It was fortunate that the dragon pool had enough mist essence qi, and he couldn't absorb too much at once. Therefore, it didn't affect him much. Is it Junior Lu? A loud and clear voice echoed as the youth spoke. Yes. The female voice was magnetic and full of heroic qi. Junior Lu's Jade Phoenix technique seems to be at the subcompletion stage of the 6th rank. This senior is inferior. The youth said. The female voice said, Senior's Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique is also at the subcompletion stage of the 6th rank. Jade Phoenix technique? Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique? Li Fuchen flipped through the 2 body refinement techniques. These 2 cultivation techniques were Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. The Jade Phoenix technique was said to be the #1 body refinement technique in the Red Rainbow sect. When cultivated to the highest rank, one would become a body refinement monarch. Its specialty was the ice skin, jade bones, and immunity to poison. The Jade Phoenix Qi power had the Jade transformation ability. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as one was still breathing, one would be able to recover quickly. If one was injured by the Jade Phoenix Qi power, the body would turn into Jade. Once one turned into Jade, even immortals wouldn't be able to save them. As for the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique, it was an extremely tyrannical body refinement technique. To cultivate this technique, one would need to consume a large number of demon wolf's demon cores to cultivate the blood wolf chi power. It was said that at the later stages, once the blood wolf chi power was circulated, the entire person would turn into a half-human, half-wolf existence. Even demons would be far inferior. It should be Senior Lu Wan and Senior Wu Tianlang. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, there weren't a lot of Monarch class disciples. In the recent century, there were only over 100 Monarch class disciples that joined the Red Rainbow sect. Among them, there were only a few who mainly cultivated the body refinement Tao. Lu Wan and Wu Tianlang were one of them. Lu Wan had the 7-star Jade Marrow Bone frame, while Wu Tianlang had the 7-star Iron Rock Bone frame. The duo might have only cultivated their body refinement technique to the subcompletion stage of the 6th stage, which was equivalent to mid-level battle spirit realm martial artists. In terms of combat strength, the duo were considered the kings among the mid-level battle spirit realm martial artists. However, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques could only allow the duo to step into the primary sea realm. Earth-class peak-tier chi cultivation techniques could allow others to cultivate to the 9th level of primary sea realm. In this aspect, the duo's future was bleak unless they could find Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques or even Earth-class peak-tier body refinement techniques. On the 10th day, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had doubled in size and already had the vigor of an adult elephant. Once the small elephant grew into an adult elephant, it would mean that Li Fuchen had cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. By then, Li Fuchen would be able to dominate the reincarnation realm with just his body refinement. When complemented with his body refinement art, it wouldn't be difficult to contest with low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples. 11th day, 12th day, 14th day. In the end, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to improve the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. It wasn't because the mist essence chi wasn't enough, it was because his body had reached the limits. If he continued to absorb the mist essence chi, his chi and blood would be corrupted if he was lucky, but he might explode if he was lucky. The dragon pool is indeed formidable. If I rely on body refinement elixirs, I will never be able to improve my body refinement to this level within 2 weeks. Li Fuchen lamented. The dragon pool didn't just contain a massive amount of body refinement essence. There seemed to be an extremely horrific transformation array. This transformation array could transform different types of body refinement essence into a higher grade of chi and blood essence chi. Li Fuchen temporarily called it dragon chi. When Li Fuchen emerged from the dragon pool, he was surrounded by mist. His upper body was slender and strong, as though it was forged from steel. The flexibility was filled with astounding explosive power and ferocious force. It was faintly emitting an undying aura. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuchen walked out of the dragon pool. A total of 7,000 contribution coins. You will need to make up for 5,500 contribution coins. The dragon pool elder stated. Here, Chapter 494. I only have 100 contribution coins left. I have to continue with the missions. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. He originally planned to accumulate contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist or the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, but he couldn't help but spend them. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it. His current body refinement strength was more than 2 times stronger than when he went to the Demon Ring continent previously. With just his body refinement, he was able to contest with the White Demon. If he executed the Vicious Dragon Fist, he was confident he could shatter the White Demon's body in a single fist. Li Fuchen didn't form a team and was preparing to explore by himself while carrying out missions. His trump cards were hidden, and he would only be able to burst out without any worries when he was alone. After arriving at the teleportation plaza, Li Fuchen headed to the Demon Ring continent again. Only 1 month had passed, and even if the ancient demon tree could move, it probably couldn't have moved very far. Swish! There was a flash of light, and Li Fuchen arrived at the Demon Ring continent's 5th ring. Following his memory, Li Fuchen flew towards the 3rd ring. As expected, it isn't at the same place anymore. Li Fuchen frowned and scanned the surroundings when he saw that the ancient demon tree's original location was empty. Soon enough, Li Fuchen captured a trace of the ancient demon tree's chi presence. His awareness was comparable with a primary sea realm monarch. This trace of chi presence might be able to hide from the most formidable battle spirit realm masters, but it couldn't hide from Li Fuchen. Swish! Following the chi presence, Li Fuchen increased his speed. It is that human again. Kill him. From far away, tens of thousands of demons noticed Li Fuchen. One of the scarlet demons roared with rage, and it was the scarlet great demon that was guarding the ancient demon tree. Apart from the scarlet great demon, the white demon was also beside him. In between the two demons, there was an even stronger demon. This demon was covered in blood scales and was very similar to the East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King. Is this person the one that defeated you? The blood-scaled demon's voice was deep and evil. Lord Blood General, it is him. The scarlet demon nodded. In the Demon Ring Continent, the hierarchy was very strict. Even though the 5th-level demons were all at the same level, there were subdivisions. The lowest level were the ordinary 5th-level demons, and above them were the elite 5th-level demons. Above them were the great demons. The Scarlet Demon and White Demon were both great demons, but the White Demon was slightly stronger. In terms of strength, a regular Class 5 demon would be equivalent to a 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique. Elite Level 5 demon corresponds to the Shedding Body realm 9th layer martial artist who cultivates the Earth level low rank cultivation technique. The Great Demons corresponded to 9th level reincarnation realm martial artists that cultivated Earth class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Above the Great Demons were the powerful demon generals. Generally speaking, devil generals were used to address Class 6 fiendish demons. However, there were no Class 6 fiendish demons in the Demon Ring Continent. Those extremely heaven-defying Class 5 fiendish demons called themselves devil generals. The demon general's strength was comparable with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists and would normally be active in the first ring. After knowing that a powerful human had arrived at the Demon Ring Continent, they came to the third ring and planned to capture this human alive to devour his essence blood. Blood demon? I wonder what the purity of its bloodline is and how far it's from a pure-blooded blood demon. Li Fuchen raised his brows. There were pure blood and impure demons. The limit of a pure-blooded blood demon's growth was the Demon Emperor. They were the Blood Demon's Emperor race. The East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King was just a regular blood devil, and its bloodline purity was obviously inferior to this blood-scaled demon. Of course, even a pure-blooded blood demon would find it hard to grow to the limits without any fated encounters, let alone an impure blood demon. It just so happens that my vicious dragon fist is at the completion stage and my body refinement has improved greatly. I am lacking a formidable opponent. Li Fuchen was eager to give it a try as his chi prowess burst out. Kill! With the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon leading the charge, thousands of demons charged at Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Demon was from the Fire Demon race, while the White Demon was from the Bone Demon race. The Scarlet Demon's growth potential was inferior, but it was still a great demon. The White Demon was from the Bone Demon race. A pure-blooded Bone Demon's growth limit was the Demon Emperor, just like a Blood Demon. Therefore, as a great demon, the White Demon's strength was much stronger than the Scarlet Demon. The two of them attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the other Class 5 and Class 4 demons, they were either closing in on Li Fuchen with extreme speed or attacking from distance. The scene was extremely horrifying. Vicious dragon emerged. The giant elephant trumpeted while the vicious dragon roared. The giant elephant spirit and the vicious dragon spirit rose at the same time. When Li Fuchen executed his fist, the vicious dragon spirit was like a world-destroying demon dragon that shook the void. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds or thousands of demons were turned into blood mist by Li Fuchen's fist. Even the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon couldn't block Li Fuchen's fist prowess. Their skin and flesh were lacerated by the fist force, and blood was spurting everywhere. Die! Li Fuchen executed another fist. The horrific, vicious dragon spirit was wreaking havoc and finally shattered the scarlet demon and the white demon into pieces, causing them to die miserably on the spot. If it is a one-on-one, I should be able to kill the white demon in a single fist. Li Fuchen roughly estimated the strength of his fist force. What? The blood-scale demon was shocked and enraged. It was fine if it was the scarlet demon, but the white-bone great demon was a pinnacle existence among the great demons. Even the blood-scale demon wouldn't be able to kill the white-bone great demon within a short period of time. Didn't this human's strength say that he was only slightly stronger than the white-bone great demon? Could it be that Li Fuchen had improved in just over a month? Blood Spear. The blood-scale demon took a deep breath. His hand surged with bloodlight, and a blood-colored spear appeared. The blood-colored spear was emitting blood-colored electric arcs and had appalling prowess. Swish! There was a flash of blood-colored electric arcs as the blood-scale demon tossed out the blood-colored spear. When facing the blood-colored spear that was approaching at extreme speed, Li Fuchen executed a single fist to instantly shatter the blood-colored spear. Blood armor. The blood-scale demon roared, and as there was a surge of blood light, a blood-colored armor appeared on its body. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood light as the blood-scale demon charged at Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. The duo's fists clashed and instantly clashed for 8 moves. PFFF. When the 9th fist clashed, the blood-scale demon couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's fist force anymore and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Fuchen didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand and executed a fist on the blood-scale demon's chest. The blood-colored armor on its body caved in, and the powerful force caused the blood-scaled fiendish demon to fly back. Where do you think you're going? Li Fuchen chased after and used a fist to shatter the blood-scaled demon's blood-colored armor, causing a blood mist to spread out. Flee! The blood-scale demon knew that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen and fled frantically. After executing 8 fists in the air, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. His only shortcoming was his movement speed. After all, movement speed was related to his cultivation, and his cultivation happened to be his weakest point. His body refinement might not be weak, but his body refinement was far inferior to his chi cultivation when it came to traveling. After killing over 1,000 demons with 2 fists, even the Blood General was repelled by Li Fuchen. The rest of the demons didn't dare to stay. In just a short moment, over 10,000 demons had escaped cleanly. Following the chi presence, Li Fuchen continued to pursue the ancient demon tree. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree had obviously recognized Li Fuchen's chi presence. When it saw Li Fuchen arriving, dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and gathered all the energy on a thicker branch. It then lashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. Li Fuchen grinned and smashed his fist. There was an explosion of horrific chi waves. Li Fuchen didn't move, but the ancient demon tree's branch exploded. With quick hands, Li Fuchen collected 8 ancient demon fruits in an instant. The ancient demon tree was enraged. This time, close to 100 ancient demon fruits withered, and the energy was gathered on a thicker branch that was closer to Li Fuchen. It is too wasteful. Give me over 100 ancient demon fruits, and I might just leave. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. This ancient demon fruit was too stubborn and would rather give up the ancient demon fruits to contest with him. How could it not know that Li Fuchen was here for the ancient demon fruits? A man in a tree had a frenzied battle. During the battle, Li Fuchen was waiting for an opportunity to harvest the ancient demon fruits. As the ground shook, the ancient demon tree's roots that were hidden underground emerged. It felt as though it had countless legs as the ancient demon tree rapidly approached Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was flabbergasted. He didn't expect the ancient demon tree to move like this. He didn't dare to let the ancient demon tree get close. With the ancient demon tree's massive body, once it got close, Li Fuchen's pressure would increase by 100 times. By then, countless branches would attack, and even a formidable battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone Li Fuchen. While retreating, Li Fuchen had been wandering at the edge of the ancient demon tree. It was fortunate that the ancient demon tree's movement speed wasn't too fast. Otherwise, Li Fuchen's only way out would be to escape miserably. After harvesting over 100 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree's low intelligence finally understood. It couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Its instincts told it to distance itself from Li Fuchen. One fled while the other chased. A few days later, the man and the tree arrived at the second ring region. In the distant horizon, there were 3 streams of light that were flying over. After noticing Li Fuchen, they were even faster and arrived in front of Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. They were 3 demons with tyrannical and horrific chi presences, and one of them was the Bloodscale demon. This person is stronger than me. Let's work together to kill him. The Bloodscale demon brought 2 demon generals and rushed over. 3 will do. Li Fuchen sneered and didn't even flee as he faced the attacks. One of the 2 demon generals was a winged demon with wings on its back, while the other was a power demon with immense strength. The 3 demon generals were in a great battle with Li Fuchen. The winged demon had unparalleled speed and was like a shadow that revolved around Li Fuchen while attacking violently. The power demon had a tough body and was only slightly injured after receiving a fist from Li Fuchen. The Bloodscale demon used its innate ability, Blood Spear, to attack Li Fuchen from a distance. As for the ancient demon tree, it didn't flee anymore. With its weak intelligence, it knew to assist the 3 demon generals and would use its branches to sweep at Li Fuchen from time to time. With the release of the giant elephant spirit and vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen repelled the winged demon and power demon in a single move. With a single fist strike, the Bloodscale demon was also sent flying. Li Fuchen made use of the opportunity to pull the ancient demon tree's branch and ripped off the entire branch. There were over 30 ancient demon fruits on the branch. How can this person be so formidable? The winged demon was bewildered. I reckon that only the top 10 demon generals are a match for him. The Bloodscale demon was extremely enraged. In the first ring region, he was only an ordinary demon general, and so were the other 2 demon generals. During normal times, he wouldn't even leave the first ring. After all, the first ring had the best cultivation environment, and it was the easiest to evolve into a Class 6 demon. Winged Demon General, go and summon more demon generals over. The Bloodscale demon transmitted a message to the Winged Demon. Among the 3 of them, the Winged Demon was the fastest. All right, Chapter 495, Calling for Reinforcements? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He wasn't afraid of 3 devil generals, but if there were 5, 6, or even more devil generals, he would be a little restrained. Especially when his speed wasn't fast enough, he would definitely be in a miserable state. Forget it. I shall go back and redeem the second half of the vicious dragon fist. After executing the divine flame transformation, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and flew out. Trying to leave? The Bloodscale demon wasn't happy and flashed to obstruct Li Fuchen. Get lost. Li Fuchen executed a fist, and the vicious dragon spirit caused the Bloodscale demon to vomit fresh blood. Stay behind. The power demon general speed was also faster than Li Fuchen, and his massive body blocked in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease as he executed a fist attack. Boom! The power demon general was sent flying, and there was a fist mark on his chest. However, the power demon was one of the demon races with extremely tough bodies. This fist attack had only caused him to suffer light injuries, and he was much more durable than the Bloodscale demon. Boom, boom, boom. With Li Fuchen's current speed, if he was to travel at his own pace, it would take him at most 10 days to travel from the second ring to the 5th ring. But if he was obstructed, it would take him 10 days to reach the 4th ring. During this period of time, the Power Demon General and the Bloodscale Demon weren't constantly obstructing Li Fuchen. After all, even the Power Demon General wouldn't be able to endure Li Fuchen's repeated attacks. The 2 of them would only obstruct Li Fuchen after a certain period of time. Don't let him escape. From afar, The winged demon general led 4 other demon generals and caught up. Human, today shall be the day of your death. Seeing that the reinforcements had arrived, the blood-scaled demon grinned sinisterly and was much more confident. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he sent the power demon general flying with a fist and continued to travel. Stay behind. The winged demon general and the other 4 demon generals joined the encirclement of Li Fuchen. Get lost. When facing the encirclement of 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. When he executed a fist attack, the vicious dragon's spirit shook and felt as though it was going to shatter the void. 3 of the demon generals were sent flying, while Li Fuchen himself only took a few steps back. Body refinement martial artists were so fearsome because of their overwhelming frontal combat strength, allowing them to easily resist the rebound force. If it was a chi cultivation martial artist with the same ability as Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be as easy as Li Fuchen. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can hold on for much longer. The blood-scaled demon led the charge to attack Li Fuchen. Courting death. Li Fuchen endured the attacks from a few demon generals and instantly closed in on the blood-scaled demon. He then punched at the demon's head. Gotcha! The blood-scaled fiendish demon's head split open, almost exploding. The blood-scaled fiendish demon fled in panic. He didn't dare to get close. As for those demon generals that struck Li Fuchen, they were appalled too. They had already used their full strength in that attack earlier, but Li Fuchen couldn't even vomit a mouthful of blood. What kind of defense was this? It was reckoned that even the top 10 demon generals wouldn't have such tough defenses. How could they understand that Li Fuchen, who was close to perfection of the dragon form forging body 5th chapter, was covered with the strength of dragon form, coupled with the earth-level mid-tier treasure armor, silver-scale treasure armor? There was no one below the battle spirit realm who could hurt him. It was because of his exceptional defense that Li Fuchen dared to be so unbridled. After enduring the attacks from the 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen pushed forward. His speed might be a little slow, but he was at least approaching the 5th ring. Damn it! Do I have to invite the top 10 demon generals over? The blood-scaled demon had an extremely unpleasant expression. It was said that demons had tyrannical and terrifying bodies, but today he realized that Li Fuchen was even more insane than demons. The strength of a dragon form is much more condensed. After a series of battles, Li Fuchen's body had consumed a huge amount of the dragon form power. After all, be it offense or defense, they all required the support of the dragon form power. The heavier the enemy's attack, the more severe the consumption of the dragon form power. In comparison, Li Fuchen's own attacks would consume a lot less dragon form power. But as the dragon form power was rapidly consumed, Li Fuchen's body's dragon form power was getting purer. It was like a rusty iron wire that was peeling off. The dragon chi in the dragon pool might seem extremely pure, but dragon chi was dragon chi, while the dragon form power was dragon form power. The two of them needed to be converted, and during the conversion process, there would inevitably be some impurities. These impurities were the impurities. During the intense battle, the impurities were constantly shaken out. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already advanced to the 5th ring, and the 7 demon generals weren't able to stop him. When Li Fuchen stood on the teleportation platform, the blood-scaled demon let out an enraged roar. Human, if you come to the demon ring continent again, it will be the time of your death. Li Fuchen sneered and turned into a stream of light that vanished without a trace. A total of 180 ancient demon fruits. It is 27,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen appeared at the teleportation plaza. Without stopping, Li Fuchen headed to the contribution hall to exchange the ancient demon fruits for contribution coins before flying towards the secret manual tower. After spending 24,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen obtained the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. The second half was the same as the first half, and only had one move called Vicious Dragon Soar. This move had 3 forms and 81 variations. But Li Fuchen could see that the 3 forms and 81 variations were much more exquisite than the 9 forms and 736 variations of the first move. If the first move was the leaves of a tree, then the second move was the branches of a tree. Previously, Li Fuqin had already cultivated the vicious dragon fist to near the perfection stage. Now that he obtained the second half of the vicious dragon fist, he only needed to cultivate for a short while to break through the bottleneck and reach the perfection stage. Roar! The poisonous dragon roared. The poisonous dragon spirit was extremely condensed, as though it was going to shatter the void. The arrays on the Fuqin Peak were all activated, constantly reinforcing the Fuqin Peak to prevent the Fuqin Peak from being shattered by the poisonous dragon spirit. Not bad, it actually increased my strength by 30%. When the vicious dragon fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuqin's strength increased by 30%. It didn't sound like a lot. After all, it was only 30%. It wasn't double or triple. But Li Fuqin's current strength was extremely powerful. Let alone 30%, even if it was increased by 5% or 10%, it was still significant. Right now, Li Fuqin was confident that a single fist was enough to severely injure the blood-scaled demon. 2 fists was enough to kill the blood-scaled demon. Li Fuqin wasn't confident if he could kill the blood-scaled demon. After all, the blood demon had extremely tough survivability, and even if he shattered the blood-scaled demon's body, it would still be able to survive. As for the other 6 demon generals that surrounded him, apart from the power demon general, Li Fuqin was confident he could kill them in a few fists. As the vicious dragon fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuqin's chi power was getting more exuberant. He stood there like a demon god and was emitting an extremely horrifying chi presence. There is no hurry. The demon ring continent is unfathomable and is far superior to the East Unicorn continent. I will go there after I cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the trance stage. It was fine if the demon ring continent was barren and Li Fuqin would only go there once. But it was obvious that the demon ring continent was rather rich in resources and there were rare herbs like the ancient demon tree. If Li Fuqin didn't go there a few more times, he would be letting himself down. When cultivating the vicious dragon fist, Li Fuqin didn't neglect his chi cultivation and sword art cultivation. On this day, Li Fuqin consumed another red rainbow elixir. The chi in his body was extremely pure and had reached the peak level of 5th level reincarnation realm. It had only been a few months since he broke through to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. Of course, as compared to body refinement, no matter how fast the chi cultivation progress was, it was still far inferior. Li Fuqin's current body refinement was equivalent to the 9th level of reincarnation realm, and this realm corresponded to his chi cultivation. Li Fuqin cultivated the Earth-class peak tier cultivation technique, Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and it was far superior to regular reincarnation realm cultivators. Li Fuqin understood this very well. Qi cultivation was born from Qi, and Qi came from the heaven Tao and nature. In order to progress in Qi cultivation, one had to comprehend heaven and earth. Only then would one have the mental state to control the Qi and refine it. In comparison, body refinement was much more barbaric. Unless one reached the limits of the body, one would be able to progress rapidly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there couldn't be too many impurities. If there were too many impurities in the Qi, it would affect the cultivation. If there were too many impurities in the Qi, it wouldn't just affect the cultivation. If it was serious, the body would explode or the Qi and blood would collapse. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The first breakthrough wasn't the vicious dragon fist, it was the Qi cultivation. With the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, the 6-star Blazing Flame Bone Frame, and sufficient red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuqin's cultivation was like a rocket that was rising steadily. He had suddenly broken through to the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. When his Qi cultivation reached the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm, it didn't affect Li Fuqin's extreme combat strength and merely increased his Qi cultivation strength. But with the increase in Qi cultivation, Li Fuchen could feel that his awareness was sharper and his perception had also increased. A person's awareness and perception would increase along with the progress of the cultivation. A battle spirit realm master's awareness was called spiritual awareness. Once the awareness evolved into spiritual awareness, it would be extremely useful and the range of detection would be further. Apart from Li Fuchen, regular reincarnation realm experts would only be able to extend their awareness over a few dozen miles. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness could easily extend over a few hundred miles. A primary sea realm monarch's spiritual awareness will be able to extend over a few thousand miles. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as his awareness had yet to evolve into spiritual awareness and was already able to extend over 1,000 miles. It might not be comparable to a primary sea realm monarch, but there wasn't a qualitative difference. As for perception, it was closely related to the cultivation level. Li Fuchen's perception might be heaven-defying, but it was only comparable with a top-notch battle spirit realm master. If he wanted to contest with a primary sea realm monarch, he was still inferior. Be it the foundation or perception of primary sea realm monarchs, they were at an astounding level. It was reckoned that only heaven-class cultivation techniques and martial arts were difficult for them. Cultivation techniques and martial arts below the heaven class weren't difficult for them. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist had finally reached the trance stage. No matter what, the vicious dragon fist was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Its power might not be inferior to Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation arts, but the comprehension difficulty was much lower. With Li Fuchen's current perception, it was easy for him to comprehend it completely. Chapter 496. Body Refinement Martial Arts focused on breaking through with force. But in fact, this power was not brute force. Instead, it was the power rule. The so-called power rule, when broken down, was actually power and technique. A body refinement martial artist couldn't just rely on strength, nor could it just rely on skill. Only with the combination of strength and technique would one be able to erupt with lethality that far exceeded one's own limits. When one's strength and skills fused to a deep degree, the body refinement true meaning would be born. With the complete vicious dragon fist intent, each of Li Fuchen's fists contained a deep level of power that could destroy things to the finest level. That's really scary. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After comprehending the vicious dragon fist intent, Li Fuchen couldn't sit still and headed to the Demon Ring continent for the third time. This time, the ancient demon tree hid very deeply, and Li Fuchen couldn't find it even after 5 days. Could it be in the first ring? Li Fuchen raised his brows and flew towards the first ring without hesitation. As expected, after arriving at the first ring, Li Fuchen felt that the ancient demon tree's qi presence was slightly denser. Following the qi presence, Li Fuchen flew at high speed. Human, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to barge into the first ring. Die. A horned demon general discovered Li Fuchen and pounced over. Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to speak. He blasted out a fist and smashed the vicious dragon spirit on his opponent's body. Bang! A faint blood mist drifted, and the corpse of the horned demon general was gone. The vicious dragon fist intent was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. After the horned demon general's massive body exploded, it wasn't just a blood mist, but flesh and blood were scattered. But under the attack of the vicious dragon fist intent, the horned demon general was destroyed by Li Fuchen at a subtle level, leaving behind a faint blood mist. After killing horned demon general, Li Fuchen continued to track the ancient demon tree. Finally, in the depths of the first ring, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. However, a large group of demon generals had gathered under the ancient demon tree. The 7 demon generals that pursued Li Fuchen back then were all here. Apart from them, there were 5 unfamiliar demon generals. Human, you still dare to come? The blood-scaled, fiendish demon was furious. He originally thought that Li Fuchen wouldn't come this time. If Li Fuchen didn't return after waiting for a few months, they would disperse. But just over a month had passed, and Li Fuchen was actually here again. The other party simply treated the demon ring continent as his back garden. He could come and go as he pleased. Blood General, don't attack first. I'll deal with him. A pitch-black demon general flew over and stood a few hundred meters in front of Li Fuchen. Yes, Black Demon General. The Blood General glared at Li Fuchen and spoke respectfully. The Black Demonic General was the 7th demonic general of the Demon Ring Continent. He was strong enough to heavily injure him in one move. In his opinion, the Black Demon General's strength was superior to Li Fuchen by 1 level. With the Black Demon General around, they would definitely be able to keep Li Fuchen here. Thinking of this, the Blood General felt delighted. Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. This was a Black Devil. The limit of a pure-blooded Black Demon's growth was Demon King. It couldn't compare to pure-blooded Blood Demons and pure-blooded Bone Demons. The Black Demon in front of him might be a pure-blooded Black Demon. As for the Blood General, he was merely a Blood Demon with a pure bloodline, not a pure-blooded one. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. Fiendish demons with weak bloodlines might have a chance of becoming strong, but the chances were lower. Human, leave behind your name and die. The Black Demon General didn't have any scales, and his skin was pitch black like cowhide. No, it looked 1,000 times tougher than cowhide. It gave off an indestructible and extremely tough feeling. You aren't qualified to know my name, Li Fuchen said indifferently. I originally wanted to let you die a quick death. It seems like there isn't need now. Die. The Black Demon General roared with rage, while his body burst out with a large amount of black light. The black light gathered on his right fist before he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist contained a vast and concentrated power. Before the fist force arrived, the entire void had already been locked. There was a distortion in heaven and earth that looked like ripples. Just in time, Li Fuchen didn't even execute a fist. The sinister and horrific vicious dragon spirit rose up and protected him. 4 Earth-class martial arts. As long as the intent was comprehended, the martial artist wouldn't need to execute the martial art to burst out with the intent. Because the moment the intent was comprehended, the martial artist would have completely grasped the essence of the martial art. Bang! The Black Demon General's fist had only caused the Du Long aura to sway a little, but he had been sent flying by the powerful recoil. What? The Black Demon General was dumbfounded. He was the 7th Demon General and the 7th expert of the Demon Ring Continent. Even if the 2nd Demon General didn't retaliate and received a fist from him, it wouldn't be so easy and he would be injured. A mere human was actually able to block his attack just by relying on his aura. Furthermore, he was sent flying back. How is this possible? What is going on? The Blood General and the other Demon Generals looked at each other and didn't understand the situation. Courting death. The Black Demon General was enraged and forcefully stopped his body from flying back. He then launched a frenzied fist at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a heavy fist, the Black Demon General suffered a heavy backlash too. This time, he even vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Attack together. The Black Demon General's expression changed as he yelled out sternly. The situation isn't right. Attack together and don't let him escape this time. They might feel that Li Fuchen's strength was too abnormal, but including the Blood General, all the Demon Generals attacked together and prepared to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. They didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block their combined attack. Useless people, all of you can die now. After testing out the mystical ability of the vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen didn't plan to waste any more time. He executed a fist, and the vicious dragon spirit expanded violently. It was like a world-destroying demon dragon that swept out and froze the void for an instant before shaking once. Bang, 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 bang. All the demon generals that made contact with the vicious dragon spirit had instantly burst in a blood mist. Only the Black Demon General was able to resist a little, but he was also nearly split into pieces and was severely injured. Damn it! Li Fuchen must have concealed his strength more than a month ago. The Blood General is trying to harm me. After feeling the prowess of Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's heart turned cold. Li Fuchen wasn't just 1 level weaker than him. Li Fuchen was obviously several levels stronger than him. in the entire demon ring continent. Only the first demon general was this powerful. Flee! There was a surge of black light. The black demon general's figure shook and instantly vanished. Can you escape? Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely sharp. The instant the black demon general vanished, Li Fuchen blasted a fist over. Bang! A large amount of flesh and bones burst out in the air. With Li Fuchen's awareness, the black demon general's movement trajectory was easily captured. When facing Li Fuchen's fist, the black demon general's body couldn't withstand it and immediately exploded. But unlike the others, the black demon general didn't explode into a faint blood mist or a dense blood mist. Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist intent wasn't able to destroy the black demon general at the minute level. However, the black demon general was still the black demon general, and his survivability wasn't as strong as the blood demon. If his body exploded, the black demon general would have already died. Li Fuchen's awareness locked onto the rapidly running ancient demon tree and chased after it. Gradually, the man in the tree started to enter the core region of the first ring. The core region of the first ring had always been the cultivation place for the 10 demon generals. The demonic chi here was extremely concentrated, and the plants on the ground were all like towering trees. As for the trees, they were as large as mountains, and their crowns covered a few dozen miles. The ponds, lakes, and rivers were flowing with black water. The sky was filled with dark clouds, but there wasn't any rain or thunder. Even Li Fuchen felt uncomfortable in such an environment. Soon enough, Li Fuchen caught up to the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree didn't resist and continued to run. Li Fuchen was delighted as he wandered around the periphery of the ancient demon tree and constantly plucked the ancient demon fruits. 100 fruits. 200 fruits. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree. Even the ancient demon fruits at the periphery of the tree crown were counted in the thousands. When Li Fuchen plucked over 300 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree stopped. Li Fuchen became vigilant and looked at the giant lake ahead. Splash! A black pillar of water rushed into the sky, and a translucent black demon figure appeared in the sky. Water demon race? The water demon was the same as the fire demon. Their growth limit was at the demon king level. This water demon was definitely a pure-blooded water demon. As for the black demon general, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was a pure-blooded black demon and wasn't certain. This water demon general's chi prowess was too appalling and was even more terrifying than some of the low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples that Li Fuchen encountered. Swish, swish, swish. From all directions, several demon generals rushed over, and each of them had chi prowess that was superior to the black demon general. Human, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell instead. The water demon general's eyes were indifferent and were filled with killing intent. Human, since you're able to come to the first ring, you should be very strong. After devouring your essence blood, we will definitely be able to reach the next level. The rest of the demon generals were glaring at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. Bring it on. Splash! As soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, the water demon general moved. His body was like a stream of water as he shuttled through the void and instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen before wrapping around Li Fuchen. This water demon general had already used his innate ability to the Acme stage. He was the stream of water, and the stream of water was him. Break! Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the stream of water. Bang! The stream of water exploded and covered dozens of meters. But soon enough, the stream of water gathered again and turned into the water demon general. Interesting. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He actually repelled the number 1 demon general. The rest of the demon generals were silent. The water demon general was the number 1 demon general of the demon ring continent, and his innate ability was the water transformation technique. He could turn into a stream of water and divert half of the enemy's force. Once the enemy was tangled up, the water demon general would drill into the enemy's body and absorb the enemy's moisture before exploding. Receive another fist from me. The vicious dragon's spirit expanded and chased after the water demon general. Rumble. The water demon general was sent flying, but wasn't injured. Water tornado. Swish, swish, swish. The water demon general was only a few dozen feet in size, but it had instantly turned into a stream of water. The stream was like a long dragon that was sweeping at Li Fuchen. I would like to see if you can remain uninjured. Li Fuchen yelled out and smashed the vicious dragon spirit into the stream of water. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 497. Gradually, the water demon general's movements turned sluggish. The vicious dragon spirit was able to destroy the minute layers of substances. Even if the water demon general turned into a stream of water, he would still be injured after being attacked by the vicious dragon spirit for a long period of time. How can there be such a powerful existence among the humans? The rest of the demon generals saw some clues and couldn't help being appalled. The demon ring continent was limited by the heaven and earth law. Class 6 demons and battle spirit realm masters couldn't enter. Only reincarnation realm experts could enter. They had seen formidable reincarnation realm experts before, but they had never seen such a powerful existence like Li Fuchen. The water demon general can't hold on anymore. Work together and kill him. The second demon general was a silver horn demon. The silver horn demons were the royal race of the horn demon race, and were also pure-blooded horn demons. On the East Unicorn continent, the demonic 10 regions had once invited a silver horn demon from the disordered Devil Island. As compared to this silver horn demon, the silver horn demon on the East Unicorn continent wasn't just 1 or 2 levels weaker. After pulling out the silver horn demon general brandished the enlarged silver horn and smashed at Li Fuchen. Before the silver horn arrived, the phantom of a huge silver horn arrived first. This silver horn was very special. There were natural patterns on it, and as demonic chi poured in, a strong demonic will spread out, as though it wanted to split the void. It was a pity that with the vicious dragon spirit's protection, the silver horn couldn't injure Li Fuchen and was blasted away by Li Fuchen's fist. The rest of the demon generals were weaker than the silver horn demon general, and none of them were able to break Li Fuchen's vicious dragon spirit. They were like ants trying to shake a tree and were extremely weak. Li Fuchen still had the upper hand when fighting against a group of demons. Damn it! The water demon general was panting, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. As the first demon general, he hadn't been injured for many years. Even an emperor-class disciple from a certain monarch-class sect wasn't able to injure him. Both parties were evenly matched. Of course, he also knew that emperor-class disciples of sects had extremely fast progression speed. If an emperor-class disciple stayed at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a period of time and accumulated more strength, they would still be able to injure him. It was a pity that no emperor-class disciple was willing to be stagnant. The cultivation of martial Tao had always been to advance courageously and to overcome all obstacles. The faster one progressed, the greater one's future accomplishments. This was the martial Tao principle. Human, what is your purpose for coming to the demon ring continent? Water demon general said coldly. Li Fuchen said, I am just collecting resources. The ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree are useful to me. The ancient demon tree is the supreme treasure of my demon ring continent. The ancient demon fruit isn't something you can have just because you want it. The silver-horned demon general coughed out a mouthful of blood and was furious. Li Fuchen said, Then let's fight. While speaking, Li Fuchen circulated the vicious dragon spirit and constantly blasted at the demon generals. All of the demon generals were forced to retreat and didn't have the strength to retaliate. Water. The water demon general waved his hand at the nearby lake. A large amount of water gathered over and formed a translucent black water giant that launched an explosive attack at Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. When the water giant self-exploded, the power was massive and could easily kill a great demon. As the water giant's self-exploded, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat while the vicious dragon spirit was shaking. I wonder how long your bloodline power can last. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. Humans would need to consume extraordinary power or special power to perform divine abilities. When demons used their innate abilities, they would also need to consume their bloodline power. The Water Demon General was a pure-blooded water demon, and his bloodline power was extremely pure and vigorous. But after a long period of time, no matter how much bloodline power he had, it wouldn't be enough. Once the bloodline power was severely overdrawn, it might cause his strength to decline permanently, and he wouldn't have any more chances to evolve. The Water Demon General didn't say anything, as Li Fuchen was speaking the truth. In just a short period of time, the Water Demon General had already consumed 5% of his bloodline power. If he wasn't able to defeat Li Fuchen after using more than 90% of his bloodline power, he would consider if he should fight or not. After executing his second innate ability, the Water Demon General was able to suppress Li Fuchen for a moment. But as time elapsed, the Water Demon General's expression got increasingly unpleasant. Li Fuchen's Qi spirit was too powerful, and it contained powerful power law. If the Water Demon General couldn't break the power law, he wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. First, the bloodline power was consumed frenziedly as the Water Demon General condensed a 100-meter giant water giant. The water giant rushed at Li Fuchen. The closer it was to Li Fuchen, the smaller the water giant. When it was just a few dozen meters away from Li Fuchen, the water giant had shrunk to 3 meters in size. The energy wave contained on it gave off a destructive feeling. This was a phenomenon where the energy was overly concentrated. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly as he blasted a fist at the water giant. Roar! The vicious dragon spirit had also shrunk and clashed with the water giant. Crackle! Within the radius of a few dozen miles, it felt as though there was a giant earthquake. A horrific Qi wave blasted out and sent all the living beings, including Li Fuchen and the Water Demon General, flying. Li Fuchen and the Water Demon General were still fine, but the rest of the demon generals had their flesh lacerated and were badly mutilated. All of them were severely injured. When the Qi wave dissipated, there was a deep pit that was a few miles in size at the center of the battlefield. It was pitch black. Human, you win. The Water Demon General forcefully suppressed his anger and dove into the lake with a flash. The rest of the demon generals had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave. Finally, there is nothing to hinder me. Li Fuchen looked at the ancient demon tree. As for the Qi wave earlier, it wasn't even able to break the vicious dragon spirit. Therefore, it was impossible for it to injure the ancient demon tree. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient demon tree didn't have any intention of compromise and was in a frenzied battle with Li Fuchen. With each exchange, dozens or close to 100 ancient demon fruits would be drained of energy and would wither. Li Fuchen felt that it was a great pity. Of course, it was fortunate that the ancient demon tree could only extract energy from close to 100 ancient demon fruits at a time. If it extracted energy from a few hundred or 1,000 ancient demon fruits at a time, Li Fuchen would naturally retreat as far as he could and wouldn't have any ideas about the ancient demon tree. After all the ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown were harvested, Li Fuchen finally stopped. Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to harvest the ancient demon fruits at the crown of the ancient demon tree. When facing a few thick branches, Li Fuchen was still able to suppress them. But when facing dozens or hundreds of thick branches, how could Li Fuchen resist? Furthermore, branches were still branches, and the ancient demon tree's strongest attack should be the branches. Those branches were extremely thick and should be able to absorb more ancient demon fruits' energy. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take a hit. A total of 1190 ancient demon fruits. It should be enough for the current stage. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. In fact, there were more ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown, but most of them were consumed by the ancient demon tree. Li Fuchen had already done his best to obtain 1190 ancient demon fruits. Li Fuchen didn't stay on the Demon Ring continent any longer and turned to leave. That malefic star finally left. One of the nearby demon generals said with grievance. After returning to the Red Rainbow sect, Li Fuchen exchanged the 1190 ancient demon fruits for 178,800 contribution coins. With the addition of his own 3,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen had a total of 181,900 contribution coins. This number was extremely shocking. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciple would need a few years to earn so many contribution coins. However, only Li Fuchen had the ability to earn contribution coins. If it was any other Monarch class disciple, if they chased after the ancient demon tree relentlessly, they might have already been killed by the demon generals. Especially that water demon general. He was extremely powerful, and there were very few reincarnation realm individuals that were a match for him. Even after Li Fuchen comprehended the vicious dragon fist intent, he wasn't able to kill the water demon general. The second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration is 27,000 contribution coins. I can redeem a 6-star secret technique and an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After planning his future path, Li Fuchen arrived at the secret manual tower. You're here again? The Tower Guardian Elder already recognized Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen visited frequently and would visit once every month. It was hard not to recognize Li Fuchen. Greetings to Elder. Li Fuchen knew that he was a little high profile, but he wasn't planning to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly hide the contribution coins he had, right? It would be a foolish action not to redeem manuals to increase his strength. After arriving at the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen first chose the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration before searching for body refinement arts. This time, he was planning to redeem an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement arts were already so incredible. If he could learn an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, he wouldn't even be able to imagine how much his strength would grow. Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts were extremely expensive. The cheapest first half would cost at least 30,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen realized that his contribution coins were only enough to redeem one Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. 9 Dragon's Claw, Wind Cloud Tyrant Body, 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Heaven Striking Palm, Star Shattering Kick. There were a total of 5 Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts. Each of the names were extremely tyrannical and tyrannical. The introductory content of every single one of them was incomparably shocking. The 9 Dragon's Claw was a body refinement claw art. When cultivated to the extremity, the palms would be like giant axes that were indestructible and impervious to fire and water. The Wind Cloud Tyrant Body was a body refinement art that combined both offense and defense. When cultivated to completion, the entire body would be able to injure others without any flaws. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, it was the most special because this body refinement art was incomplete and it was severely incomplete. There seemed to be a total of 9 moves, and it was known as the 9 Calamities. But the Red Rainbow Sect's 9 Calamity Divine Fist was a portion of the 3rd Calamity, and it was extremely difficult to reach the entry stage. In the past century, no one in the Red Rainbow Sect was able to successfully cultivate it. At best, they could only cultivate it to the subcompletion stage, a portion of the 3rd Calamity. Li Fuchen frowned. If it was the 1st Calamity, the cultivation difficulty would be significantly reduced. But if it was the 3rd Calamity, the cultivation difficulty might increase by a few times. Furthermore, it was only a portion of the 3rd Calamity, and it wasn't complete. Furthermore, the price is very expensive. The first half of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist required 50,000 contribution coins, and the second half required 150,000 contribution coins. It was much more expensive than other body refinement arts. It was already difficult to cultivate, and it was so expensive. There probably wouldn't be anyone who would choose it. But from the description, it is indeed shocking. Chapter 498. The following Heaven Striking Palm and Star Shattering Kick were also extremely powerful. The Heaven Striking Palm was a technique that surpassed strength. Under this palm, even ghosts and gods would find it difficult to escape. Star Shattering Kick was the purest form of body-tempering martial art. It was purer than the 9 Dragon's Claw, but in terms of profoundness, it was slightly weaker than the 9 Dragon's Claw. 9 Tribulation's Divine Fist then. The moment Li Fuchen saw the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, he had already made his choice. The complete Nine Tribulations Divine Fist was definitely a heaven-level body refining martial art. Moreover, it was not a low-rank heaven level, but at least a middle-rank heaven level. After all, a portion of the Third Tribulation's content was evaluated as an Earth-class high-tier body refining martial art. The complete Third Tribulation was probably a low-tier, heaven-class body tempering martial art. If Li Fuchen didn't choose such an incredible body refinement art, and chose something else, he would be a fool. As for the cultivation difficulty of the Nine Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen had automatically ignored it. With his current perception, even if it was a complete heaven-class body refining martial art, he also had the confidence to challenge it. He did not dare to say that it would be easy for him to achieve great success, but he was confident that he would succeed in his cultivation. With the pale purple spirit soul, he believed that even Primary Sea Realm Monarch spirit soul wasn't as strong as him. However, Primary Sea Realm Monarchs possessed true spirits and would be able to cultivate martial arts with half the effort. Furthermore, Primary Sea Realm Monarchs had higher cultivation levels and had a deeper understanding of everything. Once he progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm and condensed his true spirit, he was confident that his perception would surpass Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Since I chose the Nine Tribulations Divine Fist, I can't choose the 6-star secret technique anymore. The entire manual of the Nine Calamity Divine Fist required 200,000 contribution coins, and Li Fuchen only had 181,900 contribution coins. After deducting the 24,000 contribution coins needed to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration, Li Fuchen was still lacking 42,100 contribution coins. He might have conquered the Demon Ring continent, but the greatest resource, the ancient demon fruits, had already been harvested. If he relied on other resources, it would be hard to obtain a large number of contribution coins so quickly. Therefore, Li Fuchen had to use the contribution coins sparingly and use them wisely. The second volume of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration and the first volume of the Nine Tribulations Divine Fist. The Pagoda Guardian Elder frowned. Putting aside the former, the latter was one of the hardest manuals to cultivate in the Red Rainbow sect, and was just inferior to Heaven-class manuals. "Are you sure?" the Elder asked. "I'm sure." Li Fuchen nodded. "Okay, I hope you don't regret it." The Tower Guardian Elder didn't try to persuade Li Fuchen. Sometimes, hitting a wall was more useful than any advice. When Li Fuchen hit a wall, he would know what it meant to act within his capabilities. After taking the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration and the first half of the Nine Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen left the secret manual tower and headed for Fuchen Peak. He would be in seclusion for a long time to come. Most of the Outer Sect Monarch-class disciples would be in seclusion until they reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm or even the low levels of Battle Spirit Realm before venturing out. After all, they would be able to enjoy plenty of resources, and there was no need for them to go out and earn contribution coins. A pity that Li Fuchen was different from them. Li Fuchen's perception was too strong, and his speed of exchanging manuals was several times faster than them. After returning to Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to go into seclusion. He planned to return to the East Unicorn Continent first. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he returned to the East Unicorn Continent. After all, with the teleportation disc, it was actually very convenient for him to go back. It was just a waste of some low-grade spirit stones. Activating the teleportation board, Li Fuchen turned into a light and vanished from Fuchen Peak. East Unicorn Continent. "Alliance Master, you're back," Mu Hanxin said with delight. Li Fuchen scanned the entire Wind-Snow sect with his awareness and noticed that the Li clansmen were all here. He then asked casually, "Elder Mu, I wonder if the East Unicorn Continent is doing well recently?" Mu Hanxin laughed bitterly. "Alliance Master, something major happened on the East Unicorn Continent." "Oh, what major incident?" Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Mu Hanxin said, "It is unknown why the fog in the 100 Battle Region's Land of Fog is gradually dissipating, exposing many ancient secrets. One of the teleportation platforms has also been discovered, and many people have used the teleportation platform to leave the East Unicorn Continent. If I wasn't waiting for the Alliance Master, I might have left too. The temptation of teleporting to another continent was too great for Muhan Xin. He had been stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a very long time. If he headed to another continent, as long as that continent had a better cultivation environment, he was confident he could break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. But in the East Unicorn continent, even if he could break through to the battle spirit realm before his lifespan, he would be forced to leave the East Unicorn continent and head to the overseas islands. It was no different from being trapped. A teleportation platform that leads to another continent. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Li Fuchen was already mentally prepared for this information. The various continents might be separated by oceans, but as long as a primary sea realm monarch came here, they would be able to set up a teleportation array. The East Unicorn continent did have primary sea realm monarchs in ancient times. During the flourishing Black Sky sect, there was a primary sea realm monarch. Since there were primary sea realm monarchs, it wasn't strange for there to be teleportation arrays that led to other continents. It didn't matter if the teleportation array was set up by a local primary sea realm monarch or a foreign continent's primary sea realm monarch. As long as it could lead to another continent, it was fine. This is the Earth-class cultivation technique manual that I promised you. Li Fuchen took out a cultivation technique manual and handed it to Muhan Xin. He had asked Xin Mei to auction this cultivation technique manual, and he still had a few more with him. Thank you, Alliance Master. Muhan Xin was delighted. He might be able to head to other continents now and would have a much greater chance in the future, but he didn't know anything about the other continents. With an Earth-class cultivation technique manual, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. He might even be able to progress to the battle spirit realm before he left the East Unicorn continent. A battle spirit realm martial artist would definitely have a much greater chance of surviving if he headed to another continent. Of course, if the other continent also restricted the existence of battle spirit realm martial artists, making it impossible for him to teleport over, then staying on the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be any different from staying on another continent. He would rather stay on the East Unicorn continent. After all, this place was already trending towards peace, and he could concentrate on cultivation. Most importantly, he was the same as the others and assumed that Li Fuchen could head to other continents freely. Furthermore, those continents would definitely be of a higher grade than the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, how could Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class manuals and equipment? How could his strength progress so quickly? It was simply unbelievable. There is no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen was planning to rely on the East Unicorn continent to help him gather resources and spirit stones. But now, he no longer had any requests for the East Unicorn continent. In terms of resources, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be able to catch up with the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect was connected to numerous continents, and all of those continents had more resources than the East Unicorn continent. As a monarch-class disciple of the Red Rainbow sect, the treatment that he enjoyed wasn't something that the East Unicorn continent could imagine. As for spirit stones, Li Fuchen currently had over 40 million low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't lack spirit stones for the time being. Therefore, it was time for him to repay the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen was actually very happy that the East Unicorn continent had teleportation arrays that connected to other continents. After all, this was a way out. As a native of the East Unicorn continent, he naturally hoped that the prodigies of the East Unicorn continent would have greater achievements. The Azure Water sect had already moved out of the Wind Snow sect and rebuilt their mountain. With Li Fuchen's deterrence and the assistance from the various major sects, the Azure Water sect was developing like a raging fire. Some of the reincarnation realm experts from the destroyed sects had joined the Azure Water sect, allowing the Azure Water sect to have over 20 reincarnation realm experts, and it was flourishing for a period of time. Li Fuchen still had feelings for the Azure Water sect and had specially gifted 2 Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique manuals and many Earth-class low-tier martial art manuals. With these manuals, the Azure Water sect's potential wouldn't be inferior to any other sect. As for the future, Li Fuchen wouldn't bother about the Azure Water sect anymore. Everyone had their own fortune, and he didn't wish for the Azure Water sect to grow under his protection, as it would cause the Azure Water sect to lose their fighting spirit. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also gifted an Earth-class peak-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame to Zhao Mingyue, allowing her bone frame to upgrade from 4-star to 5-star. A 5-star pure Yin bone frame was comparable with a regular 6-star extraordinary bone frame. If he had the chance to obtain a heaven-class low-tier bone frame herb and upgrade Zhao Mingyue's bone frame to 6-star, in terms of potential, Zhao Mingyue wouldn't be inferior to regular 7-star bone frames. But heaven-class herbs were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Heaven-class bone frame herbs were even harder to come by. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could obtain them and could only rely on Zhao Mingyue's luck. Finally, Li Fuchen stayed at the Li clan and had a small gathering with his parents. The Li clan was just a small clan, and even with Li Fuchen, it wasn't enough for the Li clan to become an elite clan, unless the Li clan could produce a batch of reincarnation realm experts. Therefore, it was safest for the Li clan to stay in the Wind-Snow sect's territory. Right now, the Wind-Snow sect was already the #1 sect in the East Unicorn continent. If the Wind-Snow sect wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be any safe place. This time, Li Fuchen brought back plenty of extremely precious resources. Li Tianhan and Shun Yuyin were previously 3-star bone frames. It might be very difficult to upgrade from 5-star to 6-star, but it wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to upgrade from 3-star to 4-star and from 4-star to 5-star. As a monarch-class disciple, Li Fuchen had special privileges in the 7-color continent. Therefore, it was easy for him to obtain elixirs and herbs to upgrade the bone frame. In just a few days, Li Tianhan had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star bone frame. It was the 5-star blazing flame bone frame. Shin Yin had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star soft water bone frame. The duo were already at the peak level of the Earth Shatter Realm. With a drastic increase in the bone frame star rank, the duo had broken through to the first level of Heaven Dipper Realm. The duo was so excited that they couldn't sleep for a few days. Their extinguished martial Dao hearts were reignited. After all, the duo was only around 50 years old and had plenty of time to cultivate. Most importantly, with such a powerful son, it was hard for the duo not to improve. They didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be disappointed. On this day, Li Fuchen left the Wind-Snow sect and flew towards the 100 Battle region. In a small valley in the 100 Battle region, Li Fuchen discovered that teleportation platform. Beside the teleportation platform, the Petrified Queen was also there. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen's expression changed. She quickly took out a large number of low-grade spirit stones and prepared to teleport. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will not make a move on you. There is no need to be so nervous." Killing the Petrified Queen wouldn't benefit him at all. Furthermore, she was already planning to leave the East Unicorn continent. After letting out a breath of relief, the Petrified Queen didn't slow down and replied, "Many thanks." While speaking, a radiance lit up and the Petrified Queen vanished from the teleportation platform. I wonder which continent this teleportation platform leads to. Li Fuchen was rather curious, but he didn't try. He didn't know if the teleportation board would be able to help him return to the 7-color continent if he headed to a new continent. If he teleported blindly, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Chapter 499. After returning to the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen started his seclusion. He had already cultivated the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration to the perfection realm. With the cultivation contents of the 3rd and 4th moves, he was confident that he could push the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration to the perfection realm in a short period of time and comprehend the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration sword intent. Once he comprehended the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration sword intent, the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration would no longer be limited to its power. True Chi martial arts had never been able to compete with body refining martial arts in terms of power. True Chi martial arts had endless mysteries. Sometimes, power wasn't that important. If body refining martial arts were compared to a hammer, then the True Chi martial arts would be a sword. Hammer style was based on strength. Swordsmanship on the other hand, was about technique and style. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also extremely exquisite hammer techniques, and there were also extremely heavy and simple sword techniques. But the overall style is so. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen was planning to practice it during the initial stages. Since his current strength was already invincible in the reincarnation realm, he wasn't in a hurry to increase his strength. 100 Incineration, 1000 Incineration. Each move is more profound than the previous. 10 Incineration and 100 Incineration are still purely stacking sword energy, but 1000 Incineration has clearly surpassed this level, reaching the stage of stacking cycles. No matter what kind of sword technique it was, the final move was always the most perfect and the most powerful. This was because the last move contained the strongest and most complete sword intent. In just half a day, Li Fuchen had mastered the third move, 100 Incineration. After all, the 100 Incineration represented the perfection stage, and Li Fuchen had already reached the perfection stage in advance. However, the final move, 1000 Incineration, was very difficult to cultivate. It was much harder than comprehending the venomous dragon fist to the trance stage. After half a month, Li Fuchen only found some opportunities. I have underestimated top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Li Fuchen let out a breath. Li Fuchen didn't bother about cultivating the 1000 Incineration within a short period of time and started to put his energy into the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. The 9 Tribulations Divine Fist was different from the Tiger Soul Fist and the Toxic Dragon Fist. It could not cultivate the aura, but it mainly focused on how to cultivate the tribulation power. The so-called tribulation power was extremely tyrannical. It could destroy everything and turn everything into ashes. If this tribulation power was cultivated to the limit, it could theoretically destroy an entire world. Of course, that was only in theory. It is obvious that the calamity power is a higher-level manifestation of the power law. Li Fuchen pondered. It might be difficult for others to enter the entry stage, but for Li Fuchen, it was rather easy for him to cultivate the 9 Calamity Divine Fist to the entry stage. Mortal Tribulation. On the peak of the mountain, a breeze was blowing. Pung! Li Fuchen punched a human-sized boulder on the opposite side. With a flash of red light, the entire boulder collapsed. Not a single speck of dust filled the air. Only a small pile of ash was left. Terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This power simply pointed to the essence. The boulder seemed to have been destroyed by a powerful force, but in fact, its core had been destroyed. It was like a person without a soul, and what was left of his body was nothing but a walking corpse. It's just that the draconic elephant's power is consumed a lot. Li Fuchen had only cultivated the mortal calamity to the entry stage, but the consumption of the dragon elephant power wasn't inferior to the vicious dragon fist. It was hard to imagine how much dragon elephant power would be consumed once Li Fuchen cultivated the mortal calamity to the completion stage. The third calamity is called the mortal calamity. I wonder where the other 8 calamities called. Li Fuchen was very curious about the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, but he was even more curious about which great existence created such a horrific body refinement art. Li Fuchen reckoned that Law Phase Realm Emperors shouldn't be able to create it, and it was probably an existence of a higher level. Time flew by quickly. On the 10th month since Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow Sect, 2 Outer Sect Monarch class disciples progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm. One of them was the Violet Flower Kingdom's Murong Tianxing. The difference between the Reincarnation Realm and the Battle Spirit Realm was extremely huge. No matter how powerful a Reincarnation Realm expert was, it was only in terms of combat strength. As for Battle Spirit Realm Masters, their soul spirit would produce a true spirit. As long as the true spirit wasn't extinguished, they would be able to reincarnate. Apart from that, once the true spirit was produced, it was the same as leaving a trace of mark on the Heaven Dao Law. This trace of mark would allow the martial artist to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. The compatibility with heaven and earth was something that Reincarnation Realm experts couldn't compare with. If Battle Spirit Realm Masters were the sons of Heaven Tao, then Reincarnation Realm experts were just unrelated outsiders. There weren't any benefits, and they could only rely on themselves. It could be said that the Battle Spirit Realm was the second stage of the martial Tao. The first stage was a mortal, while the second stage was a martial artist that was considered a celestial. Of course, celestials had different levels, and the Battle Spirit Realm was the lowest level of celestials. After progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, Monarch-class disciples would be able to enjoy better treatment. 90% of the Red Rainbow sect's resources were concentrated on the Monarch-class disciples. As for the rest of the regular disciples, they would only be able to enjoy 10% of the resources. If one wanted resources, they would have to earn contribution coins. The more contribution coins one had, the more resources one could redeem. 1,000 Incineration. On Fuchin Peak, Li Fuchin brandished his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that suddenly expanded and burst like bubbles. It might not seem like there was a huge commotion, but anyone who saw such a scene would feel a chill in their heart. 1,000 Incineration. The sword light is layered in a cycle. When it explodes, it is enough to instantly incinerate the enemy's body. Li Fuchin nodded slightly. The cloud flame 1,000 Incineration intent was an extremely powerful, blazing flame, sword Tao law. Once it exploded, it would obviously show signs of destroying the heaven and earth law. It was like a bubble that would appear and disappear without a trace and contain the aura of destruction. With my current Qi cultivation strength, I will be able to contest with low-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists. At this moment, Li Fuchin didn't just comprehend the Cloud Flame 1,000 Incineration intent. His Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique had also broken through to the 28th rank. After his cultivation technique broke through, he broke through to the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. His Qi cultivation strength had a huge leap, and it might still be inferior to his body refinement strength, but it was already very close. Li Fuchin was confident that if he fought with Murong Tianxing before progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, he would be able to defeat Murong Tianxing in a single sword. It didn't matter if Murong Tianxing executed his divine ability or not. The outcome would still be the same. As for the evolved Murong Tianxing, if Li Fuchin didn't expose his body refinement strength, he might still be able to contest with him. But there was still some suspense. After all, once Murong Tianxing progressed, his divine ability's power would definitely increase greatly. The difference between the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm and the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm was huge. As compared to his Qi cultivation strength, Li Fuchin's body refinement strength didn't have much progress. His Mortal Calamity was already at the subcompletion stage. But the subcompletion stage of the Mortal Calamity was still inferior to the trance stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist. The latter contained the Vicious Dragon Fist intent and was relatively complete. But the Mortal Calamity is much more useful than the Vicious Dragon Fist. Li Fuchin revealed a smile. Chapter 500. Mortal Calamity. There was a flash of red light as a fist drew across the sky and struck the floating shield. This shield was an Earth-class low-tier shield, and it was hard for Reincarnation Realm martial artists to damage it. Even low-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists would only be able to leave a scratch on it. But when facing the fist that was glowing with red light, the Earth-class low-tier shield immediately decayed and collapsed. Mortal Calamity can destroy all living beings. I didn't expect for it to even turn Earth-class low-tier equipment into ashes. The subcompletion rank of Mortal Calamity naturally couldn't destroy Earth-class low-tier equipment in terms of power. But the Mortal Calamity power could destroy the core of the equipment and destroy it from the inside out. If the Mortal Calamity was at the completion rank, it would probably be able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. When Li Fuchin's body refinement reached the Battle Spirit Realm, the Mortal Calamity's calamity power would be even stronger. Buzz, 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 buzz. On this day, above the Red Rainbow sect, circles of scarlet light suddenly burst out. It was like a scarlet rainbow and was extremely gorgeous. This is the Assembly Order. Li Fuchin squinted his eyes and soared into the sky before flying towards the outer sect's plain plaza. The plain plaza was already filled with thousands of individuals, and the number was still increasing rapidly. There were people rushing over from all directions. What happened? What else can happen? The war with the sea beasts has erupted. The Red Sea beasts are causing trouble again. It seems like our opportunity to earn contribution coins has arrived. Don't be happy too early. Every time there's a war with the sea beasts, our Red Rainbow sect will lose around 10% of our disciples. Think about how many disciples are there in 10%. It is so exaggerated. Don't the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelons care? Care? How can they care? The Red Rainbow sect doesn't need flowers in a greenhouse. They need iron-blooded experts. Only true experts can develop and strengthen the Red Rainbow sect. Even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 mediocre individuals, it will just be a waste of the Red Rainbow sect's resources. On the plain plaza, the veteran disciples and the new disciples were in a heated discussion. A war with the sea beasts, huh? Li Fuchen heard everyone's words and understood in his heart. The seven-color continent didn't just have 7 continents. There were also 7 internal seas. These 7 internal seas corresponded to the 7 continents. They were called the Red Sea, Clear Sea, Yellow Sea, Green Sea, Blue Sea, and Purple Sea. In the west of the Scarlet Earth continent was the Scarlet Sea, and in the east was the Purple Sea. There were large numbers of sea beasts in the 7 inland seas. The sea beasts were ruled by demonic kings, and for countless years, they had been constantly fighting with the 7 king-class factions. It was said that the main reason for their conflict was for the coastal resources. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king was called the Red Sea Monarch. It was a Class 7 peak-grade demonic beast, Red Flood Dragon. Its strength was so formidable that only the Red Rainbow sect's strongest monarch, the Red Rainbow Monarch, could compare with it. However, the monarchs of the 2 factions basically wouldn't make a move. After all, if they made a move, it would be an all-out war that would result in countless casualties. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the kings would only watch from behind the scenes. As such, the elders and disciples under the primary sea realm were the main force of the war. Once the assembly order was given, half of the elders and all the disciples in the Red Rainbow sect had to go out to battle. No one could avoid the battle. Before long, the number of people in the square had reached 7,000 to 8,000. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a head of scarlet hair flew onto the plain plaza. Li Fuchen found out from everyone that this person was the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Ke. He was at the peak level of the Battle Spirit realm and was definitely a top-class expert below the primary sea realm. Since the sea beasts are invading, our Red Rainbow sect will naturally do our best to welcome them. As usual, killing a Class 4 demonic beast will be rewarded with 1 contribution coin. Killing a great demonic beast will be rewarded with 10 contribution coins. Killing a low-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 100 contribution coins. Killing a mid-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 300 contribution coins. Killing a high-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. In addition, our Red Rainbow sect will set up 2 rankings, the Minor Beast Slaying rankings and the Major Beast Slaying rankings. The Minor Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Reincarnation realm, while the Major Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Battle Spirit realm. Those on the Beast Slaying rankings will be rewarded with additional contribution coins. Once Wang Kue finished speaking, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Contribution coins were too important to them. There were plenty of people who didn't have enough contribution coins and were unable to redeem higher-tiered manuals. Therefore, it was hard for their strength to progress. But once they had enough contribution coins, their strength would definitely soar within 1 or 2 years. After clearing his throat, Wang Kue continued, "Our Red Rainbow sect will set up 8 lookout islands in the Red Sea. We will send 1,000 individuals to each lookout island. Next, we will assign them." After Wang Kue finished speaking, the outer sect elders had already started to assign the groups. Li Fuchen was assigned to the number 5 lookout island, and there were plenty of direct disciples who were accompanying him. The so-called direct disciples were those whose cultivation had reached the high level of the battle spirit realm and had passed the direct inheritance trial tower. It was hard to judge the strength of direct disciples. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm intersect disciple would be able to defeat the top rankers of the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings with ease, let alone direct disciples. Apart from direct disciples, Li Fuchen's group had plenty of familiar faces, like the High Heaven Martial Institution's Ling Yijian, and also the South Forest Martial Institution's Wang Heilong. Back when Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, there were 90 youths from the Violet Flower Kingdom. After an average distribution, each group would have around a dozen individuals. After seeing Li Fuchen, Ling Yijian's eyes were filled with battle intent. Li Fuchen might be a monarch-class disciple, but Ling Yijian didn't think that he would be inferior to Li Fuchen in this lifetime. Li Fuchen, I heard that you defeated Murong Tianxing. But Murong Tianxing has progressed to the battle spirit realm, and you will never be a match for him. In this battle, I, Xikong Zhan, shall compete with you. A youth that was more than 2 meters tall sized up Li Fuchen. As you wish. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the youth. This youth was the ancient Moon Kingdom's 7-star prodigy, Xikong Zhan. Just like Li Fuchen, he was also a monarch-class disciple. However, Xikong Zhan's cultivation was obviously at the peak level of reincarnation realm and was probably not far from progressing to the battle spirit realm. Li Fuchen's attitude made Xikong Zhan's expression turn unpleasant. Li Fuchen's tone obviously didn't put him in his eyes. As a fellow monarch-class disciple, Xikong Zhan might be envious of Li Fuchen's perception, but in his opinion, perception wasn't as important as bone frame. A 6-star bone frame was ultimately a 6-star bone frame. It might be possible for Li Fuchen to reach the primary sea realm, but it wasn't absolute. As for Xikong Zhan, he was a 7-star bone frame and would definitely progress to the primary sea realm. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of resources, and what qualifications did Li Fuchen have to put on airs with him? If Li Fuchen didn't crush Li Fuchen's prowess, did Li Fuchen really think that as a monarch-class disciple, he would be on equal footing with 7-star bone frames? Xikong Zhan sneered and didn't say anything else. After the teams were distributed, they started to teleport. Chapter 501. The number 5 Lookout Island was a butterfly-shaped island and was around a few hundred miles in size. In the center of the number 5 Lookout Island, there was an iron tower that was a few thousand meters in height. It might be called an iron tower, but it was more like an iron pillar that was supporting a pavilion. Only a monarch-class faction would be able to do such a thing. After all, it wasn't an easy task to smelt an iron pillar that was a few thousand meters in length. On the Lookout Island, there was a large-scale teleportation platform that radiated with radiance. Close to 1,000 individuals appeared at the same time. This is the Lookout Island. Li Fuchen's awareness could cover over 1,000 miles, and with a single scan, the entire Lookout Island could be seen clearly. There is nothing special about the Lookout Island. It is just that the iron tower and the array that envelopes the entire Lookout Island that is rather shocking. Li Fuchen was certain that the iron tower in the center of the Lookout Island was definitely a killer weapon with astounding power. It might even have the power of a primary sea realm martial artist. As for the array that enveloped the Lookout Island, it should be a Class 7 array. Otherwise, it would be hard to protect the Lookout Island. After all, this was the boundless sea, and it was the domain of the sea beasts. Rumble. Outside the Lookout Island, there were raging waves. The seawater that should be lower than the Lookout Island was actually a few hundred meters or 1,000 meters in height. The waves were constantly crashing on the barrier of the array. Inside the waves were countless sea beasts. There were Class 4 sea beasts, Class 5 sea beasts, and Class 6 sea beasts. At the back of the sea beast was a giant shadow that was the size of an island. Even if everyone was foolish, they would know that it was a demonic beast king. The demonic beast king might not be able to participate in the battle, but the sea beasts required his command. On top of the iron tower, a stalwart figure appeared. It was a primary sea realm monarch. With a wave of his hand, the array power surged and 2 giant screens appeared in the sky above the Lookout Island. The tokens on your bodies can reflect in real time how many sea beasts you have killed and how many contribution points you have obtained. The final amount of contribution points will be displayed on the beast slaying rankings. Activate the token's power and fuse it into the beast slaying rankings. The stalwart figure's voice echoed throughout the entire island. Yes, be it the disciples or elders, they had all dripped their blood to refine the tokens. After pouring their chi into the tokens, illusory tokens flew towards the two beast slaying rankings. In the next moment, densely packed names appeared on the beast slaying rankings. Behind the names were numbers, but right now, everyone's numbers were 0. And right at this moment, the rankings on the two demon slaying rolls started to change. On the major beast slaying roll, the first place was a person called Yuan Long, and the number behind him was 189. On the minor beast slaying roll, the first place was Tai Chuan Xiao, and the number behind him was 18. This meant that the two of them had obtained 189 contribution coins and 18 contribution coins, respectively. It's senior brother Yuan Long. How terrifying, obtaining 189 contribution coins in one go. Just how many sea beasts did he kill? That's normal. Senior brother Yuan Long is one of the 3 true monarch-level disciples. Apart from the 2 emperor-level disciples, no one can compare to him. Who is this Tai Chuan Xiao? For him to be ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings, he must not be underestimated when he progresses to the battle spirit realm. Senior brother, Tai Chuan Xiao is a 7-star genius of our spring and autumn kingdom. His comprehension has reached 72. A perception of 72, it is indeed very powerful. The comprehension ability of a king-class disciple is usually around 65. Those who exceed 70 are the cream of the crop. Some of the inner sect disciples nodded. Have the other lookout islands started fighting? While sizing up the beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchin squinted his eyes. The top 10 ranks of the major beast-slaying rankings were basically occupied by direct monarch-class disciples. The only one that made it into the top 10 was the outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. After thinking about it, the outer sect elders were usually assumed by inner sect disciples and direct disciples after they reached the age of 100. Direct monarch-class disciples wouldn't even assume the position of outer sect elder. They would only assume the position of inner sect elder after progressing to the primary sea realm. In terms of status, be it direct monarch-class disciples or inner sect monarch-class disciples, they were superior to outer sect elders. After all, monarch-class disciples would become primary sea realm monarchs in the future. As for the outer sect elders, there might not even be 1 in 100 that could progress to the primary sea realm. The major beast-slaying rankings had close to 7,000 individuals, while the minor beast-slaying rankings had less than 1,000 individuals. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were basically 6-star bone frames. After 6-star bone frames entered the Red Rainbow sect, they would be able to progress to the battle spirit realm in around 10 to 20 years. Therefore, the number of reincarnation realm Red Rainbow sect disciples was actually several times lesser than battle spirit realm disciples. The changes on the minor beast slaying rankings were extremely intense. In just a short moment, the top 10 ranks were basically occupied by the outer sect monarch class disciples. The Violet Flower Kingdoms by Ling Shuang and Hai Weia were also among them. Go and fight. After everyone activated the token's power and fused it into the beast-slaying rankings, the imposing figure on the Iron Tower spoke loudly. Swish, 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 swish. Close to 1,000 individuals, including Li Fuchin, flew towards the number 5 Lookout Island's beach. After exiting the array, everyone started to kill. White Rainbow Saber Art. Sikong Zhan drew his snow-white long saber and cleaved. The waves were split apart, and at least a dozen Class 4C beasts were slain by the saber light. In an instant, Sikong Zhan's ranking rose from the bottom to the top 100. Green Cloud Net. Ling Yijian had also brandished his green longsword. The sword light turned into a net and slew around 8 Class 4C beasts. Swish! Ling Yijian's ranking rose to the top 200. Comparisons are odious. These people are killing the sea beasts too quickly. Only the top 10 of the minor beast slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. Only the top 100 of the major beast slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. We better kill sea beasts honestly to earn contribution coins. Don't even think about the rewards. When some of the outer sect disciples saw the speed at which Sikong Zhan and the others killed the sea beasts, they felt bitter in their hearts. The number 5 Lookout Island was a few hundred miles in size, and everyone split up to prevent a situation where the sea beasts were snatched. In the sky above a spacious beach, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Li Fuchen didn't execute the 1,000 incineration and merely executed the first move of the Cloud Flame 1,000 incineration, Cloud Incineration. After all, the 1,000 incineration consumed too much chi, and in a battle, it was most important to conserve chi. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that extended in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The waves exploded and water vapor rose. Within the range of the sword light, all the sea beasts were blasted apart and had charred flesh. A single sword move killed around 40 class 4 sea beasts. The sea beasts are too big in size. It isn't as fast as class 4 demons to kill them. Li Fuchen frowned. Although the level 4 demon beasts were much stronger than the level 4 sea beasts, and only the top level 4 sea beasts could compete with the level 4 demon beasts, but the size of the sea beasts was too big, and the area they occupied was also very big, while the level 4 demon beasts were generally only 1 or 2 zhang in size. Li Fuchen's sword art's range wasn't as wide. Of course, it was mainly due to the isolation of the seawater. The sword art's power was greatly weakened. After all, the sea was the home ground of the sea beasts, and the humans were at a disadvantage. Despite the case, after killing around 40 sea beasts in a single sword move, Li Fuchen's ranking had risen to the top 30. The sea beasts might be endless, but not every region had a large number of sea beasts. There were some regions that had a huge range, but only a few sea beasts were active. Therefore, if Li Fuchen wanted to kill a group of sea beasts, he would need to look for opportunities. But to Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if he didn't have the chance. After cultivating the Cloud Flame 1,000 Incineration to the trance stage and comprehending the Cloud Flame 1,000 Incineration sword intent, a single sword slash would instantly kill Class 4 sea beasts or Class 5 sea beasts without any survivors. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen reached the peak. Chapter 502. Senior Tai Chuanxiu has been surpassed. It is Senior Li Fuchen. What? So fast? When Senior Li Fuchen's contribution points were still at 0, Senior Tai Chuanxiu already is close to 100 contribution points. Who is Li Fuchen? He is in a 7-star bone frame, but his perception is astounding. It is said that he has full points and is comparable with Emperor-class disciples. Tisk, Emperor-class disciples' perception isn't as simple as full points. But since Li Fuchen has full points of perception, he must not be underestimated. After progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, he will probably be another formidable figure. As long as they turn around, everyone would be able to see the rankings on the Beast Slaying rankings. On the minor Beast Slaying rankings, Li Fuchen's ranking was rising like a rocket. In just a short moment, he had rushed to the first rank and was very eye-catching. Be it the outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, they had all remembered Li Fuchen's name. Li Fuchen, Tai Chuanxiu was very unhappy. During the perception test, there were 2 individuals who had better perception than him. One was Murong Tianxing, and the other was Li Fuchen. The former had progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm and was now an inner sect monarch-class disciple. Li Fuchen might have a high perception, but his bone frame wasn't something that Tai Chuanxiu cared about. After close to a year, Tai Chuanxiu's cultivation had already reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm, and he believed that his strength wasn't inferior to anyone. Right now, Li Fuchen had snatched the first rank of the minor bee-slaying rankings, and it made Tai Chuanxiu rather angry. Blood Axe Frenzy Wave. Tai Chuanxiu had the 7-star Axe Dao bone frame. Originally, he didn't plan to use the Axe Dao divine ability, but he couldn't be bothered now. The Axe Dao power surged out, and Tai Chuanxiu's body burst out with a tyrannical and indestructible Axe Dao Qi presence. He raised the blood-colored axe high and cleaved down with force. Immediately after, a blood-colored axe light that was a few thousand feet in size descended from the sky and cleaved ruthlessly on the sea wave. The instant the sea wave split apart, the blood-colored axe exploded and turned into countless small axes that shot out in all directions. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. When the giant blood-colored axe light cleaved down, at least 20 Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were killed. But the following small axes had a wider range of damage. In the blink of the eye, over a dozen Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were cleaved into halves. A single axe, Doubt Divine Ability, gave Tai Chunxiu 100 contribution points. With a whoosh, his ranking rose from second place to first place, and his contribution points reached 342. Li Fuchen's ranking dropped to number 2 with 320 contribution points. Senior brother Tai Chunxiu has regained first place. The two of them are fighting. Senior apprentice brother Tai Chunxiu's axe Dao, Sacred Art, is really powerful. With just one axe, its lethality is almost on par with an intersect disciple. As they killed the sea beasts, they looked at the rankings on the minor beast slaying roll and discussed with one another via voice transmission. Tai Chunxiu, who was using his axe Dao Divine Art, was unstoppable. More than 10 Class 5 sea beasts joined hands to attack him, but they were all chopped down by his axe. His contribution points skyrocketed from 342 points, and an hour later, his contribution points finally broke through 1,000. But Li Fuchen's killing speed wasn't slow either. Following closely behind, he had already killed over 700 enemies. His killing speed is so fast. Did he use his divine ability from the very beginning? Tai Chunxiu was bewildered. His axe Dao power couldn't be exhausted endlessly. After exhausting half of his axe Dao power, he was planning to stop. Once he stopped using his axe Dao Sacred Art, if Li Fuchen's killing speed was still as fast as before, it was unknown if Tai Chunxiu could maintain his first rank. Li Fuchen's ranking kept rising, and it didn't just stimulate Tai Chunxiu. It also stimulated the others. Divine Wind Saber. Xikong Zhan burst out with the wind spirit power, and a transparent saber shadow appeared above his head. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The transparent saber shadow was elusive and fast like a phantom. Everywhere it passed, the sea beast would be slain in a straight line. The range of damage might not be comparable to Tai Chunxiu, but it was superior in terms of speed and endurance. Bai Ling Shuang, Hai Wuya, and the other 7-star prodigies from the 6 kingdoms had also executed their divine abilities, causing their contribution points to increase drastically. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's ranking dropped from second to third, then from third to fourth. 2 hours later, he had already dropped to 7th. At this moment, it wasn't a competition of strength, it was a competition of who had a wider range of damage. In normal situations, divine abilities had a very wide range of damage. Merely so. Seeing that his ranking surpassed Li Fuchen, Xikong Zhan grinned. Li Fuchen hasn't used his full strength right. Bai Ling Shuang's Ice Mirror divine ability was extremely bizarre. After executing the Ice Mirror divine ability, her ranking rose steadily and finally rose to the 2nd rank. However, she didn't think that Li Fuchen's strength was only at this level. Perhaps he hadn't even executed his divine ability yet. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration's damage might be powerful, but its range is far inferior to the Green Sun Sword Intent. I could try the Green Sun Sword Intent. Changing his sword stance, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. An overwhelming green light radiated with Li Fuchen as the center. A large number of Class 4 and Class 5 sea beasts were annihilated. Swish, Li Fuchen's ranking rose from 7th to 5th. Subsequently, it rose from 5th to 3rd and 2nd. The Green Sun Sword Intent, the Sword Field, Sword Intent, and Sword Chi were all fused into one and couldn't be differentiated. Wherever the Sword Field reached, it would be the place where the Sword Intent and Sword Chi attacked. If Li Fuchen used his full strength, he was able to expand the Green Sun Sword Field to a few dozen miles. It wasn't possible to expand it any further. The larger the range, the weaker the sword art's attack power. It might be able to kill Class 4 sea beasts, but it wouldn't be able to kill Class 5 sea beasts. Human, prepare to die. Finally, Li Fuchen's unrestrained massacre had attracted an extremely formidable class, 5 peak-tier sea beast. This sea beast was a whale-type sea beast, and it was at least 10,000 feet in size. It was much bigger than some of the class 6 demonic beasts on land. What was the concept of 10,000 feet? If it was converted to miles, it would be 6 miles. An ordinary person at the Chi refinement realm would need a lot of time to travel 6 miles. However, Li Fuchen was already used to it. Sea beasts were already much bigger than demonic beasts. Furthermore, whale-type sea beasts were the largest type of sea beasts. Therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be 10,000 feet in size. This was a narwhal, and the horn on its head had gathered with thunderlight. Immediately after, a thick thunder pillar pierced through the waves and was shot at Li Fuchen. Its strength is roughly at the Demon Ring Continent's Demon General level. Too weak. Li Fuchen cleaved apart the thunder pillar with his first sword and split the narwhal into 2 with his second sword. Ah, hurry up and flee. I cannot kill it alone. I have to work together. Li Fuchen had the strength to kill a powerful class 5 sea beast, but the others didn't have the strength. On the minor beast slaying rankings, names were extinguished, and it meant that outer sect disciples had fallen. In regards to this, some of the disciples who had been tempered didn't have any change in expression. In a war, there would always be casualties. If there weren't casualties, then it wouldn't be called a war. They didn't have the qualifications to pity others, as they might be the next to die. After all, there were too many sea beasts. There were close to 1,000 red rainbow sect elders and disciples on the number 5 lookout island. As for the sea beasts, there were at least tens of thousands. No one knew how many more sea beasts were behind them. The sea was too big and had given birth to countless sea beasts. Their killing speed might not even be able to catch up to the birth speed of the sea beasts. In fact, sea beasts would also have wars because of resources. If there were endless resources, the entire world would be filled with sea beasts. After all, they wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Rumble. A 10,000-meter tall wave was crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen focused his eyes and saw a sea snake that was even bigger than the narwhal in the middle of the wave. Class 6 low-tier sea beast, multicolored sea snake. Human, this day next year shall be your death anniversary. The multicolored sea snake was over 10,000 feet long, and its body was like a long dragon. It lifted its tail, which was glowing with multicolored light, and lashed over. Woo woo woo. There was a shocking air-piercing sound like a thunderclap. The speed was so fast that most of the reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Even low-level battle spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to dodge the tail attack of the multicolored sea snake. Just in time, 1,000 incineration. The blazing sword intent rushed into the sky. Li Fuchen's body shot out and barely dodged a tail attack before he slashed down with his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that instantly expanded and enveloped the multicolored sea snake. Bang! The fireball was extinguished, and the multicolored sea snake's body was severed into several segments while it was writhing miserably. Die! After executing the cloud incineration, the multicolored sea snake's severed body exploded, and an illusory multicolored sea snake emerged. Demonic spirit, the true spirit of a class 6 sea beast. As long as the demonic spirit wasn't extinguished, the class 6 sea beast could reincarnate. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to let the multicolored sea snake go and had scattered the demonic spirit with a single slash. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had reclaimed the number 1 rank of the minor beast slaying rankings. At this moment, he was the only one that could kill the sea beasts quickly. Everyone else, including Tai Chunxiu, were entangled by powerful sea beasts, and their killing speed was greatly reduced. Class 5 sea beasts were killed one after another. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 Class 6 low-tier sea beasts that died under Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's contribution points had pulled away from the number 2 Tai Chunxiu by quite a bit. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the Axe Dao power at the start. Seeing that Li Fuchen had surpassed him, Tai Chunxiu was filled with regret. Right now, the Axe Dao power in his body was already less than half, but the sea beasts that were charging at him were getting stronger, increasing the pressure on him. If he had endured until now to execute his divine ability, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Sikong Zhan and the others were also regretting. After all, they had never experienced a war, and the conflict of emotions had put them in a predicament. A bunch of fools. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples sneered. The war had just started, and they were already executing their divine abilities. They simply didn't know how to write the word death. 300, 500, 1,000. As the war entered the white-hot stage, Li Fuchen's contribution points had maintained a rapid increase. In just a short moment, he had 1,000 points more than Tai Chuanxiu. The other outer sect disciples were speechless when they saw this. Dragon Strength Technique. If the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, multicolored sea snake, was already strong enough, then the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, one-clawed flood snake, was obviously several times stronger than the multicolored sea snake. The only claw on its abdomen extended and turned into a giant dragon claw that clawed at Li Fuchen. Bang! At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit and clashed with it. But he was still sent flying. It should contain the flood dragon bloodline. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Regular Class 6 low-tier sea beasts weren't a match for him. Only heaven-defying sea beasts with the flood dragon bloodline would be able to suppress him. A true flood dragon was a demonic ruler class existence. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king, the Red Flood Dragon King, wasn't actually a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it was a pure-blooded flood dragon, it would have already evolved into a demonic ruler.